Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part of What if Harry Potter manipulated the past for a better future? Here is short summary. Harry, Hermione, and Luna travel back in time to stop Voldemort, reshape their future, and claim the power and fortune they deserve, all while navigating dark humor, innuendo, and hidden agendas. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Why am I not surprised? Hermione balled the prophet up and tossed it away in disgust. The editors wrote an opinion piece detailing our dear High Inquisitor's voting record in the Wizengamot. Any ideas what they were saying? He sighed. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it was full of praise for her work isolating and degrading the werewolves, centaurs, merpeople, muggleborns, so-called half-breeds, and anyone else who can't trace their magical ancestry back ad nauseum. Got it in one. You know, I see a serious flaw in her supporting that particular philosophy, Luna commented idly. After all, they might not be magical, but I'm pretty sure having a toad as a parent makes her a half-breed, too. It would have to be an exceptionally large toad, of course, and the actual mechanics would get rather strange depending on exactly which parent said amphibian was. Luna, please stop. I really did not need or want those mental images. He pushed his plate away, all appetite gone. A quick glance at the staff table was enough for him to see the wide grin on Umbridge's face. So she's that happy about her new position. Well, that just won't do. She enjoys having power, but even more than that, she essentially feeds on the fear others feel for her as the result of that power. If she weren't so short, fat, and pink, I'd think she was a Dementor. I wonder, though, what would happen if someone stopped that fear before it could really take root? If every time people looked at her, they remembered something happy or even funny. A smile appeared as a plan sprouted in his mind. It would take a little bit of time to look things up, but with morning classes cancelled. Regardless of potential hypocrisy, it infuriates me that the main news source for this country is nothing more than a mouthpiece for the cesspool of bigotry and corruption that calls itself our government. If magical Britain is ever to drag itself out of the Dark Ages, an independent and factual press has to be one of the biggest priorities. Luna bristled at her girlfriend's declaration and reflexively defended her only living parent. Hermione, I'll have you know that the Quibbler has always considered truthful reporting to be one of our most important duties to our readers. Sorry, Hermione sighed. You know I didn't mean it like that. I suppose I should have said an independent, factual, and widely read press. Like it or not, your father's paper is a bit of a niche publication. Well, yes, you're right about that. Honesty should not be limited to magizoology. What Hermione left unsaid, and what only two others at the table knew, was the real reason she took the Daily Prophet's incendiary comments personally. When the story of his relationship with the two girls was leaked to the masses by a spurned Ginny Weasley, the resulting firestorm raged for weeks, fueled primarily with the immature jealousy of his fangirl hordes that the women decorating his arms weren't them, as well as the common magical's obsession for news about their hyphenated hero. Luna had weathered it with a grin and a dismissive shrug. After almost a decade of her family's name being dragged through the mud by the whole country, being called a vapid invalid who should be sent to St. Mungo's permanently, was nothing to her. As bad as the attacks on the brunette were even worse. It seemed that not a day went by without some comment or other, both in articles and letters to the editors, to the effect of how an uncivilized, stupid, gold-digging mudblood whore could not be allowed to continue thinking she was good enough for the darling of wizarding Britain. New rumors detailing her presumed use of love potions, imperious curse, and good old-fashioned blackmail to keep him by her side sprang up hourly. The Aurors had even taken those claims seriously and once came to Grimmauld Place to detain her while they investigated, though that plan was scuppered shortly afterwards, mostly due to him taking offense, stunning them all, throwing them through the flow back to the ministry atrium, and then spending the next 2 hours screaming at Kingsley Shacklebolt. He had been a little upset. For all that it got the DMLE off their backs, nothing else came of the impromptu meeting. The minister had apologized but also admitted that there was little anyone could do. Apparently, the reason the prophet got away with their continuous libel is that there were no laws to prohibit it, and a charge of defamation of character only applied when an individual was, falsely, accused of a crime. That certainly explained why they had been fined so harshly after Lord Greengrass bribed the Wizengamot to drop the attempted murder charges against Daphne. So long as the newspaper merely implied that Hermione had broken the law rather than outright stated it, they were not actually accusing her, hence why Skeeter had gotten away with all her muckraking. The more magical Britain's laws were looked at anyone by with a modicum of logic, the less sense they made. Hermione nodded. I think I'll go ahead and get some work done since we have the morning off. Feel free to join me in the library later if you want. Actually, Hermione, Neville began cautiously, and she turned to look at him squarely. I'm having a little trouble with the essay Flitwick set out for us. Would you be all right with helping me out a little? She blinked in surprise before nodding. Sure, I don't mind a bit. The two departed, leaving Harry and a pensive Luna to themselves. What's wrong, love? Hermione's birthday is coming up next Tuesday, they replied. At his confused look, she explained, I really shouldn't have gone off on her like that, we both knew what she meant. I have an idea for a good present for her, but I'll need help setting it up. Harry quirked an eyebrow. Oh, do tell. She slid over and whispered her plan into his ear. The more he heard, the wider his eyes grew. By the time she pulled back, there was only one answer he could possibly give. Count me in. His plan for bringing Umbridge down a few pegs took a little longer than he had anticipated, but Harry was finally ready as he walked calmly to the staff table, the cloak of invisibility an unnecessary precaution in the empty Great Hall. And all it took was skipping lunch and most of divination. I knew there was a reason I didn't drop that class last week. Stopping in front of the staff table, specifically her regular chair, his wand waved in a quick dance. Ad necto finite impedimenta, he murmured. Just enough magic flowed into his charm for it to activate once, any more and he would have to worry about the spell being traced back to him. With this little energy, however, the charm would dissipate after a single use, leaving no signature. With the trap set, he quickly retreated. He had just under 15 minutes to get to the Toads class, and it would not do to be late. It's amazing what charms can do, he thought idly to himself as he watched Umbridge stomp into the Great Hall midway through the dinner hour. For instance, straight transfiguration is all well and good, but what if I don't plan for the spell to activate right when I cast it? What if I want to set a delay of some kind? People like Dowager Longbottom can call it a soft option all they want, but I maintain that charms is the basis of all wandwork. The woman had been exceedingly smug that afternoon, even going too far as to needle him persistently in hopes of landing him in detention. That she was trying so hard told him that she had yet to discover that her blood quills had been destroyed, but he had to wonder if her behavior meant she had worked out how to circumvent the compulsion he placed on her during the sorting feast. Ignoring her taunts, he instead took advantage of an opportunity she presented and vanished an innocuous pebble into the collar of one of her tiny boots. With how fat her legs were, there was little chance it could slip further down and make itself noticeable under her foot. Turning her nose up at Flitwick's greeting, she sat in her chair and pulled herself closer to the table. That brought her in range of the spell he had cast a few hours earlier, and he had to smother a grin as the charms on the pebble activated. A loud pop drew everyone's attention. Umbridge clutched her clothing in distress. What had been a skirt and cardigan was now a fluorescent pink cassock robe. Having visualized it in detail while casting the transfiguration, he knew it wrapped tightly about her like a leotard and could not be removed. Her hairstyle was also altered and now lay flat on her head with a wide circle centered on her crown being cut out to make it reminiscent of a monk's tonsure. The best part, however, was that her feet were bare, locking the magic in place as the pebble was no longer physically present but was instead tied up in the transformation just as her shoes were. Who did this? She screamed, but her voice was not her own. Instead, a deep baritone issued from her mouth. Unable to stand the pressure any longer, the dam burst, and the students practically fell over themselves laughing. He, too, gave into his chuckles. Hermione and Luna, while also enjoying the show, squeezed his hands and gave him a look. He had not informed them of his plan, but obviously they had worked out who was responsible. Seeing that no one was willing to turn themselves in, Umbridge turned to the quarter goblin she had just snubbed. Undo this. Flitwick's shoulders shook for a few moments before he lowered his hand from his mouth. Why haven't you gotten rid of it yourself? He asked innocently. It is in my handbag, which is also caught in this getup. Harry's eyes widened, and his laughter increased. Oh Merlin, I got her wand, too. That's even better. I suppose I can help, the charms professor reluctantly agreed. Finite. The outfit shifted back to her regular outfit for an instant before returning to its transfigured state. He frowned. Finite incantatum. Again the robe flickered, and Flitwick lowered his wand. Well now, a self-renewing transfiguration. How clever. Stand. Don't waste your time, Flitwick. No matter what you do to get her out of that ensemble, dispelling, cutting, even vanishing, the spells on the pebble will constantly renew it. She's going to be stuck like that for the next 3 days. The tiny man had apparently already figured that out, for when Umbridge shuffled awkwardly out of the way, he aimed his wand at her chair. Magicus Revelio. There was no effect from his spell, and the same proved true of her silverware, plate, goblet, and the table itself. That he did not do the same to the Toad's outfit did not surprise Harry. Transfigurations did not radiate magic outwards like charmed artifacts did, instead focusing all their power inwards to maintain the difference between an altered object's appearance and its essence. He fruitlessly tried dispelling the transformation again. Professor Umbridge, did you receive anything from a student today? Something small or innocent, perhaps. Maybe something you confiscated. I most certainly did not. Then I am at a loss to explain how it happened. It is a shame that transfigurations don't allow for identifying magical signatures, but this is certainly 7th-year work. Flitwick grinned and turned to the Gryffindor table. Oh, Mr. Weasley. The jaws of the incorrigible pranksters dropped before they shouted in unison, it wasn't us. Of course it wasn't. Come with me, boys. The 2 teachers marched the terrible twosome out of the hall to much whispering and giggling from the rest of the student body. Should I feel sorry for letting them take the blame for this? Harry wondered for a moment before the variety of jokes the pair had played ran through his mind. Nah, how wonderful, dinner and a show. Luna remarked. She pushed her empty plate away and continued, well, I'm full. Harry, would you mind accompanying me to the library? Me, too, Hermione agreed. Harry shrugged and stood. After making their way to an empty room, the same one he and Hermione had been in immediately following, or perhaps preceding, he wasn't quite sure, his first prank on the Toad, the brunette cast a bevy of privacy spells on the doorway. That was fantastic, Harry. Now how in the world did you do it? He preened for a moment. It wasn't too hard, actually. While the 2 of you were in the library and the classroom Luna's been using to work on our disguises, I was in the room of requirement looking through some books on transfiguration and charms for the spells I needed. Of course, I wound up having to tweak both the depilatory charm and the clothes to robe transfiguration, but as you saw, they worked out just fine. After that, it was a simple matter of linking them to a mounting charm and putting them on a little pebble. The girls nodded. Spells generally worked immediately on the item they were cast upon, which was all well and good much of the time, but if that object was just supposed to be the medium through which a spell was relayed, things became a little more difficult. That was what the mounting charm was made for. Once appended to another spell and cast, it turned whatever it was applied to into, essentially, a temporary secondary focus. In this case, the pebble. That makes sense, Hermione said after a moment. I suppose you put it on her chair. But then how would it keep going after she stood up? The pebble wasn't on her chair, but in her shoe. I slipped it to her during class. Then why didn't it work until now? Luna's eyes lit up. Wait a minute, you were telling me about an article you read in Challenges in Charming this summer. A new use for the impediment jinx. He smiled. Impedimenta was the most important part of his trick. That's right, I'm glad you remembered. During an amateur duel in Russia, one of the competitors mistimed his jinx and hit the scoreboard. The officials got it working again, but there was a charms master in attendance who became curious and tried it out on several charmed objects when he returned home. It turns out that much like the delay charm, it stops other spells from functioning without completely removing them. With that in mind, I used the jinx on the pebble once I had the charms I wanted on it so that they wouldn't immediately activate. After that, all I had to do was adnecto the floor in front of Umbridge's chair with a finite specific for the impediment jinx and then vanish the rock into one of her shoes. Her foot comes close to that patch of the floor, the finishing charm ends the jinx, and voila, she's a monk. And that's probably the part one understand least, Hermione commented. Why did you choose that costume? If she's going to start an inquisition, she should at least look the part. Both girls rolled their eyes, and Harry would forever deny that he pouted. No one appreciates my jokes anymore. Where's Sirius when you need the Fleabag? Sure, sure. The brunette strode over to the door and dispelled the security charms. She opened it only to come face to face with a long white beard. Headmaster, is there something we can help you with? Dumbledore just looked at her seriously, an unusual expression for him. I certainly hope so. Harry, would you mind coming with me, please? We need to have a small talk. I suppose not. Either of you want to join us? He asked his lovers. This really needs to be a private conversation, my boy. He quirked an eyebrow. Professor, the last time we had a private conversation, I wound up having to declare blood feud and would have been killed if not for an inherited life debt and my own reflexes. Forgive me if I feel the need for someone to watch my back. My own, you got to go with him last time, Luna stated, coming up and wrapping her arms around one of his own, so I get tonight's date in the headmaster's office. You don't mind, do you? That's fine. I can give it a miss once in a while, Hermione answered lightly. Well, now that that's settled, Harry said, motioning to the hallway, shall we? Once in his office proper, Dumbledore waved them to the chairs in front of his desk. While Harry took one, Luna did not, instead choosing to situate herself on his lap and lean backwards into his chest. He was not sure which part caused the largest part of Dumbledore's distress, the blunt claim by someone the old man had no influence over, his arms wrapping around her waist too naturally for someone who was abused for his entire life, or their gazes being directed at the chin hidden behind the excessive beard rather than his eyes to prevent him from finding a hint of their thoughts. The three of them sat in silence for a full minute before Dumbledore finally prompted, is there anything either of you would like to tell me? I have something, if you don't mind, Luna began. At the headmaster's nod, she said, I've always heard that you offer drops to people who come to your office, and yet I am still without candy of any kind. I must profess myself disappointed. Dumbledore was dumbfounded for a moment, but he waved a hand at the dish on his desk. I do apologize, Miss Lovegood. Would you care for one? No, thank you, but it is only polite to ask, she chirped. I see. Harry, my boy, I just came back from St. Mungo's, and I'm afraid I have some bad news. Professor Snape has accused you of being the one who attacked him. Why am I not surprised? He replied with a shake of his head. Not surprised that this is still your strategy even when you should have realized by now that it's never going to work, that is. And just what evidence has Snape offered to support his claims, or is this another case of, he's a Potter, it must be his fault? Because honestly, I'm getting more than a little tired of being constantly picked on by someone who is too immature to let go of a 20-something-year-old grudge. Harry, I assure you that Professor Snape would never make such a serious accusation without proof. He scoffed. Fine then, let's call the DMLE in and have them sort this whole thing out. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Dumbledore let out a grandfatherly sigh. Professor Snape died of his injuries a few hours ago. Wow, old man, you're really laying this on thick. Now that's just a damn shame. And with him soon to be 6 feet under, he can't testify on what he claimed he saw. Oh well, no skin off my nose. Was that everything you wished to discuss, sir? Do you feel no regret for this man's death? The headmaster thundered. He hummed for a moment, not frightened in the slightest by Dumbledore's outburst. Impulsive actions were out of character for the man, making this seem contrived. Unless he actually expects me to worry about losing his approval enough to confess, or at least take the blame for it. After all, I very well might have my first time through this. Nope, not really. I have no love for Snape. In fact, all I feel for him is a great deal of enmity. This should not be such a big surprise to you. That he finally brassed off someone who was willing and able to beat him to death is no concern of mine. Hell, I'm tempted to search for who offed him myself so I can send them a basket of Honeydukes candies or something. This lack of remorse is not helping your case, Mr. Potter. Wow, Mr. Potter, really? I think that's the first time you've addressed me like that the entire time I've been here. He rolled his eyes. Unfortunately, your premise was flawed from the onset. If a lack of remorse is proof that I killed the bastard, then 3/4 of the school implicated themselves this morning by celebrating when you announced the attack. Not to mention, without Snape's Testimony, there is no case to begin with. Second-hand stories don't hold much legal weight in our world, no matter how well they can raise up and lay low heroes in the public's eye. His indignation card played and trumped, Dumbledore switched tactics. If you had no hand in this attack, you would surely not mind telling me what were you doing last night after curfew. He doesn't even know when Snape kicked the bucket. That's just pitiful. What's even worse is that the bat's dead and yet Dumbledore is still taking his side over mine. He grinned as a throwaway comment from their last meeting came to mind. Wanking. Can anyone? The headmaster trailed off, looking confused, embarrassed, and totally unprepared for this shift in the conversation. Mission accomplished. I'm sorry, what? Wanking, Harry repeated slowly. I'm a 15-year-old boy with 2 girlfriends. I think I'm entitled to toss one off once in a while. Luna nodded and wiggled in his lap, much to little Harry's delight. He poked her belly to make her stop before she could distract him too much. Sorry, and mean girlfriends. I had a few charms up, so no one can verify that directly, but I was certainly in my dorm. I would have gone up to do that tonight if you hadn't interrupted our private time. About that, just why were the 3 of you in that classroom when I came over in the first place? Dumbledore asked cautiously, almost as if he was afraid of the answer. Luna, sensing weakness, refused to give him any quarter. When was the last time you were in a broom closet? Actually, don't answer that, for the sake of my sanity, I'm just going to assume the answer is, not since I was a lad. Well, let me tell you, those things are cramped, and that's with just 2 people inside. All 3 of us are far too much for them, so we've been using empty rooms for our fun. She pursed her lips before adding, in fact, we'll probably keep doing that from now even when it's only 2 of us. The closets just don't have enough space to maneuver in, and tripping over robes and knickers is a mood killer. Now Luna, there's no need to titillate. Him so. Headmaster, if those are all your questions that do not pertain to our romantic escapades, we will take our leave. The 2 stood and made for the door, leaving the old man's face as white as his hair. I'll be more than willing to resume this discussion about Snape's death if you are able to provide actual proof that I was involved. Until then, my answer remains the same, I had nothing to do with it. They were at the foot of the stairs when Luna finally remarked, that was fun. What do you want to wager that Hermione's already waiting for us in the room of requirement? Please, love, do you take me for a fool? That's a beeper bet. Draco could not eat breakfast the following morning, too busy glaring at the trash who had taken away his respected, not beloved, sappy emotions like love were for blood traitors and mudbloods, godfather. Oh, Dumbledore hadn't said who was responsible, but everyone who mattered knew the old man would never let his precious golden boy get what was coming to him. That scarhead Potter had to have had a hand in killing Severus. He probably snuck up on Severus and cursed him in the back like the coward he is, he thought. A Slytherin would never do something like that, he would curse his victim in the back and then make it look like there was never an attack to begin with. Much like he was going to do to Potter. Well, it was high time Potter learned that Dumbledore couldn't protect him from everything. He would pay for Severus's death. It wouldn't be quick, either. Potter would be begging for forgiveness by the time he was through, but Draco would refuse to give it. He slouched in his seat at the Slytherin table and began to plot. This would take cunning. It would take skill. It would take stealth. It would take a wizard of pure blood, backed by a pair of thugs to do the dirty work. Too bad for Potter, the Prince of Slytherin house had all of those. Can we take these things off now? Sorry, Harry. Just a little further. The raven-haired teen sighed as he once again wished the blindfold wrapped around his head would spontaneously vanish itself. Luna was enjoying this far too much. It was finally Saturday, and that meant it was time to take on their first live heist. All that was certain was that robbing the Greengrasses blind was going to be much different from picking through the empty houses of dead or imprisoned Death Eaters. His stomach was fluttering in a way it hadn't since the morning before his first ever Quidditch match. Beside him, Hermione sighed. Couldn't you have waited to put these on us until we were closer to the room you've been using? Oh, poor, silly Myone. The tugging on their hands disappeared, indicating that Luna had stopped in her tracks. Wherever would be the fun in that? You've been dragging us since we left the room. That is on the 7th floor, we're on, what, the 3rd now? First, actually. And we're here. Luna quickly added at Hermione's growl. The hands wrapped around their own were suddenly gone, and a squeak signaled a door opening. Now, walk forwards. 1, 2, thr, and a sudden impact with something solid caused him to fall hard to the floor. The consequent giggling did not make him feel any better. No, Harry, that's a wall. Get up, take a big step to your left, and try again. A second attempt had him inside the room, though that had not stopped Luna's laughter. Okay, you two can take off the blindfolds. He did so with no small amount of relief and blinked in surprise at the outfits clothing 3 mannequins labeled with their names. These were not the robes he had been half expecting. Instead, the Ravenclaw's creations looked very much like catsuits, leaving only the mannequins' heads and hands uncovered by the dark dyed leather. He asked in surprise. Not that I'm saying I won't enjoy watching you two girls move around in these, but I thought we had decided to wear outfits made from acromantula silk for their magical resistance. We did, but I realized when I started designing them that silk is just a bad material for protective garb, no matter how resistant it is. The original plan would have dampened the effects of curses, certainly, but the first banished object to hit it would have torn it to shreds, and then we'd be screwed. Leather, on the other hand, is lightweight, provides decent protection from moderate physical blows, and can be replaced at a much lower cost than the silk lining it. It's also easy to charm for temperature regulation to keep us cool when we're inside and warm when we're outside breaking wards in the middle of winter. It was this or we take a break from our heists for a few months. I don't know about the two of you, but I'm not going to stand around in knee-deep snow and freeze my baps off. He stepped closer to better examine the disguises. Pouched belts wrapped around their waists, and a quick check involving opening one of them and sticking his entire arm down it proved that they were charmed with space extension like the sacks the trio had been using before now. Hermione had approached with him, but she was fingering the hood attached to her suit. Preventing anyone from seeing what our hair looks like is a good idea, but how do we keep them from remembering our faces and body shapes? We don't look quite like adults just yet, and tipping the DMLE off that the hooded foxes are students would make all this a moot point. Excellent points, Luna replied, picking up a small bag from behind an overturned table. If I may address the second first, I spent some of my downtime in Siberia tinkering around with the Notice Me Not charm. While it would keep anyone from spotting us on the outset, I quickly realized that not only would it make it difficult to find each other, but casting it on ourselves and then making a big enough disturbance to attract people's attention would cause them to look hard enough that they would eventually see through it. However, if they can see us just fine, they'll be too busy with the thought that they're being robbed and their attempts to catch us to pay too much attention to our figures. When they try to describe us to the ministry investigators, their minds will fill in the details with their preconceived notions, and who honestly expects 3 teenagers to be master thieves? Originally, I considered that we might wear cloaks, but those have a bad habit of getting in the way at the worst possible time. All that said, I'd much rather that we not put my theory to the test. The hiding our faces problem was actually easier to take care of, and a whole lot more fun as well. She reached into the bag and pulled out a dark red mask that was shaped like a fox head and was large enough to cover the entire face. Passing it to Hermione, she explained, they have sticking charms to attach them to your skin and anti-summoning charms to keep people from magicking them off. That's not the best part, though. Remember when I said I wanted to try something my spell crafting master had mentioned? Well, at one time he lectured about how working through our calculations may lead us to unusual spells that have nothing to do with the problem we're trying to solve. He gave a couple of examples, but the one that really stuck with me was a self-enchanting spell. The brunette pulled her eyes from their examination of the mask. I'm sorry, did you just say self-enchanting? How in Merlin's name does that work? The spell gives the material it is cast on a memory, for lack of a better word, for other charms laid on it. The more often you use one particular spell, the better it will stick, until that magic is so familiar that it eventually binds with a containment rune cluster etched on the object to turn it into a quick and dirty enchantment. She smiled at their shocked expressions. Wicked, right? I put 8 of those clusters on the masks, though I already filled 3 up with that enchantment and the other 2 I mentioned, so it can learn 5 more. That should be enough to let us customize them to our heart's content, not to mention make them much more valuable in the field. I thought about doing the same to our outfits, but I was worried that too many spells would overwhelm the Acromantula's silk and take away that level of protection. How do we keep track of whose mask is whose? Harry asked. His younger lover was spot on in how useful these would be, and he already had a good idea of his first two enchantments, the passive magicite he normally put on his glasses and a charm to render his voice unrecognizable. Perhaps a super sensory charm would make a good third, though the side effects from using that spell for long periods left him cautious. Constantly mixing the masks would defeat the purpose and was therefore something he wanted to avoid. Luna reached into her bag again and pulled out two other masks. These, however, were blue and yellow. 3 thieves, 3 masks, 3 colors. I'm going to let the two of you fight over the Gryffindor masks while I claim the blue one. This also means we won't have to ruin our disguises by calling each other by our real names, instead we just use our colors. You really outdid yourself, dear, Hermione said as she wrapped the girl in a loose hug. We need to be moving soon, though. Dobby's notes said both Greengrass parents were going to be out of the house from 10 to 1 today, and it's already 9:30. Show us how to put these disguises and masks on so we can get to work. With a nod, she put the masks in her hands on a nearby desk. It's simple enough. Step 1. Strip. She flushed at their questioning looks. When I started working on these, I was going by the measurements I took from pensieve memories of us BPD so they wouldn't be too loose. Instead, I think I made them a little on the tight side. We might have some trouble getting them on and off at first, but it's nothing a quick lubricating charm can't fix. She wasn't kidding about how tight this outfit is, Harry reflected as he dampened the open ward struggling valiantly to alert the homeowners to the presence of intruders on their property. If I didn't know better, I'd think she painted it on me. That's not necessarily a negative, though, this way, there's no material billowing out to catch on things, and the thin gloves sticking to us like a second skin means they don't diminish our dexterity. It could definitely be worse. I'm just glad she made the crotch area looser than the rest. This would be torture otherwise. And down, Sid sighed in relief, and this time he managed to suppress the urge to glance over at the strange voice. Double check me if you would, Yellow. Hermione nodded, her wand tip slipped inside her hood. I see the same. Red, I'm going to need you to set up the ward tab. This next one's going to be interesting. What is it? I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I think it prevents anyone with impure blood from passing through it. He stopped as he was about to push the tap into the ground and turned his head towards her. Seriously? Didn't you say that your attending healer proved to all of you early on in your studies that there was no magical difference in blood, no matter what your social status? I'd think that would prevent this ward from working. So, would I, but I'd also rather not test that theory and be proven wrong. Especially since it's been stressed and rigged to a dark ward that would flay all our skin off. He sighed and proceeded with her directions. Only the Potter family had figured out a means of linking open and closed wards so the defenses would activate under specific circumstances, but that had not stopped others from trying to duplicate the feat. Ward stressing was one common, if perilous, method that involved setting up 2 closed wards so that a prohibitory ward inhibited a second, generally lethal defense. The first barrier was then weakened by careful defacement of the relevant runes on the wardstone. This meant that the ward could no longer fulfill its intended purpose, but would instead collapse when its internal condition, such as the absence of half-bloods and muggleborns, was violated, which in turn would allow the following ward to activate and harm the transgressors. For the trio, however, this was little more troublesome than if the skin-melting ward had been left on its own. Rigging the shields like the Greengrasses had tied them together so closely that draining one would simultaneously power down the second. Harry shoved the tap and their static amplifier into the ground where his own magicite showed the barrier's ending. A muttered epitome soon had the magic swirling back into the earth. Several minutes passed in silence, though Harry had to restart the draining process a few times when the ward developed visible cracks in its pink surface. Finally, Hermione waved him to stop. That's as far as we can safely take it, I think. I'd rather not keep going and risk that ward collapsing with us next to it. Could one of you make a thick wall we can bunker down behind? She began flicking her wand in sharp, harsh movements, all the while stepping backwards until she circled around the stone fortification the other two had conjured and reinforced. With a long stroke downwards like dropping a hammer on top of the house, she leveled her wand and cried, Confringisimo. She dropped to the dirt the instant the deep yellow spell left her wand, and Harry and Luna were a scant moment behind her. They may not have been able to see what she had done, but they certainly heard it. Loud groans and bangs erupted from the ward until a flash of light informed them that it was down. Merlin's soggy socks. What was that? Hermione panted for a bit before answering the chain-blasting curse. I read about it in a book on siege magic you stole from the Lestranges. It took a bit more effort than I expected. Next time, please don't try out a new spell like that without giving us a heads up beforehand, Luna politely demanded. She popped her head over the now crumbling top of the barricade and examined the defenses with active magicite. Well, no matter how startling it was, it certainly worked. Go ahead and rest. There's a portkey ward and maybe one more behind that. Red, will you stick around with her? Not a problem, Blue. I told you, it's ultramarine. What is it with boys not knowing their colors? Shaking her head, the youngest of the three drew a set of ward picks from one of her pouches and walked towards the house. He, too, could use a break to catch his breath. The ward tap was a hungry beast, and the magic beeped from the wards was not enough to sat it. From now on, we need to carry something sugary with us for quick boosts. A few seconds later, Luna returned and dropped between them. Animagus detecting ward, she explained, and he nodded wearily. This open ward would be quick to get rid of, but it still meant draping a net on top of it to keep it quiet while they neutralized it. 15 minutes later, they were standing safely in front of the entrance to the Greengrasses mansion. This family clearly took their security seriously, as the door was charmed as much as the wood could handle so as to resist most of the simpler ways of demolishing it. Unfortunately for them, and for reasons none of the trio could fathom, they had forgotten to protect it from the simple unlocking charm taught to first years in Hogwarts. With a group nod, they split up to begin their ransacking. Harry had drawn the ground story when they plucked their floors from a hat, and so he started in the formal dining room. He lifted a fork from the table and tapped it with his wand. Materia Revelio. He smiled behind his mask at the word displayed in smoke. They had found that it was less irritating and more profitable simply to melt down anything gold and silver and then sell the metal than to argue with pawnshop owners that something, such as a sterling silver utensil set, was the real McCoy and not a cheap knockoff. A quick gesture had all of the precious metal as well as the plates and crystal goblets summoned into a pouch, and the 20-place table as well as the chairs and surrounding cabinets soon found themselves shrunken and stored in their new, temporary homes within another. There were no portraits in here, but a firebird volley hex quickly immolated those in the corridor to the kitchen. Working his way through the house, he eventually entered the Lord Greengrass's study. He pulled drawers out of the roll-top desk the man owned and rifled through all his papers, but other than a well-worn signet ring, he did not find anything with immediate monetary value, especially not the vault key he had been searching for. Blue, yellow, their Gringotts key is still in the wind. They might have taken it with them, but keep an eye out for it anyway. Understood, they both replied, their distorted voices becoming more recognizable the more they spoke. His exploration led him next door to a public sitting room. At least, that was what it felt like thanks to the uncomfortable-looking furniture and generally impersonal atmosphere. He glanced about the room, and his curiosity was piqued by the lone photograph on the mantel of the fireplace. Stepping closer to inspect it more closely, he finally noticed what had seemed so strange after seeing so many pureblood family photos. Of the four people it depicted, he recognized the patriarch and David on sight, and he guessed that the stern woman behind the boy was the lady of the house. The final member, however, was a girl who was at most in her early teens. Where her family was sitting so stiffly that Harry would have been unsure if this image was animated at all were it not for the film of sepia magic covering the photo, she constantly fidgeted, rolling her eyes when the hand her father was resting on her shoulder tightened in subtle admonishment. As if she could notice him looking at her, the picture girl met his eyes and smiled faintly before the expression was wiped away by another rebuke. This was the first sign of honest happiness he had observed in a proudly pureblood house since the trio had started their raids, and to see her being chastised for daring to show it lit a fire in his belly. It reminded him far too much of how the Dursleys had tried to remake him into a subservient automaton during the 10 years he had spent in their care. Here you are, you sneaky little bugger. This is ultramarine, I just found the vault key. His mouth moved almost before he realized he was speaking. Do either of you remember anything about a younger daughter? Vaguely, Hermione answered after a moment. I think her name was Astoria. All I know for sure is that when the Slytherins cut and ran before the Battle of Hogwarts, she hid until the fight started. And joined in. The only reason I remember her at all is that I was shocked to find the body of a 5th year in green trim lying next to Colin's. Why do you ask? Because I'm looking at a photo of her right now, and I'm not sure she deserves pauperdom even though the rest of her family does. Wizarding photographs captured not just a person's image, but also a shadow of their personality. Try as he might, he could not prevent this cheerful child from tugging on his heartstrings. Was she a bully like her older sibling? Daphne had spent all her time in public orbiting Parkinson, and though David did not, he was part of Theodore Knott's crew alongside Blaise Zabini. The Knott scion might not have ever gone out of his way to antagonize Harry the way Malfoy did, but he took just as much enjoyment out of harassing Muggleborns. If she were a devotee to the pureblood cause like the elder Greengrass who had simply recognized that Voldemort was a madman, he would have no problem in continuing the heist as planned. On the other hand, if she were not. Not to my knowledge, Luna replied. I can't tell you for sure that she wasn't, but the other Slytherin girls in her year didn't mind causing me trouble, regardless that I was a year above them, so I kept an eye out. I never saw her with them, and I think I've seen even less of her in this timeline. Harry sighed. So much for the easy solution. The question now became what should they do about it. Leaving the Greengrasses their cash would allow for her continued care, but that also left resources to one of Death Eater's biggest backers. Stealing all their wealth would silence this voice of the pureblood movement, but it would do so at Astoria's expense. Was the sadness of one little girl worth the greater good? He returned to the study and rummaged around until he located a ledger. Flipping rapidly through the pages, he glanced at the current balance. They have 35,000 galleons in liquid assets as of a week ago. Appraising our goods for market value rather than what we will receive from pawn shops, do either of you predict them having the money to throw around and cause trouble after replacing their belongings? I doubt it, Luna answered. Unless they're okay with living with much less palatial decorations than they have right now, their account won't pay for all this. Even shopping secondhand might not stretch it far enough to replace everything immediately. With a sigh, he closed the account book. Then we won't be visiting Gringotts after this. I want to leave them a message, anyway. He glanced at the clock sitting on one of the desk shelves before bagging it. It's 11:30. Let's wrap this up so we can get back before lunch. That hungry, are you? No, Yellow, just want to make sure we have at least a week alibi. They met in the front foyer, and Luna conjured their mark before handing him the key. He touched it against the wall and glued it there with a sticking charm. Carefully writing his message with flame in the air in a different handwriting than his usual scrawl, he pushed the words into the wall below the key and let them burn for a moment. There, that should do it. Do you think they'll listen? Hermione shrugged. Considering their house is practically empty, they would be stupid not to. I went back to the girl's room to leave her diary, gemstone collection, autographed Appleby Arrows poster, anything that looked like it held personal value, but she's still missing a lot. You did your best, though, Luna said, wrapping her arms around their shoulders. We came to rob them, and we did. That we moderated our actions so she suffers less is a good thing. Who knows? Maybe she'll look back on this day and remember that it was when her family changed their ways and her whole life turned around. I'll settle for not making an enemy out of her, Harry commented softly. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones was rarely called to the scene of a crime. Along with Dementors keying the Potter boys' Muggle relatives, as he had told her rather emphatically at the time that they were not his family, this made twice in as many months, much more than normal. Getting out of the office and keeping her investigative skills polished almost made up for the wagonload of parchment work that would inevitably follow. She noticed the crimson cloaks and strode towards her oars. Shacklebolt, Tonks. Report. Madam Bones, greeted the large Africa-born wizard. We received a flow call from Lord Cyrus Greengrass at 1:12 this afternoon, during which he told Cadet Thompson that his house had been robbed. This information was forwarded to the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol as there was no indication that the situation involved dark magic or wizards. At 1:25, Senior Patrolman Rogers requested that a team be deployed to the scene. Tonks and I arrived at 127 and, seeing what had Rogers so troubled, sent for you." She sighed. Kingsley was one of her best. If he thought she needed to be present, this was certainly going to be interesting, though likely not in a good way. A wave of her hand had the 2 oars leading her into the entrance hall of the mansion, and she immediately realized the problem. "That Mark, Shaq, you were the one who was called to the Rookwood murder robbery as well, correct?" "I was. The image is identical, but the message is new." She knelt to better read the words burned into the wall below the grinning fox head and key. "It is only for your daughter's sake that you were given a second chance. Pure blood cannot wash away the murders your money bought. Do not make the same mistake twice." Bloody hell, she thought. This guy is willing to call Greengrass out for his alleged role in funding the Death Eaters during the war, then threatens to come back and finish the job. He's got guts, I'll give him that. No brains, but guts a-plenty. A house like this is certain to have portraits. Did any of them provide a description of our thief? No, ma'am. All of them had been burned to ash when we arrived. She looked up at the man. All of them. Whoever he is, he knows what he's doing. The house was empty, the portraits were destroyed, and the house elf was found to have been forced into a magical sleep. There are no witnesses whatsoever. Damn, I take back the no brains comment. She looked about at the MLEP investigators milling about helplessly. How did he even get in here? I doubt Greengrass lowered his wards and sent out invitations. The pink-haired woman piped in helpfully, he didn't even lower the wards for us. The thief ripped right through them. Surely you're joking, or Tonks. It was a well-known fact that Greengrass had an intimidating and extremely expensive suite of defenses around his property. For one person to be able to break down wards of that quality like this rather than sneak in some other way implied either a substantial background in curse breaking or power at Dumbledore's level. Considering the audacity he had shown, neither of those was a good option. "I wish she was," Kingsley sighed. "Greengrass refused to let us examine the wardstone at first, but we got a look eventually. So many of the scripts were burned out that the whole stone needs to be replaced. It's nothing more than a crumbling hunk of granite. Coincidentally, he has also been fined 400 galleons for erecting a number of dark magic wards." She laughed despite herself. "It's a good thing Mr. Fox decided to leave him his key, then." Standing, she gave her people their marching orders. "For now, treat this as the primary crime. The Rookwood robbery might have been just a trial run. Focus on people with a connection to the girl, particularly if they were employed by Gringotts or an independent tomb raiding team at some point or if they are non-pureblood. That Mark is probably too old by now to lift a magical signature, but check anyway for comparison to the wands of any suspects your interviews point out." She paused before adding, "Also, remind all the MLEP boys to keep their mouths shut around people from the Prophet. The last thing we want is for our fox to bolt like a rabbit." "What if this wasn't to help the girl?" Tonks asked hesitantly. "Why would he start out his message like that, then?" "It's a possibility, I'll admit, but let's wait to see if another house gets hit before we start worrying about it. Because without witnesses or physical evidence, this connection is our only lead. If you're right, we have someone whose movements we won't be able to predict until he has stolen several 100,000 more galleons worth of property." With that thought, she apparated back to the ministry to put another couple of teams on pawn shop watching duty. Somehow, she doubted that even these precautions would be enough. "You know, we really need to do something nice for Dobby," Luna idly commented a few days later. "If he hadn't put the Greengrass's elf to sleep and worked in her stead that morning, our heist would have been over before it ever began." Harry grunted in affirmation as the ward came down. This was a minor thing, so Luna had elected to hang back and let him work on unweaving the building's wards rather than drain them as he had been doing the past few times. He knew the principles, of course, having read several of the same books the girls had. It was mostly practice he was lacking, though a better grounding in runes would certainly be a benefit. "It's open. Let's get what we came for and return to the other target." They moved quietly inside, and a tap on their masks improved their night vision. The object they sought was swiftly miniaturized and summoned into one of his pouches. Checking a pocket watch he had purchased secondhand on Saturday afternoon, he noted, "We still have 10 minutes before Myone's portkey activates. You think we should grab anything else?" "May as well. We won't have a second chance, after all." After a short time filled with silent summoning, Harry asked, should we have tried to help the Greengrasses elf like we did Rookwood's? I don't think it would have worked. It takes a lot of abuse for a house elf to want to leave her family like Dobby and Floppy did. Most of the actual Death Eaters elves would appreciate freedom, but the less fanatical supremacists. Their elves would probably prefer the danger they know to the one they don't. Luna sighed and kicked a small table in front of her. Hermione may have chosen the wrong way to go about it, but I can't deny that her heart was in the right place. Once everything that looked even remotely interesting was in their possession, the duo moved to the door. They glanced outside quickly to verify that the street was still empty, then aimed their wands at one corner. Incendio ingens. Differator 30 minutes. They closed the door behind them and raced down the empty streets, reaching their second destination just in time to see Hermione arrive, spinning like a top through the wards they had demolished earlier in the evening. She staggered to her feet and ripped her mask off her face to take deeper breaths than the unobtrusive slits along the fox's smile would allow. After pushing her nausea down, she glared at her girlfriend. That was truly awful. From now on, please leave the portkey making to Harry. Fine. The pouted for a moment, not that they could see it through her own mask. You could at least say you appreciate where it brought you. The bookworm finally took note of her surroundings, and her mouth dropped open. Oh, wow. Are we where I think we are? We are, indeed. In the distance, a bell tolled midnight. Harry walked up to Hermione while removing his own mask and wrapped one arm around her waist. A soft key prompted a smile. Happy birthday, Hermione. Happy birthday, Luna echoed, her arms suddenly joining his in wrapping around their mutual lover. Do you like your present? She hummed as she pulled out of the embrace. It's okay, but I think we can make it better. Silencio. Confringo. A heavy desk exploded and would have peppered them with shrapnel if it weren't for Harry's reflexive shield charm. Would a little warning have been too much to ask for? Besides, there are safer ways to demolish this place, he chastised lightly. A twitch of his wand shattered a cheap chair upon its impact with the ceiling. See, not nearly as dangerous, not as much fun, either. Luna fiddled with her ebony stick for a moment, then jabbed it at a pair of tables. Bucking wildly, the now animated furniture raced at each other. It took a few collisions to demolish them properly, but the amusement in watching them stagger about like concussed cows between their runs made up for the delay. The trio made their way through the building, smashing, blasting, burning, and crushing every object they encountered. By unspoken agreement, they refused to pocket anything unless it was obscenely expensive, such as the diamond paperweight found in the most opulent of the offices. It was a sudden muffled whump, the conflagration Harry had conjured surging into existence now that Luna's delay charm had run its course, that dragged their attention back to the outside world. They glanced about at the destruction they had caused before turning to her companions. It needs something, some little detail to wrap it all up. I'm just not sure what. He pondered for a moment before inspiration struck. How much do we want to brass off Snakeface and his lackeys? Hermione's raised eyebrow and the hands on his lover's hips gave him all the answer he needed. We'll need to move quick, because this will definitely be noticed. The girls nodded and twisted to prepare for apparition. After setting alight the kindling they had created, he pointed his acacia wand at the ceiling and shouted, Reducto. Mors Mordra. 3 cracks signaled their departure. All they left behind was chaos and emerald sparks forming a snake-tongued skull in the sky. Harry looked up at Hermione's muttering. What was that? She sighed, her eyes still focused on the Parliament of Owls floating overhead. Considering it was lunch being served at the moment rather than breakfast, such an sight was an odd event indeed. I said, this is without a doubt the most unique birthday present you two have ever given me. What about the 20-foot-tall peanut butter and chocolate bunny statue we made you? I'll admit that one was different, she told the sitting on Harry's other side, and tasty, too, but it just isn't the same as wrecking a million or so galleon business and blaming it on a terrorist group that is doing their best to stay hidden from the public eye. It was at that moment that Neville rushed up to their seats at the Gryffindor table, puffing as he tried to catch the breath lost during his sudden sprint. Did you hear? Hear what? Luna asked, not a hint of guile appearing on her face. Death Eaters. They burned down the Daily Prophet office last night. Hermione let out a fairly credible gasp of surprise, and Luna ducked her head, but not before Harry glimpsed the faint grin she was hiding. smiling in the wake of what the rest of the country honestly believed was an actual attack by Voldemort's forces was sure to create suspicions that they would rather not deal with just now. Quietly clearing his throat, he inquired, "Are they sure?" "According to my gran, it was definitely the dark mark floating over the building," the young lion replied, waving the letter clenched tightly in his hand. "She said that it was probably in retaliation for denying that you know who was back. They were never shy about who they killed or what they destroyed last time. The ministry's facing serious backlash from this since, you know, they spent the entire summer covering it up and calling you a liar." That's terrible. I need to tell my parents right away," Hermione finally managed. She rose and fled the room, Harry and Luna nipping at her heels. She eventually stopped in an empty room on the 4th floor immediately off the stairwell, placing it just a few minutes' walk from McGonagall's classroom for the 5th years and Binz's room for Luna. The brunette locked the door and cast a quick silencing charm over it before laughter spilled unimpeded from her mouth. A minute later, finally calm again, she explained, Sorry. I just couldn't sit there any longer with a straight face while Fudge and Umbridge's plans went up in smoke like that. I mean, 3 months of libel to destroy your reputation, and it took one spell to turn the tables on them." Luna's smile faded away, replaced by a sharp frown. "Oh, bloody hell. What? I just realized that we've also completely cocked up our own plan. This is as bad for Fudge as when he and the other department heads saw Voldemort after we broke into the ministry. If he gets ousted like last time and Scrimgeour takes his place, we'll be in serious trouble. Even minor crimes were enough for suspicion of being a Death Eater and therefore spending time in Azkaban. I don't think we'll have to worry about that, necessarily," Harry answered slowly, calling forth his memories of the summer in question. "I may be totally wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure he only got the job because Madame Bones, his boss at the time and now, was assassinated. She's still alive, and while I've only met her the once, she didn't have that whole, slimy politician, feel like Fudge and Scrimgeour do. If she does get offered the job, I suspect she'll turn it down, and I doubt Mr. Chuck M. All in Azkaban would immediately be considered after that. I have no idea who will take his place, though, and that's assuming that Fudge even loses his position. It all comes down to Dumbledore." "What?" both Harry and Luna asked. "I thought it was obvious," said the brunette with a shrug. "The old man lost his international post and his position as chief warlock, but his real power base always came from being the headmaster of Hogwarts. Last time, Fudge ran him out and replaced him with the Toad, but thanks to our meddling, that didn't happen. His pride is intact. Will he get rid of Fudge or keep him around as a known quantity? Also, Voldemort wasn't spotted in the heart of the ministry, so the powers that be, whoever they are, might not be as frightened as they were. How closely they'll follow Dumbledore's recommendations about what to do next is impossible to predict. What we do know for sure is that we helped Dumbledore out when we needed him overwhelmed and preoccupied. He is going to be busy in the short term, but in the long term, he'll come out stronger than he was in the old timeline. We got too clever for our own good and cursed ourselves in the collective foot." Harry sighed and paced for a minute, thoughts whirling furiously through his head. At last he said, "All right, we'll just have to be even more careful what we do in the castle. I know we were tossing around the idea of offing Umbridge, but that plan will have to be shelved for the time being unless Dumbledore gives her the boot." Both girls groaned. "I know, I don't like having her around longer than absolutely necessary either, but the farther from Hogwarts we can keep his attention, the better position we'll be in. We might have to manufacture some Death Eater attacks if they won't cooperate, just to make sure he's too busy to pay us much mind. Attack the Black Gates so Sauron won't notice the two hobbits scurrying unseen through his lands," Hermione joked. "Exactly. This situation isn't as bad as we're making it out to be, or at least it won't be so long as we play it smart. Let's keep our heads down for the next few weeks, see which way the wind is blowing, before we make our next move. Assuming Fudge is tossed out on his ear, I say we rob his home, first weekend in October," he suggested. The girls both nodded. That bit of business settled, Luna grinned. "So, now that we've got the boring stuff out of the way, pressy time." She pulled a small but brightly colored item from her bag and set it on the floor. A wave of her wand enlarged it until it stood 6 feet tall. "This is your major gift from the both of us." "Oh, you shouldn't have," the brunette said in a mockingly high voice, though her smile revealed her amusement. She stepped closer to rip the wrapping paper from the mystery object. It will be hard to top letting me trash the profit offices, seriously. You're giving me something I need to fix before I can do anything with it. You better have kept the receipt. I want to return this at the first opportunity. Sorry, love, but that's just not possible. I'm afraid the shop we found it in kind of burned to the ground last night, Harry replied. Hermione nodded. So that's what that noise was. She looked over the black and gold cabinet critically. Vanishing cabinets were rather uncommon artifacts, and since the trio had been in the general area the previous night and already had access to the matching unit, her lovers felt it foolish to leave it where the Death Eaters could get their grubby paws on it. Reducing Borgin and Burks to ash in the process was just gratis. Don't complain, Luna chastised playfully. All it needs is a couple hours work, and then you'll be able to visit your parents whenever you want without worrying about sneaking out of the wards. I'll even help with the repairs. You better, replied Hermione. She gave her girlfriend a swift key in thanks, then repeated the favor for her boyfriend. Shrinking it and summoning it into her bag, she said, lunch is ending soon. If we want to avoid suspicion, we'll need to act like perfect angels for a while, and that includes being on time to our classes. Harry rolled his eyes. Probably a good thing Snape's deader than a doornail, then. In Hogwarts, finding bullies was not an overly difficult task. Perhaps because of the stone halls, acoustics, perhaps because of the broths, abundance in this corner of Scotland, perhaps because magic was just strange like that, their jeers would echo throughout the building, allowing them to be stalked from half a castle away. The time traveler rounded a corner, ebony wand out and tapping against her thigh in readiness for some fast cursing. Luna despised bullies. Sure enough, there were 3 girls laughing and shoving a fourth against a wall. One of them taunted, "Still think you're too good for us, huh? Think you're so special." She whipped out her wand and caught their victim with a stinging hex. Well, let me remind you of something. You're poor now. You're nothing. You should have come back to us on your hands and knees, and maybe we'd have ignored you after letting some of the older boys have their fun with you. But no, you didn't. You pretended everything was still the way it used to be. Well, Greengrass, it's time to teach you a lesson. That line told Luna exactly who they were talking to, and her anger flared even higher. With a nonverbal incantation and a simultaneous flick of her wand, the bullies found themselves with empty hands as their foci flew past her and down the empty corridor. A couple of lessons, actually, which you need to learn as well. First, never get too comfortable with your level of skill. There is always someone better. Second, there are people in this school who may not have a prefect's badge but will still put a stop to disgusting displays like this one. Now, this little party is over, move along before I decided to do some bullying of my own. We'll be done when we're done, not when. The ringleader's diatribe was cut off as a jet of yellow light slammed into her belly. Her mouth opened again, but it was solely to allow a torrent of slugs to pour forth. Her cronies grabbed her arms and began hauling her away. One of them turned back and shouted, "You'll be sorry. We'll make you pay for this." Sure. Snape's not here to protect you anymore, and I can take all of you on in my sleep." Swallowing the rest of her mutterings, Luna stepped closer to the fallen child and knelt beside her. "You all right, kiddo?" Astoria Greengrass looked up at her savior in confusion and not a little residual panic. Why would you help me?" There are many possible answers to that question, the simplest of which is that I hate bullies, having been their play toy myself for far too long. "Come on, up you get." She helped her fellow to her feet and began walking, her hand never releasing its gentle grasp on Astoria's own. "How long have they been treating you like this? They've never acted like that before." Luna turned her head to look at the younger girl with one eye. "You see the blue trim on my robes? I'm a Ravenclaw, don't treat me like an idiot. Physical intimidation doesn't just come out of nowhere, at least not with us girls, and there's much more to bullying than just hexing people. Try again." They traveled down several corridors before Astoria spoke again. "Since last weekend, they've never liked me much because I wouldn't join in their fun with our yearmates in other houses, but they didn't move beyond insulting me behind my back until my family was robbed." Her gut twisted uncomfortably. "Fun, huh? You mean they didn't like that you're not a blood purist?" she asked rhetorically, carefully not looking at the girl whose life she and her lovers had knowingly made difficult. "How did you know that?" Astoria gasped, feet grinding to a halt. Wasn't hard. Ravenclaws are jeered at for disagreeing with what's written in books, Gryffindors for not charging recklessly into danger, and Hufflepuffs for being introverted or self-sufficient. Why wouldn't Slytherins be ridiculed for daring to have a sense of decency? She tugged the stupefied girl back into motion, traversing halls and stairs until they stopped in front of a painting depicting a bowl of fruit. Know where we are, Astoria. The isolated snake spluttered at the uninvited informality for a moment before responding, no. Should I? Probably not. Can you keep a secret? At the other teen's hesitant nod and the tiny beginnings of a smile, she grinned back and reached out a hand. One tickled pair later and the frame rotated inwards, granting the two passage. Welcome to the Hogwarts kitchens. As if by, well, magic, 20 house elves appeared in front of them. Missy Lovegoody. Can Wes be helping you? The lead one asked. Luna looked over Astoria and nodded to herself. Some hot cocoa, I think, and maybe a few biscuits if there are any available. The pair were rapidly seated at the table set up for this precise purpose and handed their refreshments. As was becoming common, several minutes of silence followed. So, the house elves know you by name. Do you come here often or something? She smiled at the cliched pickup line, even though she knew that was not how the younger meant it. I started visiting late in my first year. It gave me some time away from my housemates, where I didn't have to worry about embarrassing spells hitting me from behind or having my belongings mysteriously disappear. If I hadn't had this place of peace, I think I would have snapped and either gone on a murderous rampage or withdrawn so far into myself that no one could get me out. The latter of which came far too close to reality for comfort. Hogwarts was a sanctuary for me, too, even if it was confusing at first, Astoria admitted finally. My family is all about proper composure and blood purity and reclaiming our world from the Muggleborn infestation. Mother and father are, like statues or something, never happy or anything like that. The only emotion they ever showed was disapproval when I acted out. Until I came here, I thought that was how everyone behaved, that I was just some kind of freak, so imagine my surprise when I found out that wasn't the case. Other kids get to have fun with their friends and not worry about keeping up a mask all the time. I want that, but I can't seem to find it. That's because you've been looking in all the wrong places, Luna replied gently. You need people who understand where you're coming from, even if they aren't necessarily from the exact same place. Take me, for instance. Until this year, I was just that crazy girl who believed in a bunch of imaginary creatures and wandered about in a daze all the time. But you're not anymore. Everyone's at least heard about your snurlaugh, if not seen it. Snurkack. My point, though, is that I know what it's like to be ostracized for no good reason. Harry and Hermione, my lovers, my life, best friends, would understand, too. Harry. Astoria asked quietly, a blush staining her cheeks pink. You don't mean Harry Potter, do you? Luna laughed in her mind. Oh, somebody's got a crush. Makes sense. For a girl from a supremacist family, he's the ultimate boy her parents would never let her date. Too bad for her, he's well and truly taken. Choosing to ignore the obvious puppy love, she replied, well, I'm certainly not talking about Harry Hartwell, the first year, Claw. Is it so hard to imagine he would be able to relate to you? But he's the boy who lived. She nodded solemnly. Yes, some days he's the vanquisher of Voldemort. She let the younger girl get her squeak out of the way before she continued. On others, he's a Dark Lord in training. He's the golden boy of Gryffindor, he's a Parselmouth. He won the Triwizard tournament, but everyone and their mother was convinced he cheated to get in. And just yesterday, he was either deluded or an attention-addicted liar, but as soon as the dark mark was seen in the sky, he was the lone light in the darkness. He once told me that public opinion was like a coin flip. He's loved when it comes up heads and hated when it lands on tails. Don't you think he would understand what you mean when you talk about how your house and your family act like there is something wrong with you, even though you did nothing to deserve it? Oh. Astoria looked down at her lap in embarrassment. But we're rather far afield from what I brought you here to discuss. How much danger do you think the Slytherin dorms pose to you right now? The green-trimmed girl sighed, her resignation obvious. Why are you so interested? Didn't I just tell you that? I'd like to be your friend. If you'll have me. She smiled softly at Astoria's wide eyes. And do you want to know one good thing about friends? They'll do whatever they can to help you out of bad situations. Harry certainly had tried to do that for her. Considering how it was her and her lover's actions that had caused Astoria's problems, it was only right that they helped put a stop to them. It could be worse, I guess. It started off as just more insults, nothing I can't handle, but some of my essays disappeared this morning, and then Roberson and her dogs just now. I'm scared about how the house will treat me in a few weeks if it's like this already. What has Pants been doing? I'd have expected her to lay into anyone causing trouble with one of her volumes of Annals of Wizarding Genealogy. Half a stone of parchment and binding should have straightened most of your housemates out. As the lone Slytherin alumna on campus, the crotchety librarian had been obligated to take the reins of her old house, at least temporarily. Obviously she was not the best choice for the permanent position. She comes down once every 3 days, right after dinner. It's a free-for-all otherwise, with the prefects and Quidditch team being the worst out of everybody. And knowing Snape, of course the positions of authority all went to the biggest bigots. Malfoy was evidence enough on that one. A thought taking root in her mind, Luna said, "Well, we have about an hour until 4th period. It's not much, but I can teach you some good charms for protecting your belongings from would-be thieves. Protecting your person, on the other hand, that will be a little more difficult. Do you already know any basic dueling spells, by chance? Protega, Stupefy, Locomotor Mortis, basic things like that," Astoria answered. "My father taught me and David when we were younger. That should be enough for the next few days. Let me talk to a couple of people, and we'll see what we can do about the long term. So, here's how you cast the ankle noose hex. I'll show you how to turn it into a paling, a sort of temporary ward, once you've got it down." The thump of glass inkwell on wood drew Hermione's eyes from her book. "What do you want now, Ron?" "I need help with my essay," he answered, dropping a roll of parchment onto the table. "McGonagall said it has to be done by tomorrow, or I'm going to get AT for it." She blinked in surprise. "What essay?" "McGonagall didn't assign any homework on Tuesday." Effects of latent attributes on inanimate conjuration, he read from the top of the parchment. "Ron, that was due last Friday. Are you seriously saying that even after missing the deadline and being given an extra week to work on it, you're still not done?" "Well, no. I've been busy with, prefect stuff." "You mean playing chess with Seamus and ogling Lavender's tits," she corrected sternly. The other occupants of the common room grew quiet. Said girl was not present, though knowing the Hogwarts rumor mill, she and the rest of the school were sure to hear about this in short order. "Why should I spend my time helping you when you're perfectly content wasting your own?" "Because if you don't help me, I'm going to fail," he replied, the barest hint of a smirk on his lips. In the previous timeline, he had used almost the exact same excuse, and she had predictably caved. Come to think of it, that wasn't the first or last time he pulled that trick, either. What a fool I was. Of course, there were major differences between then and now. First, she was not the lonely 16-year-old who considered grades to be the end-all and be-all of life. Second, Harry, who had always been a better friend to her than Ron ever dreamed of being, wasn't with the redhead asking for her help in that hangdog way he had possessed as a teen. That had always tugged on her heartstrings, and she was rather glad that he hadn't taken it back up now that they were in the past. There was no telling what he would be able to convince her to do. Third, she still had a bit of an axe to grind with the youngest Weasley boy. Okay. She lifted her book and resumed reading. She had finished 2 pages and was halfway through a third before he seemed to figure out her message. "Hermione, I'm serious. I need you to help me." "Oh, I am just as serious, Ron. You had your shot at getting my assistance, and you squandered it. Don't come crawling to me now because you're too immature to keep track of when your assignments are due." "But you always work on my essays for me," he cried. "I did," she admitted, much to my shame. "Like a mother coddling a whiny brat, I gave you whatever you demanded just to shut you up, but now it's time for you to stand on your own 2 feet. You're 15, if doing your own work in preparation for the owls is too much for you, you don't deserve to be here. You want me to fail." She shook her head though she knew it was a half-truth at best. She didn't care if he passed or failed. What she wanted was him to be far, far away, no longer a possible future threat to her or the ones she cared about. "No, I want you to take responsibility for your own actions. It's something my mother told me this summer. I won't always be by your side, especially not with how you've been treating Harry and me lately. I have many things that I would much prefer to do than drag an inconstant friend through 3 more years of school just because he doesn't care enough about it to put in the effort himself. Well, no more, I wash my hands of you. Huh, you're no longer my problem, she explained shortly. Find someone else to bother, fail, or grow up. I don't give a damn which. He snarled and stomped off. Out of curiosity, she unrolled the parchment and glanced at what he had done so far. That utter prat. This is so like him. He hasn't done a bloody thing. What did he expect, that I would just let him copy my essay so he could continue coasting through? This won't be the last time he pulls this stunt, either, not when he's too lazy to even try, she thought, seething. But his biggest problem was always that he expected things to be handed to him. Homework, Quidditch, head boy, Triwizard champion, me, it didn't matter. If he wanted it, he thought it was owed him. He's not willing to put the work in to earn it, and no one ever did anything to disabuse him of that notion. It's time he learned that he's no more entitled than anyone else, and less so than most people. Harry, sitting across the common room from his lover, turned back to his herbology assignment now that confrontation between the two was over. Why were we ever friends with that leech? Oh, that's right, we both had childhoods so starved of companionship that like beaten puppies we latched onto the first person to show us the least bit of affection. Throw in how we're both introverts, and what reason did we have for expanding our circle to include other, better people? He shook his head. That had been one benefit of the DA, he had finally gotten to know people he had been in classes with for 4 years who he had never spoken to before then. And it was only then that they realized that I had never meant to snub them. I wonder how much of the denigration I suffered those first few years was the result of everyone else in the castle thinking I was some self-absorbed git who was too busy looking down my nose at them to give them the time of day. Oh, well, funnily enough, it's only now that I know what the problem is that I am intentionally ignoring them. Just like the general population, the majority of students are cowards who would rather be ruled by a madman than risk anything resisting him. I have no reason to waste my time with such contemptible sheep. Now, where was I? He glanced over his writing, barely withholding a sigh. Sprout, fair-minded Hufflepuff that she was, had added a potions component to her lessons, detailing how certain plants would react in brews and how to prepare them. It was fresh, interesting, and much more informative than Snape had ever been, but that new material also made its way into the essays she wanted them to write. Of all his classes, this was the one he could not simply copy down his papers from the previous timeline. The jury was still out on whether it would change back to normal when Dumbledore found a replacement potions professor. Actually, I hope the old man convinces Slughorn to return. Not only was the walrus a half-decent teacher, he deserves some karmic retribution. If that greedy bastard hadn't spilled everything he knew about Horcruxes to a teenage psychopath, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. I doubt that was the first or last such discussion between them, either. How much special attention did Voldemort receive from the head of Slytherin in return for boxes of candied pineapple? Shaking those thoughts away before they appeared on his face, he reread the previous paragraphs, and an idea unfurled as he took in what he had written about Jasmine. That's perfect. I'll get Dobby, no, better be Winky. Dobby would be guaranteed to go overboard, to make just a little adjustment to Molly's potion ingredients. A few ounces should do the trick. If she's different in this timeline in that respect, it won't affect her whatsoever, but if she's not, well, she'll deserve it then, won't she? Waking up from a raunchy dream involving 2 ladies, a hot tub, and enough whipped cream to drown a whale to an all-boys dorm was bad enough in Harry's opinion. Having the first thing he saw being Peeves's face was just adding insult to injury. Ah! He screamed, batting the fairy away. It took a couple of breaths to slow his pulse from one a frightened rabbit would envy. Peeves, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing? Do you know what today is? The semi-corporeal prankster asked, ignoring Harry's discomfort entirely. Saturday. It's the autumnal equinox. Peeves loomed and leered. You have an audience with Her Highness at noon, and you will not miss it. Harry looked askance at their guide. This isn't some trick, is it? Peevesy doesn't joke about Her Highness, the supposed poltergeist snapped back. This will lead you to her. Glowering, the Phi zipped away through the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. Can't blame me for being suspicious, Harry muttered. With a sigh, he began pacing. I need a place to meet with the Fairy Queen. I need a place to meet with the Fairy Queen. I need a place to meet with the Fairy Queen. On his third pass, the door to the room of requirement melted into existence. We really need to do some research on this place. He nodded at Luna's declaration before reaching for the knob. The door opened at the merest brush of his fingertips, and what was waiting for them was not what he expected. The room created was dark, the only light coming from a few floating tapers crowned with blue flame, and the floors slanted downwards to a large dais in the middle. Upon that platform was a stone arch, unsupported by any walls, from which hung a tattered black curtain. It was a perfect recreation of the death chamber in the Department of Mysteries. All right, now I'm getting a little scared, Hermione remarked. You and me both. He descended the steep steps to the arch, his whole body tense. Why would the room make this? As if waiting for his question, a hand and arm, both more golden than any simple tan could possibly explain, slipped through one of the multitude of holes in the veil. It turned palm up before closing into a fist, the single finger still extended crooked in a clear invitation, and the arm retreated. Luna gaped for a moment. You have got to be kidding me. It makes sense. Maybe. When you destroyed the Horcrux in my scar, I did meet her, so maybe the veil is another way to her realm. Though that brought up many questions about the Queen and the Deathly Hallows that he would much rather not think about too deeply. The only question that matters right now is, do we trust her enough not to kill us when we haven't finished the very task she assigned? Especially since she hasn't done a thing to warrant us viewing her with suspicion, and even assisted us without our knowledge. Steeling his shoulders, Harry stepped purposely through the ripped fabric. There was an instant of complete sensory deprivation, and then the young man was once again greeted with a silent forest. Unlike last time, however, there was already before him a circular table made from leafy branches, looking as if it had once been a bush before being painstakingly twisted into that shape, and 4 giant mushrooms around it. He was also still wearing the clothes he had put on that morning, and a quick check found his wand in his pocket right where he had left it. Maybe it's because everything crossed over with me when I went through the veil. Shrugging those thoughts away, he settled himself on one of the mushroom seats and waited for his lovers to join him. Only a few seconds passed before they stepped through a tiny ripple in the air that he had not previously noticed, though they took a bit longer simply gawking at their surroundings before they, too, sat at the table. Harry James Potter. Hermione Jane Granger Potter. Luna Lachesis Lovegood Potter. You are most welcome here. From between the trees stepped a slender, blue-haired figure wearing the same green dress she had donned when Harry met her last. My fellow ladies, I know not if your husband has informed you, but I am Lilith, Queen of all Phi. He did tell us, Your Majesty, Luna said, standing and dropping a quick curtsy that was quickly emulated by Hermione. I fear I must correct you, though. While Harry is our lover, he is not our husband, much to our displeasure. Lilith waved away the denial as they settled themselves on the mushrooms. The laws of man mean nothing to me. The laws of the heart, however, I find most important. Yet that is neither here nor there. Do you know why I requested you join me here, my champions? The trio shook their heads. I have kept watch over you these past few months, and while I was most pleased by your actions over the summer, I begin to grow concerned. Why is it that you no longer strike against the enemy I brought you here specifically to fight? Hermione cleared her throat. We have been, Your Highness, we simply aren't fighting him directly at this exact moment. Voldemort alone is powerful but not unbeatable. Unfortunately, he is not alone, he still has his followers, and many of them are rich. At least in the human world, campaigns are not fought on idealism alone. Gold is essential to wage a war. Potions to heal wounds, bases to retreat or to contain prisoners, intelligence purchased from greedy informants, stockpiles of rations for if the government grows a backbone when the Death Eaters eventually come out in the open. All of this takes money, vast quantities of the stuff. By stealing from his supporters, we sap not only his will to attack, but also his ability to defend. Once we have completely cut off his supplies, split his supporters' attention as they struggle to regain what they have lost, and eliminated all the other properties to which he could flee, only then can we move against him without undue risk to ourselves and hope to succeed. You seek to preoccupy him until such time that you can slip inside his chambers and stab him in his sleep rather than meet him squarely on the field of battle. Lilith clarified, earning a hesitant nod from the brunette. When she put it like that, a cunning stratagem, Hermione Jane Granger Potter. I approve. As you are working from a plan, not simply acting without regards to your task, I shall allow you to continue as you have been. Do you have any questions for me before I return you to your world? I do, Harry said, thoughts of the first incarnation of his godfather rocketing to the forefront of his mind. If the Veil of Death actually leads here, to your realm, does that mean what I think it does? The Queen smiled sadly. I am afraid not, Harry James Potter. This place, pleasant as I have made it, is not the afterlife. You will not find your parents here. This veil, as you call it, is one of a pair of gates, created to facilitate communication between our races long, long ago. Its opposite, if you are curious, is the rift from which you three exited. I rarely open my side of the path, and so those who cross through it generally find themselves whisked to their ultimate destination. But when Luna hit me with the killing curse, I came here. That is because I, for lack of a better term, caught you before you could reach Death's realm, an act one could only make due to your new connection to me. Had those not existed, you likely would have found yourself in your mother's embrace until the Anchor Tom Marvolo riddle forged for you dragged you back to the land of the living. The elfin woman smirked. That you died, and did not Greek death left him much perturbed. Long has it been since he threw a tantrum as he did following your escape. Harry's face fell. Oh, so when Sirius fell through the veil. Your godfather was one of the few I was willing to greet, knowing of his mischievousness and the value he held in the eyes of a child of prophecy, but he chose not to enter here. He was far too eager for his reunion with your parents. How would you even know that? Luna demanded sharply. The reached over and tangled her fingers with his own in a much appreciated if unnecessary offer of comfort. The Queen was referring to Sirius looking on the bright side of his new circumstances, not implying that he possessed suicidal tendencies when he joined the Order in their flight to the Ministry. At least, that was how Harry was choosing to interpret it, whether or not it was her actual intent. Lilith looked Luna over with faint disapproval. For all your wisdom, Luna Lachesis Lovegood Potter, I advise you to watch your tone. I shall only tolerate so much disrespect, no matter that it is love and empathy rather than arrogance stirring your tongue. As for how I know, it is because I invited the Sirius Orion Black of your former timeline to come in and speak with me. He asked very nearly the same thing Harry James Potter did, and when I answered no, he thanked me for the offer before stating that he must move on. Wait, so you still remember what happened, will have happened, in the future? If that's the case, why did you need to ask us about our plan when you already know what it was and how it turned out? Hermione frowned in confusion. Unless the timelines move at different rates and so you don't know what will happen. But then why do the stories say that Phi can see the future? You truly are a pack of questions. Laughed the Queen, her lingering displeasure apparently wiped away by Hermione's curiosity. No, the timelines are equal in their paces. Santa Claus simply carried you to the point in time I had previously chosen based on the power available to me when he approached you that day. No, the reason I asked was that the effort of bringing you here and replacing the memories in those bodies with your older selves shattered the future of this timeline. Even now it reassembles itself, but it will take years for the numerous contradictions of possibility to be resolved. I know what you will do no more than you yourselves, perhaps even less. She smiled brightly and chirped, I have not had this much fun in centuries. The time-traveling trio was, understandably, dumbfounded. Alas, my strength wanes, not even one such as I can bridge the gates between the worlds for long. Unless you wish to risk being swept to the afterlife, you must return now. The distortion in the otherwise empty air warped further at Lilith's words in clear invitation. Harry gestured for his lovers to precede him back to Earth. Before he stepped through the portal himself, though, he turned to the Phi Queen. We only recently discovered that Peeves and others of his kind have been watching out for us. They are wonderful allies, without whom we would surely have failed in our goals. And that's about as close as I can get to thanking her for ordering them to help us without actually thanking her. She seemed to understand his meaning, though, for she nodded gracefully. I am glad you appreciate my children's aid. Regardless of Peeves's less than courteous language, do not think that he does not enjoy his new duties. Now, go with my blessings. Bowing, Harry passed back into the timestream. I am surprised you allow those humans such leniency, Mother. Lilith turned to the nude, golden woman who chose that moment to exit the trees. Even that warrior you offered yourself to so long ago suffered for spurning you, and compared to the discourtesy they showed you just now, knowing full well who you are, his folly was minor indeed. That it was, my child of the summer sun, but Satanta was not my champion. Those three are, and as such I am willing to grant them some mercy for small mistakes made in ignorance. Do not take this to mean I shall show them unlimited patience. Even the hound, brute that he was, understood not to make the same mistake twice. It was the whisper that tipped Harry off. On the stairwell, the noise of moving stone could get loud enough that words spoken in a low tone were easily lost in the background, but a high-pitched voice half screeching, "Go and get them, you morons," was a bit more difficult to hide. So, when Crabbe and Goyle stepped onto the stairs, beater bats in hand, two stunners from Harry's lovers were already flashing towards them. Malfoy Sr. would be so disappointed if he found out about this, he noted to himself as Draco Malfoy swaggered out of a shadowed alcove only to stop in surprise at his downed bookends. Lucius, at least, is a real challenge. That was pitiful, even for you, Harry remarked, pulling Malfoy's attention to him. Did you honestly expect those two to be able to reach us before we drew our wands and hexed them? Especially with you practically screaming your plan for the whole school to hear. Malfoy swelled with embarrassment and rage. It doesn't matter. I'll get you for what you did to Severus. A third stunner, this time from the raven-haired boy himself, hit the pureblood. Why in Merlin's name did I waste so much time fighting with him when we were in school together? Well, so much for a revenge attempt, Luna said finally. There really was little else that could be said, the whole confrontation was anticlimactic at best. So, should we just leave them there? Hermione huffed. And let him get away from us when we have the perfect opportunity to cause him all sorts of problems? Not a chance. Ron may not be an enemy at this exact point in time, but Malfoy was endorsing outright genocide when he was all of 12 years old. There's just no hope for people like that to change for the better, no matter what nonsense Dumbledore spouts off. So what do you want us to do with him? I don't know, I thought you might have a suggestion or two. I have an idea, Harry interrupted, causing both girls to look at him. While the dire misfortune curse would probably find its way onto Malfoy sooner or later, he wanted to learn just how much the blonde bullied students who weren't named Potter first. A cruel smile grew as he remembered all the poetic justice Dudley had suffered from the jinx he had laid on the baby whale, a spell that caused Dudley to endure all the pain and bruises he inflicted on his victims. Half on his wand, half on the entrance to the Slytherin dorms. With strange hexes and curses now part of the equation, I wonder how this is going to work. Oh well, only one way to find out. Libera Peña ad eorum. Fudge resigns in disgrace. Chief Warlock Acting Minister. It is with great sorrow that I formally resign my position, announced former Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge yesterday afternoon. Britain needs a steady hand at the tiller in these stormy times, and I must now yield the wheel to someone who will be more capable than I feel I can be. I want to thank every British wizard and witch for all the support they gave my office over the past 6 years. What remained unsaid was that the reason for former Minister Fudge's resignation was his refusal to send orders to arrest the person or persons responsible for casting the dark mark above Diagon Alley last week, a decision that sparked massive outrage all throughout the country. Many of our readers will recall that this spell was the calling card of you-know-who and his Death Eaters during the last war, marking the locations of their violent raids. The hole in our government will not remain empty for long. Even as this article is being written, candidates are putting their names forward to be elected the new Minister of Magic. As the voting is currently being organized with an election tentatively scheduled in the early spring, the position will be held in the interim by the current Chief Warlock, Alexander Callahan. I look forward to the changes Chief Warlock Callahan's administration will assuredly make, said Mr. Lucius Malfoy of Wiltshire. I have known him for many years now, and he is a courageous man with a strong love for our society. There are no doubts in my mind that under his leadership, the fearmongers who incited such panic using the dark mark will soon be brought to justice. Editor's note: we at the Sunday Prophet wish to thank our sister publication, Teen Witch Weekly, for for graciously allowing us to use their printing presses until such time as we can replace those destroyed in the Diagon Alley attack. In London, several government officials clinked glasses together with members of high society, happy that the public outcry had been silenced, allowing them to resume business as usual. In Wiltshire, a wizard who resembled a snake more than a man folded his paper with satisfaction, a potential threat to his plans neutralized. For all his other faults, Lucius had a talent for placing patsies where they would do the most good. In a castle in the Scottish Highlands, an old man prepared for his meeting with the wizard who replaced him as chief warlock, confident that he could convince even an ally of Lucius Malfoy to see sense and fight against the dark. After all, surely the successor to one such as he could understand the importance of the greater good. And in Nottinghamshire, 3 individuals who resembled nothing more than ordinary teenagers threw their own copy of the article away, disgusted that their attempt to stir the British magicals to action had been so blatantly ignored. They would have to try harder next time. A flat ringing drew Luna away from her enjoyment of the warmth suffusing her. Lifting her wand, she aimed in the general direction of the alarm and finitated it. She muttered, "We need to get going. Is it, huff, that, huff, time, already why. The tail end of Hermione's question was lost in a squeal of ecstasy as her legs squeezed Harry's head harder. The rolled her eyes as she staggered out of the large bed, pausing a moment to lightly swat her boyfriend's bare beeps. There are days I wonder if the real reason Parselmouths are reviled in Britain is because they are such better lovers than normal wizards. Come on, you two. We have things to do and people to see. Harry lifted his head and beaked his lips. Are you sure we can't just stay here and switch the two around? You promised, love, she replied, looking pitifully at him. He cringed at her puppy dog eyes. When I explained how I wanted to help Astoria, you said you'd do it so long as we kept the numbers small and didn't invite any traitors. We did, they weren't, so unless you want to teach them here again with us still being BPD, you need to get dressed so we can join them. He sighed before crawling off the bed and looking about the room for the rest of his clothes. Astoria, do you remember when I mentioned talking with a few people about how you could defend yourself from the other Slytherins? If you're still willing to trust me on this, come to the 3rd floor corridor, right-hand side, on the 30th at 10 o'clock. I promise it will be worth your while. Luna. The aforementioned snake glanced up from the stiff square of parchment to double-check her surroundings for what seemed like the 20th time in the past 5 minutes alone. She was still confused as to how the invitation had made its way onto her dorm mirror a few days previously, as well as being somewhat wary that the whole thing was a joke at her expense. Even so, she desperately wanted this to be real. She could not remember anyone, not even her half-blood housemate Tracy Davis, behaving as genuinely friendly towards her as Lovegood had. If only she was not just standing there, feeling like an idiot and hearing echoes of her parents' condemnation for her pointless optimism. No, it's only 5 till. There's plenty of time for her to show up. Loud footsteps sounded through the corridor, and Astoria looked up in hope that it was her acquaintance finally appearing. No such luck. Unfortunately, the person who came down the hallway was a smallish boy, likely a fellow 3rd year or maybe a 4th, with mousy brown hair and trimmings on his robes. He stopped and flushed when he spotted her. Hi. I didn't realize anyone else was supposed to be here. Guess I'll just be going, then. She moved to wave him away when she noticed the corner of a piece of parchment sticking out from one pocket. You received an invitation from Lovegood, too? She asked nonchalantly, leaning against the nearest wall. The best way to deter lions from attacking was to not look like prey, and aloof confidence was crucial to that defense. The boy squirmed at her stare. And there's prey if I ever saw it. No, mine's from Harry. Harry Potter. She did her best not to blush at the meaning of that little tidbit. It likely wouldn't just be Lovegood here, but Granger and Potter as well. The conversation she had had with the Ravenclaw made the so-called Golden Gryffindor seem downright approachable, and the minor crush she had for the messy-haired seeker had only increased since then. I'm Colin. She looked up at him, and his own cheeks reddened further. Colin Creevey. Astoria Greengrass, she replied softly. Telling Creevey to call her by her given name crossed her mind, but she quickly banished the thought. No matter how lonely she was, she refused to be one of those people who made friends at the first meeting. Dull laughter came from the stairs now, and yet another lion entered, this one older with blonde hair and the last traces of baby fat on his face, followed by a pair of badgers. He glanced at the younger students, a hesitant smile appearing when he realized the two were not in the middle of some house-based spat. "Oh, sorry for intruding. We were supposed to meet some people here. Potter, Granger, or Lovegood." It wasn't a question, though Astoria was wondering what was going on. So much for her expectation of meeting Lovegood and maybe the Ravenclaw's friends, but on the brighter side, at least she knew this was not just a cruel prank, not when Granger and Potter had involved two others of their own house. She heard a door creaking behind her, and calmly turning to look she immediately found a head of disheveled dark hair poking out. "You're all early." "Excellent," Potter said as he drew the door completely open. "Come on in, I'm sure you're curious about why you were invited here today." Finally, some answers, the lone Slytherin thought as she walked into the space where Potter had been hiding. She quirked one brow in confusion. Since when has Hogwarts had a dueling room? This was obviously not an active classroom and had not been for many decades. There were no desks, and the wheeled blackboard was dusty from neglect. Also unusual for normal classes were the dueling mannequins stationed along the walls. A table, bare but for a sheet of parchment and a quill, stood over what could only be a trapdoor. Rather than chairs, 5 cushions were laid out on the floor in an arc while another 3, 2 of which were in use, were a few feet away towards the middle of the partial circle. "Sign your names and have a seat. It's just to make sure you are who you look like, nothing major," Potter said simply with a wave at the table beside him. Once they were all situated on the unoccupied cushions, he continued, "All of you are probably wondering why we called you here today, yes? There are a couple of reasons, but the most important and most relevant is that Umbridge has not been teaching us anything related to defense, nor does she ever intend to do so. She and the former minister earnestly believe that Dumbledore is building some sort of ragtag army of students with which to overthrow the ministry, and so think that the best way to counter that plan is to leave us ignorant and defenseless. While that mindset is a problem in and of itself, when combined with, let us say, the current circumstances, being unable to defend ourselves becomes downright dangerous." "You're talking about you-know-who coming back at the end of last year," commented the vaguely familiar male Hufflepuff in a low voice. Astoria squinted and finally placed the resemblance. "He looks like one of my father's old business associates, Michael Macmillan. A son, probably. But I thought the prophet said that the Dark Mark was just a cruel prank. Or looking at it another way, the ministry has invested far too much time and effort into convincing the public that Harry and Dumbledore are lying or insane to change their stance now, regardless of our new, temporary minister," Lovegood suggested. "Ousting Fudge also allows them to forget or ignore the criticism that has been voiced since the prophet office was demolished without having to make any real changes in their position. Still, that is neither here nor there. Regardless of whether or not you believe us on that count, the fact remains that we need to learn defense effectively, and we clearly cannot depend on the Toad to do her job. So, we will simply have to teach ourselves. And you have a plan for that?" the older lion asked. Longbottom, Astoria realized. She had certainly seen Malfoy bully him often enough in her 3 years in Hogwarts to recognize him, but the lack of overwhelming panic had thrown her off. Granger nodded. "Indeed we do. Luna and I helped Harry prepare for the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament last year, and in doing so we learned a large variety of hexes, offensive charms, and counter curses. We also," here the brunette pulled a roll of parchment from a pocket, "submitted a request to the Wizarding Examination Authority for the spells we are expected to know for our OWL exams. The good news is that the 3 of us know everything on this list, and we are willing to teach you 5 all of it by year's end at the very latest. What about Greengrass and me? While you two, like Luna, don't have to worry about your owls just yet, it doesn't hurt to learn this now, especially with the track record for the Dada position. You might not have another chance," Potter answered Creevy. "However, if at any point you decide your time is better spent studying something else, you won't hurt our feelings by leaving." Despite the relaxed tone, Creevy visibly cringed. The lone redhead in the room, the head of the DMLE's niece, Something Bones, timidly raised her hand. Why did you only bring us in? I know several people in my house who will also want to learn this when I tell them about it." "I'm afraid you can't do that," Lovegood admitted. "We don't have the time, space, or desire to teach a large group. If you want to show them what you've learned here on your own time, kudos to you, but our names and this location have to stay out of the conversation. As for why it's you five in here, it's because we chose you specifically. Some of you have been or are currently being bullied. Astoria was glad when the Ravenclaw's eyes did not stray towards her. Some of you have had your lives put in immediate danger during your time in this school. Some of you have little to no confidence in yourselves. No matter the exact reason, we feel that you five will not disappoint us by wasting our time. Potter clapped his hands. Unless there are any other questions, we'll go ahead and get started. Everyone stand in front of the dummies we set up along the walls and cast the spell we read off the list. If you don't know it yet, don't worry, you'll learn it soon enough. 3 shadows worked silently in the night to force their way into the extravagant manor before them. Being the Minister of Magic sure doesn't pay well, does it? Harry asked sarcastically. Luna shrugged, peering at the runes of the ward pick in her left hand while a faint white light shone from the wand in her right. Sighing, she slipped it back in its sleeve and drew out another. Well, where else were the bribes he took from Malfoy supposed to go? At least we now know that he didn't blow all the money on high-priced prostitutes. Thank you for that mental image. I don't know how I could have gone the rest of my life without picturing Fudge doing the horizontal tango with a call girl. Happy to help, she replied, finally. Finding the secondary focus she had been looking for. Would you return the favor and explain to me again why we're robbing his house in the early morning rather than in the afternoons like we've been doing? 2 reasons. First, Dobby said his wife leaves the house at irregular intervals, so waiting for a decent opportunity means we won't necessarily be as prepared as we need to be. Second, you were the one who wanted to restart the DA. Even if it's only 5 of them, we still have to worry about arranging times to meet, and I have a feeling Saturdays and Sundays are going to be the most convenient days for everyone. That means either slowing down our heists, thereby giving the purebloods more chances to improve their wards, or doing them in the dark. His lover huffed and ran her chosen pick along the ward boundary, disabling the last of the manor's defenses. My own, are you still casting that stay asleep charm? Dormire, per totem noctem dormire. Done. A yellow mask turned to regard the Ravenclaw. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not the one who suggested keeping them unconscious while we robbed them blind. You're wrong, answered Luna, her tone light with laughter. Come on, let's get this over with and return to the castle. Agatha Fudge woke with a pained groan. Why is the bed so uncomfortable this morning? Cracking her eyes open, she blinked a few times before what she was seeing registered, and then she shrieked. Cornelius, get up. Huh, wah, goin' on, honey. She grabbed him by the lapels of his sleeping shirt and shook him fully awake. His jaw dropped as he took in their beautiful bedroom, or at least what used to be their beautiful bedroom. All the portraits in their golden frames, the rich velvet curtains, the mahogany dresser, her overflowing jewelry box, even the bed they had been sleeping in, everything was gone. All that was left was the blanket the 2 of them were laying upon and an ugly painting of a smiling fox head on the ceiling above them. Call the Aurors. We've been robbed. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. Any organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 24. Dolores Jean Umbridge, High Inquisitor. I didn't realize it until just now, but she's going to have a really hard time trying to enforce this one. Oh, Harry asked, turning to face Hermione. The offensive woman certainly hadn't had any issues last time. Why do you say that? Think about it. A regular meeting of 3 or more students. How often do you see students in groups of more than 2? In the halls, in the common rooms, in the library, every student would have to go up to her multiple times for her to approve them. I know that's not how she meant it to be taken, but as written. Except we both know she will interpret it however she wants, not as it's written. I'm just glad that Dumbledore's no expulsion policy will prevent her from tossing any of the students out in the short term. Even if most of them are sheep, I can only think of a few people I'd like to see suffer in the hands of that madwoman. The bigots, perchance? Hermione asked. A small smile appeared, and she asked sweetly, since Crabbe and Goyle are always together, do they count as two people or just one? Cute, but you're giving them too much credit. They're just growths Malfoy had cut off. They slipped out of the loud common room and down an empty hallway. Casting a silencing charm about them, he asked the question that had truly been burning in his mind since spotting the decree. How the hell did she know? I mean, last time it was because that veiled wizard overheard us in the Hog's Head, but not only did we not meet there, there's no way any of our current students could have told her. Do you think it's another timeline difference? The brunette grimaced. Probably not. You know how Ron and I gave you a couple of weeks last time for you to think about whether or not you were going to start the DA. Yes. Well, we decided to use that time to spread the word a little. That's why everyone was pretty much ready to join when they walked into the bar. Her eyebrows rose as a thought came to her. That's probably also why there were so many of them. I know I didn't invite all those people. Anyway, while we were doing that, I found out that some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs in the library were already planning their own little study group. It isn't quite as damning as an organization founded by the boy who lived, but it's still a direct affront to her authority. Merlin forbid anyone challenge her insanity, he griped before dispelling the charm. The walk down to the Great Hall was spent in comfortable silence, silence that was broken when they saw the large crowd gathered outside the hall's large doors. What's holding everybody up? I don't know, she replied slowly. Shouldering people out of their path, she made her way to the front of the blockage. Oddly enough, several students, mostly the ones in 4th, 5th, and 6th year, covered their mouths as if to suppress their laughter when she passed. Once she had a clear view of the Great Hall, her eyes widened and she muttered, I'll kill her. I'm seriously going to murder her. What? Who? He looked over her shoulder and gaped. Oh, her. Luna certainly had been busy the previous night, though how she changed out the house banners he hadn't a clue. The replacement that hung behind the staff table where the Hogwarts crest normally was caught his eye first, mostly because of its constantly changing colors, and he could not help but grin as he took in the words. New and unapproved clubs. Sign up today. Well, that's one way to brass the toad off. Over the Hufflepuff table was a large yellow curtain upon which ran a number of black silhouettes. Though the figures could clearly be seen passing a ball between them and avoiding two more, they did not seem to have any other idea of what to do if their frantic sprints over the fabric were any indication. The caption below the design explained it, and he noticed several nearby badgers growling as they read. Scoreless broomless Quidditch, where everyone's on equal footing. If the Hufflepuffs thought their new banner was offensive, they had nothing on the Slytherins. 3 pairs of silver boys and girls cavorted wildly on an emerald background, and from their outlines, it was obvious to all that the individuals depicted had not a stitch of clothing on between them. It was equally patent that the males liked what they saw. Naked Tango Club. Get your pure blood flowing. The had not pulled any punches with her own house, either. There was no image, but instead bronze words in a messy scrawl took up the entire strip of blue fabric. The handwriting was not exactly like Harry's, but it was close enough that he expected to be questioned about his whole role in this debacle. Remedial Reading and Writing Clinic. 1 month free. Tutoring for all new members. Promoting literacy since 1995. Reluctantly, he moved his eyes to the banner over the Gryffindor table, and suddenly the reason for the spectators' reactions to Hermione was perfectly clear. He had to choke down the guffaw that threatened to spill out, wary of further inciting her ire. For once, Luna was going to be hiding behind him today. This flag, too, was in appropriate colors for the lion's den. Over and over again, a golden individual dressed in robes and pointy hat climbed onto a set of parapets only to fall over the edge and windmill his arms in sudden panic. Glancing over the words again, Harry wondered where his most childish of lovers had misplaced her sense of self-preservation. Society for the Promotion of Leaping Off the Astronomy Tower. Take the jump, if you're brave enough. I wonder if she still has some aggression over being bullied throughout her years here that she's trying to work out of her system. If she wants aggression, I can certainly give her some, Hermione snarled in response. I'm probably about to join Luna in the doghouse, but I take that means we aren't going to be joining Splat. In his personal opinion, that jibe was totally worth the elbow to the gut it earned him. The rabid brunette stomped over to their house's table and dropped heavily beside the merry and oblivious. Do you have something to say for yourself, Luna dear? MMRPH, the younger girl answered, her cheeks bulging identically to her animagus forms. She chewed awkwardly for several seconds before swallowing the mouthful down. Offering her plate to her girlfriend, she asked in a far too innocent tone, pancakes? No, I don't want any bloody pancakes. She hissed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Not as good as Harry's, I'll admit, but they're not half bad. Harry glanced around for anything to calm Hermione down and noticed something odd. Love, is it possible for me to have anything else for breakfast? He could see jugs of pumpkin juice, bottles of syrup, platters and platters of Luna's favorite food, and that was it. Not here. You'd have to check the other tables. His eyebrows raising, he eyed the nearby Badger's table, upon which sat, appropriately, Bludger-sized balls of chocolate. The yellow-trimmed students looked just as confused as he felt over their new dining options, though some of the younger years had already gleefully started carving slices off the confections. He twisted around to check the Ravenclaws, only a few of whom seemed at all pleased with the waffles presented to them. A smile appeared as a member of the studious house lifted one shaped like the letter B, in dismay. I'm almost afraid to ask, but what do the Slytherins have to eat? Sausages. Luna's smile gained a malicious edge, and she held her thumb and index finger about an inch apart. Tiny ones. Congratulations, Luna, you have just set yourself up to be torn apart by every single person in here if they ever find out you were responsible for insulting their houses, the still seething brunette whispered before snatching a pair of cakes from a serving plate. Angrily taking a bite, she chewed for several seconds, the motion progressively slowing. These taste familiar. They should. I had the house elves mix vanilla and honey in the batter before they poured it on the griddle. Harry rolled his eyes. If you wanted me to cook for you, you could have just asked. She flushed in embarrassment. I know that, but I had to bribe them with something to get their cooperation. In return for the recipes for your pancakes and my grand's fudge balls, they made the banners I specified, hung them, and promised to deny everything if anyone asks. It was that moment that Umbridge chose to enter the hall. Harry could tell the instant the minister's undersecretary noticed the new decorations. She stopped in mid-step, her jowls quivering as her beady little eyes shot from one banner to the other. They eventually settled on the one behind the staff table, and he wondered if her head was going to burst from the blood rushing to her face. Who did this? She demanded, anger stripping away all the false sweetness normally coating her voice. Its natural sound was instead harsh and husky, and he had to admit that it suited the woman well. None answered her question. Who was it? Tell me, now. She stamped her tiny foot on the stone floor and declared, whoever made these blasted things, if you don't answer for your actions, I'm going to start expelling people until you do. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, my dear, Dumbledore replied calmly as he entered the hall flanked by McGonagall and Sprout. After all, this is just a harmless little prank. Prank. This is an insult to my duly assigned position. The headmaster glanced at the students unabashedly listening to their burgeoning argument. Perhaps this discussion would be better suited to my office. Oh, no you don't, you old coot. You aren't going to pacify her just when she's started digging her own grave. Surreptitiously drawing his acacia wand out of his sleeve, Harry aimed the pale stick at Umbridge and mentally incanted, Compulso. The spell that rocketed at her unseen was a little trick he had picked up a few years ago. Rather than direct her to do something, it instead forced her to feel. Specifically, he was amplifying the anger and belligerence she was already experiencing, which, assuming she had been on the receiving end of Dumbledore's patronizing attitude before, could very well cause her to reject his proposal on sheer principle. Sure enough, Umbridge crossed her arms and sneered. Go up to your office with your muggle candies and your pet bird and your disgusting sanctimonious dismissals. I think not. According to Educational Decree Number 24, I am permitted to throw any student who forms an unapproved club out of the castle. Joke or not, the person who is responsible for this defiance has formed 4 of them and now has to suffer the consequences of his actions. His actions? Is she just speaking broadly, I wonder, or does she want to pin this on me? Harry already knew that Umbridge hated him both for being half-blood and his opposition to the policies of her precious, Cornelius, but blaming him for something totally unrelated was something he had only expected from a certain deceased head of Slytherin. Then again, she did send Dementors after me, torture me, try to kill Hedwig, and generally make my life a living hell. Compared to that, nothing is out of the realm of possibility. Throw in how I've kept my mouth shut and denied her the pleasure of introducing me to her blood quill, and of course she'd jump on any opportunity to make an example of me that comes her way. Except you drastically overstepped your bounds, Dolores, the aged professor returned. The twinkle had gone out of his eyes, and his tone was stern. The right to expel any student lies solely in the hands of the headmaster of this school, which you are not. The former minister may have created your position, but he is no longer in office to extend your powers. Not only that, the remit you claim to possess was never his to grant. I am the High Inquisitor, and I demand to see some croak. Umbridge slapped her hands over her mouth, but it was too late. The whole student body heard her, and already the laughter primed by seeing the other houses laid low was racing through the packed tables like wildfire. She stormed past Dumbledore out of the Great Hall, and had she been a teenager, Harry was sure she would have been in tears. Dumbledore took his place in the middle of the staff table and raised his hands for silence. That's enough, everyone. While I'm sure whoever set up our new decor meant it as a simple prank, I will say that they took it a little too far. Get rid of it before lunch, and there will be no discipline handed out. Not a problem, Luna muttered as she poured herself another glass of pumpkin juice. That was part of my original deal with the elves. You certainly thought this whole thing through. Harry raised his own goblet and lightly tapped the rims of the vessels together. Brava, my love. It was later that day that the first repercussions of Luna's prank raised their ugly heads. Harry, McGonagall and I need to talk to you, Angelina said hollowly after entering the common room. He looked up from his charms essay, and he heard more than saw his lovers do the same. Oh, what about? Look, she'll explain it better than I would. Can we just go see her now? Depends, he replied seriously. Where is this meeting taking place? She blinked in confusion. Her office, why? Just the three of us. Of course. Harry, what's going on? He waved the question away and flashed her a comforting smile. Nothing, nothing. I've just become a little wary of conversations that a certain individual might decide to stick his nose into. Rising from his chair, he turned to the other time travelers. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, arrange a rescue mission. It's on the list, Luna replied, her attention back on her parchment. I can't push back the search for Antarctic snowworms any further, but we can write you in right before our planned observation of Hagrid's toe fungus. Your concern for my continued health and safety is just overwhelming, really. He leaned down to drop a quick key in her hair. And you, my own, don't look at me for help. I get half your stuff if you kick the bucket. He rolled his eyes at his girl's antics. Keep that attitude up, and I might just find myself developing a taste for redheads. Their raucous laughter followed the two Quidditch players through the portrait hole. You know, you shocked everybody when you showed up this year with those two hanging off your arms, Angelina commented as they began the short trek to their head of house's office. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and she clarified, I mean, we all knew you were going to end up with Granger sooner or later, that much was obvious 2 years ago. Having a second girl, though, and Lovegood besides. That certainly threw the betting pool out of whack. You have a problem with me dating Luna. She waved her hands in emphatic negation at the soft, cold tone of his question. No way. I mean, yeah, I've heard some gossip and stuff about her, but she's a real sweetheart and not, you know, a total nutcase. His glower made her wince. Not to mention, while I generally don't go around telling boys that they should collect girls and make a harem or something, you three fit well together. You're certainly happier this year than you've ever been before. I see. He let her fret for a few moments for the nutcase comment and affirmed, those two are the best thing that has ever happened to me, and I know how lucky I am. I have no plans, collect any more women, don't worry. Unless you were implying you wanted to join in. He asked slyly. PFF'd. No offense, Harry, but I like my guys a little older and a lot less scrawny. And no offense to you, but I like my girls to not still be teenagers, so we're both good. Too bad. You just don't know what you're missing. Recalling what she had said about a betting pool, his mind flashed to the two lions most Likely to gamble on his love life. So who won the twins' money, or did they get to keep it all? Funnily enough, Trelawney took the pot. At his astonished expression, the dark-skinned girl nodded. Surprised me, too, when I found out, but she had 10 galleons on you starting to date 2 girls at the same time over summer vacation. Apparently, she changed her bet the day we took the express home. Before then, she had predicted Granger would confess her feelings to your grave. That's kind of creepy, honestly. If I didn't know better, I would think she actually had some idea that we changed the future. Before their conversation could travel down another tangent, they arrived at the door to McGonagall's office. Angelina knocked quietly on the door and opened it, ushering him inside. The professor sighed when she saw him and gestured at the 2 seats in front of her desk. "Have a seat, please, Mr. Potter. We have much to discuss." "I already don't like the sound of this," he replied warily as he sat in one chair, his teammate taking the other and scooting closer to him. From the sad frowns on their faces, he could only presume it was to offer some kind of support after dropping whatever bombshell they had prepared. May as well spit it out and be done with it. "Very well. You may have already realized this, but the latest of Professor Umbridge's educational decrees prohibiting all student organizations also effectively disbands the Quidditch teams unless she grants them permission to reform. So far, she has done so for Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. But she refuses to give us the same approval." Harry guessed. She had tried to do the same in the old timeline, after all, but he did not recall having a discussion like this with the head of Gryffindor. Then again, she had not been publicly humiliated last time as she was now, either. Exactly. Under any other circumstances, Professor Dumbledore would overrule her just as he did concerning her reaction to that prank. But unlike this morning, her position does mean she has the authority to permit or deny us a Quidditch team. Unfortunately, he feels that trampling over any and all decisions she makes as a legitimate representative of the Ministry would only hurt his attempts to rebuild Hogwarts's working relationship with London. This puts us in quite the dilemma. Bloody politics, he thought disparagingly. Let me see if I understand. Umbridge. Professor Umbridge, Mr. Potter. Even if you don't like her, you should still show her proper respect. I'll try not to call her a bloody fat toad when she's in earshot, then, he retorted. The professor gaped while Angelina did her best to stifle her giggles. Umbridge got mad that Dumbledore called her out on her little abuse of power earlier today, so now she's throwing a tantrum and refusing to let us compete. Dumbledore, meanwhile, is too concerned with playing politics to slap down the Ministry stooge Fudge planted here, even though he was forced to resign and no longer has any form of power whatsoever. If that was the end of it, you would be announcing this to the whole team, so based on us having this private meeting along with how Angelina looks like she's about to ambush me with a hug, said girl shifted in her seat with a weak smile, I can only presume some compromise was reached that involves me and that I'm not going to like. How am I doing so far? McGonagall blinked rapidly and murmured, there's obviously more of your mother in you than I thought. Flushing brightly when she realized he had heard that, she cleared her throat. Yes, well, you are correct. Professor Umbridge did offer to reform the team on one condition, that you were no longer on it. Wow. If I didn't know better, I would think she has some kind of vendetta against me, he remarked sarcastically. She had a very close relationship with Minister Fudge, she replied, and so she took you and Professor Dumbledore aligning yourselves against him at the end of last year rather personally. Not to mention she's a blood bigot of the highest order and is not a Death Eater solely because the amphibian look isn't what they want to hold up as the natural consequence of their whole, World of Purebloods, plan. Actually, is she a marked Death Eater? That's something we really should check at some point. You have acted much more mature this year than last, so as the one most affected by this choice, I will leave it up to you. If you wish to remain Gryffindor's seeker, I will keep trying to change her mind, but I do not expect to be successful. But if I resign today, you can hold tryouts in short order and get my replacement up to snuff in time for the Gryffindor-Slytherin match next month. The Transfiguration teacher nodded and reluctantly admitted, Madam Hooch informed me that she has reserved the pitch for us this weekend. Please do not let that sway your decision. Sure, just don't guilt-trip me or anything. I don't think I could stand it. He huffed and leaned back in thought. So, Is being a pain and not backing down while Dumbledore is on his knees in front of the new minister so he can get his old positions back. Why am I not surprised? I do enjoy Quidditch, but it's not like I'd get to play anyway under the circumstances. McGonagall might even try to fight the Toad about it, she's Quidditch mad enough if nothing else, but that would just be a pointless waste of time. However, if I quit, that would mean no more practices early in the morning, not to mention 6 weekends that my own, Luna, and I could use to either work with the DA or, better yet, go on heists. Having to resign for the good of the team would also give me a reason to skip going to the games at all, and of course it is only proper that my girlfriends would be with me wherever I'm hiding to sulk. No one would look for us, so no one could possibly know that we're nowhere near the castle in the first place. Not to mention, even though this means Umbridge wins a minor victory, what she really wants is to keep the whole team grounded. Knowing the rumor mill, it would eventually get out that I'm the reason they couldn't play, and that would be enough to turn the school against me, just as happened in my first, second, and fourth years. He mentally grinned. Well, we can't have that now, can we? He opened his eyes, not having noticed that they had drifted closed while he pondered, and looked squarely at his head of house and now former captain. So that's the way it has to be, is it? I'm afraid so, Mr. Potter. McGonagall looked down at her desk. Had I any other option, I would gladly take it, but I do not. If you wish to look at the somewhat morbid silver lining, however, we have not had a single defense against the dark arts professor return for a second year since the late 1950s. I guarantee that you will have your position back next year. Don't make promises you can't keep, he said, and intentionally ignored the instructor's immediate flinch. Rising and nodding at each woman with a soft, "Professor, Angelina," he silently exited the room. Because with the way things are going, I don't know that we'll be coming back next year at all. With a deft twist of his wrist, Albus tied up the intruder charm and led himself into the house. The individual he was after was a hard man to track down, and hopping from one bolt hole to another every other week made the task even more difficult. If it were not for Mundungus's efforts, he was sure his quarry would have taken even longer to locate. Once inside, however, it was obvious where the man was, and Albus allowed himself to drift along the currents of light jazz that flowed through the hallway and into the sitting room. He waited a few minutes for the piece to end before he greeted softly, "Good evening, Horace." Horace Slughorn jumped a good 2 inches into the air before landing back on the bench, his hands slapping the keys of the baby grand he had been playing. The rotund musician whirled around, eyes wide before they took in exactly who had spoken. "Albus, how in Merlin's name did you get in here?" "The front door, obviously." He nodded at the piano. "You always did talk about taking up music when you retired. That was actually quite good." Horace harumphed dismissively. "Don't try to butter me up. What do you want? Can't I just visit an old friend?" "No, you can't." The short potions master folded his arms over his broad belly and continued looking expectantly at the older man. He sighed. "I might have another reason for coming by besides catching up. How would you like to return to Hogwarts?" My, this is certainly a change. For some reason, I recall you pressuring me to retire about 14 years ago, something about having earned a chance for some peace and quiet. I dare say that teaching your death trap of a defense class would be the exact opposite of relaxing. Then it's a good thing I'm not here to ask you to take that position, isn't it? He countered brightly. Had he expected that to mollify the man, he would have been sorely disappointed. Really, what other class would have lost its instructor only a month into the term? That should be obvious. I was hoping you would return to your old positions as the potions professor and head of Slytherin House. Horace chuckled, the sound sharp despite his mirth. Can't say I'm surprised, though I didn't think Severus would last even this long. He is brilliant when it comes to brewing, no doubt about that, but there was a reason I never asked him to tutor younger students. Yes, I should have listened to you when you recommended I not give him your position, Albus replied with a false smile plastered onto his face. No, Severus had been anything but a talented professor, but the prophecy had to be leaked somehow, and Severus was both qualified to take Horace's place and in a position to direct Tom to his downfall. Once the sacrifice, though he knew small-minded individuals would call it a betrayal, of the Potters was accomplished, he also had to grant the dour man the protection he promised. Had he not, Severus would have been thrown into Azkaban, which was not a place conducive to returning to the light. Unfortunately, what is done is done. Severus had to depart suddenly for better things, and it left me with a very important gap in the schedule. Would you not consent to teaching again, even if just for one more year? I don't know. I'm old and tired, and I've become used to the slow life, equivocated Horace, a ghost of a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. They both knew that the chances of Albus finding anyone else willing and able to take over a class at such short notice was practically zero. This was just the old Slytherin trying to squeeze a few fringe benefits out of him as punishment for the forced retirement. If only he could promise Horace the chance of claiming Harry as part of the soon-to-return Slug Club. There was little the rotund potions master loved more than ingratiating important students to himself, and as both the boy who lived and Lily's son, Harry would have been a prize never to be seen again. Horace would not have put up even a token protest if that opportunity was on the line. Unfortunately, the boy was behaving in a maddeningly unpredictable fashion, his hostility plain to see. It was a good thing Albus knew this was just Tom's own boundless rage influencing the boy's natural adolescent temper. If he did not, he would have to suspect his pawn of knowing the full details of his plots. What is it that you want? He finally sighed. Well, a sharp ringing dragged everyone's attention to Dumbledore as he tapped on his goblet. Students, if I might have your attention. It is my pleasure to inform you that I have been able to fill the absence Professor Snape's sudden passing left. He could not be here tonight as he is rather busy organizing his office, but starting bright and early tomorrow, Potions class will resume under the direction of Professor Slughorn. I know some of you might have become used to the extra study block, but I insist that you report to his class as usual. Announcement made, the old man returned to his chair. Harry's eyes narrowed minutely, and a faint grin appeared. So Sluggy's back, after all. Excellent. He turned to Hermione, who he noted sported a similar expression. When do we have our first class with this Professor Slughorn? She pulled their schedule out of her bag. Let's see, how convenient, we're in his first class. This should be interesting. The time travelers were understandable intrigued when Slughorn was yet again missing from the Great Hall the following morning. Moving into the office and quarters would not have taken more than a few hours, and the portly man had been at every meal in the old timeline, so what had kept him? What do you think the odds are that he was brewing unusual potions like he did for us? Harry whispered to his brunette lover. She thought for a moment before looking back to him. Pretty low, I'd expect. Last time, he had a full month to prepare, but there aren't a lot of impressive concoctions he can create in just under a day. Unfortunate. Really, I wouldn't mind getting a little Felix Felicis again. Can't you brew it yourself? Luna asked with raised eyebrows. Your healing apprenticeship did have a large potions component, after all. I wouldn't want to chance it, Hermione replied. It's a finicky potion, definitely mastery level. Time intervals that have to be accurate almost to the second, hazardous components, exacting temperatures. There are probably 100 ways for it to go wrong, and most of them would turn it into a lethal poison. Merlin's beard, the primary ingredient is concentrated Malaclaw venom. That stuff is basically the dire misfortune curse in liquid form. That he could brew it for his little demonstration in the first place proves just how much skill he has in his field. Too bad. He checked his watch and rose from the table. Well, I guess we get to find out. It's almost time for classes to start. Luna sighed and pushed her half-empty plate away. You two have fun with that. Meanwhile, I get to play in the dirt some more. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate herbology? Just every day it's scheduled, Harry answered shortly. They were not the first to arrive at the classroom. Several Slytherins, among them David Greengrass and Theodore Nott, along with Seamus, Lavender, and Parvati, had already claimed their seats. The pair of lions settled themselves at their habitual table for the few minutes the rest of the class needed to make their way from the Great Hall. Finally, just as the clock sitting on a shelf at the front of the room chimed 8:30, Slughorn walked in and closed the door. Good morning, everyone. The man called as he picked up a roll of parchment from the desk at the front. Let's see, Miss Brown, where are you? Snape had done the same thing their first class, Harry remembered, though unlike when the Dungeon Bat had reached his name, Slughorn looked at him with barely restrained curiosity. Which is to be expected, I guess. I didn't go with Dumbledore to convince him to come back this time, so in his eyes, I'm a completely unknown quantity. Mr. Weasley. Ron did not answer as the others had, and a quick glance around showed that the redhead was not in the room. Hermione shrugged when he glanced at her, and Neville, who had taken the seat Ron normally sat at, mirrored the gesture. Well, that's one person who will be receiving 0 marks for the day. This is actually a very important point I would like to impress on each of you. There are only 3 ways you can not get at least some credit in this class: not preparing beforehand, not brewing, or not showing up at all. Even if your final result is completely worthless, you will have the opportunity to regain some points, often by explaining where and how you went wrong. Now, Mr. Zabini, there you are. Nodding to the dark-skinned snake, the walrus-like man pocketed the roll and began to pace, thumbs tucked into the belt loops of his trousers. I've taken the opportunity to glance over the scores for this class, and I must say, the distribution of those who are acing the subject and those who are barely scraping a pass concerns me greatly. So, before we get started with an actual brewing, I think a bit of a review quiz is in order. Harry was amused at how several of the Slytherins, particularly Malfoy's retinue, paled at that innocuous statement. He had long wondered if Snape had prepared his students for the questions that would be asked in class, when Crabbe or Goyle could answer a question that had the Gryffindor contingent, minus Hermione, of course, scratching their heads. It was obvious that something was going on behind the scenes. First off, Mr. Thomas, what are the first 3 ingredients for the pepper-up potion? Dean blinked rapidly before tentatively answering: belladonna extract, crushed verbena, and rat spleen. Are you asking me or telling me, son? Slughorn prompted gently. Telling, sir. The professor waggled a finger in Dean's direction. Almost. The first 2 were correct, but you were just a tad off on the third. Can you help him out, Miss Parkinson? Rat bile, Professor. Correct. Take a point for Slytherin, and Mr. Thomas, take 2 for Gryffindor. All the teenaged lions gaped at that, and for good reason. This was the first any of them could remember points being awarded to their house in potions. Now, what is the purpose of these ingredients? Mr. Goyle. To make pepper up. The slow Slytherin suggested. True, but not what I was getting at. The professor looked over the students and frowned. Harry could only guess that he was disappointed in the lack of comprehension he saw. Okay, let's break it down. Who can tell me the properties of belladonna? Hermione raised her hand after a moment, and he nodded to her. It excites the body, causing increased heart rate, breathing, and reflexes among other things. Slughorn beamed at her. Very good. Why would that be important for this particular potion? Stimulation is the essence of what pepper up does. We're trying to get the drinker up and moving, even if she has been working the entire day. For that reason, this potion is the most widely abused substance among witches and wizards undergoing their mastery training. Take 3 points for that excellent summary, Miss Granger, and another 2 for the extra tidbit. While true, it's not something often talked about in polite society. He walked to the blackboard and began writing. Knowing the characteristics of the first ingredient, or base, of any potion is essential. Oftentimes, the rest of the ingredients are just there to alter the effect or, in this case, remove a toxicity the base has. Belladonna taken by itself will excite you straight into a heart attack, and I personally would rather claim my 40 or so winks on the lab bench and just deal with the lecture afterwards. A few hesitant chuckles followed that declaration, causing his left eye to twitch minutely. All of you are going to need to lighten up, or you'll find this class most tedious. Next, the verbena. What property does this plant have that makes it useful for getting the weary wizard back on his feet? Neville timidly cleared his throat. It also has stimulant effects, not to mention it's a mild thickener. Indeed. I was going to ask why we would use this plant rather than some other restorative agent, but you beat me to it. 3 points to you, as well. Neville blushed at the effusive praise while Slughorn looked over them with a gimlet eye. This next question is the hardest so far. We have belladonna, we have verbena. Why in the world did we just add bile taken from a poor rat to our cauldrons? Armadillo bile, in fact, bile from all land animals, is associated with the element of fire. Great care should be taken when introducing strongly fire ingredients to a mixture, as while they allow the brewer to reduce the flame under his cauldron, adding too much can have the opposite effect and actually raise the internal temperature higher than is safe for more delicate ingredients, hairs in particular. Who knew that Potions reaction book was going to come in handy this quickly? Harry asked himself as he raised his hand. Biles contribute heat to potions, which means we can lower the flame we're using before we add the next ingredient. Porcupine quills react badly with high temperatures, something we've all seen firsthand in this room. Exactly, my boy. Yet another 3 to Gryffindor. You lions are just racking up the points this morning. Mr. Malfoy, maybe you can turn the tide. Why do we want to use bile in this potion as opposed to, let's say, shredded ginger? This clearly stumped the blonde, and he grimaced for a moment before grudgingly responded, I don't know, sir. Not to worry, this is a tricky question. Miss Davis, do you know? At her shaking head, he continued, Miss Bulstrode. Mr. Greengrass. Miss Pottle. Nobody. I had hoped one of you would know. Slughorn walked closer to Harry and smiled down at him. Can you help us out, Mr. Potter? Ingredients that have traits from a number of elements are naturally less potent than those that are more pure. For instance, powdered sweetgrass root, while still producing the mental clarity the plant is known for, has less of an effect than the sap or even a tincture because being a root tempers the plant's natural air leaning with earth, air's fundamental opposite. Such an diminishment may come with its own benefits. Continuing with this example, this form of sweetgrass would grant sharpness of mind while allowing the brewer to continue monitoring his surroundings rather than risking absent-mindedness that could cause him to miss a danger developing right beside him. A root would further thicken the potion. We already have enough of that between the verbena and the soon-to-be-added quills. Pepper up needs to have a syrupy consistency, and while bile would not thin it, per se, it would prevent our potion from becoming a paste. Excellent, excellent. It's clear you've inherited your mother's talent. She was a dab hand at potions, Lily was. 5 points to Gryffindor for that wonderful answer. Harry smiled somewhat sadly as Slughorn clapped him on the shoulder. He had forgotten that this professor was the only one who had been willing to talk about his mother to him. He had heard all about his father's exploits since his very first year, but very little about his mother until the end of his 5th year, and even that was only in reference to his father's bullying tendencies. Did they expect him to already know all about her thanks to Petunia, or had the culture of magical Britain subtly biased them towards his pureblood parent? There was no way to know for sure. The rest of the class passed thusly, Slughorn quizzing them about every ingredient of the pepper-up potion before moving on to the significance of direction and repetition in stirring. When it became clear that none of them had any clue what he was talking about, he started lecturing, quickly dragging in a little arithmancy and, to their surprise, astronomy. Who knew that it was the relative powers of Ursa Major and the Southern Cross that determined whether a potion was stirred clockwise or not? It was without a doubt the most informative potions class Harry had ever experienced. Now, the half-hour we have left in this period is nowhere near enough time for us to actually brew pepper up, so we'll have to put that off until Monday. All of our classes will start with a discussion of the salient points about the potion to be produced that day, special emphasis going to the more unusual or dangerous steps, so your homework will be to study up beforehand. I've found that to be more productive than writing essays. A wave of his wand opened the door. Well, what are you all still sitting around for? Out, out. The students quickly packed up the parchment and quills they had been using and headed for the exit. Mr. Potter, could you stay behind for a moment? What is it, Professor? He asked when it was just the two of them and Hermione remaining. Slughorn eyed the brunette warily before Harry entwined their fingers. I found it curious that you were the only person who was able to answer certain questions I asked, questions that I honestly did not expect anyone to know at this stage in your education. Elemental affiliation is a 6th or potentially 7th year topic. Wherever did you learn about it? A book discussing potions reactions that I read over the summer. The professor's face lit up as he grinned, the expression taking years off his appearance. Ah, Bublé's clearing the haze, I take it. No, sir. Potion ingredients and their properties by Dram. Harry was confused when Slughorn slumped a bit in his chair. Is something the matter? Slughorn waved his concern away. Nothing, that's your fault. I would have thought Dram to be a bit technical for you at this point. Even I have issues getting through some of his chapters, and I've been working in this field for almost 70 years. I may have only understood the first half of what he wrote. The second section was way over my head, Harry admitted. Luna, too, had thrown up her hands when she arrived at the portion of the book detailing the effects of minor variation in procedures. Hermione alone had been able to comprehend bits and pieces of it due to her post-Hogwarts training. Well, what do you expect, my boy? Dram was an expert potioneer writing the definitive reference guide for other masters and the odd prodigious apprentice. The idea that enterprising fifth years might try to wade through it probably never crossed his mind, the portly man laughed. Bublé, on the other hand, penned a text geared more towards students, and it's a must-have for anyone at Newt level. Another reason I mentioned it beyond its academic worth, however, is that your mother had a copy that she annotated quite extensively during her pregnancy and following your birth. His eyes narrowed. If she did that years after she left Hogwarts, how do you know about it? Because she routinely came by on the weekends to pick my brains. She talked about gaining her potions mastery in addition to her charms when you were a little older. Slughorn's joviality faded. Of course, then that maniac attacked. Lily was always a favorite student of mine, perhaps my most favorite. It may be wrong of me to say this, but her dying was the worst part of the war. The professor drew himself up and roughly cleared his throat. Anyway, I know it will probably be painful, but go through her mementos when you have the chance and look for that book. She would have wanted you to have it. I will, but I'm not sure how much good it will do me beyond its sentimental value. Potions isn't exactly my favorite subject. I'm not surprised by that. Disappointed, but not surprised. As I said in the beginning of the class, I looked over the scores Professor Snape recorded for all of you. Slughorn met his gaze squarely. When two of the only three people who can answer questions about application are at the very bottom of the class, there is something seriously wrong. Harry pasted a carefully neutral mask over his face. Let us just say that Snape's personality, rather than his competence, created a few issues. Oh, dear. I suppose I need to have a chat with Minerva, Pomona, and Phileas, then, the rotund instructor muttered to himself as he waved the pair out. 4 corridors later, Hermione threw up a silencing charm around them. What the hell was that? I know. We should have expected something like this, though, after all, we already have Daphne Greengrass becoming a guy and 2 Rookwoods when there was only one before. Compared to those, Slughorn using a different teaching style is relatively minor. No kidding, she groused. What I'm concerned about is how else he's different from the Slughorn in our timeline. Our ideas to deal with him were predicated on him being unchanged. He shrugged, much to her ire. Look, the basic strategy is the same. We'll still interrogate him, and we'll still let his answers determine our response. We just need to be a little more delicate about it. You have a plan, she accused. I have a plan. Hermione shut her eyes wearily as she closed the library book she had been perusing. Apparently, Harry's strange brand of luck had struck again, and in their favor this time, for which she was quite thankful. She did not want to think about the consequences had they been visited with misfortune. Harry, Luna, could you two come over here, please? What's wrong, my own? The pretty asked. We've been pulling on the tiger's tail, and I'd really like to stop before it turns around and eats us, she answered cryptically. Harry, when you first met with the Fairy Queen, what names did she say she had been called before Lilith? I told you that a couple of weeks ago. Astarte, Hecate, Morrigan, and Titania. Yes, that's what I thought you said. She held up a long roll of parchment. I've done a little research into those names, and what I came up with is not exactly comforting. He groaned. Oh, okay, go ahead and tell us the bad news. Well, Titania is easy. That was the name she used most recently, I expect, considering that it was invented by William Shakespeare. The others are older, with a much stronger history. Hecate, for instance, was a member of the Greek pantheon. She doesn't think highly of herself, does she? Luna said with a laugh. Harry smiled beside her. Oh, it gets better. Hecate should be near and dear to our hearts. She was the goddess of sorcery, witchcraft, healing and poisonous plants, as well as necromancy. This killed the others' mirth. No one agrees on exactly where she came from. Theories suggest that she might have been a priestess elevated to divine status, the child of a lesser god, or even a powerful titan who stood with the Olympians when they overthrew Kronos, the father of the gods. No matter how she started, however, her power was enough to earn the respect of Olympus despite not being of Kronos' get. So not a lightweight is what you're saying. She nodded at her boyfriend's comment. Very much not a minor figure. Next is Morrigan, the shapeshifting Celtic goddess of war and death. Harry's eyes widened. Oh, bloody hell. Literally, Luna whispered, her face and voice showed not a little worry. And I had to brass her off. You're not the only one. I insulted her the first time I met her, too. He shook his head. Still, just because she's taken the name of a dark deity doesn't necessarily mean anything. We'll get back to that in a second. Astarte, the Greek name for the Mesopotamian goddess Ishtar, was also a war goddess, though she had ties to sexuality and fertility, as well. Appropriate considering Lilith is the mother of all Phi. Luna, you're the only one of us who grew up hearing about their race. How old is she supposed to be? Why couldn't you ask me an easy question? The griped lightly. I doubt anyone but she and maybe some of her oldest and most powerful children would be able to answer that. Nodding, Hermione pressed on. Millennia wouldn't be a bad guess, then, would it? Probably not. Why do you want to know? Because a thought came to mind while I was reading all these stories. I initially assumed that Lilith gave herself these names because of their cultural significance, but what if it was the opposite? What if these mythical figures were actually based off her? Harry blinked several times in shock. That would not be good, though it does explain why she has a portal in her realm that kills you if she refuses to open her side. Do you have any good news, my own? Thankfully, I do. She leaned back and sighed. I couldn't find much on Astarte, but Morrigan is depicted as more proud than evil. If someone offends her and then feels contrition for it, she's likely to forgive him. Once. She offers second chances, but if you don't learn the lesson the first time, she won't grant you a third. All right, then. That makes this easy. He picked up the books she had been reading and set them on the return cart. Let's go to the room, watch the memories of our meetings, figure out what we did or said that displeased her, and then make sure we don't do it again. The Hufflepuff common room was a warm and cozy place. Overstuffed armchairs and wide couches dominated the space, and sinfully thick throw rugs were strewn about for those individuals who just did not feel like sitting up at the moment. Meandering around the congregated students were little desks that anyone could claim. The best part of these short tables was that the charms animating them caused them to grow bored of sitting on one person's lap for more than a couple of hours. When they inevitably wandered off, often with parchment and inkwell still on their surfaces, it was understood that the time had come for a break. They were friendly badgers, after all, not antisocial ravens. The communal feel also lent itself to sharing victories and losses, not keeping secrets or lying to one's housemates, and that was exactly Susan's problem. Even now, the 5th, 6th, and 7th years were complaining about how useless Umbridge's classes were. Avoiding confrontation, or leaving it to the ministry, were not acceptable answers on the owls or newts, but no one knew what was. No one except her and Ernie, they alone were receiving proper instruction in defense against the dark arts, and it was eating away at her. Potter, Harry, had a real gift for teaching, able to figure out where his students were stuck. And then clearly explain what they should be doing instead. Just from watching them mess up, he could tell them to jab harder or softer, add a quicker flick or curl the end of a wave into the following spin. The 5 members of their informal study group were greatly outclassed, with the head of the DMLE being her aunt. She had been the most advanced, and yet after just a few minutes, she knew Harry was on a whole other level, not that Hermione or Luna were far behind him at all. What her contemporaries could do with their wands was actually kind of scary. There was just a crispness to their motions that she had only ever seen in the Auror bodyguards her aunt assigned her as a child. Still, it wasn't right that Ernie and she were the only ones to get help. Maybe it was because the 3 tutors weren't Hufflepuffs, but they didn't seem to understand that hogging the information they had to themselves was more than a little selfish. If they had a list detailing what spells were potentially going to be on the exams, they had the responsibility to make sure the rest of the school knew, too. She shared a glance with Ernie, who nodded. He had apparently been thinking the same thing. Justin windmilled his arms wildly. I mean, by this point she may as well quit pretending to teach us anything. We all know she won't tell us what we need. Unfortunately, with her suspending Hill and Richards, no one's going to volunteer to start up tutoring groups. That's not entirely true, Ernie interjected. The other Badgers turned to him. Draco Malfoy organized an informal knitting club a few weeks ago. We meet every Monday morning in Umbridge's quarters, and I'm sure you'd be more than welcome to join if you want. Everyone goggled at him, Susan included. Merlin's beard, what is he talking about? The boy flushed minutely. What? Did you hit your head or something? Megan Jones asked quietly. No, why? You just told them that Malfoy's teaching us how to knit, Susan explained. No, I didn't. I said we're learning knitting from Malfoy. He glanced around and frowned as the others started to chuckle faintly. What now? Have you started on little baby socks yet? Hannah joked with a snicker, and that set the rest of the group off. Even Susan laughed as Ernie scowled more and more, but at least she was not as bad as the upper years laying on the rugs who were literally rolling around. Fine, I won't tell you any more about it. We'll see who's laughing if Dementors attack and I'm the only one who can make a security blanket. The redhead joined her fellows on the floor. Justin patted the scion of Clan Macmillan on the arm, though he drew back his hand warily at the other's snarl. Don't worry, Ern. Your secret's safe with us. Well, I don't know about his knitting class, but we are part of a great group, Susan sighed as the last of her giggles faded. Harry's been teaching us how to defend ourselves. It's not the same as defense against the dark arts, but it's probably more useful in the long run. Silence once more, though when she glanced around, disbelief warred with horror in everybody's eyes. Suze. Tears streamed down Hannah's cheeks, but a resolute expression was nonetheless on her face. I'm sorry, but I can't room with you anymore. I just don't think I would trust you alone with Christopher. She blinked in confusion. What did Hannah's cat have to do with anything? Okay, something odd is going on. What do you mean, Ernie? She asked, but then a suspicion struck her. She turned to the rest of the common room. I know what I said, but what did all of you hear? You said Peeves was teaching you how to mutilate kittens, and that it's not the same as drowning babies but probably more useful, explained a sixth year rapidly. A low rumble of rage clawed its way from her throat, and the badgers seated around her scooted farther away. Why the bloody hell do you just look like a poofter while I sound like an utter psychopath? She demanded from the other member of Harry's club. He snapped his fingers. I got it. McGonagall. What? When Dumbledore had his frolic BPD in his office, she must have done something to our clothes. That's why we can't talk about what really goes on. It took her a moment, but her jaw clenched as she figured out what he meant. Oh, when I get my hands on Hermione, I'm going to make her regret that. Stop. Just stop, Wayne Hopkins requested gently. I don't know what you two are trying to say, but I don't want to hear anything else about killing babies or titillating Dumbledore or having revenge, say, with the Grey Lady. Tonight's been weird enough already, and I can't handle any more. Shall we eat a little mud with Filch Tuesday? Ernie asked ominously. We shall. Thanks for agreeing to work with me on this today, Neville said as he and Harry entered the previously forbidden corridor on Saturday. I know you'd probably rather see the Quidditch tryout. Harry shrugged. Honestly, he was a bit miffed, but not for the reasons the other lion thought. He, Hermione, and Luna had planned to ransack Avery's house that morning, but with only the girls able to slip away, they had instead decided to diagram the ward scheme on that property as well as a few others. Trying to identify as set wards without negating the superficial layers was possible, but it required much more finesse than they usually had time for. It would, however, make breaking in that much faster, which would be handy if they did another night job as they had with Fudge. Not really. Call me self-centered or bitter all you like, but after playing Seeker for so long, I can't say I'd be very gracious to whoever takes my place. Honestly, I'm not sure I'll want to watch any of the matches this year, at the very least not our own team. No, I understand. It must be hard to have all your hard work stolen from you, Neville remarked in an obvious attempt to comfort him. It was unnecessary, but the gesture was appreciated. Angelina had not hidden the real reason for his resignation, and the rest of Gryffindor had clearly decided that no matter their other issues with him, an attack on their Seeker could not go without protest. Painting him as an absolute nutcase was one thing, but interfering with Quidditch. Unforgivable. The Weasley twins had even sprung 2 pranks on Umbridge before McGonagall swept in and dragged them out by their ears. Harry would have been touched by the house's response if he weren't flabbergasted at just how messed up their priorities were. Thanks, he replied. He pointed to a dummy, already set up and waiting to be hexed into oblivion. So, the reductor curse. Let's see what you're doing, and maybe we can find out where you've gone. The door chose that moment to slam open, and 2 fuming Hufflepuffs stormed inside. Harry Potter, you have a lot of nerve. Ernie shouted. More than is good for me, I expect, he shot back. What's got your knickers in a bunch? You jinxed us. That paper you made us sign the first time we came in here, there was some spell on it, wasn't there? He had to work to withhold his grin. Why would you think something like that? We were trying to tell some other people about this study group, Susan answered, but every time we did, we said completely random things instead. We couldn't hear what we were actually saying, either. Now I owe Hermione, he muttered to himself. At their questioning glances, he explained, she and I had a little bet going on about this exact topic. I thought you'd make it a month before you started blabbing, but she told me I obviously don't know a thing about badgers and that we'd be lucky if you waited 3 minutes after leaving the room. 2 weeks isn't really much better. So you did jinx us. Ernie. Do you remember that first meeting, when we explained the rules to you? Luna said you couldn't tell other people about this. Not shouldn't. Not that we didn't want you to. Couldn't, as in we made sure it wasn't possible. We weren't sure we could trust you to keep it a secret, and clearly our concerns were valid. The two puffs gaped at him for a few moments before Susan regained her voice. But this isn't fair. If you have a list of what we need to know for the owls, you should help everyone. Why? It's what's right. The whole school deserves to know about this, not just a few of us. Ernie gulped as Harry glared at him. The time traveler approached the paling badger, drawing his wand and rolling it between his fingers. Right there. He tapped the left side of Ernie's chest with the tip of his focus, then moved over to the redhead before repeating the gesture. And there, moving back to his beginning position, he asked, do either of you remember what is so significant about those places? Not exactly. He pointed at Susan. Last year, you both wore badges on those spots that read, support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion. That I won't argue too much about, but I seem to recall them saying something different if you tapped them. What was it? Oh, yes, Potter stinks. The pair had the decency to blush. The tournament, and before then, the Chamber of Secrets fiasco. Twice in 4 years the people in this castle have turned against me at the least provocation, and don't think I didn't notice how hostile everyone was when we first came back this year. The whole school deserves to know. I don't owe the school a single damn thing. What's more, you two seem to have massively misunderstood something. I'm not a professor, I don't get paid to teach you this stuff. I'm doing it solely because Hermione and Luna persuaded me to give up my time to make sure you three, and Colin and Astoria next year, don't completely fail your defense owl. That means I get to determine who and how many to teach, and no one has any right to criticize me for it. Besides, as we told you when you asked about this very thing, there's no reason you can't instruct your house on these spells all on your own. But we can't teach this as well as you do, Ernie protested. And that's my problem. Why, again. Rather than gripe about how I'm only helping a few people, you should be glad you're two of them. If you don't like the way I do things, you know where the door is. Actually, just get out. At their spluttered pleas, he continued, you can come back the next time we meet, but right now, I don't want to look at either one of you. Your selfishness, your self-righteousness, and your hypocrisy disgust me. Neville forced a weak grin as the badgers staggered out the door. I think you broke them. I had forgotten. When I look at Ernie, or Susan, or even Neville to some extent, I see who they will be, not who they are. Susan in the old timeline had already lost her aunt, had fought against Snape and the Carrows for a year. She understood that just because she knew something didn't mean that everyone needed to know. Ernie realized that being fair to everyone meant losing the advantage in a fight. The second war against Voldemort ripped away their naivety, and the third killed the rest of their house pride. Yes, fairness is a wonderful thing, and loyalty and hard work are essential in almost every situation, but a pure Hufflepuff, or a pure Gryffindor, or a pure Ravenclaw or Slytherin, will not survive a war. Just as there is a time to be diligent, there is a time to find an easier path. Battles can't be won without courage, but when you're outnumbered 5-1, running away to fight another day is the best decision. We had to adapt to all circumstances, be whatever the situation required us to be, but here, a few traits are encouraged while all the rest are characteristic of other people. Hogwarts teaches its students that a badger shouldn't be brave, a lion shouldn't be wise, a raven shouldn't be crafty, and a snake shouldn't be loyal. I had forgotten just how unprepared these kids are for the real world. Or maybe I gave them the kick in the ass they need, he answered softly before shaking himself from his reverie. What were we? Reductor curse, that's right. Go ahead and cast it on the dummy. Okay. Reducto. Nothing. Reducto. After several attempts, Harry waved Neville closer. He examined the boy's wand and frowned when it matched the one in his memories. Nev, I don't think I've asked you this before, but whose wand was this originally? My dad's. Gran gave it to me, she said since he was such a great wizard, it should work just fine for me. The wand chooses the wizard, but it doesn't make him. When the mentally younger Griff glanced at him confusedly, he explained, my own twist on something Ollivander told me when I got my wand. Did he say that this one was a good match? No, we didn't even go into his shop. Gran just handed it to me the day before we started first year. The more I hear about the Longbottom family, the more I'm certain there's something very wrong with it, he thought as he shook his head. While legacy wands generally work just fine, that doesn't mean they always do. Your incantation was right, and your motion's practically flawless, so the only thing I can think of that's causing problems would be the wand, and that's nothing I can help you with. You would need to get another one. Honestly, with what you've told me about your mom, I predict you'd do better with hers, but the best match would be one that was just your own. Do you think your Gran would mind taking you to Ollivander's over winter holidays? Neville looked down miserably. She'd put the blame on me, like she always does when I tell her it doesn't feel right. She'd say, your father always did such wonderful magic with this wand, or, see. I can cast with it just fine. It's a no-win situation with her. Well, then, if we can't get it done following the rules, we'll just have to ignore them. He smiled at the downtrodden boy. The next Hogsmeade visit is a week from today. If you wanted, we could flag down the day bus and ride over to Diagon to see the old man. No one besides Myone or Luna would ever have to know, and they would only so they could provide us with alibis. The young man continued staring at the ground for a moment, and Harry could tell he was tempted. Finally, Neville raised his head with a slight frown. I think I want to keep trying to make this wand work for a while longer. Thank you, though. Shrugging his shoulders, the time traveler responded, okay, if that's what you want to do. If you change your mind, though, my offer will still be on the table. Just say the word. Thanks. Neville shook himself. So, since I can't seem to get this spell to work just yet, what's next on the list? Incarcerus, Reducto, I do believe it's the disillusionment charm after that. An old favorite of yours. Let's see which is stronger, your skills or that wand's stubbornness. My gold is on you. Luna stumbled forwards, her hands held by her two lovers in a blindfold hiding the world. Harry and Hermione had already wished her a happy birthday this morning, and she adored the silver locket in the photo album with her family's motto, Nihil est impossibile si creditus praedorum, embossed on the front in gold leaf they gave her, but she had the feeling this was going to be the best present yet. Okay, you can look now. She pulled off the blindfold and sighed as she took in the state of the room of requirement. Others might be disappointed by the nearly empty state inside, but she was more than happy with the roaring fire in the fireplace, the thick carpet, the bubbling cauldron full of stamina potion, and the lines and lines of runes carved on all 6 surfaces of the cubic room. It's time, she whispered joyously. It's time. Harry whirled her around and keyed her passionately, his hands sliding down her body to rest on her rear and pull her tighter against him. Eventually he pulled back, and she mewed at the loss. Happy 25th birthday, Luna love. You're physically 15, it's legal to shag you until you're little more than an orgasmic puddle, and by Merlin, that's what we're going to do. Not to mention, when we're done, you'll walk bow-legged, wear a smile that a sectum sempra couldn't take off your face, and have a magical core thrice the size it is now, Hermione added. Oh, baby, I love it when you talk dirty, she said sultrily, and she couldn't stop the laugh that burst through immediately afterwards. She wandered inside and spun around in the middle of the room. This will be such a better first time than on that cot in the tent. The brunette rolled her eyes. Not to mention, you won't have to try, unsuccessfully, I might add, to keep me from hearing what you two were getting up to late at night. Hey, we eventually remembered to cast silencing charms, Harry defended. And it's not like you have any room to talk. You're just as loud as she is. Smiling, Luna shucked off her robes fast enough that someone might think they were on fire. That's enough reminiscing out of both of you. We have other things to worry about right now. She bent over at the waist, facing away from the pair, and then flipped her hair out of the way as she looked over her shoulder at the two people she loved more than life itself. Well, are you going to get over here and screw me, or should I get friendly with my wand some more? As if sensing the mood, the door to the room slammed shut and melted into the wall. Hermione forced herself not to stumble into charms class on Halloween morning. The stamina potions she and her lovers had consumed the previous night had temporarily soothed the aches they accumulated in addition to giving them the energy to continue their love and lust-driven ritual, but she was certainly feeling them now. She dropped heavily into her habitual seat, Harry joining her not 2 seconds later and laying his head tiredly on the table. "I'm really envious of Luna right now," he muttered. "Because sleeping halfway through first period means she skipped herbology and doesn't have another class till after lunch. And that one's history," he confirmed. "I could really go for a nap, myself." "Then perhaps you should get to bed at a reasonable hour, Mr. Potter." Flitwick rapped his wand against the tiny desk at the front of the room. "Today, class, we are going to take a look at the very first illusion you will learn, the basic glamour. A useful little charm, it functions to change your appearance without risking the dangers of misapplied human transfiguration." She tuned the quarter goblin out. These review lessons had lost their novelty weeks ago, and they were now nothing more than a source of continuous irritation. There were so many other things she could be doing with her time, analyzing ward schemes or performing research or even getting ahead on the homework she knew the teachers would assign. Instead, she spent an hour doodling on the parchment in front of her and prodding Harry whenever he looked like he was about to doze off. His bleary glare was far too amusing considering she was the only one of the trio who was not a morning person. Flitwick eventually clapped his hands. "Now, unless there are any questions, we'll begin practicing this spell. It is easier to adjust the power with which you're casting if you can see the results, but as we do not have any mirrors, you will have to use your neighbor as your model. For today, I just want you to focus on changing your partner's hair color." Finally, her boyfriend groused as he drew his wand. "Any particular shade you want, or should I just give you the Tonks special? I doubt I'd look good with a rainbow." "Let's go with basic," she commanded. "Lovegood, Abbott, or Malfoy?" Her left eye twitched. "Harry." All right. One Luna clone, coming right up." "Dissimulo." She felt the spell wash over her and frowned. Normally, the full body tingling she was currently experiencing was limited to the area the spell altered. Harry's mouth slowly dropped open as the students around them grew silent, and he looked at his wand in apparent shock. Suddenly nervous but afraid to look for herself, she asked, "Harry, what's wrong?" Well, oh, my." The short professor approached her and cocked his head while examining the results of the spell. He wetted his lips as if trying to decide what to say. "Mr. Potter, just my personal opinion, but perhaps you should give it a little less oomph next time." The brunette glanced down at her hands and gasped. They were absolutely covered in short yellow hairs, making her look like some strange monkey-human crossbreed. She raised her head and stared her lover in the eye. "Harry James Potter, you better not have done what I think you did." Dean Thomas tried and failed to hide his snickering, setting off the rest of the class in the process. "Great choice for a Halloween costume, Hermione, though it's definitely a surprise. I never pegged you as a Chewbacca fangirl." Harry hastily cast a finishing charm to rid her of her fur coat before she could do something drastic. "There, all gone." He sighed and glared at the holly focus. "This thing's a lot harder to get right than it sounds." Harder to get right. He's been casting glamours for years, how could they have suddenly become difficult? Unless, Flitwick's pronouncement repeated itself in her head. He overpowered it. "Of course, the ritual we performed last night tripled the size of our magical cores. Obviously it would take time to get used to the amount of magic we can throw around now. Mind if I give it a try?" "Be my guest," he said with a resigned shrug. She twirled her wand and uttered the incantation. Brown hair sprouted all over his body, though not nearly to the extent that he could be confused with a wild animal. He looked over himself and sighed. "At least I can see some skin. You're right, this is going to require a more delicate touch than we're used to." Flicking her eyes around the room to make sure no one was watching, she undid the charm and cast it again, this time silently. The glamour gave him the appearance of a scraggly beard in addition to shifting his hair color, but that was much closer to the image in her mind's eye. She whispered, our cores are too big. Bleed off the excess. Harry smiled as he figured out what she had done. That makes sense. Prepared for another Wookiefication. Please don't. I finally got the power down to the right level just before class ended, Harry said before finishing off his pumpkin juice, but I had to use nonverbal point casting. To do it. Do you think we messed up the ritual somewhere? Luna thought for a moment before shaking her head. I don't think so. If you or Hermione copied a rune down wrong, it's more likely that it would have turned us into charcoal. Bad rituals don't give better results. I double and triple checked the rune strings. They were exactly as the book described, the brunette announced. Not to mention that while I'm having a little trouble, it's about what I anticipated. Have you noticed a difference? No, but I also haven't cast anything, just lazed around in here. The drew her ebony wand and made a simple swish and flick. The picnic basket Dobby had provided them flew into the air before landing in the opposite side of the room. So my silent magic is now approximately as strong as it was verbally. A gesture with her left hand called into existence a translucent shield. Wandless has also gotten stronger, but again, no more than expected. Hate to say it, Harry, but I think this is just fate having a bit of fun at your expense again. He grumbled and leaned back into his chair. Just once I'd like to catch a break. Before we start throwing blame, even onto a personification, we should at least make sure we aren't having any negative reactions to the ritual, Hermione advised. Either of you mind me checking your cores? The other time travelers shook their heads, and the brunette cast a spell on herself before doing the same to Luna. When it was his turn, however, her eyes widened. Oh, so that's why you're having problems. That doesn't sound good. What now? Let me think a moment. Hermione nibbled on her bottom lip for a few seconds before she slapped her forehead. Okay, I know what happened. We did screw up. I thought Luna said that would have killed us. He demanded. If the issue was the runes, sure, but that wasn't where we made the mistake. Luna, when you went through the arithmancy for the ritual, did you notice if it was designed specifically for 2 people? The apprentice spellcrafter shook her head. It wasn't. If it were, I would never have suggested all of us do it at the same time. I told you this months ago. I know, but we didn't think of what else that could mean. Hermione turned to Harry. The reason you're having more trouble moderating your power than we are is that your core isn't 3 times as large as it was yesterday. It's 9 times. How did that happen? I know I'm the only one of us who doesn't understand arithmancy, but this thing sounded pretty simple. A girl voluntarily gives up her purity inside the runic circle to someone she loves, and both she and the guy she's with have their cores tripled in size. Luna groaned and cradled her head in her hands. Now I get it. Yeah, that's how I felt, too. The eldest of the trio looked back to him. It was simple, so simple we overlooked something. When Luna gave you her purity, her power tripled and your power tripled, right? He nodded. Then, when I gave you my purity, my power tripled, and yours tripled again. We thought having 3 people wouldn't make a difference so long as we were all in the circle at the same time, but what actually happened was that you did the ritual twice. Honestly, that doesn't make me as happy as you might think. An idea sprang to mind, and he warily flicked his wrist at her. He grinned gratefully when nothing happened. Thank Merlin. What? I was just making sure that this little accident didn't turn me into some kind of magical superhero. I don't think I could handle that on top of everything else. A wave of his left hand called the overturned basket to his side, though try as he might, he could not magic it away. My wandless magic's stronger, but I don't think I can cast every spell in my repertoire that way, just the 6 I spent time mastering. Luna laughed. Most people would be disappointed at that. What spell did you try to cast? This one. He pointed his wand at her, and she jumped out of her chair as his spanking hex hit home. What classes do we have this afternoon? My own. Transfiguration, Care, and Herbology. Are you planning on skipping? Much as it pains me to miss yet more lessons we've already learned, yes. He drew his acacia wand from his left sleeve and gave it a twirl. I apparently need to practice if we're still going to see Sluggy tonight. Just a little more, there. Horace smiled as the last drops of wine dripped into his glass. Vanishing the empty bottle of 1926 Malfoy Cabernet he was about to finish off, he raised the goblet to the portrait of the 78 Slug Club that was centered on his mantle, his toast going specifically to the red-headed young woman laughing on the left side. Another year gone by, my dear. I recently met your son. He definitely inherited your talent, at least in my class. Flitwick says he isn't the most dedicated charm student, but from what I've heard from Minerva, he is an absolute prodigy in defense. He has your curiosity and stubbornness, too. Would you believe that he was actually trying to slog his way through Dram? The rotund man laughed lightly at that. Not even you reached that far beyond your abilities, though that could be because we were actively holding you back and keeping your feet on the floor. From what I can tell, the rest of the staff mostly lets him do whatever he wants. They're so worried about not favoring him that they've gone overboard and basically ignore him. He shook his head and sighed. It's rather disappointing, to be honest. I can't help but wonder how much further along he would be in his studies if he had had someone showing an interest in his progress from his very first year. On the bright side, that lack of oversight hasn't turned him into, what did you call James? An arrogant, bullying toe rag. Oh, if only you could see him now. You'd love him. A mother does not have to see her child to love him. The wineglass slipped out of his suddenly slack fingers and shattered against the floor. His heart pounding in his chest, Horace slowly turned around and stared at the source of that all-too-familiar voice. What little blood was left in his cheeks fled until they were as pale as the spectral form hanging in the air in front of him. L.L. Lilly. Good evening, Professor. The spirit drifted closer to him, and a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Whatever is the matter? You look like you've just seen a ghost. But, how? Have you been a ghost this whole time? She shook her head, transparent white hair swirling through the air. Of course I haven't. Tonight is Halloween, All Hallows' Eve, the Day of the Dead. Surely you know that on this night the veil is at its thinnest, that the dead can temporarily cross back over to the world of the living. So you're here to visit Harry. He had always thought that to be an old wives' tale, but staring a returned spirit in the face, he was having trouble believing it. Do you come back every year to see him? No. He is my son, my flesh and blood, so I do not need to return here to know what his life is like. Her eyes narrowed. No, I am actually here to speak with you. I recently heard a very interesting rumor, something about you telling Voldemort how to create a Horcrux. He stumbled backwards and tripped over a footstool. Ignoring the spilled wine staining his trousers, he whispered, "How do you know about that?" So it is true. I had hoped that was not the case. She stalked closer before bending at the waist in a way no human was capable of. Her ethereal face inches from his own, she demanded, "Who else knows that the Dark Lord is immortal? Who have you revealed that vital bit of information to?" I think Albus knows. He's certainly hinted at it. Her eyes hardened even more than they already were. Are you telling me that you have been keeping this a secret? Did you not think that it might be important to reveal that? What was I supposed to do, Lily? He shouted. Should I have just gone up to the old goat one day and said, "By the way, I think he who must not be named might have split his soul, possibly multiple times." Yes, you should have done something rather than sit on your ass doing nothing while he went around killing people. Fear and anger boiling over, he sneered at his favorite student. I had forgotten how much of an idealist you were. Life isn't that simple. If I told Albus what I know, his first question would have been how I found out about the subject to begin with. Horcruxes are necromancy. I would have been thrown in Azkaban faster than you could say, dark wizard. My entire life destroyed because I made a mistake and fell for Tom's pretty lies. It wouldn't have changed anything, anyway. I don't know if he even made one, and assuming he did, there's no way to discover what he used as the container. If he was smart, he would have put his soul into a random stone and tossed it in the channel. Better to protect your reputation before doing anything else. Better not to throw my reputation and my career away for no reason, he retorted. Not to mention, I already said Albus probably, almost certainly knows. It would do no good to tell him now. Yes, that brings me so much comfort, she drawled. After all, it's not like you protecting your reputation led to my death. Your silence about how to stop him didn't turn my little boy into an orphan. He averted his gaze, her words tearing through his temper like knives. When put like that, he could come up with no defense that would sound anything but pitifully weak to his own ears, let alone the enraged ghost's. You said you fell for Voldemort's pretty lies. What did you mean by that? For that matter, how would you even know about Horcruxes to tell him anything? He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. When I was a young man, I succumbed to the lure of the dark arts. Originally, it was simple curiosity. What was it about these spells that made them so wrong? Were they truly evil? Were they too dangerous for any but the most skilled wizards to control them? Or was there just a political reason for why the ministry labeled some magics forbidden? My mother passed away the winter after I graduated, and that was what catalyzed the change from meandering reading to a hunt for specific knowledge. There was a bad case of dragonpox going around at the time, and nothing the healers gave her could help. She was only 34. She had gotten pregnant in her 5th year and had to drop out of Hogwarts to take care of me. Horace shook his head and wiped away the tears forming in his eyes. This had all happened decades ago, but even so, it still hurt to remember. She was too young to die, so I started looking for texts on necromancy. I thought that maybe I could bring her back. Unfortunately, the more I read, the clearer it became that necromancy isn't about reversing death, but causing it. Each and every act requires cold-blooded murder, and as I looked over the rituals, I could practically feel her glaring at my back. That was when I gave it up. I buried my books, burned my notes. Call me selfish, and I'll agree with you. Tell me I'm arrogant, and you'll hear no argument. Point out my greed, and I'll give you more examples. But one thing I'm not is a monster. And this relates to Voldemort. Lily prodded relentlessly. Tom, he was a bright, driven child. Charismatic, clever, cunning, he was the epitome of Slytherin House. He came into Hogwarts as a supposed Muggleborn, and yet by his 5th year, he had even the most bigoted students respecting his power and his talent. Discovering that he was actually a direct descendant of Salazar before he started 6th year just elevated him even farther in the eyes of his peers. When he came to me that night and asked about Horcruxes, I could not help but see myself in him. I assumed he was just asking the same questions I had years earlier, and all I wanted to do was keep him from making the same mistakes. So I told him the basics, stressing the cost of tearing your soul in half. I thought it would scare him off. But it didn't. It didn't, he agreed with a sigh. He asked me, if you can make one Horcrux, wouldn't making 7 of them work even better? That was the first time I realized the student I had been admiring all this time was just a mask, and what I saw underneath it chilled me. I kept a closer eye on him, and it was only then that I noticed his cruelty and his callousness. When Slytherin's beast began stalking the halls later that year, ultimately killing Myrtle Snow, I suspected that he had a hand in it, but I could find no proof, and I had already seen how Armando Dippet, the headmaster of the time, ignored Albus's own distrust of Tom. Armando making him head boy the next year proved my caution accurate. The spectre folded her arms. Yet despite your suspicions, which were well-founded, I might add, you just let it go. I did no such thing. She stared at him in surprise, and he continued, there are more ways to fight someone than challenging him to a duel. With his Newt scores, his special award, and being head boy, Tom could have found a job just about anywhere he wanted. Instead, he was a lowly shopkeeper's assistant at Borgin & Burke's. Do you know why that was the case? He thought working there would give him access to rare dark artifacts. Lily answered tentatively, though it was clear that she had little confidence in her response. He shook his head. Perhaps he used his placement to his advantage in the end, but that was not his dream job, nor his second, third, or even 20th choice. I have a reputation as a skilled networker and talent scout. When I make recommendations, people listen. I called all the department and subdepartment heads I could reach, the chief healer at St. Mungo's, innumerable barristers, anyone I could think of who would be in a position to give him a respectable occupation, and I sullied his name. I told them that he was a thief, a liar, and a bully, a useless layabout with nothing more than a talent for charming the unwary. I must have spent a dozen galleons on flow powder, but by the time I was done, I had cut him off at the knees. There was no way he could insinuate himself into any role that would allow him to influence society. And if he hadn't turned himself into a Dark Lord, it probably would have worked, she murmured in reluctant approval. Does he know that you interfered with his goals? He slowly nodded. I am certain that he does. He made various threats through letters during the war that implied that, anyway. Hogwarts was safe, so I never really feared him acting on them, especially as I lived here year-round, but when Harry told the world that he was back, I immediately started moving from house to house, trying my best to stay hidden. Perhaps it's for the best that Albus tracked me down. If he could find me, Tom most surely could. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but Severus's murder could not have come at a more convenient time. Lily smirked slightly at that, and his eyes widened. No, you couldn't have, did you? How? Why? Did you know that it was Severus who sold us out to Voldemort? At his shocked expression, she continued, yes, he wanted James and Harry dead and Mia to his every sick and ed desire. Needless to say, I was quite disgusted when I learned that. Of course, that's not to say that I had anything to do with his rather ironic demise. But you're not denying it, either. There are few people who would think to boil him in his own cauldron. And you still haven't said how you were able to do that. True on all counts. The clock on the wall told midnight, and on the last chime, her form began to fade. All Saints' Day. It seems my time is up. Lily, wait. He shifted to his knees and crept closer. I'm sorry. You're right, I share some blame for your death, and I don't deserve it, but please. Can you forgive me, even a little? Her transparent eyes softened marginally, and she laid her cold hand lightly on his bald pate. You tried. You made mistakes, and you could have done more to stop Voldemort before he became the horror that he did. He winced at that rebuke, but you did try, which is more than I can say for the majority of Britain. Yes, Professor. I forgive you. Thank you. She smiled before completely vanishing, and Horace covered his face with his hands as tears streamed down his cheeks. Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Harry ended the illusion and averted his eyes as the man began to cry. He whispered, I think that's all we can get out of him tonight. Get us out of here, Dobby. The house elf nodded and, with a snap of his fingers, popped the two of them, Hermione, Luna, and the cloak of invisibility to an empty room just a few doors down from the Gryffindor common room. That was nice of you to agree to forgive him, Harry, Luna commented as the elf took the Hallow back to the manor. It really was. Frowning, Hermione swept her wand tip over her throat to end the voice-changing and ventriloquism charms. No longer sounding like his dead mother, she added, the story we got from him was different from that of our timeline. Yes, it was, but whether that's due to a change in Slughorn or hearing it from someone other than Dumbledore is debatable. Still, I meant what I said and you repeated. He, at least, made an attempt to stop Tom before he became a Dark Lord. Could he have done more? Sure, but so many people were perfectly content just sitting and watching that I have to lower my standards unless I plan to torch this whole country. Don't worry, Harry, there are still plenty of Death Eaters you can take your anger out on, Luna reminded him with a wicked smile. And as soon as we get used to our larger cores, we can get back to taking away everything they hold dear. So, not that I don't enjoy using the room of requirement as our private flat, but are you going to tell us what you need it for tonight? Hermione asked her boyfriend as he paced in the familiar hallway. Harry glanced up, not ceasing his movements. Maybe you forgot, but you owe Luna for losing the bet about whether or not Crumplehorn Snurkax exist. The brunette mentally cursed. She remembered just fine, but for a few days she had held hope that the others hadn't. Your only stipulation was that the forfeit not happen until she was physically 15, and guess what? The 3rd of November is after her birthday. Fine, fine. Merlin damn it, why did Harry have to come up with something like this? Obviously Sirius was a bad influence this summer. One belly dance, coming right up. Luna interjected with a wag of her finger. Standard forfeit, my own. That's 7 nights of dancing and raunchy say, not just one. The door to the room faded into view, and Harry opened the portal and waved them in with a flourish. Stepping inside, Hermione noted the stage in the middle of the space, the exact contents hidden behind a curtain, as well as 2 more doors set on either side, one bearing the letter H, and the other an L. Harry, what is this? This is me claiming my bet. He smiled wickedly at the. If you'll recall, we had a wager going that Hermione couldn't finish 2 whole weeks without getting frustrated about having to redo a year's worth of homework. Oh, you're a conniving bastard, Luna said, her left eye twitching. There was no real heat in her voice, however, they all knew that she enjoyed playing dress-up the most of the 3. I'll have you know that my parents were happily married, thank you very much. He shooed them towards their doors. Hermione, there's a bell in your changing room that will ring when Luna and I are ready for you. Just wait quietly until then, if you don't mind. Too late for that. She stalked into her room and glared at the silver instrument hanging innocently on the wall. Not for the first time did she wish that the rules of their little game allowed them to spend one of their prizes to offset another. Not that it would matter much now, she thought as she walked over to a low table and opened the single box sitting on it. Even if we could, I owe Luna while she owes. Oh, you have got to be kidding. The clothes inside the container were barely worth the title. Huffing, the brunette reached inside the box and removed the billowing harem pants. She stared with undisguised irritation at the hand she could clearly see through the sheer red silk. Why did I agree to do this, again? Oh, yes, because Luna said it would be fun. All right, and it kind of is, she admitted, pulling her school uniform off and shimmying into the costume. I'd never wear anything like this of my own volition, and there's absolutely no way I would ever let myself be seen in public, but if it's just her and Harry, I can't say I really mind that much. I mean, before we came back in time they saw me completely BPD on a daily basis, revealing outfits aren't any worse. A wide belt made from strings of fake galleons wrapped around her waist, then she tied on the bikini-like top composed of the same material as the pants. Examining herself in the mirror, she shrugged weakly. Could be worse, I guess. The bell chose that moment to ring, and she silenced it with a wave of her wand before setting her focus on top of her normal clothes. May as well get this over with, she muttered. Opening the door and peering out, she gaped at the get-up Luna had been forced to don. Yeah, definitely could be worse. I have no idea what you were referring, the replied with a dainty sniff before crossing her arms under the solid bronze bra. The breeze is quite comfortable. Hermione could not help but snicker as she examined the long blue loincloth stretching between her girlfriend's legs. I wouldn't expect that outfit to provide much insulation. Harry, now I understand why the third Star Wars movie was your favorite. Obviously, it was the final triumph of good over evil and had nothing at all to do with a half-naked Carrie Fisher, he denied. Reaching behind him, Harry brought out a bowl of pudding and placed it in Luna's hands. It's not grapes, but it should work just fine. The other girl paused mid-motion, a spoonful of steaming sponge cake about to enter her open mouth. Huh, you thought your forfeit was just dressing up. Oh, no. I get to spend 7 nights like a sultan, one girl dancing for me while another feeds me. He grinned unrepentantly at their incredulous stares. The growling lightly as she possessively cradled the dessert in her arms brought a smile to Hermione's face. I think she might disagree with that plan. Yes, I can see that. He sighed and drew their mutual lover to his side. Split it. Fine. Excellent. Music, please. A steady drumbeat thrummed from the walls, and Harry gestured towards his fellow lion. If you need a little inspiration, the room provided me with a spell that will let you dance even though you've never done it before. She arched an eyebrow at him and stepped into the middle of the empty space, colored lights shining down on the floor and slowly revolving around her. Even if she were not worried about him overpowering the charm, it was ultimately unnecessary. While she had been hoping her lovers would forget this arrangement, that was no reason not to prepare for it, even if that required slipping inside the most wonderful room in Hogwarts and taking lessons she would probably never use again. If nothing else, it was something new, unlike their classwork. And so, Hermione began to dance. Harry and Luna both seemed to enjoy her undulations as they froze in amazement before settling back onto their puffy cushions, hunger of the more carnal sort burning brightly in their eyes. That was not to say that they did not try to satisfy their desire with mere food. Luna's visage took on a decidedly displeased cast whenever she offered the loaded spoon to her boyfriend, a look that disappeared again when it was her turn to enjoy the dessert. After several minutes of frenzied dancing, the empty bowl vanished and Harry leaned over to steal a last taste from the lips. The brunette frowned, her movements slowing, as Harry's shirt and Luna's went sailing into the air. If they forget I'm here and just shag in front of me, so help me all. My own, what are you still standing over there for? Just have to join them in the fun. Harry frowned as he peered through the omnioculars at the house. It was just 2 stories tall and the least sprawling of all the properties the trio had raided since they came back in time, a rather modest place, all told. No one would ever think that this pleasant-looking building with its brick exterior held one of the most men living in Britain. At least it will be a quick job. It's just getting in that's the problem, Luna countered. Winky's been watching for the past 2 weeks, and she said McNair stays cooped inside all weekend long. Getting pissed? He asked hopefully. A drunk enemy was far less dangerous than a sober one. Normally, anyway, he had only made the mistake of fighting Amicus Caro after a weekend bender once. The shrugged. We don't know. With that house elf ward up, she and Dobby can't actually sneak in and scope out the place. That's just what they've been able to tell after observing him from a distance. Wonderful. He probably only leaves the house to work at the ministry, so the only time we can break in is the least convenient for us. Why can't Death Eaters just be polite and make it easy on us? I'm still wondering why McNair isn't with his friends in Azkaban, Hermione muttered. Obviously he isn't rich, so how did he bribe the Wizengamot to accept the Imperious defense? An axe leaves very different marks than a cutting curse, too, so it isn't that he could claim he didn't hurt anyone. All his murders would have been readily identifiable. Luna promptly offered. Malfoy floated him alone, I expect. You're probably right, he agreed, but it could also be that he's clever enough to talk his way out of trouble. Cunning and vicious don't make for a good combination, at least not for us. I was hoping that we could continue relying on classic pureblood stupidity. For some reason, I feel like I should be offended by that, remarked the lone pureblood in their little family. Hermione snorted. First, you can't deny that the majority of purebloods, even Neville, much as I like him, were oftentimes completely blind to solutions to their problems that are laid out right in front of them. I'll admit that by the end of Hogwarts, those of us who grew up in the Muggle world have generally picked up that bad habit as well, but it's much more prevalent in the wizarding raised. Second, you're anything but a proud pureblood. How else do you explain why we had so much trouble dragging you away from the telly this summer? They stared at her with wide eyes. My own, your parents have Animal Planet. A whole station dedicated to Muggle magizoology. How could I not watch? It's not Muggle magi, you know what? Never mind. I don't even care anymore. About time you learned that trick. If it's not a matter of life or death, just let sleeping Grimms lie, Harry said with a snicker. That isn't even a real phrase. Is now, Luna giggled before she flopped onto the ground beside him. What's the plan? My casting still isn't up to snuff, he reluctantly admitted, so the best thing to do would be wait another week or two. We could come out here one day in the afternoon, strip the house, then use a time turner to slip back into school during the lunch period. I hate having to throw off our internal clocks like that, but I don't see much other choice unless we want to fight him in a straight duel. Let's avoid that. Hermione's eyes unfocused as she flipped through their schedules. How about the 20th? It's a date. A knock on his door drew Horace's attention from his cauldron, and he barely withheld a sigh as he heard the Malfoy brat hobbling into his private lab without waiting for his permission to enter. Mr. Malfoy, what can I do for you at such a late hour? It happened again, Professor. Ah, yet another attack from your mysterious assailant. He cast a stasis charm over his half-brewed potion and finally looked at the boy before forcing himself not to laugh. Bright red boils stood out starkly against the prefect's pale skin while mucus bats stretched from his nose and fluttered idly above his head, likely exhausted from beating themselves against his face. Small bruises were scattered over his hands and arms, obviously the results of a stinging hex, and dark blue horns poked out of blonde hair. A foul odor wafted to the man's nose and caused him to gag. What is that? The boy grimaced. Bowel-loosening hex. Great Merlin, that reeks. Don't you dare sit on any of my furniture. A deodorizing charm diminished the smell enough that he wouldn't immediately send his student away for fresh robes. Did you even catch a glimpse at your attacker this time, or has he safely gotten away once again? I don't think it was another Slytherin, Professor. Horace perked up at that. Had Malfoy finally figured it out? I think it was Potter. No, obviously not. And what would Mr. Potter have been doing hiding out around our common room, He was waiting for me. The boy screeched, puffing up like the peacocks Lucius had always been obsessed with. He has an invisibility cloak, I saw it 2 years ago. So if I went up to Gryffindor Tower and asked him about this, he wouldn't instantly deny any and all knowledge of this. He wouldn't be able to produce witnesses who saw him sitting in their common room while you were on patrol. Horace sneered, the expression unnerving the younger snake. And if I went to the hospital wing or the other houses, I wouldn't find students who had suffered the exact same hexes you did. I wonder who they would point the finger at as their attacker. They're lying. Do you think I'm blind? he roared in fury, Malfoy blanching in response to his sharp tone. "I have heard all about the abuse you heap on your fellow students, and I am not pleased. Severus may have ignored your disgusting behavior, but trust me when I say that I will not. The only reason I haven't punished you yet is that your attacker has been doing a much better job at driving the consequences of your actions into your head than point losses or detentions ever could, and I, for one, applaud his or her effort." What? The hooligan stuttered. "You heard me." He stomped past the blonde and ripped the door open. "A prefect is supposed to be above reproach, the best student his house can offer. You, Mr. Malfoy, are nothing more than a spoiled bully. Get out of my office. When my father hears about this." "Ooh, I quiver with fear." His threat ignored, the boy scurried out like a prideful mouse. Horace slammed the door shut and paced for several minutes before dropping into his chair. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I should know better than to lose my temper like that, but oh how I've wanted to give that little shit a piece of my mind. What Severus could have possibly been thinking when choosing Malfoy as the fifth-year prefect, he would never understand. The brat was anything but clever or cunning, just a brutish oaf who felt entitled to anything and everything around him. He demanded and demanded in a loud voice, and when he did not get what he wanted the minute he wanted it, he threw a tantrum reminiscent of a spoiled toddler. The foolish child couldn't even find the charm on the common room's entrance that was causing him so much grief. Horace snorted. "It's been there for over a month, probably placed before I retook this post, yet he still hasn't discovered it even though I noticed it not 5 minutes after he first came to me to complain about his dormmates ambushing him. It truly was a marvelous bit of magic, activating only when a second charm came in close proximity and raining the exact curses the boy used to torment the other houses." The head of Slytherin was not sure exactly where that other half was located, but it had to be something Malfoy carried on him constantly. His wand, perhaps. Recalling what Minerva had told him about the spats between Harry and Malfoy throughout their years in the castle, he paused to truly consider his prefect's accusations. As Lily had recently reminded him, she had a penchant for cooking up deliciously ironic punishments for those who earned her ire, and had not he himself noted how much like her Harry was? It was certainly something to consider. Not that he would punish the other boy, not at all. Should he locate evidence leading back to Lily's son, he simply planned to praise the boy for how sneaky and effective his retribution was and then make sure he knew how to cover his tracks better in the future. Speaking of things to look into, he thought as he picked up the sheaf of parchment containing the grades and his own observations of his 5th through 7th years. His agreement with Albus meant that he could not change his prefects until after the winter holidays, but come spring term, neither Mr. Malfoy nor Miss Parkinson would have any authority. Perhaps Mr. Zabini and Miss Davis wouldn't mind taking on some additional responsibilities. Lily was right, he should have worked harder against the monster Tom became. While those mistakes were in the unchangeable past, there was more he could do to stymie the bigotry running rampant among the Slytherins now, and by Merlin and Morgana, he was going to do it. Bullies would find themselves powerless, blood purists would discover that their words were unwelcome. It was time to clean house. And the next time he saw his favorite student, he would be able to hold his head high. Ron glanced up from his assignments at the sound of the portrait opening, his bad mood plummeting further as he saw Harry and Hermione entering the common room. His eyes immediately shot to the girl's misbuttoned shirt and heaving chest. "You know, that was more fun than I expected," she said in a breathless voice. Harry nodded, wiping a bit of sweat off his forehead. "Well, leave it to Luna to get creative with our play. I don't think I could do that every night, though." "Oh, certainly not." The redhead's insides squirmed uncomfortably and his blood pounded in his head as he watched his best mate walk off. 4 years he had been at Harry's side. If it weren't for his help, the boy who lived would have died years ago. Who stopped the troll? Who outplayed Flitwick's chess set? Whose car saved them from Hagrid's giant spiders? Who found out Sirius was innocent? Who saved Harry and the little Vila girl when they were drowning in the Black Lake? That was all Ronald Weasley, that's who. But this year Harry dropped him like a sour potion to spend all his time with Hermione and bloody Loony Lovegood. Ron snorted. "He's just jealous that McGonagall made me prefect and not him." Still, it wasn't fair. He had fancied Hermione since the Yule Ball last year, and Harry knew that. Merlin, even Hermione knew how he felt, but instead of being with him, she was shagging their mate. Why was it Harry who got to date two birds at the same time, even if one of them was a complete nutjob? As if dating his girl wasn't bad enough, Harry was still held in high regards by the Quidditch team, even though they kicked him off earlier that year. Probably because they couldn't stand his new attitude, Ron thought viciously. I bet those rumors about Umbridge forcing him off the team were just made up to make sure he wouldn't look bad. He, on the other hand, had had one bad night with his broom acting wonky and his headache keeping him from playing his best during the tryouts, but Angelina had told him that he wasn't going to be Gryffindor's keeper, or even their reserve player. His own brothers wouldn't even back him up. And that's not all, either. Slughorn's all, Harry, you have your mother's talent, and, Harry, this is the best potion I've ever seen, and, Harry, can I please give you straight outstandings for the year, but he's giving me poors and even dreadfuls. Snape was a bloody git, but at least he was equally mean to everyone who wasn't a slimy snake. Flitwick's the same way. The glamour charm was the first time this year that he's had even a single complaint about how Harry's been doing, and then he tells me that I'm too simple-minded to cast illusions. For crying out loud, McGonagall's treating Harry like he's the next coming of Merlin, talking about how detailed his transfigurations have been this year and how she's glad he's spending all his time with his nose in a bloody book. That last one really stuck in his craw. The head of Gryffindor House had called him into her office just the previous week and lectured him on how he still hadn't turned in the essays she had assigned in October. She had even said she would take away his prefect badge if his grades stayed as low as they were. She didn't care that he had other things to do, like trounce that uppity little firstie in chess or argue with Dean about how his dumb Manchester football team would never be as good as the Chudley Cannons. And since when couldn't he take the younger kids' fanged frisbees and ever-bashing boomerangs? They were against the rules, and he was allowed to confiscate them. Who cared what he did with them once the Brats no longer had them? It wasn't like Harry was much better. If he spent more than 5 minutes writing any of his papers, Ron would eat his chessboard. She just wants to give my badge to her new favorite student. That or she's tired of Roper being the girls' prefect and remembers that Hermione said she won't do it unless Harry was the boys'. It's not my fault that her second choice is worthless. He sneered and looked back at the 7 late essays he still had yet to start. If Hermione would just do them like she always had, he could get back to the important stuff, but she was too busy giving Harry everything he wanted. I bet she'd even snog Loony if he asked. Of course, that would be one way to shut the crazy bint up about her stupid made-up animals, he added with a mental laugh. Weasley, I think we need to start our patrol now. Roper's squeaky voice dragged him back to the outside world. Yeah, I'm coming. He stole a second glance at the short brunette, and an idea popped into his head. Harry's acting like he is because he's jealous of me, right? So if I get a bird of my own, he'll be even more jealous, and after a while not even the teachers would ignore his bad attitude. Then he's sure to realize that I'm the best friend he could ever have and come crawling back for forgiveness. Looking back to the girl, he said, hey, let's go to Hogsmeade together this Saturday. I already have plans. Roper replied before she scurried out the portrait hole. The laughter of the students lounging around nearby caused him to flush up to his ears, and he stalked out into the hall as well. She's probably one of Harry's fangirls, anyway. I'll find some way to make him quit acting like Malfoy, and maybe then Hermione will figure out which boy she should really be with. It was the flash of light from outside that caught Walden's attention. Setting his axe on the ground and the whetstone on the table, he rose and walked over to the window looking out onto his front lawn, only to find 3 people wearing black, Muggle-style clothes messing with his wards. An ugly grin grew as he realized what was happening. So these are the people who have been robbing good, proper pureblood families and leaving that damn fox head picture on the walls, huh? I should have known they'd be mudbloods. Good thing I took the afternoon off to finish my latest project, or I wouldn't be able to take care of them. Drawing his 6-inch wand and grabbing his weapon of choice, he moved onto the balcony overlooking the front door and waited. The protections on his house were relatively minor. It wouldn't take the thieves long to get through and enter the building, and then he would get the drop on them. The Dark Lord would be pleased when he brought back their broken bodies. They wouldn't be dead, though, oh no. The Dark Lord wanted to torture and kill them personally for stealing the money he needed for his campaign. A few minutes later, the door creaked open and the first of the mudbloods entered. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he cast an organ-rotting curse and snarled when the criminal jumped to one side to avoid the jet of yellow light. The thief popped back up and retaliated with a gray bone-breaking hex, forcing Walden to duck so as to avoid having his skull shattered. The other two took advantage of the exchange to race inside and run to the opposite wall. Well, that's just fine. I've always been an up-close and personal kind of guy, anyway. He spun in place, vanishing with a loud crack and reappearing right behind the leader of this little crew. His axe swung in a wide arc that would have cleaved the man's head from his shoulders if he hadn't dissipated away as well. Sharp reflexes let him cast a shield charm behind him to block the blue spell aimed at his back. Too slow, he shouted, turning around and sneering at the red fox mask peering out from under the dark leather hood. They sure are nursing a semi for those beasts, aren't they? A low snort came from the thief, and he retorted in a metallic voice, too stupid. His pale wand fired a blasting curse into the ground between them, throwing up a cloud of dust and cobblestone shards aimed at Walden's face. A shield charm prevented them from ripping through him like he was Swiss cheese, but it also forced him to dodge the enlimed spells that came from the two remaining bandits. Walden apparated to their side of the room, but his attempt to flank the pair was pointless. As soon as he appeared, they each launched a spell before vanishing as well. "Bugger, they're gone," he muttered as he shouldered his axe and dropped his protega. "I wanted to take them to the Dark Lord, too. Oh." He whirled around and glared at the red-masked thief standing nonchalantly on the stairs. "What could Voldemort possibly want with us? You don't ever say his name, you damn mudblood." Another curse left his wand, doing nothing but destroying his staircase. "And he wants you dead." One of the menaces, Walden thought it was the Blue Fox man, but he was anything but sure, laughed, his tone higher than his red friend's. He was hidden well, though, no matter where the executioner looked, he couldn't find the thief. "I think we'd be better off not meeting with Moldy Shorts if that's the case." Did he just call the Dark Lord, Moldy Shorts? "You seem surprised," rang out a third voice that could only belong to the yellow thief. "We have plenty of other things to call him. Voldmonkey. The Dork Lord. V.D. Mort. Snake Face, always a classic. The Noseless One, he who must not sunbathe." A pause, then, too long, blue. "Sorry, yellow. How about, you know Clue? Better. The Dark Idiot. I got nothing. Sectem Sempra." Burning pain suddenly ignited in his wrists, and Walden looked on in shock as both hands fell from his arms and blood spurted from the remaining stumps. Bereft of axe and wand and in too much agony to apparate, he was undefended against the body bind that hit him in the back. Leather boots faded into view inside his limited field of vision. "As I said, too stupid. Stupefy. I found McNair's Gringotts key, though considering the state of everything else here, I don't know that we'll get much out of his vault." "Copy that, Blue," Harry answered absently as he examined the chairs scattered about the Death Eater's sitting room. After raiding opulent manors for several months, this particular house was rather underwhelming. Second-hand furniture, tin-eating utensils, no books or paintings. Voldemort certainly didn't pick McNair to join his little club because of the money he could bring to the table. Probably it was due to him being such a vicious fighter, which makes me more glad than ever that Hermione and Luna know the ventriloquism charm. Without him putting all his attention into finding them, I would have had a much harder time sneaking up on him. If you have a sharp pair of eyes, noticing someone moving around while disillusioned is entirely possible. The cloak is the only way to attain true invisibility. All right, this was mostly a waste of time. Let's pack it up and... Harry, Luna, Hermione. The young man sprinted out of the room and swiftly transformed into a falcon to slow his dive off the balcony. Returning to his human shape just in time for his feet to hit the ground, he fell in step behind the who had raced around the corner and past the staircase. Their panicked run led them through the small home to their mutual lover as she bent over, her mask in hand as she vomited profusely onto the floor. "Luna, stay with her." He did not bother looking back to see if the youngest of the trio was doing as he ordered, instead creating a bright ball of light above his left hand before charging through the dark doorway that had previously been hidden behind a removable wall panel, his wand brandished like a sword. The Lumos charm lit his path and revealed what had so drastically disturbed the brunette, stopping him in his tracks and causing his eyes to widen in horror. "Dear Merlin." Harry, what's down there? Swallowing harshly, he called back, Luna, stay up there. Don't you dare do something heroically stupid. If there's a trap, tell me so I can get you out. It's not a trap. It's, just stay where you are. You don't want to see this. He shook his head in a futile attempt to make sense of the scene. This is why Voldemort wanted McNair as a Death Eater. He sensed a fellow monster. Is Hermione okay? There was a pause before Luna shouted, she says she's doing fine, but she doesn't want me going down there either. What the hell did you two find? His shock and abhorrence morphing into boundless rage, he grit his teeth and spun away from the gruesome sight. Stomping up the stairs, he stared at the fearful face and the brunette's one. I'm now very, very glad I didn't immediately kill McNair. It would have been far too quick. Hermione, go back and reattach his hands. Luna, do you remember the transfiguration you read about in Rookwood's book that you were telling me about? We're going to cast it on McNair. Oh, yes. A dark, mirthless, furious grin split his lips behind the mask. Then I'm going to wake him up so he can suffer through it. Harry, you're starting to scare me. Hermione leaned over to whisper in her ear for a moment, and Luna's eyes suddenly hardened. Never mind. He deserves everything we'll give him and more. Amelia Bones strode into the house of Walden McNair, barely paying the now customary fox head plastered on one wall more than a cursory glance. This was the 7th house, Mr. Fox had hid in the past few months, 12th if she included the unmarked manors they recently discovered had been broken into. To make matters more complicated, each and every one of them had belonged to Death Eaters or their sympathizers. Which must be why he hit this house, even though McNair wasn't rich like his other victims. That more than anything says that the money is a secondary consideration. What he really cares about is his vendetta. Damn it all, why can't he be just a plain old selfish thief? She turned to the ashen MLEP investigator beside her. Where is Orr Shacklebolt? He's in the back, ma'am. Thank Merlin it's not me down there, the man murmured. At her arched brow, he weakly offered, it's bad. I don't know who the guy was who got McNair, but if we ever find him, I'm shaking his hand and buying him a pint. Worry now warring with curiosity, Amelia dismissed the shaken man and eyed the shattered staircase before walking down the hall. Her subordinates weren't hard to find, their voices filled with anger and disbelief. Report. Walden McNair, executioner for the Department of Control of Magical Creatures, age 47. Marked Death Eater, the African wizard rumbled, his mouth twisted by a scowl. Her concern grew. In all the time he had worked for her, she had never known her best agent to get this worked up over a case. He left the ministry at noon on Monday and hasn't been seen since, at least not by anyone who's come forward. Magical forensics estimate time of death to be between 24 and 48 hours ago, earlier more likely than later. I guess the killer broke in and wanted to play, who's the darker wizard? I know it must be difficult, but can we at least try to stay professional? He winced at her mild rebuke. Sorry, ma'am. Cause of death was a transfiguration that turned his blood to mud over the course of several hours. The Maffies don't know when during the spell he actually expired. What they can tell us is that he was still alive and awake when Mr. Fox posed him for us. Posed. She looked at the doorway in the wall, ever-burning candles brightening the foreboding stairwell. Shack, what's down there that has everyone so disturbed? I don't think words could do it justice, ma'am. Squaring her shoulders, she marched down the stairs, doing her best to ignore the stench. McNair was hanging from the wall and had been stripped to his waist, manacles clamped around his wrists while brown veins stood out starkly against his white skin. He was not alone, however, on either side were bodies that were just beginning to show evidence of rot. She could easily tell that the pair had been tortured. The one on the left had had all of his skin peeled off while the other was covered in long, cauterized wounds, likely caused by any of the numerous pokers organized on the opposite side of the chamber above a cold fireplace. The second body had also had his eyes cut out, and both were missing their legs from mid-shin down so that even if they had managed to free themselves from their bindings, they would not have been able to run away. While her eyes were taking all that in, Amelia's mind was stuck on the small size of the victims. Both of them were children. Riley places their ages between 8 and 10, Shacklebolt said softly from behind her. After so long, any magical signature would have long since faded away, but he and I agree that they were probably muggles. Muggle or magical, they were still children, she snapped back, her anger cooling ever so slightly at his solemn nod. Her sight roved over to a stack of boxes covered by a conjured blanket at the far side of the room. The pink kittens gambling on the blue background inexplicably filled her with dread. Please tell me those aren't. The wizard sighed. More bodies, all about the same age. Some were nothing more than skeletons. We went ahead and made coffins for all of them, figured it was the least we could do, that and giving them a proper burial. McNair was at this for a decade at least, probably continuing something he had done when he followed you-know-who. Dear Merlin. Susan was afraid of him the first time she saw him waltzing about the ministry. I should have paid more attention to her concerns. She shook her head. Any signs of torture on him? Besides the transfiguration, no. Pity. Shacklebolt looked up at her in surprise, to which she smiled grimly. After finding this, just about anything could have been justified. Even lowering himself to McNair's level. The dark-skinned Auror asked. She eyed him sternly. You've been spending too much time around Dumbledore. There are some people who just need to die. McNair was obviously one of them. At his grimace, she climbed the stairs, doing her best to ignore the urge to desecrate the Death Eater's body further. An unlucky curse during the war had robbed her of the ability to bear children of her own and made her extremely unsympathetic to anyone who would intentionally hurt them. We already knew that Mr. Fox was going after Death Eaters, and now it's clear that he's not afraid to get his hands dirty. I had hoped that Julius Rookwood's death was accidental, an unfortunate reflex when the old man was throwing around killing curses, but I'm starting to doubt it. It's probably a good thing that he's done his best to hit properties when the occupants were elsewhere, otherwise I'd have a far harder time keeping this information in-house. Amelia sighed deeply when she exited the chamber and the unraveling anti-apparition jinx over the Chamber of Horrors. Appearing directly in her office, a privilege she had as a department head but one she rarely used, she pulled a form from her desk drawer that would seal all cases related to the mystery thief, the information accessible only to herself along with Auror's Shacklebolt and Tonks as the primary investigators. She had to move quickly, before the Wizengamot caught wind of any rumors. The last thing she needed was the heads of the dark houses putting pressure on her to imprison the vigilante who had clearly made it his mission to turn anyone who had ever supported Voldemort into penniless paupers. I hate cases like this, she thought as she stamped the last bit of parchment work. On the one hand, I understand and completely agree with his motives. These animals need to face justice for the crimes they committed, both during the war and after. On the other, the law exists for a reason. There probably were people who were actually under the Imperius and therefore cannot be held accountable for their actions. Unless he's interrogating his targets, which he can't be if he strikes while they're out of their homes, there's no way he can know the difference. Justice without proof is nothing but persecution. Hopefully we can find him and convince him of that before he does something we can't ignore. Harry and Hermione trudged through the knee-high snow, the cold staining their exposed cheeks and noses red. The grounds were empty besides the two of them. The rest of the student body was gathered inside the castle following the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff Quidditch match that morning, probably filling their bellies with warm cocoa, and Luna had begged off so she could read through the various notes Augustus Rookwood had taken for Voldemort concerning their next target. So, alone, they made their way to the small cabin located at the edge of the school, where for the first time in months a stream of smoke rose from the chimney. Hagrid was back. He's late, the young man muttered as he tried to tug his coat out of his girlfriend's grasp to keep himself warm. Hermione was, despite her fervent denials, a certified blanket hog in the winter months. He and Luna often had to let her have the covers on the bed while they pulled more out of the linen cabinet for the two of them. Stealing his jacket, however, was an all-new low. In the old timeline, he returned in November. I know. Maybe he ran into more trouble this time. Shivering from more than just the cold, Hermione tried to push deeper into his warmth. I'm not looking forward to this. Neither am I, to be perfectly honest. The last time the pair of them had spoken to Hagrid was about a year before the Third Voldemort War began, and it had ended with the half-giant almost literally throwing them out of the house. Harry had always considered the big man a friend, but when forced to choose between believing him and Dumbledore, Hagrid had made his position clear. As far as the groundskeeper and care professor was concerned, the leader of the light was and always would be infallible. They therefore approached the tall wooden door with some trepidation, This Hagrid would not remember the heated arguments they had exchanged, but their opinion of the elderly headmaster had fallen even farther since that day. Harry raised his fist and let it slam against the door once, twice, thrice. A loud barking echoed from the small building, and a gruff voice shouted, "Who's there?" "Father Christmas and his tropical island girlfriend. Who do you think it is, Hagrid? Let us in, will you? It's cold out here. I shoulda known it'd be yay." The door swung open, revealing the homeowner in all his 10-foot-tall glory. One beetle black eye gazed down at the pair fondly, the other squeezed shut behind a number of bruises, while his nose now resembled Dumbledore's own bent snout. The dark beard that normally adorned his chin had been completely shaved off to showcase the lumpy left side of his jaw, and the wide neck of his shirt allowed the time travelers to see a multitude of bandages peeking out from where they were wrapped around his chest. Seemingly unaware of Harry's shocked inspection, Hagrid slapped him on the back nearly hard enough to send him to the floor before he reached around him to pull Hermione into a crushing hug for a few moments, finally dropping her to the ground so she could take a full breath. "And Hermione, too. Where's Ron, though?" he asked, sticking his head through the open doorway and peering about as if expecting the redhead to suddenly appear from thin air. Which, considering the number of times we used the cloak to visit, isn't exactly an impossibility. "He's not coming," Harry answered as he dropped into one of the human-sized chairs clustered around the rough table. "We had a bit of a falling out this summer." Hagrid frowned in concern before he moved over to the fire and hung a copper kettle over it. "This too bad. What happened?" "He got it into his head that I belonged to him," Hermione snapped, her displeasure with the entire Weasley family making itself known. She scowled and softened her tone before continuing, "When he found out that Harry and I had started dating, he didn't exactly take it well." "Yay too, huh? Congratulations. Knew it'd happen sooner or later." Hagrid settled himself in his personal chair, one built more like a wooden couch than anything. "Sorry it cost ye a friendship, though. He'd treat ye better than duh." Harry nodded. "We did, too. Enough about us. What in Merlin's name happened to you?" He knew Hagrid had been sent as an envoy to the Giants, but he did not recall the larger man being quite this abused last time. What complication could have arisen that injured the half-giant to this extent in addition to delaying him an additional month? "Nothin', it's nothin'. Hagrid, we already know you went to talk to the Giants," Hermione retorted, drawing a surprised gape from the man. The Order wasn't exactly secretive about their plans. However, that doesn't explain why you look like you were on the losing end of a bar fight with a centaur. Hagrid sighed before standing and pulling 3 mugs from the cupboard. "And, I suppose tellin' ye not to go snoopin' around, like ye normally do'll just make ye look harder, won't it?" At their nods, he sighed again, though a faint smile could be seen. "Fine, as well tell ye now, else ye'll just keep botherin' me about it later." "Yeah, Dumbledore sent me to talk to the Giants, me and a limp. We set off right after term ended. Took us a month ter get there, had ter travel like muggles, see, 'cause the ministry's been keepin' an eye on Dumbledore and anyone they reckons in league with him. We finally got ter our last stop in Russia, St. Petersburg, Olymp said it was, but I couldn't read their odd written ter tell, and then we had ter hike the rest of the way ter a mountain range ter the east from there. Needed another week after de ter find him, with not us and magic. Giants aren't exactly big fans o' wizards, ye see." The whistle of the kettle diverted his attention from his tale as he prepared the tea. Hermione accepted the bucket-shaped cup with quiet thanks. "So what happened when you finally found the colony?" "Well, we waited till mornin' ter go down and see 'em, didn't want ter go sneakin' up on half-asleep giants in case they though, we were tryin' ter hunt 'em down or summat. There's a trick to talkin' ter giants, Dumbledore told us. Ye gotta bring a gift, somethin' the Gurgle like. Shows respect, yay. No. Gurg?" Harry asked, turning the word over in his mind. He vaguely recognized it, but the last time he had listened to this story was 10 years ago. "Oh, the Gurg's the chief o' the colony. Wasn't hard ter tell who it was, ter be honest. Ye just had ter look fair the bigges, the uglies, and the lazies, one o' 'em. Sittin' there waitin' ter be brought food by the others. Name o' carcass. So we walked down there and offered the first gift we brought, a branch o' Goobrathian fire Dumbledore enchanted, And, I said, a gift tear the Gurgo the Giants from Albus Dumbledore, who sends his respectful greetings. And, does when things got tricky. What? Demanded the brunette. What do you mean, tricky? Well, it turns out we weren't the first ones tear talk tear carcass. A couple o' Death Eaters had shown up before us and were already tryin' tear talk him and ter joinin' with you know who. They'd been there a few days already, I bet, 'cause clubs errand, supposed tear cut through solid rock, but the one carcass pulled out from behind his back did just Ye don, give a giant a weapon on the first meetin', Dumbledore told us, if in ye do, they're more likely tear try it out on ye than listen tear wa, ye got tear say. Anyway, if it weren't, fair Olymp pullin' out the fast spellwork I've ever seen, I don't think we'd a gotten out o' there with our heads still on our shoulders. But we were in trouble then 'cause we'd used magic against 'em, and, that's what they hate most aboo, wizards. We had tear leg it out o' there right, quick, and, we knew there was no way we'd be able tear just walk back in. I don't remember exactly how the story went last time, but I know this wasn't it, Harry thought furiously. Damned alternate timelines. Hermione's face showed she was equally stressed by this new twist. So the Giants are definitely allied with Voldemort now. Don, say his name, Hagrid reprimanded her with a shudder. And, no, strangely enough. Ye see, Olymp put a listenin' charm on a stump while we were fightin' our way out of there, so we got tear hear what was goin' on fair the next few days. Carcass didn't speak a word o' English, so he had tear have translators tell him what they were sayin' in Giant's tongue. He wasn't sure aboo, linen his giants up behind you know who, ye know, and he kep, the Death Eaters comin' back day after day fair more talkin', always with more gifts as well. This went on fair about a week or so, then he gave them his answer. Which was? Harry asked eagerly. Well, I'm guessin' it was a no, 'cause he used the same club he pulled on us and killed 'em both. Hagrid nodded at their dropped jaws. We were watchin' through Olympe's Farsean spell, so we saw the whole thing. The Giants sided with the Death Eaters last time, and it cost 'em even more o' their territory, so we figure Carcass didn't want nothin' more tear do with 'em. Same night, he took the colony off tear another mountain, probably tear attack another colony with all the gifts he'd been gettin'. This the last we saw o' him. Okay, so that was a bust. But that was months ago. Why do you look like you were beaten up? Recently, his green eyes grew wide as he remembered what, or more precisely who, Hagrid had brought back with him. I wasn't beaten up. Well, not exactly, the large man added sheepishly. Ye see, I found someone while we were hidin', out and watchin' the other giants. It turns out my mother had another kid after she left me and my brother. Hermione gulped loudly, clearly remembering Grop. She had told him once that she would take Wronski feint lessons with him on his firebolt before she let the small giant pick her up again. And that explains your injuries, how? Well, I might have him back with me. That's, Hagrid, you could not have picked a worse time to do something like this, Harry said with a sigh. With our new High Inquisitor running around, hiding a giant in the Forbidden Forest is just begging for trouble. The half-giant rolled his one good eye. Yeah, I met her last night. She was goin' on about inspectin' people and gettin' rid o' bad teachers and on. And she already has. Trelawney was put on probation last month, and she's threatened to arrange an exorcism for Binns. Hermione paused for a moment as she thought over what she had just said. Okay, that last one wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, I suppose, but the point remains that you can't do anything foolhardy with her around. Foolhardy. Now, Hermione, don't you worry a thing. I've got a load o' great lessons already planned for class. He grinned widely as he stared at nothing for a moment. I've been keepin' a couple o' creatures saved fair the all year. There's something really special. Hagrid, something really special, is exactly what you don't want to pull out, she cautioned. Umbridge isn't going to be happy if you whip out anything she thinks would be too dangerous. The large wizard laughed at her worries. Dangerous. Don't be silly. I wouldn't give ye anything dangerous. Bullshit, Harry thought. 3 words, blast, ended. Scroots. Those were plenty dangerous, thank you very much. Oh my, those completely slipped my mind. If you whip out a surprise like those again, getting sacked is going to be the least of your concerns. What are you talkin' aboo, Hermione? Hagrid asked in considerable confusion. The Scroots weren't too bad, just a little excitable. Let me lay it out for you, then, since you don't seem to understand. First, you blatantly violated the ban on experimental breeding, a crime that could see you serve 10 years in Azkaban. The half-giant paled at the brunette's declaration. Harry had been in this very room when Fudge had dragged Hagrid away to said prison almost 3 years previously, and he knew that the large man never wanted to go there again. Second, you bred a fire crab with a manticore. A Class 5 monster. A known wizard killer, and in this case, a wizard eater. There's another 20, maybe 30 years. Third, and most importantly, you then unleashed this monster hybrid on a bunch of schoolchildren. Forget prison, if anyone had died last year, you would have gotten the bloody key. Hermione was now on her feet, breathing harshly as she stared at the abashed professor. She had obviously been holding this in for a while, not that Harry could blame her. In hindsight, being anywhere within 100 feet of those nearly unkillable beasts had been as bad as sticking their heads in a lion's mouth and then poking it in the eye. That had not been the only time he had been in perilous situations thanks to Hagrid, either, Baby Norbert, detention in the Forbidden Forest, Fluffy, Aragog, Buckbeak, Grop. It was disconcerting to realize that his first friend in the wizarding world had possibly been a bigger threat to his life than even Voldemort. Unaware of Harry's less than complimentary thoughts, Hagrid crossed his arms over his chest and frowned at the girl. Now, wait a second. The Scroots might have scared ye, but they weren't bad, just a little playful, that's all. They didn't act up one bit fair me. That's because you're half giant. The large man gaped at Hermione's shriek. Taking a few deep breaths and lowering herself back into the chair, she continued more softly, we're just normal, fragile humans. Beasts you consider playful and exciting, or deadly to us. Hermione, I never meant terror. I know you didn't mean to put us in danger, Hagrid, but that doesn't change the fact that you did. That's what I'm trying to tell you, you can't do that now, not if you want to keep your job. Dumbledore is too concerned with regaining his spot in the Wizengamot to stand in Umbridge's way, especially when the interim minister, and therefore her boss, is one of Malfoy's allies and won't rein her in. She reached across the table to lightly pat the hand of the visibly ashamed man. If you're still willing to listen to my advice, go talk to Grubbly Plank. She's been focusing on the creatures we need to know for the owls, and she might even have an idea or two about safety precautions you should take so you can at least show your favorite creatures to the Newt students. Yeah, I just do Hermione. Thanks fair tellin' me da. Hagrid pulled his hand out of her grasp and gripped his large mug tightly. I hate have tear run ye two out, but I think I need some time tear think-a-boo, what ye said. All right, Harry replied softly. If you want to talk later, you know how to reach us. He followed his lover out the open doorway and into the cold once more. Hermione stood quietly in the snow, not saying a word until the door had closed. Someone needed to tell him. It wasn't something he wanted to hear or that I wanted to say, but he has to understand that. If he doesn't, people could die. The ferret might have played up the injuries he got from Buckbeak in third year, but if he hadn't stuck his arm in front of him in time, it would have been his neck that was ripped to shreds. I know. He reached out and pulled the young woman to him, letting her burrow slightly into his chest. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what changes arise from this. Minerva nearly ran to the common room, sharply calling, Flibbertigibbet, to the fat lady. The portrait swung open, and she swiftly found some of her targets. Mr. Weasley. One of the twins jerked his head up to meet her eyes. Whatever it is, we didn't do it. I don't particularly care at this moment, where is your other brother? She snapped, looking through the room again. The boy relaxed now that he was sure he was not in any trouble. Ron's in his dorms, I think. Do you want me to get him? Yes, and then I need both of you to come with me as well. This scared the boys into motion, and the one not serving as her messenger began gathering their collective belongings. A tense minute or so passed, the other lions whispering to themselves about what she could have come for, and then the third redhead appeared at the head of the stairs. Follow me. She had already left the room and was striding down the corridor when the brothers caught up to her. What's going on? Demanded the second of the twins. Her steps slowed. This was one aspect of being a head of house that she despised. She had been forced to do it too many times during the last war. I'm sorry to tell you boys this, but there was an attack on your house earlier today. Death Eaters? The first lookalike asked fearfully. We think so. Unfortunately, that is not the end of the bad news. The head of Gryffindor House took a breath to give her time to gather her courage. Your mother was inside the kitchen when it blew up. What? She's alive, she immediately continued, which calmed the frantic children considerably, but she's insane. Mungo's in critical condition. I just came back from there, and the healers are doing all they can to help her. Your father has asked that you return to headquarters now rather than wait another week, so we are going to the headmaster's office to let you flow there. Ron Weasley simply stared at her blankly, but the twins shared a meaningful glance. Professor, what about Ginny? She was in the library, Madame Pants has already escorted her to Professor Dumbledore. That's good, then. The prankster brothers eyed her seriously. What was Mum even doing at home at all? I thought the whole reason we had to move to London this summer was that the borough wasn't safe. Bill has been working on the wards when he can, but obviously you are correct that it is not as well defended as headquarters. However, your mother went back a few times a week. When we asked, she told us that she had to care for your animals and your garden. She smiled mirthlessly. I also believe she did some cooking there, too, either because she has ingredients that headquarters does not or she just enjoys puttering around her own kitchen. Needless to say, the enemy noticed her routine and ambushed her. How badly was she hurt? Minerva forced herself not to stop and stare at the small voice the second twin had spoken in. The three boys were putting up a brave face, but she could see the cracks starting to form in their facades. For the first time, the risks inherent to the war their parents were fighting in were clear. Clearing her throat slightly to stave off her sorrow at the loss of innocence her charges were now experiencing, she finally answered, it could have been much worse. We think she was cooking at the time because she has a large burn on her face consistent with boiling oil splashing on her. There were also shards of metal shoved into her body, probably from the pot she was using. Several of her ribs are broken, as well, along with her right arm. Thankfully, she had brought her clock to headquarters, so it alerted us the moment she was attacked and we were able to take her to the hospital. The healers say it will take some time, possibly several weeks, but she should make a full or almost full recovery. The children breathed a sigh of relief. Come along, boys, your father is waiting for you. He understandably wants all his family together right now so he can make sure you're all safe. I wonder what all that was about. Harry just smiled slightly at his girlfriend's confusion, or at least he did until Luna poked him from where she was cuddled into his side. You know something. Spill. I know many things, my dear. They both glared at him, and he sighed before picking up his wand and casting a muffaliato around them. This was one topic he did not want leaking to the Hogwarts rumor mill. Okay, yes, I know why McGonagall came in here and stole away the Weasley boys. It can't be because of Nagini attacking Arthur. She isn't due in the ministry until next week, and that's the only time I can think of when she did anything like this. What did you do? I did nothing, but if I had to guess, I'd say that Molly's either dead or insane. Mungos. Luna pouted cutely at him. Come on, Harry, you can't leave us in the dark like that. What happened? Again, I know nothing for sure, this is all just a hypothetical. Harry, drop the deniability nonsense and just tell us. Fine, take away my fun, he retorted with a playful glare at the brunette. What potions include jasmine? The light of understanding filled Hermione's eyes. Very, very few. 5-second cement has it as a thinning agent, and it's a minor ingredient in the delirium draft, but far and away its most common use is as the base in love potions. In fact, didn't Dram say that all love potions use jasmine at some point in their brewing? Yes, he did. So, since it's found in such a specific group of potions, I didn't feel at all bad for having Winky sabotage Molly's stash just a little. Winky, not Dobby. He laughed at her question. No, absolutely not. I like Dobby, don't get me wrong, but subtlety is just not in his nature. Winky, on the other hand, was involved in hiding Barty from the rest of the world for, 13 years. Her BP traps are less likely to be detected until it's too late. And just what did our magnificent Lady Elf add to said Beep's ingredients? Asked Luna. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Not much, just a couple of ounces of erumpent hair. The girl's twin looks of confusion were priceless. Hair. That is what I said. A dark grin split his mouth. After all, just like belladonna, jasmine needs large amounts of heat when it's added to the potion, and all hairs and quills become unstable in high heat. Of course, whenever you talk about anything to do with erumpents. Unstable is just another way of saying explosive, Hermione finished for him. You turned her cauldron into a bomb. He nodded and leaned back in his chair. Pretty much. It's her own fault, though. I don't even care who she intended the victim of her potion to be. By brewing it, she's conspiring to beep and potentially unbeep someone, even if it isn't us. As entertaining as watching Luna go vicious tiger on her was in hindsight. She should just be glad I didn't shoot an Avada Kedavra up her ass. I'd rather her plot not get to that point this time. And since jasmine is used in nothing else she has any reason to brew, she would have been perfectly safe if she hadn't tried to make a love potion. Her injuries are the result of her own intentions, Hermione summed up. Exactly. He shrugged again. Assuming she survives this, maybe she'll take a second to think about whether or not she should make another attempt before she puts the cauldron on the fire again. We can only hope. Harry gently keyed the soft skin between Luna's shoulder blades before zipping the back of her bodysuit up. She gave him a smoldering look and slipped on her mask, a flat, blank one rather than the blue fox head she normally wore. Applying his own mask, he turned to his other lover. You're sure you want to go like that? I have a mask if a situation come up where I need it, but this glamour should work just fine, the Percy Weasley imposter said with a nod. Knowing Percy, him hanging around the office late at night won't be a huge surprise in case I run into anyone. Dobby reported that he's enjoying his dinner, with the new head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, so he has an alibi, too. If he still gets in hot water with the DMLE, though, well, that's what he gets for calling you deranged and dangerous. Works for me. He draped the cloak over his shoulders and waited for Luna to pull the ensorcelled collar off of Clyde. It was only his knowledge that she was already there that kept the Snurkack's natural notice me not field from affecting him. Ready. With 3 separate cracks, they apparated to an enormous room, golden runes flickering rapidly into and out of existence on the blue ceiling. The dark wood of the walls and floor gleamed even in the low light given off by the few floating lanterns that had not been trimmed for the night. In the middle of the hallway stood 5 gold statues, a wizard, a witch, a centaur, a goblin, and finally a house elf. As the trio of thieves admired their newest target, a crisp female voice intoned, "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic." "All right, girls, remember the plan," the masked man reminded his lovers. "We aren't the foxes tonight. Get in, get out, no one ever knows we were here." Hermione, her illusion masking her as the most pompous of the Weasley clan, nodded. "Try to maintain mirror silence, but if we do need to get in touch with each other, code names are the order of our birth dates. Unless the timeline is more different than we think it is, there shouldn't be anyone here except whoever the order sent to guard the Department of Mysteries, but there's no reason not to take precautions. You're taking care of that, too." "I am," came Harry's voice from somewhere ahead of her. She huffed to herself. She often attempted to figure out exactly when he left her side on missions like this, but not once had she succeeded in that self-imposed challenge. Between his experience at sneaking around, a silencing charm on his feet, and Death's own cloak of invisibility, he was nearly impossible to track when he did not want to be found. "And I'm hitting Umbridge's and the minister's offices," Luna added, her pet Snurkack's natural notice me not field wavering slightly as she drew attention to herself. "No telling what kind of dirt the toad is hiding. I'll look through the department for the control of magical creatures, too, if I have spare time. Since McNair's been dead for almost a month, I doubt they'll have kept any of his personal effects, but you never know. Maybe there will be something linking him to Death Eaters we don't know about." Understood. She, on the other hand, would be looking through the law enforcement floor of the ministry. It housed both the improper use of magic office, the bane of all Muggleborns, as well as the administrative registration office, more commonly known as the Hall of Records, and the place that would hold addresses for the rest of the Death Eaters. Not to mention, she was curious what the DMLE knew about their other heists, and the Auror and Law Enforcement Patrol would be the best places to find that out. The first expected hurdle, the empty security desk, proved to be nothing. The trio had multiple plans for any warning charms on the golden gates nearby for unregistered wands or someone passing through them or something, but to their surprise, there was nothing. 1. 3. Explain something to me, if you could. Why did they have a security desk at all if people can just walk right in, fully armed and undetected, whenever the hell they want? Harry grumbled. Because they just want to put up a display of safety and competency. Luna offered. If they harass enough people who just want to get on with their day, they can convince themselves that they're prepared even though they have nothing to actually stop someone who plans to do some harm. Or maybe it's just an illusion of safety for the average wizard, I don't know. Considering we're the ones benefiting from it this time, I'd suggest we don't argue against good fortune at the moment, she cut in. Everyone grab a lift. The faster we get to our targets, the faster we can get out of here. The end of the hallway contained at least 20 golden grills, so they had no trouble finding one for each of them. Hermione waited rather impatiently for the lift to arrive at her destination, with the atrium being located on the 8th floor from the surface. Rising all the way to the second where the DMLE was situated took a while, especially when the lift opened its doors automatically at each new floor. Finally, however, the chains clattered as the grill slid open for the last time, and the same feminine voice she heard when they arrived told her, Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of magic office, or headquarters, and Wizengamot Administration Services. Finally, she strode confidently into the corridor, brown-turned blue eyes flicking over the wooden doors set into the walls. I wonder what, these must be the Wizengamot members' offices, she decided as she read the brass nameplates, each one denoting a different family. Makes sense, I suppose. Lazy pureblood bigots are too good to walk any farther than they absolutely have to. Too bad we're here for information, I'd love to strip these rooms bare. Maybe another time. Walking past the various offices with their tempting mysteries, she slipped into the cubicle-filled Auror headquarters. Along the back wall was her target, a pair of doors labeled Head Auror and Head of Department. She entered the former of the offices and pulled a blank mask similar to Harry and Luna's out of her robe's pocket. The mask, spelled with magicite, revealed only an anti-summoning charm on his file cabinet that was easily broken before she stuffed it back into its hiding spot. Not enchanted. That works out for us, actually, without any other evidence that someone was here. Scrimbor will be left to assume that the spell failed on its own. Accio records of thefts in the past year. The drawers of the cabinet shot open, and no less than a dozen bundles of parchment flew out and landed on the desk in front of her. That's more than I expected, honestly. With the thicknesses that some of those files were, she was sure that their exploits would have been grouped together. It wasn't like they had made it difficult for the DMLE to realize it was the same perpetrators, after all. Murder-robbery, but no one I've ever heard of. Thefts of witches' familiars in Cambridge. Serial knicker-snatcher. She blinked in surprise. I don't even want to know. The rest of the cases were in the same vein, which both disturbed and irritated her. Our heists were artfully done, unmistakable, and resulted in the death of 2 prominent purebloods. There's no way the head Auror shouldn't have been notified, especially if his files are this minor. Unless, she exited the room and looked at the next office. Unless we've made ourselves so large a threat that we're now the problem of Amelia Bones herself. The mask came back out, and she slowly pushed the door open. This was more of what she was expecting. Everything, even the picture frames on the desk, was covered with ocean blue magic. Was it for detection and recognition? A paralyzing spell to keep her there until Madame Bones walked in. Something else entirely. Without any hints or enough time to work out its purpose from its arithmetic formula, she was loath to put it to the test. Thankfully, I don't have to. She pulled 5 palm-sized clay tablets from another pocket, each marked with runes for canceling magic on objects, and arranged them in a square around the new filing cabinet before setting the last one on top. Carefully tapping the tablets with her wand, she watched the cuneiform pressed into them flare with white light. The disposable secondary foci crumbled, and so did the spells on the cabinet. Merlin, I love runes. Repeating her previous summoning spell, she watched only 2 files come to her. One of them caught her attention immediately, not only because of how thick it was, but also for the wax seal in the middle of the large envelope that proudly displayed the DMLE scales and motto under a messily written label of Mr. Fox. This had to be theirs. A spell stretched out from the impression and wrapped around the bundle, and no matter how Hermione pried on the seemingly loose edge, she could not open it to read the files inside. How interesting. A sealed file, presumably only able to be opened by Bones herself. She's taking us seriously. Despite the increased risk the personal attention of the head of the DMLE presented, she could not help but smile. It was always nice to have one's work appreciated. She magicked the files back into their drawer. Unless she broke the seal, she doubted a duplication charm would let her read the files, and she could not recast the spell since she had no idea what it was. As Harry had reminded them, they had to cover their tracks tonight. I doubt he'd mind us having a bit of fun, though, she thought with a mischievous grin. Her next stop was the improper use of magic office to foul up the trace just a little bit, and then it would be time to flip through musty old parchment to find the coordinates for their remaining targets. Level 1, Minister of Magic and Support Staff, including the Office of the Minister of Magic, Office of the Advisor to the Minister, and Office of the Senior Undersecretary. Humming a soft tune to herself, Luna left the lift, her boots clacking loudly against the polished marble floor in the surrounding silence. She bounced the periwinkle blue, legless, rabbit-like creature in her arms and cooed, "It's terrible that we can't let anyone know we were here, isn't it, Clyde? This place really needs redecoration. Some carpets, a new paint job, maybe a few fruit trees." The Snurkak, too timid to give his opinion on the subject, simply squirmed deeper into her embrace. "Well, we don't have time to sit down and plan out any changes, nor can we leave them suggestions. Too bad. So, should we go through Fudge's, Umbridge's, or Chief Warlock Callahan's things first?" Clyde turned his horned head to sneeze cutely in the direction of the minister's office. "Yes, you're absolutely right. We'll start at the top of the pecking order and work our way down." To her utter lack of surprise, the minister's office was still filled with Cornelius Fudge's belongings. After all, the next minister, whoever the Wizengamot eventually chose, might have the same tastes as his predecessor, and it would be a waste of galleons to replace the gilded sofa with its leopard print cushions or the elaborate crystal and silver sculpture of enthusiastically bathing nymphs that was already available. Fudge would normally be able to take his furnishings with him, but the Wizengamot had dismissed him via vote of no confidence, so that fringe benefit of being the minister was no longer available to him. It was so sad, it almost made her want to cry. Almost. "I mean, when else are we going to have the opportunity to take these with us?" she mentally grumbled. Sure, they were tacky, overbearing, and, in the case of the statue, obscene and not even in the good way, but they would fetch a good price when sold to the right people. Mundungus Fletcher was the type of individual she wouldn't exactly mind Harry legilimenting for his underground contacts and memory charming when they were done. Oh, well, no use crying over spilled potion. A wave of her wand had the desk's drawers shooting open, and she laid Clyde onto the desktop before clipping a non-enchanted collar and lead around his neck. She could not keep track of him and go through Fudge's parchment at the same time, and she really did not want to worry about looking for her pet when she was done. At least this way she could simply follow the leash hooked to her belt to locate him again. Several minutes passed with her simply scanning the documents, but to her frustration, the former minister had been brighter than they had given him credit for. All his records seemed perfectly above board, not a single mention of mysterious donations, financial incentives, or outright bribes anywhere. "All right, Luna. If you were a crooked politician who had incriminating documents about the money you received from Malfoy and his ilk, where you hide them?" She frowned for a moment before shaking her head. Somehow, she doubted Fudge had a trained man-eating kangaroo whose pouch she could use as a safe. Perhaps she should ask Hermione. The brunette was much better at inside-the-box thinking than she was. Then again, Luna drew her wand and held it flat in her palm. This certainly could not hurt. "Point me minister's hidden safe." The ebony focus slowly spun in a circle once, twice, before coming to a halt with its tip aimed at the wall behind the desk and just slightly to her left. "I did not expect that to work." The 4-point spell was a handy charm, but its usefulness in finding things rather than due north was diminished by the fact that even a basic paling would disrupt it. For Fudge not to use any kind of protection for his safe, either her increased estimation of his intelligence was premature or he was far more confident than he had any right to be. Not that it really matters, she decided. Either way, his secrets are ours now. Accio Minister's hidden safe. A loud crunch preceded a bronze box ripping itself out of the wall and flying over her suddenly ducked head to crash into the nymph statue, shattering it into thousands of pieces. Right, the ritual made the summoning charm one of those spells I need to be more careful with. She looked at the destruction her momentary inattention had caused and winced. Thank Merlin for reparo. Unlike Hermione or Luna, Harry took a lift moving downwards. After a few seconds, the same voice used throughout the ministry building informed him that he had arrived. Level 9, Department of Mysteries. Thank you very much, he whispered in a flash of whimsy. The doors rattling open let him out of the small container, but it also alerted the guard from the order that someone was there who was not supposed to be. A cloak rustled, and the off-white blur his Mosk's Magizite showed him slid to the floor to reveal a balding, red-headed man. Who's there? Arthur Weasley challenged, wand raised to point to Harry's left and slightly above the level of his shoulder. Decisions. On the one hand, he could simply slip past the older man, with the cloak hiding him from Arthur's eyes and the silencing charm doing the same for his ears. Harry had little to fear from the man's watchfulness. On the other, he no longer had a connection to Voldemort's mind, so if the Dark Lord decided to send Nagini earlier than he had in the previous timeline, the time traveler would be in no position to save the Order member. The safest thing to do in that case was to disable the Weasley Patriarch and hide him somewhere, but Harry tried to avoid memory charming people he liked. We still have time, he told himself as he calmly walked by the man, unseen and unheard. 90 minutes tops to go through the Department of Mysteries. I doubt that's long enough for him to fall back to sleep, especially after this little scare. He'll be able to spot a giant snake coming at him and at the very least make enough of a racket for me to hear. His conscience soothed for now, he made his way down the hallway, the golden runes twisting on the ceiling doing little to alleviate the darkness of the corridor. He approached the solid black door, and just before he was close enough to touch it, it swung open on its own. Instincts born from years fighting against wizards and muggles both made him leap to one side. It was a good thing, too, a jet of beak shot like an arrow through the space his body had occupied a moment before. Damn it all, he cursed as he drew his pale wand and aimed it at Arthur. Confundus. The man lowered his own wand, a puzzled expression making its way over his face, which allowed Harry to approach safely. Stupefy. Finite. Obliviate. He looked down at the unconscious man. He hated memory-charming people he liked, true, but that did not mean he could not or would not do it when need be. Well, I only stole away a minute of his memory, he reassured himself. Not long at all, and nothing important. Still, it did not wash away the guilty feeling he had as he walked down the hallway again and through the open door. Facing him now was the same ring of doors that had confounded him and his friends back in the previous timeline. Rather than close the entrance to this strange room, which he knew would set them to whirling wildly to disorient him, he simply chose a black door at random and pushed against it. It swung open without resistance, allowing him inside. Ah, fantastic. The Aquavarius maggot brain things. Lovely. The door snapped shut behind him, leaving him alone in this hall of horror. The lanterns dangling from the long chains attached to the ceiling left plenty of dark space for his imagination to torment him with, but he forced himself to take a deep breath and move deeper into the room. Unfortunately, that took him closer to the glass tank in the middle, inside of which drifted pale white lumps of flesh, black tentacles floating behind them like mockeries of jellyfish. Because the research performed in this department was so cloaked in secrecy, he had never been able to learn exactly what the unspeakables actually did with these things, but that had not stopped them from making appearances in his nightmares. It was not long after Ron betrayed him and the New Order by selling his soul to Voldemort that Harry had started to wonder if it was their misadventure here that set his former friend down the path of darkness. Perhaps it wasn't entirely his fault, he had thought in his sleepless nights. Perhaps the brains implanted memories or behaviors into his head that changed him into the enemy he's become. Coming back in time had nullified that possible argument. However, Harry could even now see the seeds of the jealousy, entitlement, and ultimately betrayal that led Ron to become a Death Eater in the old timeline, which meant there was little blame he could rest on the brains' metaphorical shoulders. Not to mention, discovering that at least some of the brains had come from people caught in Rookwood's wards ruled out the idea that they were all necessarily from evil people. Still, that did not mean Harry wanted to reach in and pet the things. Sidling by the tank, he went to the back of the hall, where two more matte black doors could be found. All of the rooms in this department were connected to each other not just by the spinning room, but also by these doors so one could travel directly to the neighboring offices. Not that I know where I'm going, he reminded himself. The three of them had done their best to plot out where the different rooms in the department were from their memories of the battle that took place here, but when comparing their maps, they had all been very different. Hermione had blamed the skewed results on the ministry being unplottable. Harry and Luna had simply shrugged and reminded her that cartography was not one of their collective talents. So, his task was ultimately going to be no less of a random search than the girls were. Choosing the door on the right side of the room, he pushed it open and found himself in a short hallway, another door situated across from him and a third on his right. Curious despite himself, he laid his hand firmly on that portal and pushed against it, but not even the full weight of his body could force it open. This must be that locked room we couldn't open, the one that melted Sirius's knife. Dumbledore had told him later that the unspeakables studied love in that room, but he had reasons for doubting that that was the truth. Not the least of which was that he wasn't sure the manipulative headmaster would know true love if it came up and bit him on his wrinkled old ass. Thankfully, the last of the three doors led to a familiar locale. He smiled as his eyes found the sparkling bell jar centered on the back wall of the new room, a hummingbird inside floating to the floor on air currents that also turned the bird into an egg that would then rise to the top and hatch. In an unending cycle, the tick-tick-tick of the thousands of clocks framed on the walls filled the empty room with a constant background melody. His larceny-sharpened gaze drifted of its own accord to a glass-fronted cabinet inside of which hung numerous hourglasses. Time turners, all available for the taking. We've been doing this too much. He clenched his fists, the fingernails of his left hand digging into his palm. I'm starting to wonder if we'll be able to give up the thieving lifestyle once the Death Eaters have fallen. The rush of breaking down a manor's defenses, of slinking through the halls, of taking everything that isn't nailed down and even a few things that are. Will we be able to just hang up our masks and say, okay, that's done with, and good riddance? I don't know. Reminding himself sternly that not 10 minutes ago he had told his lovers not to take anything that would be immediately missed, he forced himself away from the gleaming gold prizes and through the next door. The ceiling of this room was too high to be distinguished, giving it a hushed, reverent feel. As far as the eye could see were towering bookcases, small, dusty, glass orbs lined up in neat rows on each shelf. Prophecies, millions of them, starting from Merlin knew when and stretching to the present day. How many seers had their words recorded here? How many dire threats were predicted years, decades, or centuries before they would come to pass? How many children's lives had been ruined just as his had been by the foretelling of people they had never met and possibly would never meet? It's rather hard to sympathize with Cassandra when you're on this side of the table. Shaking away his idle thoughts, Harry kept an eye on the rows as he walked, more precisely on the numbers nailed onto the sides. He arrived at row 97 and turned down the small space it made with row 96, his focus sharp as he examined the yellowing labels sitting beneath each orb before he moved on to the next. Finally, he found it, the purpose of his search. Trelawney's first recorded prophecy, he murmured, lifting the glass ball off the shelf. The mutterings of an old drunk who said the wrong thing at the wrong time to the wrong person. The same mutterings that killed my parents, stuck Neville's parents in St. Mungo's, and crippled the Order while Dumbledore waited for me to accomplish my destiny. Well, bugger that, Evanesco. At his sharp tone and with a flick of his wand, the blasted prophecy vanished, reduced to nothingness. A twirl created a replica, the smooth surface indistinguishable from all the others around him. He smiled then. It may not have the charms that kept those not named inside from removing it from its shelf, but also unlike the original, it contained no portents of the future. It was nothing more than a lookalike, a diversion to keep the unspeakables from discovering too soon that someone had snuck in and stolen their property. With the state of the security in this building, there was no reason why Voldemort could not waltz in here and listen to the prophecy himself. No matter if it was spending his time with purebloods or tearing apart his soul that had rotted his common sense, Harry was thankful, with that intact and added to his power, his cruelty, and the tactical ability that had led to him seizing control of the Ministry twice and almost doing so on his first attempt, the entire magical world probably would have fallen under the bootheels of an immortal wizard king in short order. He didn't, though, and that's all that really matters. His mission accomplished, he continued to the middle of the room and swung to his right, moving to the door he was sure was at the end leading back to the spinning room. Several minutes passed as he walked the near 100 rows to the exit, and he stepped through and shut it firmly behind him. He immediately realized his mistake. The walls began to grind as they moved, the black doors and black walls merging together until all he could see was blue streaks from the tapers bracketed above his head. He blinked the blurs from his eyes and glared at the many doors, now hopelessly lost. Shrugging, he opened the one right behind him and glanced inside. Before him was a conical room, the sloped walls leading to a raised platform in the center while stone benches ran all around the room like an amphitheater. Upon that dais was a stone arch floating in midair without any walls supporting it, a ragged curtain hanging down to brush the floor. He sighed, he had been hoping to avoid the death chamber on this trip to the ministry. Merlin knew his last one had not ended well. At that moment, the veil shivered and shook, as if a wind was blowing from the other side. A frown appeared as he remembered the truth. This ancient device was not, contrary to what the unspeakables presumed, death's. It was instead of fairy make, one of two linked gates leading to the fairy queen's wooded realm. The question, then, was why did it look like someone was trying to get out? Squaring his shoulders, he crept down the slanted floor to the veil. He had nothing to fear, the queen had done much to make the task she gave them easier, and of the few they had met, Lilith herself, obviously, but also Santa Claus and Peeves, none had been truly malicious. That did not change the fact that shivers were racing down his spine and his hair was standing on end as cold fear swept over him. Wait a minute. He looked at the dais, surprised that ice was literally forming on the surface. Scratch that, it's just normal cold. The veil was not immune to the freezing winds emanating from the dimensional rift, for it grew stiff and still, billowing out to make a passage from this world to the darkness beyond. A tinkling giggle broke the silence, and a swift patter of footsteps heralded the approach of this monstrous power. Harry tightened the grip on his wand, panicking as he realized that perhaps he should have been more cautious. Rookwood's notes had warned them of this. The wide-ranging cold could only be from one being, the Winter Lady. Not only was she one of the two princesses of the seasons and one of Lilith's advisors, she also had another role, a far more dangerous one. The Winter Lady was the Queen's chief enforcer, a cold-blooded assassin who eliminated threats to the Phi races with extreme prejudice. The Death Eater's research included photos of the unspeakable who had been researching fairies before she came and murdered him. The man's remains had been scattered across 3 different rooms of the department. Another terrifying giggle reached his ears, and a small head of white hair poked out from behind the veil. The entity looked up at him with large, dark eyes despite the protection of the cloak and happily chirped, "Hi." Hi." Apparently reassured by his greeting, the Winter Lady stepped out fully. He quirked an eyebrow, however he had pictured her, this was certainly not it. The fairy looked to be no more than 10, her skin the blue of a frozen corpse and her modesty preserved by ice crystals scattered densely over her torso to look like a sparkly one-piece bathing suit. "You expected me to be older," she said, not an accusation or a question but a simple statement of fact. At his hesitant nod, she smiled. "It's okay. Everybody does. I'm sorry about that." The invisibility of the cloak pointless, he pulled the hood down. It did not improve her ability to see him, but considering the magical muscle she was said to have, there was no reason to be rude and every reason not to be, though he was starting to doubt the validity of Rookwood's notes. The more he looked at her, the more he wondered if she could even hurt a fly. "I mean no offense, my lady." "Maeve," she interrupted with a delicate little frown. "My lady is so grown up and boring. All my friends call me Maeve." "Okay, Maeve then." The childlike Phi beamed at him. "You're not what I expected." Her outburst of laughter was not expected, either. After a moment, she calmed herself down, though a bright smile was still on her face. "I know. You humans always think my sister's the nice one and I'm all mean and stuff. You forget that summer's sun burns and dries out everything while winter is the time for snowball fights and hot cocoa around the fireplace and Christmas presents." Yeah. This conversation reminded him forcefully of some of the discussions he had had with Luna when they first started dating. He had never been able to come up with a good response to her points then, either. "So, Maeve, why exactly are you here?" "I wanted to meet you, silly." She shot back, scampering over and grabbing hold of his hand. Mummy's been telling me all about her new champion, and I wanted to see what you're like for myself. He sighed good-naturedly. Better get used to it, Harry. You know your and Luna's kids are going to act exactly like this. Crouching down to put himself at her level and pushing his mask to the top of his head, he asked in mock seriousness, and what does the lady think now that she's seen me? Maeve tapped her chin as she looked him up and down, stared at him with one eye with her tongue sticking cutely to the opposite side, and pinched a lobe of his left ear. You need to eat more raspberries, she answered with a definite nod, and maybe play with some dolphins, but otherwise I think Mummy made a good choice. Another frown appeared, and she cocked her head. Do you have a girlfriend? Please, please tell me the Winter Lady doesn't have a puppy love crush on me like Gabrielle does. He cleared his throat nervously. Yes, 2 of them, in fact. They're both really smart, and one loves her books and putting everything in its place while the other one is always up to doing something silly and funny. She clapped her hands joyfully. That's good. You need them. Her eyebrows shot up as if she had just remembered something, and she leaned in close to whisper, just remember, they love you. If they say they don't, it's a lie. What do you mean? He demanded. You'll understand, was all she said in reply. When the time's right, you'll understand. Okay. I'll remember that. He shook his head in the hopes of clearing his confusion, though it worked no better than it did around Luna. Hey, Maeve, is it okay if I ask you something? She nodded cheerfully. Did you come here about 40 years ago? At her confused pout, he added, there was a man in an office, wearing gray robes and a hood. He had drawings of other fairies around him. She shook her head, and he sighed. In light of what he had just learned, he did not expect this cute little girl to be the one who had literally ripped apart the unspeakable who tried to steal Phi power in the 50s, but it never hurt to check. That did bring up the question of who the Queen's assassin really was, though. Don't worry about it. It was just something I read. Was his name Clarence? His mouth moved silently for a moment as he processed the sudden question. I think so. Clarence. Yes, I remember him now. Mummy said he wanted to know more about us and that I could play with him. Maeve's face fell. He wasn't a good playmate, though. We were having a tickle war while playing hide and seek at first, but then he started using green magic that hurt, and then I got mad, and then he cried, and then he broke, and then Mummy made me take a bath because I was filthy. She looked up at him, her big black eyes glimmering creepily. Do you want to play with me, Harry? His gulp sounded loud to his ears. Not today, I don't think, Maeve. It sounds like I need to get my girlfriend's permission before I'm allowed to play with you, and I don't think they'll let me do that anytime soon. Rats. The tiny Phi scuffed a foot against the stone floor before sighing and suddenly wrapping him in a childish hug. Well, if they do, let me know. I always like having new people to play with. She ran back for the arch, her bare feet slapping against the floor, and vanished behind the curtain. As if her departure had been a signal, the ice formed around the room abruptly melted, allowing the veil to fall and cut off the route to the Fairy Queen's island. Harry looked down at the cloak, noting the water created when the frost from the Winter Lady's embrace thawed. And I thought I was getting used to the Phi, too. Her powerful coils slid easily through the shining metal bars and across cold stone. The walls and ceiling glowed with vibrant colors, and she glided down the dark hallway. The hallway was not empty, though. There was a man there. The man was sitting on the floor against the wall, shimmering color draped over his legs and his head resting on his chest. She wanted to bite the man, but she had important work to do, work involving the door at the other end of the room. Master said so, but she was so hungry, and he tasted so good. Yes, Master would not mind if she ate. A sound. She raised her head, searching for the source. There was nothing. Pain in the middle of her coils. She could not feel the tail half of her body, scintillating color against the other wall, a mask appearing, one of Master's pets. She could taste him now. She pushed her body forwards. Maybe she could reach him before his wand moved again. Too slow. A word, a wave, pain. Nagini. Voldemort bellowed as he threw himself out of his throne. He had been half dozing, letting his mind drift along with his familiars as she made her way through the ministry and planning gleefully at the lax security in the building, when the snake's unknown assailant cursed her. The pain she felt, the pain still echoing around his waist, and the second strike, combined with the violent way his connection was broken, could mean only one thing. His familiar, his Horcrux, had been destroyed. How? How could anyone know that he would send Nagini to the Department of Mysteries? No one knew. He froze. No, his inner circle knew. He had informed them the other day that he would soon send Nagini to the Ministry to get a glimpse of the security. They were the only ones. That fact and the mask, too similar already to a Death Eater's, could mean only one thing. He had been betrayed. Severus's death made so much more sense now. Someone within his own organization, had realized that the Potion Master only claimed to be on Dumbledore's side and had decided to dispose of the spy. At the time, he thought it the work of a student, but if it was the work of an adult? There were too many coincidences. The raids against his followers' estates, the destruction of the Daily Prophet with his mark floating above the ruins, tonight. It all made sense. Someone had decided to depose him, to take up his rightful place as the Lord of the Dark and the future Emperor of the Wizarding World. Someone who wanted to see him, Lord Voldemort, trampled to the ground. Well, he would not let that happen. He would find this traitor, and he would make that coward pay. Now that he had narrowed it down to his inner circle, the search would be simple. No, it wouldn't. What if Severus was the traitor? His death might have been a hoax. Even he would admit that the idea that any of his servants could sneak through the front doors of Hogwarts was simply ludicrous, and he had been in the inner circle, so he could still respond to the signals coming from the Dark Mark. All the Death Eaters wore their hoods and masks while before him, a sign that his cause was more important than any of them individually, so all the man would have to do was eliminate another of the inner circle members and take the vacant place. No one would ever be the wiser, for all one could do was count the masks. He would have to unmask the inner circle to find where Severus was. But wait, what if Severus was indeed dead? One of his servants would have to be the guilty party, so if he could not find a dead man walking among them, he would use legilimency on them to find the guilty party. But what if one of them was memory charmed before entering his presence and then had his memories restored when he returned home? He would need to observe his servants at home, see which of them secretly despised their places by his side. What if the traitor was in league with the thief robbing his servants' homes? Would it be one who had yet to have his belongings placed in peril? Or was it one who had already been robbed? Or were the thefts a total coincidence? So many possibilities. Too many possibilities. He would need to be careful, very, very careful. Still, the traitor had only attacked Nagini because he knew she was a familiar, not because she was a Horcrux. His other soul anchors should be safe, yes. He had never told anyone about them. Yes, his ties to this world were surely still in their places, for who could get past the traps he himself had erected? It was one thing to counter plans he had spoken of publicly and robbing the houses of his loyal followers, it was quite another to divine truths he kept safely to himself. The coward was clueless about the mechanism of his immortality, and he intended to keep it that way. Perhaps he would move them to another location once he had established his rule of Britain. But first, he had a traitor to catch. Harry surrendered in the battle against his yawns as he flopped clumsily into his seat. He had thought that doing a heist just before they climbed aboard the Hogwarts Express was a clever idea. He had been very wrong. Fun as last night was, let's not make midnight raids like that a common occurrence, okay? No argument from me, Hermione said as she collapsed next to him. Between the uncertainty while waiting for you to deal with Nagini and then organizing the information I took, I don't think I got more than an hour of sleep. With a giant yawn of her own, she leaned her head into his shoulder. I'm just going to take a quick nap. Not yet, you're not. A bounding hop had Luna diving across their laps. Okay, good night. You know, since we were so busy last night, we never did get a chance to tell each other how our tasks went, Harry observed, idly carting one hand through the buddy's hair. Well, I found Fudge's records. Turns out he was a meticulous note-taker. Every deal he ever made, even ones from when he was in magical accidents and catastrophes, was written down. Why would he even want information like that lying around? He had to have known that if it was ever found, the scandal would ruin him. Insurance, Hermione replied vaguely to his question. He bumped her shoulder, so she continued, the only people who would know that he was crooked are the same ones who gave him that money to get whatever they wanted in the first place. With those kinds of records, he could bring them all down with him, and I bet he made sure they knew it. Mutually assured destruction, no one wants to throw the first punch. He frowned at that. Then shouldn't he have grabbed it when he was thrown out? He couldn't. Since he didn't resign but had his position stripped from him, he was barred from returning to his office, and everything inside came into the ministry's possession. Luna rolled over and gazed up at him like an overgrown house cat. He won't miss it, and besides, I think it would make a good present for someone once I've had the chance to go through it more closely. Okay. Eyes narrowing at the people sneaking glances through the window of their compartment, he drew his wand and fired off a series of charms onto the door to keep everyone away. He was not in the mood to deal with anyone other than the two girls with him right then. Luna blinked a few times and asked, "Did either of you find anything unexpected when you were looking around?" "Why do you ask?" "Did you?" "I did, actually, my own. I hadn't thought about it before now, but did you notice how Umbridge has been rather subdued even since Fudge got tossed out?" Hermione nodded, as did Harry. That had been bothering him somewhat. It was out of character from his memories of the toad-like woman. "Well, I found out why. Though Callahan is only the acting minister until the Wizengamot makes its decision, he is fully capable of replacing staff." There was a box full of doilies and plates decorated with kittens sitting in the corner of the undersecretary's office while new picture frames were on the desk. I can only guess that he replaced her with someone who could actually do work since she has to spend all her time at Hogwarts. That, and her replacement is much more of a looker. "Tasty little redhead," she added as an afterthought. Hermione rolled her eyes. "I somehow doubt that she'd be interested in joining our fun. Chances are she's a bigot just like 90% of the ministry, and even if she weren't, we're teenagers in body. So, doesn't mean I can't compliment her. Anyway, I didn't have a whole lot of time since I had to go through the Hall of Records, but I did find something interesting in the DMLE." Rooting around in her pocket, the brunette pulled out a clumsily made pendant, seemingly made out of bronze. "What does this feel like to you?" Harry took it from her outstretched hand and rolled it in his hand. That is odd. It feels almost like the feeling I get from my Patronus." "That's what I thought, too," Hermione agreed while he passed the clunky bit of bling to Luna. It was hanging on the wall next to a rotation schedule for the Azkaban guards. "I'd put money on it being how they can stand around without worrying about having their souls beeped out by the Dementors. If the average DMLE investigator has trouble casting a shield charm, a Patronus is undoubtedly beyond them. I grabbed 3 of them on my way out. I thought we could use them over the break." "Not bad. Mine isn't as immediately helpful, I'm afraid, but you should have some fun with it nonetheless." "Merry Christmas, my own." Harry removed a small vial from his pocket and slipped it into the girl's hand. "Don't use it all at once." She stared in surprise at the bright gold potion inside. "Is this? I might have gotten a little lost when I tried to leave the Department of Mysteries, but in doing so, I found a potions lab. They had a cauldron full of Felix Felicis, so I figured they wouldn't notice if a bit went missing. It's not much, but I thought you could use it to brew a batch of it for us yourself." "Maybe. The potion's so complicated that I don't know if luck alone would be enough to brew it correctly, but at the very least, it shouldn't be toxic if I screw it up. I'll have to find the recipe and study it before I even think about trying." She slipped the luck potion into her own pocket before leaning back into him and closing her eyes. "Unless either of you have anything else you want to talk about at this exact minute, I think I'll take that nap now." "Me, too. Me, 3. Luna, shut up and go to sleep." Miranda shuddered as she tried to rid herself of the sensation being pulled through a seemingly solid wall had created. 2 tons of ghostly brick scraping across her skin was something she was never going to get used to. How Hermione could bear it without a single grimace she just did not understand, though it did help explain why her eternally curious bookworm daughter had been sorted into the House of the Brave. "Thank you again, Mr. As I already told you, it's nothing," the oddly dressed, because not even the other magical parents in her field of vision were wearing neon green robes and a purple and yellow top hat, blonde wizard interjected with a dismissive wave of his hand. "And please, just call me Zeno. We're going to be seeing a lot of each other from here on out, so let's not bother with pointless formalities, Miranda." She stared at him in shock. How in the world had he known her name? For that matter, how had he realized that she wanted to get onto platform 9 3/4 in the first place? Shaking away her confusion, she focused on the last part of what he had said. "Seeing a lot of each other, you said." "Well, of course." He laughed a little at her expression, though she had a hard time feeling offended at the honest mirth. After all, your daughter is the godmother of my grandchildren, and my daughter is the godmother of yours. Do you really think Hermione and Luna wouldn't invite us both to family get-togethers? Grandchildren. Oh God, I knew I should have had a talk with her about birth control before she left to spend all her time alone with Harry. Forcing her storm of emotions down for the moment, she weakly answered, apparently your daughter is much more open with you than mine is with me. This is the first I've heard of them being pregnant. Luna must have told you a while back for you to be so calm about it now. Do you happen to know when they're due? Oh, not for another 3 or 4 more years, I expect. Children won't be in the cards for them until they return from their first European tour. Zeno winked at her conspiratorially. Don't worry. There's plenty of time for you to redecorate before the little ones get here. Just don't let Jake fill the room with all that golfing paraphernalia like he wants. Your granddaughter is too much like her mother to appreciate it. Whistling a happy tune, he turned around to watch the big train slide into the station. Miranda, on the other hand, was now in desperate need of a stiff drink. A sea of teenagers and preteens poured forth from the carriages, and it took her several minutes to find the brown, black, and yellow hair steadily making their way towards the 2 adults. After another few moments, the 3 adolescents broke through the crowd, the girls' arms around Harry's shoulders and his arms, in turn, around their waists. He gave both his girlfriend's parents a charming grin. Good afternoon, Zeno, Mrs. Granger. I didn't realize you two knew each other. Oh, we just met today, Zeno replied, pulling his daughter into a hug that was joyfully returned. Miranda couldn't get onto the platform, so I just gave her a hand. I have to say, Harry, that I'm surprised your uncle isn't here. Aren't you spending the break with Stubby Boardman again? The teen blinked rapidly, and Hermione rolled her eyes before scooting closer to her mother. Harry and I don't understand most of the things that come out of his mouth, either. Just smile. And nod every so often, and you'll be fine. At Miranda's shocked face, the younger brunette explained, you look like how I feel when he gets started. Luna's not so bad, but there are still times I have to tune her out for the sake of my sanity. I'm not really sure where he is, Harry said while the Grangers were having their moment. I hope someone gets here, though. I don't want to have to spend the next 2 weeks in a room at the Leaky Cauldron. Luna beamed saucily at him. Well, you could always stay with me for the break. My room's big enough for 2. No, I absolutely forbid it. The 4 of them stared at Zeno's vehement denial as he stared down at his daughter. You will not have any boys or girls spending the night until you're old enough to get your ears pierced. But Daddy, my ears are already pierced. See, she pulled her hair out of the way to show what the only non-magical present would swear were live radishes. Oh, okay, then. Just don't forget the silencing charm. Will do. A chuckle interrupted their discussion as an old woman in a deep blue cloak approached. As much as I think my grandson would enjoy that, he really does need to spend the break with his family. We apparently need to have a little talk about how a gentleman treats a lady, too, she added, giving the boy a mild glare. Rather than act surprised at the woman's appearance, Miranda was sure that Hermione had said Harry was an orphan and lived with his aunt and uncle, a view he himself had confirmed over the summer. He simply laughed. Whatever you say, Granny Nim. Don't call me that. The interloper drew a wand and waved it around them, then, like a time-lapsed video, the odd woman rapidly de-aged, wrinkles vanishing and steel-gray hair retreating to become pink spikes. The cloak went into a pocket to reveal quite normal-looking jeans and a black leather jacket. You take all the fun out of disguising myself, you know that. You should be glad I figured out it was you. If I hadn't, I would have called security to make sure you were taken back to your family. Senile little old ladies should not be allowed to wander around on their own, you know, Harry shot back with a broad grin. Miranda cleared her throat. So, are you going to make introductions? Ah, I didn't even think of that. Mrs. Granger, Zeno, this is. What did I just say? Junior or Nymphadora Tonks, he shrugged off the slap she gave to his shoulder, who, as you can see, prefers to go by simply Tonks. Not sure why, honestly. That's because your mother wasn't fool enough to name you, Nymphadora. I don't know what that woman was on when she made that decision, Tonks griped. Luna, however, cocked her head to one side. Fool. Not at all, that is a beautiful name. Gift of the nymphs, a treasure given to your parents by the kindest and most gorgeous of the 5 races, said to surpass even Vila in beauty. Why you would ever wish to be rid of it, I do not understand. While Tonks gaped like a fish, the little buddy gave Harry a tight hug and a key that was more suited to the bedroom than an hectic platform. Finally drawing back with a reluctant sigh, she simply said, "Don't forget," and dragged her father off towards the bustling lines around several fireplaces located deeper in the crowd. Don't forget. Don't forget about what? Hermione turned to her mother with a grimace. Mum, I don't know that you really want the answer to that question. Maybe not, but now I want to know, Tonks said eagerly. Spill. Harry rolled his eyes. We were talking about getting together on Christmas Eve for a little holiday fun, you could say. I'm sure you can figure out the rest just fine on your own. Any chance I could join in? No, the 2 teens said as one, setting the punk woman off in stitches of laughter while Miranda tried hard to wish her blush away. Hermione was right, there were now things about her little girl's life that she was much happier not knowing, at least not anything but the barest overview. Giving one last wave to Hermione and Miranda as they walked away, Harry shoved his hands in his pockets. So, is there an actual reason we're walking back to the house rather than flowing or even apparating? I was going to use the flow, the metamorph answered, showing him a small drawstring bag she had carried with her, but calling me by my first name carries consequences. Even if it earned you a compliment. Even then. He shot her a quick glare before he hunched over in an attempt to ward off the cold. I knew I should have put on another jumper when Luna warned me to, but no, I got stuck with the petty escort. Tonks snorted at his muttering and bumped his shoulder with her own. But I'm also the pretty escort, so that's something. Gotta say, though, landing 2 girlfriends should have taught you to listen to them about clothes. If you don't, they might start switching the things in your trunk out when you go to change. Considering that I was standing right there, they would have to be very sneaky indeed to get past me to do that. Oh, Tonks asked with a salacious waggle of her eyebrows. Already getting half naked in front of your girls. You move fast, kiddo. Sirius would approve. Tonks, I'm shagging both of them, he shot back, causing her to falter briefly. After that, just changing clothes isn't a big deal. Huh, you know that thing I said about moving fast? That was a joke. I don't know why. What do you think Myone and I were doing when she moved into my room this summer? They had not done any such thing at the time. Of course, she needed her hymen to be intact for the core enhancement ritual on Luna's birthday. The Auror, however, didn't need to know that. Deciding to give the gaping woman a break, he asked, "Are you sticking around with me and Sirius for Christmas, or do you have other plans?" She shrugged. "I'll be in and out, I expect. My mum said if I didn't at least spend Christmas Eve and day with her and Dad, she'd boil me in her plum pudding." Harry laughed, the sound tinged with a hint of melancholy, that sounded like the Andromeda Tonks he knew. She had actually been a good friend and an almost mother figure until she and Teddy were caught in the strike on Diagon Alley that truly started the Muggle Wizard War in Britain. It's not funny, and I'm not sure she's joking about it, either. She was not happy when I missed Christmas dinner last year to go patrolling with Shaq. I guess Sirius isn't the only one in the family to have an odd sense of humor, he finally got out. Who else is going to be there? The Weasleys for sure. I don't know if you heard, but someone attacked Molly at their house a couple of weeks ago. He nodded and barely staved off the dark grin that threatened to break out. Served the Harridan right for plotting to dose them with love potions. Arthur is spending most of his time now with her at St. Mungo's, but the others will be there. Mad Eye's hanging around more often, too, so you'll have to deal with that. If he starts looking for someone to blame for charming his eye to make everyone look like bikini models, I didn't do it. That earned another snicker from the time traveler. Was Tonks funnier in this timeline, or was it just that she was willing to include him? Either way, she shot him a grin, though it soon softened as her eyes took on a faraway cast. And Remus will be there, too, can't forget him. Great, he muttered, his good mood vanishing. Just what I wanted to hear. You don't like him, do you? She asked quietly, her eyes narrowed as she gave him sidelong glance. No, I don't. He turned to her with a knowing expression. But you fancy him, don't you? The woman spluttered for a moment. How? You got a love-struck teenage girl expression when you mentioned him. Wasn't hard to figure out from that, he answered with a shrug of his shoulders. Bloody over-observant brat, she muttered. Why do you dislike him, anyway? Because you, along with Shacklebolt, were the only person I met in the order I liked, your family through Sirius, and he left you. You were alone, pregnant with Teddy, and he wanted to join us so he could die valiantly for the cause, when really he was just too self-centered to care about anyone or anything else, even his new wife and his unborn child. He's a coward and a git, and you can do much, much better than him. Harry did not say any of that, though. Instead, he simply said, it's a bit of a story, and I'm not sure you want to hear it. Nah, you're not giving me any of that, Buster. Grabbing his elbow, she dragged him to a nearby coffee shop, shoved him into an empty booth, and pulled out a thin object that she slammed on the table. Immediately, all the other people in the building turned away from the odd pair and went back to their drinks. He leaned over to get a better look at whatever she had used to hide them. It was just a normal Muggle playing card, the Joker, specifically. Neat trick. Muggle repelling or notice me not. Muggle repelling. Sometimes when we're working, we'll be in full view of the Muggles and need some privacy right then but can't memory charm everyone who sees us draw our wands. The cards don't last long once we activate them, only a half hour or so, but that's generally enough to do what we need to do, not to mention the charm's weak enough that it only makes them ignore us rather than empty the building or street corner or wherever we are. She shrugged off her jacket, revealing a faded Weird Sisters t-shirt. So, you and Remus talk. He sighed, looking down at a pile of spilled sugar and a few old coffee stains on the table, anything to avoid staring her in the eyes. To understand why he disliked Lupin before the werewolf abandoned her required information he did not like talking about. His lovers were the only ones who knew the whole ugly story, but for this he would have to reveal a few secrets he much preferred to keep locked up and buried away. When my parents were murdered, Dumbledore left me in the care of my maternal aunt and her husband, as I'm sure you've heard. What you don't know is that the Dursleys don't like magic, they hate it, in fact, and everything and everyone to do with it. That includes me. Not surprisingly, hatred and raising a child don't exactly go hand in hand. When I came into their care, they saw it as an opportunity to, I don't know if they honestly thought they were fixing me or just being cruel, but they decided that they would do their best to stamp the freakishness out of me. He finally turned his eyes up from the random designs he was drawing in the sugar and saw Tonks's horrified expression, her hair white as snow and hanging limply around her face. Merlin, Harry, do you know how much I wanted someone, anyone, to come save me? He asked softly, his rhetorical question hanging in the still air. When I was told my parents were drunken layabouts who died in a car crash, do you know how longingly I hoped that a relative on my father's side would find out about me and take me away? Or when I was older and gave up hope of things ever changing for the better, do you know how hard I wished that I could turn back time and die in the wreck with them because living wasn't any better than dying? Sometimes, I think the Sorting Hat sent me to Gryffindor partly because of how reckless I was. I could be brave when others faltered, take risks no one else would, not because I was more of a lion than my housemates, but because I didn't really care if I survived the experience or not. Hermione says it's called passive suicidal ideation, but all I know is that I had been told my whole life that I was worth less than nothing, so who would it really matter to if I died? Might as well throw my life away doing something worthwhile. My third year, I thought I had finally found someone I could look up to. It was our defense against the dark arts teacher, one Remus J. Lupin. Unlike Quirrell or Lockhart, he actually knew what he was doing. Unlike the other professors, he made it clear to us why we were learning the spells and strategies against dark creatures that he taught us. When the Dementors constantly harassed me, lured in by the darkness of my childhood, I went to him and asked him how I could protect myself from them, and to my surprise, he actually agreed to teach me how to cast a Patronus. He even told me a few stories about my father, just little things that he still remembered about a fellow Gryffindor he had last seen over a decade earlier. Harry slammed his hand hard against the table, making Tonks jump in surprise. Then came the confrontation with Sirius, and I found out that no, he wasn't just someone who knew my dad in passing. He wasn't someone willing to help a random kid who came to him with a serious problem out of the goodness of his heart. He was one of my dad's best friends. With my parents dead, Pettigrew believed to be dead, and Sirius in Azkaban, he was the only one left. Even if he wasn't my godfather, He had a responsibility to at least make sure I was happy and healthy, not stuck in an abusive home. If something happened to one of the Weasleys, at least one of the ones I don't wish dead, you can be damn sure I'd check that their kid wasn't being beaten or treated like a beep. But no, he couldn't be bothered to get off his bloody ass even once. His hands were shaking as he forced himself back to his seat, anger and not a little distress coursing through his veins like poison. He had known he would have to spill some of his secrets to her. He had not, however, planned to spill quite so many. I'm sure he had reasons. Yes, his little, because I'm a werewolf, spiel, Harry spat with a sneer. I can't check on the only legacy of my closest friends because I'm a werewolf, even though the curse can't be transmitted through letters or even visits when the moon's not full. I can't keep my only living friend company while he's hiding outside the country for a crime he didn't commit because I'm a werewolf, even though he's an animagus and the wolf couldn't care less about animals. Harry eyed the woman knowingly. I can't be loved by anyone because I'm a werewolf, even though the woman who wants me knows about my curse and doesn't care, not to mention that she's an Auror and is therefore fully capable of stopping me should I ever lose control. That about how it went, Tonks. She flinched. Seeing her reaction, he sighed loudly and harshly. She had asked him why he had issues with her future self's husband, true, but that did not make her a suitable target for his vitriol. He took several moments to soothe his flaring temper and return his voice to normal before he dared continue. Lupin, he lets his lycanthropy define him. In his mind, he's not a man with a disease, he's a wolf in the guise of a man. The 3 nights of the month where he's transformed are infinitely more important to him than the 25 that he's not to mention the fact that he doesn't change at all. During the day, his mind's made up, and no matter what facts or valid arguments you bring to him, he won't change it. I fully admit that I'm biased when it comes to him, but I think he's too wrapped up in himself to accept your feelings for him. I'm sorry. The woman wrapped her arms around herself, her hair shifting to a mousy brown. I thought he'd understand. Being treated like you're just the one thing you're known for. Being looked down on because of something you can't help being. Because metamorphmigi are widely considered to be living toys. He prompted gently, smiling sadly at her nod. I know what you mean, Tonks, I really do. The boy who lived, the Dark Lord in training, the hero of thousands, the deluded attention seeker. Being seen as something other than who you are beeps. Here's the thing, though, do you see your ability as a curse or a gift? A gift, I guess, she eventually admitted. I mean, it was damn useful getting through concealment and disguise during Auror training. I didn't even have to study. And you don't suffer from body image issues, either, I bet. Anything you don't like about yourself, you just change till you do. He grinned as she perked up at that. Most women would kill for that. Hell, I'm kind of jealous, myself, there's not a lot I wouldn't give up to get rid of this scar. A flick to his own forehead caused her to snicker faintly. And I can also change my eyes so I have perfect vision. You don't need to rub it in, you know. Finally, she laughed. But that's the fun part. See, while morphing gives you some issues, your balance, or lack thereof, not the least of them, she shot him a glare at that. It's something you're proud of. If you had the opportunity, would you throw it away? No. And that, Tonks, is the difference between you and him. At the risk of possibly sounding like your father, you're young, beautiful, lively, funny, and just a wonderful person. You've got plenty of time to look for love, and you deserve someone worthy of you. Lupin isn't him. She sighed loudly. Yeah, that's pretty similar to what Mum and Dad have been saying, but they're my parents, you know. They're not supposed to approve of the guys I like. It's different when it's coming from someone else. Looking at him in a way he did not remember her ever doing before, she continued, thanks, Harry. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were someone my age instead of a mopey 15-year-old. Harry gulped. At 23 years old, she was more right than she thought, and the last thing he wanted was a trained investigator trying to puzzle out why he acted a decade older than he should. If she started asking questions and catching him when he tried to lie his way out of them, I'll take that as a compliment, backhanded though it was. I still have some pounds I never exchanged, let me get us some coffee before we head back out into the cold. So a cute guy just gave me relationship advice, told me to look for someone I deserve, and now he's offering to buy me a drink. She peered closely at him, a glint of wicked humor back in her eyes. Are you trying to add a third girl to your little harem? Tonks, no offense, but I already have 2 girlfriends. I'm outnumbered enough as it is. You know we're going to wizarding hell for this, right? You suggested we do it, Harry reminded Hermione absent-mindedly as his wand danced. The Knot family had 10 living members, 3 elves, and a number of particularly bad-tempered attack dogs. Hitting them when they were all absent was impossible, and breaking in while they were awake and aware was suicide. Rather than pass up such a magnificent target, however, they were using the same strategy as when they ransacked the Fudge's Inn. Draping a sleeping charm over the entire estate. Having his core nonupled in size due to their little oversight on Luna's birthday was now showing itself to be quite a happy accident. The 2 girls scurried around him, taking turns to break down the wards since he was too occupied with chanting to power the ward tap. After nearly an hour, a far cry from their average time, the blue-masked buddy nodded to him. Okay, that should be it on our end. We're ready to go as soon as you're sure they won't wake up. I've been done, he replied, shaking his arms to force some feeling back into them. I kept reinforcing it in case the wards were connected to an alarm of some kind, but otherwise, they should be down for the count. Good. The trio sprinted across the yard, vanishing the front door rather than slow their steps. As was their custom, they split apart, each having already claimed a section of the house to pilfer. Tonight, however, they were going to be a little more thorough. He surveyed the kitchen and shook his head as the full scope of the situation became clear. Yellow, how did you even come up with this idea? Did you ever read any Drive Seuss stories when you were little? Who is Dr. Zoo? Hermione's sigh was eloquent. Seuss, Blue, Seuss. Muggle author of silly children's books. Petunia probably read them to Dudley, but I can't say I know any more about them than Blue does, he replied as he summoned an entire cooked goose into one space-extended pouch, chasing it down with a bowl full of cranberry sauce. He hit that with a stasis charm on its way over to prevent spillage, and 3 loaves of bread. Apparently the elves here had decided to get back at their masters by making the next day's dinner the night before and were just going to leave it out overnight. It was the same kind of passive-aggressive retaliation Dobby had said was customary for them when they disliked or even outright hated their masters. They might not be able to get even directly, but twisting their orders as much as possible. That they could do. Well, arguably his most famous book was titled The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. I'll read it to you too sometime, but for now just know that we're emulating it. I thought it appropriate since we're robbing them on Christmas Eve. If you say so. Shrugging, he proceeded to vacuum up the wreaths hanging outside the windows before repairing the glass they had shattered as they flew inside. Stealing away all the knots, Christmas decorations in addition to items of actual value seemed a bit petty to him, but his lover was dead set on doing it, and it was only a little extra effort on his part. Besides, considering that the Knots had been supporting Voldemort since before he graduated from Hogwarts, they deserved it, anyway. Theodore rubbed his eyes sleepily as he heard his father screaming from down the hall. This was, unfortunately, not a wholly unheard of state of affairs. His aunt had more than her fair share of stupid moments, likely a result of being only 2 generations removed from the Crabbe family. What his Uncle Thomas could have possibly been thinking when he married that woman, Theodore hadn't a clue. His sight no longer quite as bleary, he peered around the room he awoke in and tried to place it. Did I sneak some of Mother's fire whiskey again? He wondered as he threw off the blanket draped over him to stand. It looked to be the same size and general shape as his bedroom, but none of his things, not his broom, not his fine robes, not even his bed, were inside. Perhaps this was what his aunt had done this time. Moving all the furniture to one room was exactly the foolish stunt she would pull. He opened the door and sighed when his place at the end of the hall told him that. Yes, this was his room. At the other end of the corridor he could see his father, but the older man was not, in fact, yelling at Aunt Beatrice. The target of his wrath was instead one of the house elves, though the boy did not know if it was Moppy, Pabby, or Gluppy. All elves looked the same, after all, and so long as one of them answered him when he called, which was inconsequential. Tell me the truth, elf. One of you had to let this bastard in. Who was it? Gluppy not Bees knowing, master. The pathetic creature squeaked. Gluppy Bees waking up to fix master's breakfast, and everything's Bees gone. The man's foot lashed out and kicked the beast to the side. Wretched thing. If I don't find out by the day's end who you let in, it'll be clothes for all 3 of you. The elf gazed up at him with an odd expression before popping away. "Why do we even keep those foul things around?" Theodore asked idly. "It's expected," his father grunted back. "I'd rather chop them up and use them for dog food, but the ministry takes a dim view of using muggles to take care of the chores. Time was a man could keep a whole stable of beeps and no one would bat an eye, but hex one muggle to get him out of your way and the DMLE comes swooping down with a fine for being cruel to the animals." He nodded and followed the older wizard downstairs, frowning more and more heavily as he took in the decorations. All of them changed greatly since the previous night. In place of holly wreaths hung circles of brambles, the mistletoe his other aunt had insisted be stuck to every lintel was replaced with rotting flowers. Even the silvery tinsel wrapped around the columns was gone, and in its place were long, mud-covered branches that looked as if they had been taken fresh from a swamp. He wondered to himself, who did all this? "That's what I want to know," growled his father. "And when I find him, I'll make him regret ever crossing Timothy Knot." Theodore tried hard not to roll his eyes. His father could tell himself that he held power, but everyone knew that the person truly in charge was his grandfather Thaddeus. A door at one end of the foyer opened, and a head of brown hair poked out. "Timothy, Theodore, you need to look at this." The men simultaneously frowned and followed the woman, Theodore taking a moment to gape in astonishment at the tree in the middle of the room. In place of the majestic pine they had decorated stood a withered old yew, spider webs and dried wasp hives acting as parodies of the decorations that had been in their family for generations. From the mess on the floor, it was apparent that the tree had been recently uprooted, likely from the same marsh the branches had come from. He turned his attention to where his father and aunt were standing around the hearth. On one corner sat what had caught the woman's attention, a chipped and cracked clay plate covered in moldy biscuits and a glass filled with what looked to be curdled milk. Unlike everything else in the house, this was new. There had not been anything there when he had gone to bed. "This isn't one of our dishes," Aunt Beatrice observed. "We can all see that," Theodore's father snapped. "What I want to know is who put it there." The woman shrugged weakly. "Maybe the answer's in these," she asked, pointing to the 10 bulging burlap sacks hanging from the mantel where their stockings had been, nails forged from a green metal that Theodore would only guess was copper pinning the rough material to the wood. Pulling the bag nearest to her free, she turned it over and jumped back with a gasp when black dust and numerous chips of coal poured out onto the floor. "Timothy, what could this mean?" I don't know." Harry could not help but grin as he took in the additional decorations Sirius must have thrown up at the last minute. It was impossible for the man to act according to his name, but the time traveler had to admit that his inclination to pranks and fun meant holidays would never be boring around him. Unlike the last timeline, when Nagini attacking Arthur had cast a dark cloud over the Yuletide cheer, Sirius had gone all out. The chandeliers were polished and coated with silver tinsel and holly, and the stairway between the ground and first floors had been buried in enough conjured snow that one of the twins had produced a sled for the pair and Ginny to take turns riding down. What had really surprised him when he first entered the house, however, was the smaller differences that had been made. The threadbare carpet had been replaced with a thick red rug, and the plaque of elf heads that had previously hung on the wall was completely gone. The portrait of Walburga Black was still there, but the curtains were closed and actually nailed to the wall around her so her wailing could not separate them and fill the house with noise. It seemed that his efforts over the summer to make Sirius remember the few good times he had had with his family had convinced the man to turn this house back into a home. He entered the sitting room and leaned against the wall for a moment to simply watch the Weasley children and Sirius gleefully rip their presents wrapping apart while Lupin, the only true adult present, just shook his head at the mess being created. After a moment, the animagus looked up and waved him over. "About time you got out of bed. If you were still asleep when we got done, we were planning to dump cold water on you." "Glad I avoided that, then," Harry replied. Waking up in the middle of the night to rob the Knots had left him more tired than staying up until the ungodly hours of the morning would have, and he had been far too comfortable to leave his bed when the rest of the house started their day. "How's the hall?" A chorus of merry voices fought each other for dominance, and in the process made themselves unintelligible, but the underlying meaning was clear. He dropped next to his godfather and joined the chaos, paper flying as he tossed the various bits of candy the Weasleys had gotten him into a pile at his side. He would have to check the sweets before he ate any of them, Between Ginny's crush, Ron's anger, and the twins being the twins, he was sure there was at least one potion there. One eyebrow rose when he noticed an envelope stuck to a wrapped box missing a tag. Who could that be from? He pulled it closer and hesitantly opened the envelope first. Inside was a crisp 5-pound note and a scrap of parchment with a single line of writing on it. "For the next time you offer to buy a girl drinks," he murmured to himself, a slight smile forming as he realized who the giver was. In the old timeline, Tonks had given him a working miniature firebolt that even in his 20s he had quite enjoyed letting fly around the floor and annoy Crookshanks, but it appeared his talk with her about Lupin a week earlier had had unintended consequences. The box was certainly too large for the model he remembered. Opening it revealed a leather jacket similar to the one she had worn when picking him up from the platform, a thank you gift disguised by the season. Ooh, who could this lady be? Harry turned to watch as Sirius ripped open a large parcel to reveal a black jumper, a large silver S emblazoned on the chest. It was a struggle not to begin chuckling and thereby give away the surprise. In an innocent voice, he asked, "Who did it say it was from?" "A Miss Luna Lovegood. Even as a prison escapee, your godfather's still got it." Sirius pulled the sweater on and frowned when everyone started snickering. "What? 1. Luna is my girlfriend, so she already knows that you're innocent. 2. She's my girlfriend, so keep your dirty thoughts in your own head where they belong." He surrendered to the inevitable and joined the others in their mirth. "And 3. You might want to take a look at yourself." "What do you, The man shrieked as he futilely tried to tear off the now emerald green jumper, the initial having morphed into a writhing snake when he was not looking. Unfortunately for Sirius, the buddy had added a sticking charm to her gift, in addition to the color change, so everyone not bedecked in Slytherin-themed garb erupted with laughter as he tried everything he could think of to get it off. Harry had to admit that making it shift to still fit Sirius when he changed into Padfoot was a particularly nice touch. After 5 minutes, the jumper switched back to its original appearance on its own, and Sirius wasted no time in tugging it off and hurling it across the room. "Your girlfriend is absolutely evil. Now, Sirius, you of all people should enjoy a good prank. Turning me into a mascot for the snakes is not a good prank." Sirius huffed as everyone around him continued laughing at his expense. How did that even get in here in the first place? He shrugged nonchalantly, which only served to sharpen the older wizard's attention even more. "I might have had a hand in it. I should just take your present back, then, if that's how you're going to thank me." Quirking an eyebrow, Harry unwrapped the paw print decorated gift and found himself staring at an untitled book. He flipped to the middle, and immediately a blush formed on his face before he slammed it shut with more force than was strictly necessary. "Sirius Black, do you think you really have any right to complain about what I did after this?" The animagus simply grinned back, and he shoved the offending book deep into the folds of his new jacket. He did not want to know why Sirius had given him a magical copy of the Kama Sutra, complete with moving diagrams, nor why each page had copious anecdotes and pieces of advice written in the margins in the dog's distinctive hand. "From what Tonks was telling me, that's all stuff you might find coming in handy very soon," Sirius answered with a lascivious smirk. "Now where's my present from you? I looked all under the tree, but I couldn't find it anywhere." "That's because it wasn't there." He pulled a small package from his pocket and slowly handed it over. "I was debating whether you would want it or not, and if I wanted to be the one who gave it to you." That obviously worried the man, and he cautiously unwrapped the red paper to stare at the leather-bound book. Risking a peek inside caused him to gasp. This is Reggie's journal. Where did you find it?" "It was in his room when I was here this summer, and I found out I had accidentally picked it up with my things after we got to Hogwarts." The first part was the truth. Harry had finally found it when he had searched the room for some of the young man's leftover belongings and his detection charm had located a hidden compartment in the bed frame, but the rest was most certainly not. "Take a look at the last entry." Sirius complied, and the words written within drained the blood from his face. Harry had to work hard to suppress a grimace. Giving his godfather a lie, even a pretty lie, as a Christmas gift made him feel dirty in a way mere water could not wash away. The journal was Regulus's, but the last entry was not. It was instead the product of numerous hours of practice at forgery, a talent he had never had reason to learn before now. Using his future knowledge as a base, he had constructed a fake note. And added it to the end. Practicing the handwriting, tone, and message itself so often had practically carved it into his brain, and the words rang in his ears despite Sirius's silent reading. The 13th of March 1979. I have returned home from the latest meeting of the Death Eaters in great distress. Even now, I hesitate to put to parchment exactly what disturbing knowledge I recently acquired. The Dark Lord was boasting to our assembled ranks, as is his habit, and I was nearly ready to ignore his pontificating as I could see several others doing when he mentioned how his power had surpassed even Merlin himself. No one can say that I am unread in the varied and ultimately laughable attempts of men who sought to make themselves the strongest wizard in the world, and so I found myself curious as to exactly what he meant. I wish now that I had not. I refuse to write down exactly what I fear he has done. Let it only be said that, if he speaks the truth, he has violated more than man's laws. Even for those of us who feel that the dark arts should be embraced the same as all other forms of magic, there are lines that are not meant to be crossed, lines that the Dark Lord intentionally and blatantly ignored. I joined the Death Eaters because I wanted to protect our way of life, but how can the Dark Lord claim to protect anything when he is willing to watch the world burn to achieve his true goals, whatever they are? Never have I felt such a fool. Even as I pen these words, the resolve to do what I now know I must bolsters me and shields me from the terror nipping at my heels and warning me of the consequences if I should fail in my self-appointed task. Rushing headlong into danger without regard to the myriad of ways it could all go wrong is not the Slytherin way, more the Gryffindor impetuousness Sirius always espoused, but it is the very caution I have lived my life by that led me under the sway and pretty words of the monster whose mark one now shamefully bear. Listening to it would see me shove away these thoughts and do nothing, and that inaction would in turn stain my soul black with so much guilt that nothing I could ever do would see me clean again. And so, I must prepare myself. Tonight, I will strike at the seat of the Dark Lord's power. Tonight, I will betray my vows of loyal service and the lessons I long learned at mother and father's knee. Tonight, I will do not what is sensible or proper or traditional, but what I can only explain as my heart knowing what is right. Let people say what they will about me when I am gone, but I refuse to be known as one who would not take a stand against true evil. In the safety of these pages, I must confess that I do not expect to survive to see the morrow. Indeed, if the Dark Lord protects his source of strength half as zealously as he lashes out against the Muggles, I am doubtful that I will even be able to reach it in the first place. The smart move would be to wait, to plan, until I was sure that I would succeed, but I cannot. My brother's face haunts me. As a child, I wanted nothing more than to be like him, and as a youth, I wanted nothing more than to not be like him. But I am a man now, and I am forced to wonder if perhaps his way, always so strange to me, was not the right way all along. Should I survive this adventure, I swear to myself that I will go to him and seek absolution for the words I've said and the things I've done. Only after tonight will I feel that I deserve even the slightest forgiveness. I can only hope that I live long enough to do that. A soft gasp dragged Harry back to the real world, and he watched with shame roiling in his belly as Sirius closed the journal to protect it from the tears rolling down his cheeks. Reggie, you fool. You dumb, reckless, brave fool. Why didn't you come to me first? We could have helped you. Maybe you would even be here today if you hadn't run off like that. Acting without thinking was my job, not yours. Reaching out, Sirius grabbed his godson and pulled him to his chest. Thank you, Harry. Thank you so much. This is the best gift you could have ever given me. Don't thank me, Sirius. A liar like me doesn't deserve it. That meal was absolutely divine. Who did you say gave it to you? Just a friend, Luna deflected, clearing the last scraps of Christmas dinner from the table. She loved her father dearly, but it was only after sharing a home with Harry that she realized that the man's notions of food were often just on this side of edibility. Delicious as the meals prepared by the castle elves were, she had always assumed the tiny beings were simply better cooks than humans could be. Harry, though, much as she hated knowing that he had been abused for much of his life, she could not deny that years of cooking for the 3 Dursleys, equivalent to fixing meals for 7 normal people, had turned him into an excellent chef. His menu positively pampered her palate. Thankfully, neither of her lovers had offered any complaints to her request of taking the knots meal so it could feed her and her father, and it was far better than the watercress and plum jam sandwiches he had been planning. She still could not wait until the 3 of them had their own place again, and while her unofficial husband's cooking was not the only reason, it was certainly a wonderful benefit. Her hands cleaned the dishes as she reflected on the life she had once had and would have again, and only when they were all returned to their cabinets did she turn her attention again to the shiny green book sitting innocently on her chair in the living room. She had unwrapped it just that morning, curious who had given it to her considering that there was no name on the white and red striped wrappings, and found that it was a cookbook. Not just any cookbook, however, but one filled with recipes for all sorts of biscuits and cakes and custards. The gingerbread men illustrated inside were just begging to be baked. Literally begging, it turned out. The caption continuously changed, becoming more and more desperate if she stayed on that page. She did not know if following the directions would make them stop or if they would keep demanding until she turned to another recipe, nor was she all that eager to find out just yet. While having a collection of dessert recipes was a good thing, that was the only aspect of cooking that she could compete with Harry in. As his experience was with proper entrees, it was the anonymity of the sender and the material of the binding that made her wary. The color and pattern were identical to the scales on Nagini, and the feel of the material was what she would expect of snakeskin leather. All in all, it was a wonderful gift. Except for the slight wrinkle where they had vanished the serpent's corpse after Harry killed her. Where do vanished objects go? Into Nanbing, that is, everything. It was one of the most common riddles to enter the Ravenclaw dorms, one that first years quickly learned the answer to even though they would not cover vanishing spells until 5th year. It was also wrong, or at least the subject of heated debate between Transfiguration and Charms masters. Transfiguration theory taught that when a witch vanished something, it disappeared from reality, making vanishment an opposing discipline to conjuration. Charms, however, stated that vanishing simply translocated an object to another location, making it essentially a long-range banishing charm. That second theory was the basis of vanishing cabinets, which allowed the transportation from one cabinet to its partner, but the first explained why living things could be partially vanished without dying, since while the creature would be half in being and half in non-being, it was still whole, unlike what happened when someone splinched herself. Most wizards and witches, Luna and Hermione included, eventually sided with the Transfiguration camp, though she knew Harry, with his post-education interest in charms, agreed with those experts. This, however, was forcing her to re-examine her position. Even with fairy magic, because who other than Santa Claus himself could or would use the skin of a dead Horcrux to make a cookbook and sneak it under their tree, the idea that objects could somehow be reclaimed from complete non-existence was foolish. Perhaps vanished objects were just sent into an otherworld, a humanly inaccessible Phi realm similar to the Queen's Intertimestream Island. It was something to consider, if nothing else. Either way, Harry would be insufferable when he found out. You're trouble enough when you're sober, serious, Harry laughed with a roll of his eyes as he stood from his chair. You'll have to excuse me if I refuse to take responsibility for whatever mess you get yourself into when you're drunk. Most kids your age would love to be allowed to get drunk with their godfather's permission, Tonks lamented, pulling out a trio of shot glasses from the cabinet. Somehow, Sirius, this is your fault. The animagus simply huffed good-naturedly at the pair and pulled the bottle of fire whiskey closer to himself. Just for that, you don't get any, either. Shut up and pour the damn drinks, Moody growled. Taking that as his cue to go, Harry gave the three an exaggerated bow and left the room. He appreciated the offer, but there was no way he was going to let himself be caught in that situation. Joining Sirius for what the old dog said used to be a Marauder Christmas tradition would have been fun, and Tonks was definitely treating him with more equality than she had in the previous timeline or even that summer, but Moody was a deal-breaker. Much as he liked the paranoid semi-retiree, there was no way he was going to be even slightly inebriated in front of the man. Moody was just too clever. Myone remarked more than once that I have looser lips than I ought when I'm too deep in my cups, he recalled as he walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and giving mad eye hints that I'm not exactly who I claim to be would be very, very bad. The neutralizing potions are good, but they don't last forever. All they would need to do if they believe I'm an imposter is wait it out and force-feed me Veritaserum. Our secrets need to stay secret to everyone but the three of us. He shrugged his concerns away for the moment and pushed open his door. Immediately upon seeing what was inside, he turned around and glanced back at the stairwell to make sure he was on the right floor. Unfortunately, he was. Ginny, would you like to explain to me exactly what you're doing in my bedroom? The redhead smiled faintly. I was waiting for you. I can see that, he allowed suspiciously, but why were you waiting for me? Well, that is, she took a deep breath and pointed to the gold ribbon she had tied into a bow around her throat, her blush rising past her cheeks to turn the tips of her ears the same shade of red as her hair. I have a present to give you. Don't you want to unwrap it? Closing his eyes wearily, he let out a deep sigh. Was it too late to go back down and join in on the drinking? Ginny, I really don't have the patience to deal with this right now. I just want to go to bed. Okay, she said, not getting up from where she was sitting on the side of said bed. That was a nice way of saying, get out. She stood this time, but rather than walk out the door as he was hoping, but not expecting, she would, she crept a few steps closer to him. Harry, I know you don't mean to, but you're hurting me so much. Every time I see you laughing with Luna or cuddling on the couch with Hermione, it feels like my heart is being torn out of my chest. I love you, and… No, you don't. The girl blinked in shock at his statement. You don't love me. You don't even know me. I understand that you have a crush. It's not a crush, she screeched, shocking both of them. After a moment, she continued in a softer voice, it's not. I know what I feel for you. I've loved you my whole life. You loved the boy who lived, he interrupted again. She looked at him in confusion. What you are so attracted to isn't a person, you're after an idea, a hero figure who never really existed. I'm not him, and to be honest, I wouldn't want to be. I'm perfectly happy just being me. She shook her head. But you are a hero. You defeated you-know-who when you were a baby. You saved me from the basilisk and from Tom. Why do that if you aren't a hero? Why charge into the chamber if you don't love me? Trust me, there have been times when I've wondered if I shouldn't have let you die down there. It would have made my life that much simpler. He was being unfair, he knew, at only 11 years old, she had done absolutely nothing to deserve dying alone in a hole in the ground. It was her older self, especially her 18-year-old self, that he had on several occasions wanted to feed to a giant snake. There's the mistake you're making. I didn't beat Voldemort, my mum did. Time to shatter her little fantasy, he thought with a mental grimace. How many lies was he going to spin this holiday? And I didn't go into the chamber to save you. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. I went down there to kill the basilisk because there was talk of closing Hogwarts. I couldn't let that happen, that was the first place I ever called home. That I figured out where the chamber was hidden on the same day Tom made his play was pure happenstance. Had I realized it was in the girls' bathroom earlier, I would have dealt with it then. He shot her a sharp glare when she opened her mouth, and she backed down. And I wasn't worried about you because of anything to do with you. Ron was my best friend at the time, and he asked me to help you. If you weren't his little sister, I wouldn't have cared in the slightest if you lived or died. Ginny gaped at him. Yes, you would have. You're just saying that to make me go away. You're right, but for all the wrong reasons. I have better things to do than make up stories to tell you. That's the cold, hard truth, whether you like it or not. She shuddered at his dismissive tone, and for a short moment he allowed himself to hope that he had successfully destroyed her childhood crush on him. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Squaring her shoulders, she shot back, well, it doesn't matter why you did it. You saved my life, and I love you for it, no matter what you think. That's why, she took a deep breath and said very quickly, that's why I want to be your girlfriend. What was that? He asked with trepidation. He had a feeling he knew what she had said, and he desperately wished he was mistaken. I want to be your girlfriend. Yep, I should have stayed down there and gotten sloshed, after all. I'm pretty sure you figured this out, but I already have a girlfriend. 2 of them, in fact. I'm very much off the boyfriend market. I know, she whispered. Everyone knows you're dating Luna and Hermione. That's the thing, I'm not asking you to leave them, I just want to join in. If you have 2 girlfriends, it wouldn't be too much trouble to add a third, would it? That's new, he finally thought. Even in the old timeline, she never tried this route. It was always, quit playing around with them and come back to me, and, I'm the one you really love, and, you're breaking my heart. Come back home. Not once did she ask to join our family. It might have escaped you, but things aren't that simple. Even if I wanted to date you, which, quite frankly, I don't. Myone and Luna aren't competing for my affections. They are in love with each other as much as they are with me. A moe of distaste crossed her face before disappearing. Well then, I guess when they're off spending time with each other, you could have me all to yourself. What part of, I don't want to date you, are you having so much trouble understanding? Harry, please. The girl took a couple of steps toward him, only to stop when he moved sideways to keep the same 8 feet of distance between them. She completely missed him nearly drawing his wand. Have you considered that if we started dating, maybe you'd realize that you love me, too? All right, this has gone long enough. She may not be as single-minded about this as her older self was, probably because I didn't make the mistake of dating her this time around, but she still isn't listening. Now the only question is, do I try a compulsion on her? Compulsion charms, for all the skill he had with them, still had limitations he had never been able to work around. A compulsion was at its most fundamental level just a subliminal suggestion to make someone do something or, if he wanted to be really fancy, to think something. Unfortunately, how well such a spell worked depended not only on his own ability, but also what he was trying to cause and how his victim already felt about that action. He could not, for instance, induce any but the most heartless of parents to murder their own children, but moving a wizard to drink an unknown potion brought to them by someone he thought a friend was child's play. That was why he could make Death Eaters kill each other so easily. They may be working towards the same goal, but many of the bigoted purebloods hated each other just as much as they did Muggleborns, likely the result of decades or even centuries of minor conflicts among their families festering away in the back of their minds. For all his faults, Voldemort really should be praised for his ability to make them work together in the first place. So, much as he wanted to compel Ginny to abandon her impossible dream, he was not at all sure that he could. The redhead in the original timeline was too fixated on her goal to be shaken from it. Would he have any better luck with this one? There was only one way to find out. Harry stared her straight in the eyes and pushed. Wandless legilimency was normally far harder than breaking into someone else's mind with a wand, but thanks to the boost to his magical strength he had received from their ritual, he barely noticed as time seemed to slow to a crawl and his mind leaked out from behind his own eyes. Whenever someone forced himself into another's head, a bit of disorientation was to be expected. No two people were the same, so it only made sense that what was to the subject a perfectly logical chain of thoughts was a flurry of seemingly unconnected snippets of memory to the intruder. All that said, Harry considered himself a rather experienced legilimens, but he was not at all ready for the storm he found himself dropped into. 5-year-old Ginny bounced in her bed as her daddy settled himself in the chair beside her. Okay, Pumpkin, what do you want me to read you tonight? The Boy Who Lived. Honey, I've told you about him every night for 2 weeks now, he reminded her gently. Don't you want to hear something else, just for tonight? What about Babbity Rabbity? You love that story. No, I want to hear about the boy who lived. She smiled brightly at her daddy. He's so brave and handsome and sweet. I'm gonna marry him when I grow up. Her daddy gave her a weak grin at that but, as she had asked, summoned the familiar red and gold book. Okay, honey, if you're sure that's what you want. Once upon a time, there lived a little boy. Ginny fretted away as her mother patted down her pure white gown. I don't know if I can do this, Mum. I mean, there are so many people. Well, I told you not to send a general invitation to be published in the Daily Prophet. This is the marriage of the century, did you really expect anyone not to come? She peeked out through the flap of her bridal tent and gasped. Was the entirety of magical Britain camped out on the Burrow's lawn? Maybe you're right, she finally whispered. Of course I'm right. I'm your mother. Her mum laughed and rested warm hands on her shoulders. Don't worry. I know it looks scary now, but you're getting married. This is your and Harry's day. Push the fear away and just enjoy it. Ellipsis. Opening her eyes, Ginny took in the sight before her. Harry, the Harry Potter, was kneeling on the wet ground, blood soaking his dark school robes and a shining silver sword clutched tightly in his hand. He offered her a weak grin that made her insides feel funny, and averting her eyes so he wouldn't see her blush, she noticed the tiny black book that had made the past year a waking nightmare. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she hurled herself into his arms and babbled in fear, at the same time greedily accepting the comfort his warm embrace offered. Smoke surrounded the family of 5 as they hustled onto platform 9 3/4. just like when Ginny had been the one riding the express, they were never able to arrive any time but just before it was time for the train to depart. Now James, I don't want to get any letters saying you've been causing trouble again. I mean it. If I do, I'll come up there and bend you over my knee. Come on, Mum, it's just a bit of fun, her elder son protested, the wide grin he had learned from his prankster uncles forcing her to smile a bit herself. But if it bothers you that much, I guess we can tone it down for a short while. Maybe a week. Or 3 days. Or the whole term, she rejoined before pulling the boy in for a hug that he quickly tried to escape. Apparently being 13 meant it was no longer cool to get hugs from his mother anymore. Be good, and promise me you'll look after Albus this year. You know how he gets around new people and new places. That's if he gets sorted into Gryffindor. There's no telling with him, he might wind up a snake. She laughed. Yes, because that's such a strong possibility considering who his family is. Ellipsis. This is the year, Ginny heard Ron say from up the stairs as they packed to leave for whatever safe place Professor Dumbledore had arranged for them this summer. This year, I'll make Hermione understand that I like her. A brief smile flickered across her face as she swept the last of her robes into her trunk. It was nice to hear that he was finally getting together the courage to ask the girl out. Everyone knew that those two were meant for each other, they were complete opposites in every conceivable way, and didn't everyone say that opposites were supposed to attract? Besides, if Ron was finally mature enough to have an interest in romance, it meant Harry was, too. She twirled a bit in joy. This was the year, all right. She had loved him all her life, and now it was time for her to guide her knight in shining armor home. Harry gasped as he pulled himself out of Ginny's mind, reeling from what he had just seen. The girl rushed forwards to help, and reflexively he whipped his wand out and flicked a beeped stunner into her chest. He could not bring himself to worry over much when she landed unconscious at his feet, there were other things he had to deal with. In the previous timeline, he, Hermione, and Luna had already distanced themselves from the Weasleys for a couple of years when he began his study of mind magics, so he had never had a chance to examine the old Ginny's mentality. This one's, however, was beyond worrying. Two of those, I know they were nothing more than hopes for the future, but they felt so real, just as real as the actual memories. From her perspective, though they haven't happened, they might as well have. No wonder she was so insistent that we get together. He shook his head to try to clear his thoughts. For those dreams to feel so real was an extremely bad sign. Imagination normally had a wispy, ethereal quality to it. Any legilimens with any experience whatsoever would be able to distinguish it from actual memory. That he couldn't could mean only one thing. When it came to him, Ginny was incapable of distinguishing her fantasy from reality. Because Merlin forbid that my life be easy. She's as obsessed with me as Snape was with my mum, he griped as he waved his wand to erase practically the entire conversation from the redhead's mind and then implanted a false memory of walking back to her room after his initial rejection. Nothing he could do would get through to her, so he did not feel quite as bad about further violating her mind as he otherwise would have. Disillusioning the both of them, he levitated her down the stairs and onto her bed before returning to his own room. He locked the door and stared for a moment at the blank wall that months previously had held Regulus's newspaper clippings about Voldemort's rise. Right this minute, he needed to do something, and plotting how to hurt the madman further was as good as any other option. It would not solve his newest problem, but it would certainly make him feel better. The soil was soft and moist under Neville's hands as he patted it back down around the recently replanted Danish snowblossoms. These flowers were at their healthiest in the winter months, and that was the perfect time to separate the bulbs and prevent overcrowding in their beds. Snowblossoms liked lots of space, too many packed together was a sure way to come into the greenhouse one day and find all of them wilted and dead. Not for the first time was the boy incredibly grateful that his mother had loved herbology as he did when she was a student. This was his sanctuary, the one place in the entire Longbottom estate where he was free of expectations and demands and constant criticisms. The one place where he was free. After the annual visit to St. Mungo's that morning to see his parents, he desperately needed to be alone. Perhaps that was why he felt drawn to the snow blossoms every year when he returned from the hospital. Just like them, he sometimes felt the presence of others to be a crushing weight on his shoulders. Bang! He winced when he heard that sound, for it could only be one thing. His grandmother was yet again intruding into the location he used to escape her. Sure enough, the woman, visibly aged beyond her mere 69 years, strode imperiously down the aisles. "Neville, what have I told you about spending all your time in here?" "That I have more important things to do than piddle around with flowers all day," he answered monotonously. He knew better than to waste time arguing with her about this. No matter what he said, she would ignore his words in favor of spouting her own opinions. It was the way life in this house had always been, and as much as he hated it, there was nothing he could do to change that. "Then why are you still here? Your parents did not give up their health and sanity so their only son could hide himself away with a bunch of plants. They would have wanted you to become a brave wizard, like your father was. Mum wouldn't have minded. If she were healthy, she'd probably be in here with me," he told himself. It was an old, tired refrain, but he had to have something, anything to keep him from collapsing under the burden of his grandmother's implacable demands. He had to believe that at least one person would have been proud of him for who he was rather than who he wasn't. "Now get back inside and wash up. If you have time to waste, you have time to practice your transfiguration. With the marks you have right now, I fear for you ever qualifying for the Newt course, and then where would you be? It's not like I can make it in life with charms. It's not like you can make it in life with charms, after all. I swear, some days I don't know what to do with you." Neville rose from his knees and was about to turn to the water bucket to clean his hands when a question sprang to mind. What would Harry do if he were here? It was not as odd a thought as it might have been a few months earlier. Before this year, Harry had always been the boy who lived, the defense against the dark arts prodigy, the teenage hero. He held himself apart from everyone but Hermione and Ron, and though he had never been arrogant or boastful, he was still someone Neville knew only in passing. Even after living together for 4 years, the blonde could not say that he had really known anything personal about his roommate. Then again, he could say the same about all the Gryffindor boys. This year, something had changed. When they returned from summer holiday, Harry had been different. Self-possessed, confident, dating not one but 2 very pretty girls, it was as if he had become a different person. Neville had been expecting him to continue as he had for the past 4 years, and after seeing the veiled disdain, an understandable emotion, admittedly, considering the prophet's mudslinging, in the boy's eyes every time he looked at the other students, the shy lion thought he would pull himself away even farther. Instead, Harry had done something totally unexpected. He had drawn others in. Neville still did not understand why he was one of the 5 Harry had chosen to tutor in defense. He did not understand why Harry had agreed on multiple occasions to help him with a spell he was having difficulties with, even when that meant putting aside his own homework. He did not understand why Harry had taken such a sudden interest in him and his wand and how he was doing in his classes. And he most definitely did not understand why or how a boy his own age, a boy one day his junior, in fact, could have changed into someone he looked up to almost like an older brother. But, much to his consternation and delight, he did not need to understand. All that mattered was that, for once in his life, there was someone standing by him. Teaching him, encouraging him, guiding him. What would Harry do if he were here now? Neville was not entirely sure, but he knew what Harry would not do. He would not bend to someone else's demands. No. His grandmother turned around at his quiet denial. "What was that? I said no." The woman stared at him in incomprehension, and a tiny flame flickered into being inside his chest. "I'm not leaving right now. I'm not doing any work in Transfiguration. For once in my life, I'm doing what I want to do. Neville Franklin Longbottom, I am your grandmother, and you will treat me with respect." The flame flared, filling his body with uncomfortable heat. "Why? You never treat me with any. You're always taking me away from what I love to do so you can make me do what you want me to do, and I'm tired of it. I have my own dreams, Gran, and just because they're not what you want for me doesn't mean they're wrong." "Dreams?" her shrill voice demanded. "Dreams of what? Working with plants all day. I won't stand for it. It's my life. And you're making a mistake. Your parents didn't sacrifice everything they had so you could pretend to be a gardener." He reeled in shock, but the fire inside him refused to die. Instead it rose higher, licking the back of his eyes. "Why, your father. I'm not my father," he screamed at her, his words actually forcing her back a step. "I'm Neville, not Frank. I will never be him, and I don't want to be him. Neville, how could you say something like that? He glared, actually glared, at the old woman. Because it's the truth. My entire life, you've tried to turn me into a replacement for him, but I'm not him. You force me to do things I hate because he liked them. You take away the things I'm good, really good at just because he wasn't. He hesitated a moment before allowing the awful truth out. You try to take everything of Mum's away from me so I'll just be a copy of Dad, and then you're disappointed when I don't measure up. Did you ever love me, or do you just see me as a way to bring your son back? She stared at him, her wide eyes filled with some emotion he couldn't place. He motioned to the greenery around them. This greenhouse, Mossy told me Dad had it built for Mum because she loved herbology. Professor Flitwick said that she was the head of the Charms Club when she was a student. Every Boxing Day when we go to St. Mungo's, she gives me a few bubblegum wrappers, but the nurses say that she won't let anyone else even come near them. These are the only things I have left of my mother. Why do you want to take them away from me so much? His grandmother did not answer. She was so still that he was unsure if she had even heard him. Sidling past her unmoving form, the flame inside him dying to embers but not going out completely, he left the greenhouse and gently closed the door. Had he waited a few seconds more, he would have heard the thump of knees hitting the hard-packed earth and the sobs of a heart breaking into little pieces. Harry leaned back against the wet wood as Luna's idle humming intertwined with the lapping water against the boat's hull. This would be the last chance for any of them to relax for the next few hours. Tonight was their most ambitious break-in to date, and soon they would either be walking through the halls as if they owned the place or running for their lives. The mists cleared slightly, and like a black sword rising from the sea, Azkaban loomed before them. You're sure these medallions will work, Blue? I double and triple checked the arithmancy, Red. Their equations are close enough to the Patronus charm that, while they won't exactly scare anything off, they'll certainly keep the Dementors at a healthy distance. They might also lessen the Dementor's aura, but I'm not sure about that. Won't be the first time we've had to fight through it, he muttered. Almost a year after the Muggles officially entered the Third Voldemort War, the Dark Lord had lost control of those monsters, and they had gone on a feeding frenzy, consuming whole towns and breeding in the abandoned buildings. For 4 months the two sides had, if not actually allied with each other, at least set aside most of their animosity in the campaign against their common enemy. It turned out that, while sturdy and magically resistant, Dementors could not withstand either fiendfire or a few hundred pounds of high explosive. They could, however, ignore the killing curse, which had apparently prompted some debate within the Ministry over whether they should be classified as beings or spirits before the war heated up again and everyone had bigger things to worry about. The ferry slid neatly into the small dock on the island, and the trio disembarked. Thankfully, they did not need to worry about their ride disappearing and leaving them trapped on the isle. Much like the boat in the cave where Voldemort hid Slytherin's locket, this ship was enchanted to move on its own and could be summoned by tapping one's wand against a small panel at the end of the pier. Stick together. We don't want to find ourselves alone and surrounded by guards and Dementors, Luna warned as they climbed the stairs. Harry nodded at the sound advice. They were not going to raid this place, so safety rather than speed was their priority. If they moved slowly and methodically, they would also be less likely to miss someone who could sound an alarm and bring the rest of the DMLE on top of their heads. They were experienced and powerful, but he would still rather them not have to fight their way out through a swarm of hit wizards and Aurors. The doors opened silently at their approach, and a guard blinked drowsily at them. Stupefy, Harry softly intoned, the man collapsing before he could shout out a warning to his fellows. Quickly transfiguring the officer into a mouse and summoning him to put in a belt pouch, the time traveler pointed at the intersection ahead of them. We go left and work our way back here before we leave this level, that way we won't have to worry about anyone catching onto us and sounding an alarm. We also need to find a map and an empty room, or even better, the warden's office. I'd rather not be carrying a bunch of guards around in my pocket. Clearing the ground floor was far easier than the trio had expected. There were no Dementors, just a dozen DMLE workers stationed at various points throughout the triangular structure. Only 2 pairs of guards had even had a clear line of sight between them, which meant that as long as the thieves were quiet, no one knew that their numbers were rapidly dwindling. The warden's office was located at the back of the floor and clearly marked, so the intruders forced their way through the door, stunned the man inside, and moved him along one wall with his untransfigured subordinates beside him. Hermione grabbed the large ledger-like book on the desk and quickly flipped through it. Found them. The Death Eaters are on the top floor, just like we expected. Now the question is just how do we get up there? The stairs, of course, Luna answered, laying a wide scroll on the warden's desk and unrolling it. Back right corner, a single stairwell leading all the way up. Do you have cell numbers? Locating their targets on the map, they left the office to find the stairs. There were 13 stories in the building, with the inmates contained within having committed progressively more heinous crimes as one climbed. The air also became colder, which the trio interpreted as there being more Dementors present. Harry shoved open the ice-caked door at the top of the stairwell and jumped back in shock when he saw a Dementor stationed immediately behind it. The creature screeched and waved its clawed hand at them, though it did not attempt to move any closer. While he was glad that the medallions worked as advertised, the crowd of demons gathering behind the first was more than a little worrying. Hermione cleared her throat softly. So, what's the plan for getting past them? We don't know how to cast Fiendfire, and I'm fresh out of bombs. We don't have to destroy them, much as I would like to, he answered, aiming his wand at the heart of the foremost Dementor. We just need them away from us. Expecto Patronum. The spell, fueled by the joy and love he always felt in the presence of his lovers, burst out of his wand in a wall of light that flung the Dementors away before coalescing into a ghostly heart. It pawed the stone floor with one foreleg and lowered its head in preparation for a charge. The Dementors, apparently reading the signs as well as Harry did, chose prudence over valor and fled. The monster's gone, he let the spell die. Let's hope you didn't just give our identities away with that, chastised the brunette. The Ministry knows your Patronus is a stag. If the Dementors tell them what they saw, we're in trouble. It won't matter if they do, the blue-masked girl rejoined. She pushed her way past them and started walking down one hallway. The Ministry knew about it because they put him on trial this past summer in the old timeline. That didn't happen this time, so the only ones who know that fact are the three of us. So long as you don't go blabbing. I would never. Harry rolled his eyes and followed the pair to one of the cells. A glance inside revealed a short, emaciated man, his brown hair matted with grime. Augustus Rookwood. Who wants to know? The former unspeakable asked, turning to gaze at him with dull eyes. You sure don't look like a guard. Nice mask, if a little childish. You talk like your own was any better. Rookwood shrugged one shoulder apathetically. It had its uses. With everyone wearing the same thing, no one knew how many of us there really were. A dozen, 50, 100, were we even human, just our simulacra animated by the Dark Lord? That uncertainty and the fear it caused was a powerful weapon. His jaw clenching, he asked tightly, do you regret what you did? The people you killed, they shouldn't have stood in our way. If they had any pride as wizards, they would have supported us. What about the Muggles? You said people, Rookwood scoffed. Wizards are people. Muggles, they don't even qualify as animals, at least animals you can get some work out of. They're just worthless scum plaguing the earth, and the mudbloods they spawn. Reducto. Blood and brain and bone splattered against the far wall, and Rookwood's headless corpse fell to the ground. Harry sighed, but he could not say that this was a surprise. Their plan was simple. In the previous timeline, Voldemort had attacked Azkaban shortly after the students returned to Hogwarts to free his imprisoned followers, and the time-traveling trio would not let that happen again. At Hermione's recommendation, they would visit each cell individually, using verbal questions or legilimency to ascertain which, if any, among them were different in this timeline than in their original one. Any who regretted his choices and was willing to stand against his old master would be freed. Any who wanted to stay out of the coming conflict would be left here to continue paying for his past crimes, and any who still believed in Voldemort's cause. Well, the Dark Lord could not be allowed to regain his most devoted supporters. Dolohov was next on their path, and a peek into his mind revealed that 14 years in prison had not changed his views. Mulciber was the same. Travers, too. Selwyn, Rhodes, Montague, the Lestrange brothers. None of them survived his interrogation. Harry was silent as they walked to the last cell. This was the person whose mind he wanted to enter the least should talking fail, but of the three of them, he was the only one with any skill or experience with mental magic. The snout of his mask slipped between the bars in the door. Bellatrix Lestrange. A huddled lump in one corner stirred, and the mass of kinked black hair on top shifted slightly. Someone's come to visit little Bella. Who could it be? Who I am is unimportant, he answered evasively. You merely need to know that I am the one who will decide your fate. Decide, my fate. The question was soft, tentative, and Harry feared that his nightmare was about to become truth. Bellatrix was one of the few people he could say that he hated with all his heart. If changing timelines meant that the woman who had murdered Sirius was undeserving of this punishment, he did not know how he would respond. Still, he forced his emotions away and replied, yes. Are you still loyal to the Dark Lord Voldemort? He sent you. He leapt away when the woman surged forwards and shoved her left arm through the grate to grab him, dark marks standing out starkly against her pallid skin. I knew it. I knew he would come for me. His power is eternal, his magnificence undeniable. Take me to him that I may kneel at his feet once more. Ah. Her arm from the elbow down fell to the ground, and she immediately retracted the remaining stump. He approached the door again, his teeth grinding. I don't think I can tell you just how much I want to hurt you, to make you suffer. You were the one who taught me how to cast the Cruciatus, did you know that? You said that it needs real hate to work. I want so much to show you how I've improved at it since then. A hand was laid on his shoulder, and he turned to look at the blue mask staring back at him. Luna did not say a word, merely stood there offering her silent support, and though Hermione had her back to them so she could watch for any approaching guards, she turned her head for a moment to glance at him. He did not know for sure what emotion she meant to convey, but he chose to believe that she, too, was encouraging him to do what was right. He looked back at the murderess. But as much as I want revenge for who you took from me, I know I can't have it. I can't be the one to kill you. If I were, I would enjoy it too much, and I refuse to go down that path again. Blue, I hate to ask you. And you know you never have to. The buddy took his place at the door and aimed her wand between the bars. Reducto. A wet splash signified the woman's demise. The long walk down the stairs to the first floor and back out to the docks was quiet, the silence broken only by Hermione casting Voldemort's dark mark into the sky above them as an additional taunt. Harry could vaguely hear the girls whispering behind him, but he was too preoccupied to listen. Strange likenesses, a young Tom Riddle had once told him. He and Voldemort shared several traits: resourcefulness, determination, stealthiness, self-reliance, charisma. They both had a talent for the mind arts, though Harry's was by far the greater, and they found the practical aspects of magic to be simple to grasp. To the younger man's regret, there was another similarity between them, a certain ruthlessness and callousness whilst he was drowning in his anger. He still recalled his first successful use of the Cruciatus curse. Would any normal person have been able to muster so much hate over such a minor offense as Amicus Carrow spitting on McGonagall? That was why, after Ron's betrayal of the Order of the Phoenix during the Third War, had made an oath to himself that he would never again cast the killing curse at another living person. He felt the redhead had deserved to die, as would likely any outside observer, but there was a difference between a just execution and relishing in revenge. It was a fine line in his life, where he had again and again been at the center of a war, but also an important one. His promise, therefore, was about more than just using an unforgivable. If he could not divorce his motives from his emotions, decide solely with impartial reason that death was a necessity, he refused to be the one to cast the fatal curse. The encounter with McNair the previous month had blurred that crucial line and reinforced the need for emotional distance. One of his greatest fears, second only to the loss of his loves, was waking up one day and realizing that he had become the man he had stood against his entire life. The boat nudged gently against the shore, and Harry looked up to find that they had already returned to the mainland. Had he really been that out of touch with his surroundings? Hermione's hand on his arm drew his attention. Did you tell anyone that you were leaving, or did you just sneak out? Snuck out, obviously. What was I supposed to say? That I had to go so I could break into Azkaban and kill a few Death Eaters? There's no need to be rude, she retorted. Luna and I were talking it over, and I'm going to spend what's left of the night with her. Are you coming, too? You really shouldn't be alone right now, Luna agreed. He smiled behind his mask. This was the reason he did not concern himself with his fears too often. These two wonderful women would always keep him on the right course. We'll need to get up early so you can apparate back to your parents' house and I can return to Sirius's, you know. The buddy giggled. Silly Harry, that's what time turners are for. Well, in that case, a short series of cracks farther up the road interrupted him, and he barely withheld a groan. Now what? Do you think we tripped a silent alarm? Hermione questioned. Could be Voldemort's making his play earlier than last time. Thinking quickly, he pointed to the thin forest flanking them and ordered, disillusion yourselves and get behind some trees. If this is an enemy and you have a clean shot, take it. The girls nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Summoning a rock to his hand and quickly charming it, Harry waited to greet their unexpected guests. Amelia appeared with a soft crack in the middle of the cobblestone road, and the sound echoed around her as the rest of her retinue arrived. She glanced up and sighed at the sight of the emerald skull and snake glittering evilly in the night sky. I was hoping they'd just panicked, she whispered to herself. Not 5 minutes earlier, the next shift of Azkaban guards had barged into her office, gibbering in terror about the dark mark floating above the prison. Though she had finally managed to calm them down somewhat, she was not looking forward to her new duty. This was the second time in less than 6 months that Voldemort's mark had been sighted, and the previous instance had been bad enough. Diagon Alley in the dead of night was one thing. Azkaban, where the worst of the worst were housed, that was quite another. Should we call in the rest of the department, ma'am? Shacklebolt asked, his deep voice soft at the implication of the mark appearing here. She shook her head sadly. I doubt it would make any difference, whoever cast this is probably long gone. Tonks, Dawlish, take point. Let's get to the island and get the casualty figures. You heard the boss, Johnny boy, the metamorph chirped, grabbing the older wizard's shoulder and shoving him ahead of her. Meat shields go in front. Take your hands off me. I've been doing this job since before you even had a wand. True, Tonks allowed, her wide grin gleaming in the light from their collective wands. But I'm not the one who cursed his own bollocks off. Get walking, Junior Auror. Dawlish grumbled bitterly but did as his new superior commanded, and despite the current circumstances Amelia was hard-pressed not to smirk. She had not been pleased with the man the previous summer. He had served on Fudge's security team for the past few years and apparently forgot just whose orders he was supposed to obey. The minister could not assign tasks to his bodyguards outside of those directly related to his protection, and attacking an underage wizard as Dawlish had young Harry Potter most certainly did not qualify. Unfortunately, she did not have the manpower to justify firing the man as she wanted to, so she instead had to get a bit creative with her punishment. John Dawlish had been a senior Auror with almost 20 years of experience in the department. As a result of his incredible lapse in judgment, all recognition of his service in that time period had been stricken from his records. Officially he was the same as any new recruit, and to further tweak his nose, she had been placing him under Tonks's authority when possible. She was well aware of how he had treated the Peppy Witch during her final year of training and even her first year as an official Auror, so if the metamorph abused her new power just a little, Amelia was willing to look the other way. No, his stunt that summer had not impressed her one little bit. Everard Proudfoot, the fourth and final member of her entourage, frowned and lifted his lit wand higher. Who's that? Amelia peered into the gloom and, now that she was actively searching, noticed the still figure standing farther down the road. I don't know, she muttered. In a louder voice, she announced, this is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Identify yourself. That would defeat the purpose of wearing a mask, wouldn't it? Came the response. She could not help but shiver slightly. This person's words were flat with a metallic ring to them, nothing like what a human should sound like. You can come closer. Don't worry, I'm not going to bite. The 5 Aurors approached, their Lumos charms turning to illuminate the unexpected individual. He or she was covered in some black material, but unlike a proper robe, this outfit was wrapped tightly around the person's body. A hood covered the head, and from under that hood protruded something that gleamed red, as if it had been dipped in fresh blood. Another few steps showed it to be the snout of a wicked-looking fox mask, black lips pulled back in a strange combination of a smirk and a sneer. It was a very recognizable guise. We finally have the chance to meet face to face, she thought with no little satisfaction. This was the man they had been pursuing for months now, the same wizard who had been breaking into the homes of Death Eaters and their sympathizers and walking out with basically everything of value contained within. Mr. Fox. The fox mask tilted slightly before the master thief nodded. That is as good a name to call me as any, I suppose. Don't worry about telling me who you are. The illustrious Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, needs no introduction. A thin, humorless smile formed on her lips. He knew who she was, could see that he was outnumbered, but his body language was the epitome of relaxed. He was supremely self-confident, but she already knew that. Not just anyone would raid the Death Eaters. Still, to find him here, of all places, and under these circumstances. Do I have you to thank for the fireworks? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Shacklebolt rumbled, I thought you were working against the Death Eaters. Well, I'm certainly not working with them. Yet you used their mark. Only for tonight, Mr. Fox replied with a metallic chuckle. A message to their master, you could say. If he's going to call his followers Death Eaters, he has only himself to blame should they take that name literally. Quite a few monsters ate death this night. You believe Professor Dumbledore and Harry Potter, then? Tonks questioned. You think they're telling the truth about you-know-who returning? I do, he answered. They placed their reputations and credibility on the line when they made that claim, and what reason would they have to lie? There is little to gain and much to lose should their words prove to be anything but the truth. Amelia pushed that opinion to the back of her mind where she could examine it in closer detail at her leisure and asked, nearly demanded, and the guards? Did you murder them, too? The Fox head shook in the negative, granting her more comfort than she would ever let him know. Your men are all safe and sound, simply stunned in the warden's office. And I do not care for you accusing me of murder, what I have done is more properly termed execution. That is a very important distinction. Like with McNair, he agreed. There is not to do with rabid dogs but to put them down, the quicker the better for everyone involved. That way they can't hurt anyone else. Can't argue with that. McNair certainly deserved what this wizard gave him. Still, there was one major topic that needed to be addressed. But how can you be so sure that the dog is rabid? Not everything is exactly as it appears. If you put down every dog you think is sick, you risk killing one that was merely abused. He was silent for several moments at that, and Amelia mentally crossed her fingers in hope. She was in complete support of his overall goal. Making sure the wicked were brought to justice was the purpose of her own job, and while she had issues with the way he went about it, the fact remained that his intentions were laudable. If she could get him to realize that they were on the same side, that working together and sharing information was in both their best interests. You would ask me to trust the Wizengamot to make sure they pay, then? He asked softly. The same body that many of these people, or members of their houses, serve on and that they have friends in. You tried that once before, and look where we are now. Rapists and murderers control the government, directly or indirectly, and your laws are seemingly powerless to hold them accountable for their actions. Mr. Fox snorted disparagingly. 14 years, I watched and waited. You did nothing. My actions, on the other hand, have yielded actual results. In 6 months I have ripped away the financial support of a full half of the Imperious Death Eaters and their sympathizers. Corrupt nobles are reduced to paupers. No longer do they have the means to push forward their agenda of oppression or to fund more direct means of changing magical society into their vision of a pureblood utopia. Why give up a method I know to work for one that clearly does not? Because your way doesn't prove anything, she shot back. That's the problem. I know you think you're doing the right thing, but your actions are also painting a target on your back. If you act outside the law, it can't protect you when something bad happens. We, on the other hand, can go after these people in a way they can't as easily defend themselves against. All I need is to know who these people are and how you found out that they are guilty. Give me some time to verify your findings, and I'd have my orders bringing them down. Merlin, I'd be leading the charge myself, but I can't do that unless you help me. He paused to deliberate for nearly half a minute before sighing and shaking his head. I'm afraid I can't tell you any of that. Of course you can't, Amelia mentally groaned. How could I forget? He might be an honorable thief, one who cares more about his revenge than the gold, but he's still a thief nonetheless. She offered, I'd think a manor where the inhabitants had been arrested. Just that day would be far easier to strip to the foundation than one where you have to break down the defenses and worry about the owners coming home early. It isn't like I need to leave anyone to guard an empty house. It's not about the money. Mr. Fox snapped, shocking her more with his vehemence than the words themselves. I can't tell you how I know. My sources only agreed to talk to me on the condition that no one else found out their identities, and trust me, they will know if I violate the terms of our agreement. So he's working at someone else's behest. Or did he wait till now because he had the tools but didn't know where to use them? So you can't tell me, but I can't let you go on doing this unless you tell me. She sighed. I guess we're at an impasse, then, aren't we? Unfortunately, it looks like we are. The four oars behind her began drifting to the sides, and the thief pulled his right arm from behind his back to reveal a drawn wand, tip already glowing with the dull gray light of a bone-exploding curse. Amelia whipped out her own wand and got ready to move. That spell was not exactly dark, but it was definitely borderline, and it also had the nasty trait of bypassing most shield charms. Aggressive magic with the sheer strength breaking down series of wards on his lonesome required was a bad combination, even with him being outnumbered. Did his skills extend to dueling as well as thievery? At the moment, we might not be allies, but we aren't enemies, either. I'd like to keep it that way if at all possible. Thank Merlin for small mercies. She lowered her wand. Stand down, all of you. But Madam Bones. That's an order, Dawlish. Her four subordinates moved in front of her but shifted their aims to the sky, and Mr. Fox in turn moved his own focus back out of sight. Thank you. She started with surprise, so he elaborated, despite this little bit of tension, I am well aware that we, ultimately, have the same general goal. There is no good reason for us to waste our time fighting each other. Yet you refuse to help us. He nodded with another sigh. If it were up to me, Madam Bones, I would happily tell you everything I know, but it simply isn't. Can't you ask your sources to reconsider? She asked somewhat desperately. If he could give them this information, they could finally clean up the last stains of the war. Can't you go through your records and dose all the supposed imperious victims with Veritaserum? Administering that potion requires Wizengamot approval, and as you yourself pointed out, there's just a tiny conflict of interest there, she growled. Ah, the thief muttered to himself. I can see how that would cause difficulties. He paused another moment. Yes, I will ask, but I doubt they'll change their mind. There, stubborn like that. Amelia pinched the bridge of her nose and nodded in understanding. Of all the issues that could come with handling a criminal with a sense of ethics, this was probably the most troublesome, and to make things even more difficult, she could not really blame him for it. She had been an Auror herself years ago and had had to do her fair share of investigations. It was much, much harder to find people willing to talk if they did not trust her to protect their identities. This is all fine and dandy, Proudfoot spoke into the resulting silence, but some things just don't add up. You mind answering a couple questions for us, son? Mr. Fox's metallic chuckle sounded again. Well, that depends on the question in question, doesn't it? I guess it would. Amelia had to smile at that. Proudfoot had a talent for coaxing secrets from the unwitting, and while she knew the mystery wizard would be on guard, she was curious how he would handle the Scotsman's gentle interrogation. How about telling me how you cast the dark mark up there? I doubt many people know that spell. The thief hesitated, causing her to worry that he would pass on this extremely important question, but finally he spoke again. There are some incantations that have a way of burning themselves into your mind. Crucio. The Aurors barely held back from attacking out of pure reflex at that word, but Mr. Fox did not even seem to notice as he continued, almost to himself, Imperio. Avada Kedavra. Mors Mordra. You hear those words, and you don't forget. You can never forget. Trust me, I know. Even as her sympathy went out to the man at his soft voice, her grin sharpened. Thank you very much, Mr. Fox. You brought us one step closer to finding out just who it is under that mask. How many are dead inside Azkaban? The 10 worst Death Eaters you had in your care, he answered glibly. If Sirius Black could escape, who's to say the others couldn't do the same, especially if their master truly is out and about? Besides, explain to me how that bunch didn't deserve to die. She had no answer to that, and she knew he knew it. Shrugging his shoulders, he nonchalantly asked, anything else you desperately need to know, or am I free to take my leave? You really think you're just going to leave? Dawlish scoffed. You're outnumbered 5-1, and just because we're playing nice right now doesn't mean you can get away after confessing to 10 murders. Mr. Fox looked Dawlish up and down, possibly sizing him up, before turning back to her. I hope most of your force is more like the other three than this guy. He's not exactly a mental giant. You little Dawlish. The angry wizard glared at her. If you aim your wand at him, I'm going to let him do what he wants to you in retaliation. Within reason, she added at the thief's strange laugh. Take all the fun out of it, why don't you? Asked the fox-masked man, nearly setting Dawlish off again. I remember now why I put him on minister duty in the first place. It was so he would stop causing so much trouble, she thought. Is there any way we can get in touch with you should we need to set up another little meeting like this? Perhaps we can help each other even if your sources don't agree to sharing their information with us. Nice try, Madam Bones, but I wasn't born yesterday. If I need to speak with you, I'll let you know. The thief shook his head amusedly and brought his left hand into view this time, showing them all a small rock he was rolling around in his palm. Adieu. Light as bright as the sun flashed from the stone, forcing them all to avert their eyes lest they go blind, and the air rang with the bellows of 100 angry dragons. After a second or two, the light and noise vanished as quickly as they had come, and Amelia turned a watery gaze to where the wizard had been standing but was no longer. Damn it. Ow. What in the name of Merlin's soggy socks was that? Tonks demanded, rubbing her eyes. I don't know, but it was extremely effective. A quick human detecting charm found the clearing to be empty except for the four of them. Swiftly making a decision, she ordered, Dawlish, you're under Proudfoot for the foreseeable future. Both of you continue to Azkaban and double-check that he was telling us the truth. Shacklebolt, Tonks, on me. She pulled her ministry badge from her pocket and tapped it. Portus, grab hold. The three spiraled through the air for several moments before landing on their feet in her office. Well, she and Shacklebolt did. Tonks was thrown onto the desk and rolled off that to fall to the tiled floor. I hate portkeys. I do believe they hate you more. Shack, the African wizard stood at attention. I need you to go to all the magical schools and get a complete list of students who attended between 1970 and 1985. Focus more on the more recent years. I think our Mr. Fox might be younger than we first thought. Yes, ma'am, he said, giving her a salute. Oh, and Shack, she asked sweetly when he was about to exit her office. Regardless of your membership in Dumbledore's Little Order, not a word of this is going to reach his ears, or you'll be wishing you were in Dawlish's place when I get through with you. Understood. He slowly turned around to stare warily at her. You know about that. I wasn't born yesterday, she echoed with a sharp smile. I didn't make an issue of it because there haven't been any incidents where your little hobby would interfere with your job, but this stays between the three of us. If you're asked why you need that list, you say that it's on my orders and nothing more. The second's hesitation that followed nearly cost him everything, but to his good fortune he nodded. I understand. Good. The door closed behind him, and she looked at the remaining Auror. Much as I'm sure you're going to miss messing around with Dawlish, I need you to go through the Obliviator's records that cover the war. Look for any case where there was a Death Eater raid and the survivors included children aged 5 to 10 years old. Like Shacklebolt, it's probably nearer the end of that time period. I'm not sure I follow, Tonks said slowly. Why would those records be important? Amelia settled herself in her chair and pulled out a quill and the requisition forms the younger witch would need. How did Mr. Fox say he knew the spell for the dark mark? It was burned into his head, so strong that he could never forget. That's the biggest clue he gave us. If he's a Muggle-born whose family was murdered in front of him, the Obliviators on site would have tried to erase his memory, thinking he was a regular Muggle. Combine a strong will, a traumatic scenario, and accidental magic. And he could have resisted the spell, the metamorph whispered, her eyes wide in horrified comprehension. Exactly. There's also the hint he gave us about waiting and watching for 14 years. He was probably introduced to the magical world in the last years of the war or just after it, and he would have good reason to keep an eye on just what we were doing in regards to his family's killers. And he's right, we did nothing. Then, when Dumbledore and Potter, who he would understandably consider a hero, claimed that you know who was back, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Giving the completed forms to Tonks, she added, even though this was technically Shacklebolt's case as senior Auror, I'm putting you in charge from here on out. This guy is about your age, so you're more likely to be able to figure out what his next move will be, not to mention you'll have a better chance of making inroads with him the next time we cross paths. The younger Auror's eyes narrowed as she divined Amelia's true purpose. You don't want us to catch this guy at all, do you? You want to recruit him. Can you blame me? With the ward-breaking skill and the raw power he has at his disposal, along with his sense of justice, he could be doing a lot more for himself and for Britain than breaking into people's houses. We lost most of our ward experts during the war, she added in a quieter voice, and if he's right about Dumbledore and Potter, we're going to need all the help we can get. I'll get right on it, then, Tonks said, flashing her a salute with the hand containing the forms. She then winced. One thing, though, in the interest of full disclosure, you should probably know that I'm also a member of the Order of the Phoenix. With Moody as your mentor and Shacklebolt as your partner, I'd be surprised if you weren't. Oh. The woman waited for a few moments before prompting, and you're not giving me the same warning as Shaq. I didn't think I needed to, especially since we both remember that you didn't actually pass stealth and tracking. Amelia shot her a quick glance before returning her eyes to the parchment work in front of her. I didn't want to throw away your talent then, and I doubt you want to do so yourself now. No, ma'am, I'll get right on the search. You do that. The door slammed shut, and Amelia allowed herself a small grin. Some days, it's great to be the boss. Oh, shite. The Dark Lord Voldemort glanced up at the quiet curse. It was not the words themselves that were strange, but the fact that he had heard them from across the throne room he had built in the Malfoys' grand basement and through the heavy oak doors. He grimaced as the movement, however slight, made him dizzy. The supersensory charm was not a piece of magic he particularly enjoyed. It enhanced every sense, and while it meant he could see movement from the corners of his eyes as clearly as if he were looking straight at the object in question and hear conversations otherwise inaudible, that same enhancement being applied to all his senses explained why no wizard lived his life under the effect of the spell. Well, Wendelin the Weird had spent nearly a decade with the supersensory charm up if he remembered correctly, but no one used that man as a role model for anything. Shrugging his thoughts away, he returned to his bland porridge. It was something he had not eaten since he had lived in the disgusting Muggle orphanage, which he had taken great pleasure in burning down to its foundations, along with everyone inside it, as a graduation present to himself, but any spices or seasonings were simply too strong for his magically enhanced sense of taste. Until he was sure which of his inner circle had betrayed him, he had to be on guard for assassination attempts, including tasteless poisons in his food. Once again he considered purchasing a house elf of his own rather than rely on the Malfoys, but he despised the little pests, however useful they may be. "What's got your pants in a wad, Not?" asked Amicus Carrow. "Oh, I forgot that I need to be somewhere," Not answered, and Voldemort fought back an incredulous snort. Timothy Not possessed a silver tongue at times, but he had gone to school with the man's father Thaddeus. He knew full well when a Not was lying. Carrow, on the other hand, apparently had no such experience. Not continued, "Here, take this and give it to the master. You know how he gets when his morning prophet is late. The skin where his left eyebrow would have been had he hair quirked upwards. Is there something in the prophet Not doesn't want me to see?" "But I already had, Merlin damn it," Carrow growled. "What is so I am, bugger?" "Hey, Avery, not a chance, Carrow. I already know what it says. You're on your own." Tiring of the argument beginning to brew and curious as to what they were hinting at, Voldemort raised his highly polished wand and opened the double doors. His enhanced sight easily saw Carrow's Adam's apple bob with a quick, terrified swallow. "I'm waiting." Visibly steeling himself, Carrow hesitantly entered the room and made his way to his master's side. "Why your paper, m'lord? If you have no further need of me, stay there," Voldemort said with more than a touch of sadistic amusement. Watching proud purebloods squirm was always entertaining, and he might need a messenger to relay orders depending on what the news he was not supposed to see turned out to be. He took a sip of his weak tea and unfolded the newspaper. Immediately he spat it out as the his dark mark, grinned toothily at him from the front page. His eyes caught Carrow trying to sidle away, and with white-hot rage he jabbed his wand at the other wizard and screamed, "Crucio!" After a few seconds, his fury had been sufficiently satiated that he could grab the bundle of parchment and force himself to read the article underneath the mocking photograph. He had to curse Carrow another 5 times by the time he finished the final paragraph. "Out! Get out!" he bellowed, rising from his throne and kicking his Death Eater when the man did not crawl away fast enough. Throwing the paper into the air before hitting it with an overpowered blasting curse increased Caro's speed substantially, and soon he was alone again. This spy is making me look like a fool. He had been extraordinarily cautious about assassination attempts since he discovered that one of his inner circle was plotting against him, since that unknown individual destroyed one of his precious Horcruxes. The supersensory charm, keeping himself away from his servants when they were not immediately needed, revealing none of his incomplete plots, all meant to hamstring the traitor in their midst. He thought that would be sufficient to deter any further attacks, at least in the short term. Instead, the spy had struck him on an entirely different front. My servants in Azkaban, dead. Every single one of them. How did he know I planned to lead a strike there to retrieve them? Voldemort paced the wide underground room, the closed door meaning no one saw him stagger each time he whirled around, and his too sensitive sense of balance caused a moment of vertigo. Nervous energy bled off him, and he clutched the iron pendant he always wore around his neck. Even with the ironwork hanging on the walls and the metal wires woven into his robes, he still felt unprotected without that last line of defense on his person. The old witches' tales he had read as a student were quite clear on the dangers the fight posed to any who wished them ill, and as much as he coveted their incredible powers over time and the elements, he knew he was not in a position to declare war on them just yet. The wizarding world was first, then the Muggle world, and only after he was the undisputed ruler of the mortal realm would he strike against the fairies and take their queen's crown for himself. It was very much a long-term goal, but time was one thing he had plenty of. Unfortunately, I can't just outlast this traitor. He is working too quickly for a slow game like the one I'm playing with Dumbledore. The unknown wizard had already launched 2 attacks in as many weeks. Would that pattern continue? Where would the next blow land? I can't let this go on. Waiting won't do me any good, just let him keep bleeding me. Even though he can't kill me, my loyal servants have no such protection. He shivered at that thought. Without any Death Eaters available to resurrect him, he could not risk letting the traitor land a lucky blow against him personally. He did not want to go back to being a helpless wraith. His mind made up, Voldemort flung the doors open and went to search for one of his followers. It was past time he called the inner circle in for a little chat. Minerva squared her shoulders as she walked through the entrance of the Order's headquarters. Though she was glad the portrait of Walburga Black had been permanently muffled, the ensuing silence meant her closing the front door boomed ominously. Or perhaps it was just her worry that made the sound seem so loud. Whatever the case, the person soon bustling up the stairs was none other than Molly Weasley. "Oh, Minerva, what a surprise. I didn't realize you would be coming over today. And I did not know that you had already been released from St. Mungo's," she returned. "Just this morning, as a matter of fact. It's a good thing, too. I was not looking forwards to spending the new year wasting away in one of those beds." The redhead rubbed her hands over the bandages still wrapped around her forearms, and noticing where Minerva's attention lay, she explained, "The healers said I needed to keep the bandages on for another few days. Everything's fixed, it's just to get rid of the last of the scars." "I see. You are otherwise well, though. We were all worried when Arthur told us you would have to be there for several weeks." Molly nodded back happily. "Good as new, though it's terrible to see how much disarray everything has fallen into while I've been gone. I've had the children going through and cleaning up the mess, though Harry and Hermione have been most unhelpful. They've spent all their time gallivanting about and snogging and who knows what else. I have to say that I've never been more disappointed in that girl. This summer she just seemed to lose all control of herself, and..." Her carefully schooled expression did not reveal that she had tuned out Molly's rant, nor the tiny touch of disappointment she felt at learning that the Weasley matriarch, and more importantly, her mouth, was back in full force. She knew it was a terrible thing to think, but she, and she suspected most of the Order, had been more relieved than they ought upon learning that Molly would not be in headquarters ordering them about as if they were all members of her recalcitrant brood. Many had had private words with her about that habit, and Minerva herself had nearly hexed the younger woman on more than one occasion, instead settling on pointedly reminding her about who had found whom in compromising positions as a student. The head of Gryffindor House had never been all that impressed with the young Molly Pruitt, and Molly's marriage to Arthur had only worsened her more irritating traits. Though Minerva would never tell the trio, She was ever so glad that Hermione's relationship with Harry and, still a surprise, even after 6 months, Miss Lovegood had mellowed her out. If only she had accepted being the girls' prefect. That thought reminded Minerva sharply of her purpose in coming here, and she interrupted, "That's terrible, Molly, truly, but I'm afraid I don't have the time to chat. Would you happen to know where Ronald is?" "Of course, he's in the kitchen, eating lunch. I swear, I don't know where that boy puts it all. He's still skinny as a rail. Thank you, Molly. I just need to borrow him for a few minutes." She slipped past the dumpy woman and headed down the stairs. Unfortunately, Molly followed her, and at the door to the basement kitchen she said, "You don't have to come in. This is really just something I need to speak with him about. Privately." "Oh pish, Minerva, I'm sure whatever it is you want to talk to him about isn't so important that I am unwelcome." The cat Animagus's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "No, really. I insist." Molly did not miss the subtle dismissal, nor did she take it well. Placing her hands onto her wide hips, the redhead countered. "As I'm sure you know, Ronnie isn't always the most forward-thinking boy. And since I am his mother, I just want to make sure he understands everything you have to tell him. It wouldn't do for him to do something silly because he misheard something. You want to play it that way, fine. On your own head be it." Nodding in reluctant acceptance, she pushed open the door and made her way to the opposite side of the table from the 15-year-old devouring a plateful of food. She did not take a seat. "Ron, Professor McGonagall is here to speak with you." The boy looked up from the task that had been consuming his attention and hastily swallowed as soon as he spotted Minerva. "Professor, what are you doing here?" "I came to speak with you in regards to your position as the 5th-year Gryffindor boys prefect," she explained. "After this past term, I must confess that I am quite disappointed in what I've been hearing." "Huh, what are you talking about? I'm sure Ronnie's been doing an excellent job." She pulled a roll of parchment out of her robes, inner pocket. "No, Molly, he has not. I've had many complaints about how he is performing, or, more to the point, not performing, his duties, both from other Gryffindors and from his fellow prefects." Unrolling the list, she read, "Prefect Weasley is seemingly unconcerned with patrolling the corridors, often wandering to the kitchens or hexing Slytherin students sent back to their common room. Weasley keeps taking my things, even stuff that isn't against the rules, and won't give them back. He says prefects can confiscate anything they want. Possibly the worst example of a prefect I have ever seen in my 7 years here. Weasley does not take his job seriously. He arrives late to half our meetings, even completely missing several, and everyone agrees that we spend a large portion of our patrols with him making sure he doesn't break the rules." "I could go on, but I think you get the point," she said sharply, glancing over the scroll at the shocked mother and son. "That can't be true. My Ron would never act like that," denied Molly. "Nevertheless, before the term ended I was presented with a letter, signed by all 7 of the other 5th-year prefects and a few of those in 6th and 7th, stating that they refused to continue working with him. If that weren't bad enough, Professors Slughorn, Flitwick, and Sinistra, as well as Madame Grubbly Plank, have all mentioned that he has been doing quite poorly in his coursework. Specifically, turning in assignments late, hurriedly and badly done, or not handing them in at all, not practicing assigned spells, and, in the case of potions, not preparing for class discussions, nor brewing adequate potions. I have noted the same thing in Transfiguration, as well. Much as I hate having to say this about one of my lions, Ronald is, quite frankly, failing a full half of his classes. Due to the complaints from both students and staff, I cannot permit him to continue representing Gryffindor House as prefect. Mr. Weasley, I will expect you to relinquish your badge to me upon your return to Hogwarts." "What? You can't do this," he denied in horror. "On the contrary, I very much can." Not for the first time did she wish she had done as Hermione so pointed suggested before the year began and argued with Albus about having Harry as the boys' prefect. He had been her first choice, but Albus had persuaded her that it was too much responsibility to put on him and that the youngest Weasley boy would do just as well. That had been a mistake. Not to mention, I could then have had Hermione as the girls' prefect. She made it quite clear that she would not do it were Harry not the boys, and in retrospect, though I'm sure they would have used their shared patrols to find an unoccupied broom closet, they would have also made a fantastic pair, not unlike James and Lily their last year. Miss Roper is admittedly doing a decent job, far from the worst I've ever seen, but Hermione would have been so much better. Molly edged towards her. Minerva, can't you just give him a second chance? I'm sure that he can do a better job, and he's worked so hard to earn this position that it would be a shame to waste all that effort. Huh, she laughed derisively in her mind. Worked hard to earn it. Looking through my notes on him this summer, he was my last choice till Albus suggested him. I have already given him a second chance. And a third. And a fourth. If he still has not figured out what he's doing wrong, I do not know that a fifth opportunity would work any better than the others have. My decision is final. You can't do this. The mother hen exploded, echoing her son. Professor Dumbledore promised that Ron would have a chance to prove himself this year. You can't just take that away. Minerva forced herself not to roll her eyes. What a preposterous claim. Albus's name is not an incantation that will get you whatever you want. A tiny portion of her mind niggled at her, pointing out how convenient it was that Molly would make this statement and that Albus would suggest the boy in question, but she forced it away. It would do her no good to think about it here, and she trusted the headmaster to be better than that. Didn't she? I can, and I have. I am the head of Gryffindor House, and the choice of prefect is ultimately up to me. She turned from the spluttering pair and left the room. That was the hard part, she hoped. Her next task should be much easier. Mr. Draco Malfoy, due to the behavior you have displayed over the course of the 3 months since I returned to Hogwarts, it is my unfortunate duty to inform you that you no longer qualify to be the Slytherin prefect for the 5th-year boys. In addition to having respectable marks in all his classes, a prefect must embody the traits of our noble house: discernment, cunning, discretion, wisdom, ambition, and the drive to achieve said ambition. With a heavy heart, I must say that you have not demonstrated these traits in your dealings with other students, inside or outside Slytherin, and so the duty of representing our house must now fall to another. Your prefect badge has already been magically reclaimed, and all point deductions and credits are to be examined to ensure the system was not abused during your tenure. Should this be determined to have occurred, those points will be redistributed during the returning dinner of the new term. A new schedule, without patrol rotation, will be given to you prior to your first class. Enjoy the rest of your winter holidays. Potions Master Horace Slughorn, head of Slytherin House. Harry could not help but smile as he flipped through a sheaf of extremely detailed schedules for the dark houses on their list, each sheet of parchment charmed to appear as class notes to anyone who did not already know what they truly were. These are really good, Dobby. You and Winky did an excellent job. Standing at attention by his feet, the elf's face lit up with a verdant blush. Master Harry is too kind. Obeying Master's orders is what house elves live to do. Still, you two went above and beyond the call of duty on this one, and I bet Myone and Luna would agree with me. I don't know what we would do without you. Indeed, the elves had been invaluable to their illicit undertakings. How much better could the Third War against Voldemort have gone had Dobby lived through the second? He pushed the momentary flash of melancholy away with practiced ease. These thoughts cropped up from time to time, echoes of old wounds he doubted would ever entirely go away. Dobby demonstrating his almost embarrassing degree of devotion, Sirius acting like an overgrown child, Hedwig landing on the Gryffindor table for bacon and a few scratches of her beak feathers, loved ones who had died, whom he had mourned, but were now alive and well again. Rather than bring him down, each remembrance just made him that much more driven to ensure they would not die before their proper time this go-round. Dobby's fidgeting distracted him, and, watching the clearly nervous being, he asked, "Is there something else you wanted to talk to me about?" No, Dobby not bees wanting nothing. The elf glanced up at him quickly before lowering tennis ball-sized eyes back to the ground. Yes, Dobby, you should know by now that you can ask me anything. You and Winky both, he gently prompted. Well, Dobby and Winky has bees busy with Master's jobs and not keeping Master's house as clean should be. We can't be in two places at once. So, the elf took a deep breath. Dobby be wondering if Master Harry could be taking on another elf. Harry sighed slightly and rested his hand on Dobby's bald pate, turning the elf's head so the two were eye to eye. If you needed help, you should have told me earlier. I don't want you two exhausting yourselves. He thought for only a minute before nodding. Sure, if you find an elf you wouldn't mind working with and who's willing to leave. Dobby already finds one. A snap of the elf's long fingers, followed by a quiet pop, caused another small figure to appear. The female house elf was clad in a patchwork manner reminiscent of how Dobby had been when the little guy was employed at Hogwarts. A shrunken jacket over a too-long shirt that had several belts cinched around her waist to keep the billowing fabric from getting in her way, 2 pairs of mismatched children's gloves over her hands, and heavy work boots stuffed with flowers and what looked to be colorful neckties completing the ensemble. She looked familiar, but it was not until she squeaked and gave him a low bow, enabling him to see the worn and tattered fuzzy red slipper secured behind her back, that he recognized her. It was Floppy, the elf he had forced Julius Rookwood to free when they raided the man's manor right after the school year began. After a moment, the little elf raised her eyes just the tiniest amount and almost whispered, "Hello, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. My name be's Floppy." He slipped off the couch and knelt next to Floppy, surprising the elf if her rapid blinking was any indication. Dobby's bright beam, on the other hand, indicated it was exactly what the little guy had been expecting from him. "Hello to you, Floppy. Dobby tells me that you want to join our family." "Why yes. If it not be's trouble. She was rather shy the last time I saw her, too, wasn't she?" he asked himself. Out loud, however, he simply said, "It's not any trouble at all. I'd love to have you as a Potter elf." Her eyes suddenly grew wide, and she took a moment to shake her head briskly. Floppy never served Master or Missy's from Future before. I forgot all about that. Upon taking Dobby as my elf, he immediately knew that secret, too. His wand vibrating in his pocket, a sign that someone had crossed his perimeter charm on the stairwell, made him hurry as he told her, "Hermione will call you to her in a few days to explain the house rules. You're to obey her and Luna as if their words were my own. Dobby, get her kitted out and make sure her outfit goes with yours and Winky's. Buy her anything she needs to make the manor feel like home, too." "Yes, Master Harry." With twin snaps, the elves disappeared. Just in time, too. Harry barely had time to stand before the door to the library opened and, strangely, Professor McGonagall walked in. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Potter. I was wondering if I could have some of your time. I suppose I could spare a moment for you, Professor. Too, even," he joked. She smiled slightly. "Quite magnanimous of you." Closing the door behind her, she strode over to the opposite couch and settled herself on the middle cushion. Harry did the same, pushing the schedules out of the way. "To get straight to the heart of the matter, as it were, I have found myself with a bit of a conundrum. You see, I do not have a prefect to represent the fifth-year boys." He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I thought Ron was the prefect." He was, yes, the operative word here being, was. Due to a variety of reasons, he can no longer fulfill the duties of his position. Was it because he was failing his classes or because no one had a good word to say about him? Noting her shocked expression, he elaborated, "I share a dorm with the guy. My own does the same with Roper, and more importantly Lavender and Parvati, the gossip queens, and Luna has always kept an ear out for mutterings in the raven's nest. Between the 3 of us, it wasn't hard to puzzle out the major details." "Oh. Well, then, I suppose it can't hurt to say that both factors played a role in my decision. I am now in the unenviable position of having to find his replacement. And I bet you aren't here just to ask me my opinion about which of us would be the best fit, are you?" he asked with a sinking feeling. She shook her head. "No, Mr. Potter, I am not. Actually, I was hoping you would be willing to take Mr. Weasley's place." He had to think about it only for a moment before shaking his head in reply. He had no need or desire to be an authority figure in the school, he could not care less about house points, and the additional responsibility meant he would be required to attend the Quidditch games and Hogsmeade weekends, prime times for either tutoring the stripped-down DA or going on heists. The only potential advantages he could see were the extended curfew, which he ignored anyway, and being able to escort Luna to Ravenclaw Tower when she stayed over too late, which was a non-issue thanks to the cloak of invisibility. "I'm afraid I can't accept, Professor." "Why?" she groaned. "You want the honest answer?" he asked, to which she nodded vehemently. "Every year since I re-entered the wizarding world, some crisis has taken place inside Hogwarts. First year it was Voldemort coming after the Philosopher's Stone, then it was the Basilisk, then it was a mass murder coming after me and Dementors, guarding the students, and then it was the Triwizard Tournament. Now, though, there are no dangers threatening me or anyone else, no mysteries that need to be solved. It's rather relaxing, actually. This year is the most fun I've ever had, almost a vacation." He laughed faintly, though there was little mirth in the sound. "I'm only 15, yet I've already fought a genocidal Dark Lord 3 times and saved the school once for certain and arguably 2 other times as well, achievements that would be incredible enough for someone twice my age. It's selfish of me, I know, but I think I've earned a year off with no responsibilities other than being a good boyfriend and doing well in my studies." McGonagall gaped at him but offered no rebuttal. After a few moments her brain re-engaged, and she quietly asked, "Then who am I supposed to give the badge to? There can't be an empty spot next term. Have you thought of giving it to Neville?" She blinked in confusion at the question. "He's been doing a lot better in class this year, and he's shown more confidence than in his previous 4 years put together, wouldn't you agree? Handing him that responsibility would tell him that you feel like you can trust him, not to mention it might get his gran off his back for not being exactly like his father. Either one of those would be good for him, and both together. I think you'll be surprised by how much he will have grown at the end of the year." "Mr. Longbottom," she repeated, though he could see her seriously considering the suggestion. "You think so? Couldn't be worse than Ron. I think he'd work with Roper much better, too. But, ultimately, it's your decision. Not to mention, I'm curious if Dumbledore would try to interfere with the other potential, chosen one, being offered a position of power. Was it the prophecy or the Horcrux that made him want me kept downtrodden and alone? I will give it some serious thought. You are sure you don't want the badge?" She sighed at his nod. "Very well. Thank you for your time, Mr. Potter." Always a plea, the door slammed open, revealing Ron with his face red with rage. "Well, this is bloody fantastic. You know, a shut door generally means you shouldn't barge in. You're taking away my badge and giving it to him." The boy screamed. "In case you weren't here from the beginning, I turned her down when she offered that. I don't want to be a prefect." Ron sneered. "So you're too good to be a prefect, is that it? Mr. Weasley, make up your mind, Ron." Harry sighed in exasperation. "Am I trying to take your badge away, or am I dismissing it as worthless? It's one or the other. You and Hermione were having a grand old time laughing at me behind my back, weren't you? Ron's just gonna screw it up. That's what you two have been saying about me all year. It wasn't enough that you took her away from me, but you turned her against me, too." "Mr. Weasley," McGonagall thundered, cutting Harry off before he could offer a scathing retort. "This is why you are no longer a prefect. You are not mature enough to deserve the responsibility I gave you, and it was my mistake for thinking you were. A mistake I am now correcting." The witch seemed to gain a few inches of height, that her Ron shrank. "This may not be Hogwarts, but if I hear that you are hurling this kind of abuse at a fellow student over the rest of the holidays or during the upcoming term, you can be assured that you will be spending every night in detention for the rest of the year. Out." Ron scampered out of the library, and the professor turned to Harry. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. Had I known that he would be listening at the door, I would have cast a silencing charm before we had our conversation." "You had no way of knowing that he would eavesdrop." The time traveler returned, picking up the schedules to continue leafing through them. "Don't waste your time apologizing for his mistakes." He heard the woman leave the room, and only then did he allow his eyes to roll. Ron's reaction is no one's fault but his own. He always was extremely defensive to anything he considered a slight against him. That's a large part of why he and Hermione had such massive rows. Maybe that will change when he finally grows up, if he ever grows up, but I'm not going to concern myself with coddling him. Not when I have much more important things to do. He seriously thought you were trying to take his badge. Harry nodded at Hermione's question as the trio settled themselves in a carriage. Seeming to know they were not waiting for a fourth passenger, the Thestral hitched to the front began its slow slog up the hill to the castle. "Yes. I don't know why, though. I mean, I remember I was envious that Dumbledore picked him and not me when he first got it, but that faded pretty fast. This time around, though, it wasn't even on the 5th page of my priority list. You're really confused about that? I thought it was pretty obvious." The pair looked to Luna, who shrugged. "It's because you weren't jealous. Think about it, he always wanted to stand out, be better than whomever he was comparing himself to at the time. Didn't you say that his heart's desire, at least according to the mirror of her eyes, was to be the best. I think so, yes. Quidditch captain and head boy, Harry said, the memory from long ago, over 14 years, finally resurfacing. Hermione frowned. But, surely we can't judge his motivations based on something from that far back. 4 years, especially for teenagers, is a lot of time for change. I never thought he would have been the type to abandon us when the going got tough when we were first years. I hate that I'm defending him after what he did in the future, but I always wondered how the 11-year-old who was willing to fight a troll could grow up to be the traitor he became. He changed in some ways, certainly, but he didn't in others. The buddy frowned for a long moment before continuing. After all, from what you two have told me, he didn't care about putting forth any effort into anything, nor did he, or any of his family, if we're going to be completely honest, view Muggles as being the same as wizards for all that they claimed they wanted equality. I wouldn't be surprised to find that, assuming he did not join Voldemort again as he did in our future, he would think nothing of using magic on a Muggle to get what he wanted. You have a point there. Even Arthur, who acts the most like he cares about them, really doesn't. How else could he profess to be an expert in Muggle society and technology yet not know the first thing about them? Luna nodded at the brunette's line of thinking. Exactly. Back to Ron, though, yes, the exact vision he saw in the mirror would have changed as his priorities changed, but the essence would not, at least not unless he went through a major life-altering event. In this case, his true desire was superiority. He saw himself as the least appreciated son, as poor, as unimportant, and he wanted to rise above that. A respectable goal, but one that is all too easily twisted into something darker. That is why he was upset that you didn't want the badge, Harry. He must have made you his point of reference, the one he had to be better than. Being chosen as prefect over you was a major success for him, but then you revealed that you weren't competing for it. This prize he had achieved, at last a way to be better than the boy who lived, and you don't even care. His grand success was anything but, and all the joy he had taken from it was suddenly gone. And you don't think it's the loss of the badge itself that set him off. Even without comparing himself to me, his position gave him power, and then he lost it, he asked. He had no reason to think Luna was wrong, but it painted his first and former friend as someone even more petty than he had believed possible. Considering Ron had joined the Death Eaters to get revenge on him for stealing Hermione away, that was saying something. The girl in question had been worrying her lip throughout the conversation, and now she offered, there's some of that, too, I expect, but Luna makes some good points. I would not be surprised if that was the road his thoughts took. Great, that's exactly what I wanted to hear, Harry sighed. At the girl's questioning looks, he explained, think of all the damage we did to Ron so far this year. No Quidditch, no homework help, no romance, no friends, even, and now he's lost the one bright spot he had. You're feeling sorry for him. He shook his head at Hermione's suggestion, surprising her. No, I'm not. I should have burned that bridge when he thought I was a liar about the Triwizard Tournament, and the only thing waiting for him when he showed back up at the tent during the hunt should have been a quick reducto. No, what I'm thinking about is that he doesn't have much to lose anymore, and that could break him, or it could make him behave like a cornered animal. His lovers shared a look, and Luna volunteered, that's not really a pleasant thought. No, it isn't. The carriage drew to a halt in front of the school, and the trio piled out and entered the castle. As they passed the 4 enormous hourglasses in the entrance hall that kept track of the points for each house, Harry could not help but notice that they held many more sapphires, citrines, and rubies than they had when the holidays began. How did Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor gain so many points over the past 3 weeks without any classes or activities? Shrugging, he followed the girls to the lion's table and joined the other students already present in filling his plates. The noise in the great hall increased as more and more teenagers poured in and took their places, and just when the din reached its height, a loud chime silenced them all. Harry glanced up at the staff table to see Slughorn standing behind the podium and pulling a roll of parchment from his pocket. Before everyone digs into their supper, I have a quick announcement, the rotund wizard began. Over the holidays I noticed an unusual point discrepancy, and a closer examination found that one prefect had been abusing his authority and deducting points from the other houses without just cause. That student has since lost his badge, and as some of you may have noticed on your way in, I have already returned the following, 134 points to Ravenclaw House. The blue-trimmed students cheered at the sudden gain, 370 points to Gryffindor House. Slughorn had to wait again for the celebrations to end, eventually casting a tripping jinx at the cavorting Weasley twins that caused yet another rush of laughter when the pair became tangled in their own feet. And 562 points to Hufflepuff House. That means, he yelled over the Badgers, shouts, that the house currently in the lead for the House Cup is none other than Hufflepuff. Ignoring the noise coming from the yellow and black table, Harry swept his eyes over the assembled snakes. I wonder who it could have been who was taking all those, oh, never mind. He had to repress a smile when he spotted Malfoy, the boy's cheeks flaming pink and his glare directed at the head of Slytherin House. I have to say, I like this timestream's version of Slughorn a lot more than the one we had to deal with before. He's actually halfway decent, unlike another old man I could name. Draco finally turned his heavy glare off the old muggle lover who was staining Slytherin's reputation and focused on the food in front of him. He had been everything a proper pureblood should be, and yet Slughorn dared to tell him he wasn't good enough. All he had done was make sure the mudbloods and filthy half-bloods and blood traitors knew their place below true wizards. It wasn't fair. He had brought the matter up to his father after receiving the letter stripping him of his authority, but to his shock, his father had done nothing to change Slughorn's mind. The man even said that his problem wasn't important enough to bother with. Didn't his father understand that his badge had been stolen from him by the old, senile wizard who took Uncle Severus's job after his godfather had been murdered? He looked across the room at the cause of the whole situation. Potter, sitting there laughing with his pet mudblood and the crazy Lovegood girl. Laughing at him. He would make the Scarhead pay for this insult. He didn't know what the blasted half-blood had done to make Slughorn treat him like he was, but he knew it was Potter's fault. Uncle Severus had made it clear that it was always Potter's fault. First he kills my godfather, then he humiliates me when I try to show him the error of his ways, and now he convinces Slughorn to take away my badge and give it to Zabini. I won't allow it. I'll break him, make him cry. Maybe then everything will go back to normal. Yes, Slughorn will realize he made a mistake, Potter will learn that. Half-bloods are supposed to show proper respect to purebloods, and Father will pay attention to me again instead of spending all his time with the Dark Lord. Everything as it should be. Ron glared at Harry where his former best mate sat laughing with Lovegood and his Hermione. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He would make Hermione fall in love with him, Harry would fall for Ginny and, after a quick word about not hurting her or else finding himself in trouble with the Weasley boys, make her happy, and everything would be wonderful. But no, Harry had to date not just loony Lovegood, but somehow trick Hermione into being his second girlfriend. It wasn't fair. He knew what started all this. The day after the Triwizard Tournament ended, Harry had been different, acting like a Malfoy and treating him as if the special champion was now too good to be seen in his company. He was starting to think that he had been right from the beginning. Harry probably had tricked his way into the tournament, after all. If he had been the one picked to be the fourth champion, he would be the one all the girls were flocking to. Yes, that was when everything fell apart. Harry was lording it over everyone, making Hermione do his homework but keeping her from helping anyone else. Ron would suspect a love potion was involved, but he knew that Harry was as bad at potions as he was, so that wasn't it. Maybe Hermione was just that shallow that she would be with him now that he had the title and the prize money. It wasn't what he expected from his girl, but girls were impossible to understand, anyway. Neville leaned over to say something to Harry, and Ron's anger flared again when he saw the silver badge pinned to the fat boy's robes. Why would McGonagall think Neville Longbottom of all people would be a better prefect than him? The other fifth year was a nobody, a cowardly puff who sneaked his way into the lion's den. Ron was the true Gryffindor in his year, a noble hero, charging into danger without wasting time on a pointless plan and teaching the snakes that their place was on the floor. How could she ignore all that just because Harry told her to give the badge to Neville? It all came back to Harry. Harry, all the time. He would have to do something about that, something to remind the oh-so-precious boy who lived that he wasn't as perfect as he thought he was. Maybe he could even take Hermione back in the process. Now, what to do? Albus shot Horace a stern look at the younger man's recent announcement, but the potion master instead chose to ignore him, just as he had when Albus first suggested he not do this. The headmaster sighed. Why could people not just understand that an old man's wisdom was something to be listened to? It was a terrible thing that Horace was refusing to budge on the prefect issue. He did not seem to understand that his actions were not helping matters. Stripping away young Draco's badge and authority would not make the boy a better person, all it would do was push him farther and farther down the dark path he already trod. If he was ever to be corrected, he would have to be enticed to the light with forgiveness and rewards for his good behavior. Albus had learned that lesson himself with Tom. Strict punishment would only bring out the worst sides of an individual. His new philosophy, however, worked. All one had to do was look at Severus. Given a chance at redemption, the man had positively leapt onto the light's side and before his untimely death was making great strides to atone for the sins he had committed in his youth. It is too bad that the ultimate decision on who should be prefect lies with the heads of house, he lamented. He was not normally one to criticize the founders' decisions, but this rule was a mistake. That kind of authority should be reserved for the headmaster, not the faculty in charge of the individual houses. They were too involved, too focused on their own small segment of the students to see the big picture like he could. Horace was not the only one who had erred about who most deserved the prefect badge. Minerva, too, had ignored his advice, removing the authority she had granted Ronald and instead giving it to Neville Longbottom. He had argued against that decision, but alas. Without knowledge of the prophecy, there was no way she could know that Neville was the other chosen one. Should Harry's death not be sufficient to make Tom regret his choices, Neville would also need to be sacrificed, but he would not do that if his deputy shore up his self-confidence. No, both children named by fate needed to be broken, passive, if they were to accept their roles as martyrs for the greater good. And unfortunately, Harry has already done a great deal to try to wiggle away from his destiny, he thought with disappointment as he looked over the Gryffindor table. As I suspected could be the case during their first year, it is Hermione who is at fault for his recent changes in behavior. Ronald had one responsibility: keep her from filling Harry's head with dreams of the future. He has to stay focused on the here and now, not make plans for what he will do once Voldemort is defeated. If he does, he will not be interested in laying down his life for the light as he ought. But Ronald could not accomplish that, and now Harry's love towards her has made him too cautious, not to mention how he argued with me earlier in the year. Before this summer, he would never have done such a thing. He sighed and shook his head slightly. That constant questioning of the status quo was a bad habit of Muggleborns in general, and Hermione was one of the most inquisitive he had ever encountered. Even Lily Potter was more willing to accept the truth of what he said without worrying about how it might clash with her non-magical upbringing. Oh well, it is not an insurmountable problem. I still need Hermione's intelligence available should they need to overcome another challenge. Forcing Harry to do the thinking would be worse than leaving them together, so failing or expelling her is out of the question. No, I just need to limit her influence over him. Ronald did a marvelous job holding Harry back until this year, and he is light enough that her incessant need to analyze would not move him from his path. I'll have to speak with him privately before I do anything and see if he already has an attraction to her. If not, a weak love potion over a few days should cause her to catch his fancy, and then something stronger, much stronger, for her would see her returning to her appointed role. Should I break Harry up with the Lovegood girl as well? He ruminated on this question, examining his options, before finally making his decision. No, I'll leave them together for now. Ginevra would be a good match, true, in much the same way Ron is for Hermione, but his current relationship is acceptable. Despite being a Ravenclaw, the girl, Luna, wasn't it, is still Zeno's daughter, and while his wife was deplorably neutral, he was in the Order during the First War. She should therefore be light enough for my goals as they currently stand. Harry can't escape his destiny forever. I expect he will finally fall sometime in the next couple of years. And if she eventually becomes a problem, well, she is not as important as Hermione, and teenage relationships are fragile. Harry leaving her for Ginevra would not be looked at as too unusual. He nodded to himself and continued his dinner. Love might be, the power the Dark Lord knows. Not, but it still was a double-edged sword. Love for the world at large was an absolute necessity for Harry to sacrifice himself and for Tom to be redeemed and take Albus's place as the leader of the light. Love towards a specific individual. Not so much. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Teachers are hereby prohibited from discussing information with students that does not directly relate to their courses or assignments. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree Number 25. Dolores Jean Umbridge, High Inquisitor. You know, I had completely forgotten about this one, Harry said, pointing out the new decree hanging from one of the walls flanking the doors to the Great Hall. I didn't expect to see it again this time, either, since I hadn't planned on giving another interview to the Quibbler. Hermione shrugged. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Have you noticed how many people have been whispering about the Prophet article about the Dark Mark, mysteriously, finding its way above Azkaban? It flies in the face of the Ministry's official view that Voldemort hasn't returned. Pissed. That I'm well aware of, he rejoined. Still, with Fudge out of office, and a new ministry yet to be elected, I hoped it would curtail her authority more than this. You're severely underestimating the lengths to which the ministry will go to cover their own asses, Luna laughed. Pissed. I don't know. I have to agree with Harry on this one, Hermione added. I can't see how Umbridge would have much in the way of support now that Fudge is no longer part of the picture. Are you ignoring the fact that the current chief warlock and interim minister of magic is an old friend of Lucius Malfoy's? Harry blinked in surprise. Yes, actually, I did forget about that. Pissed. He looked around for the source of the sudden hiss. Was someone trying to get their attention? A door just down the corridor slowly opened, and after a quick check to make sure all the other students had made their way into the Great Hall for lunch, the trio surreptitiously drew their wands and crept towards the room. He pushed the door open all the way and jerked his wand up to point at himself. The other Harry rolled his eyes. I bloody hate time travel. Can you put the wand down now? They shared a glance with each other and lowered their aim. Hermione sighed. Would one of you two like to explain why you went back in time this time? Don't look at me. I haven't a clue, he denied. Just a little joke at the Toad's expense, future Harry explained. I won't say anything more on that score, since the me I talked to didn't tell me what was going on either, but what I came up with is rather appropriate, all things considered. He held out his arms to the girls. Shall we, my ladies? We don't want to miss this. Luna linked elbows with future Harry, Hermione doing the same at this other side. We shall. So that's how it is, huh? Harry huffed playfully. Leave me for the next guy you see without a word of warning. Hermione shrugged. What can I say? He's closer to my age than you are. By an hour. So, my point still stands. Fine, go. He called in a mock angry tone. Let's see how you like it if you walk in on me with a future you. Oh, that's a great idea. I've always wanted to have a threesome with myself, the buddy shot back. He palmed his face as the three departed. Thank you so much, Luna. Now I'll never be able to get that image out of my head. Still, we use time turners for work all the time, but we've yet to add them to our play. Something to think on, at least, as weird as it could, and likely would, be. Dobby, invisibility cloak, please. A sharp pop, and the shimmering fabric was in his outstretched hand. Throwing it over himself and casting a silencing charm on his feet, he slinked out of the spare room and into the Great Hall. The other him shot him a grin, the lenses of his glasses glowing faintly with the Magicite charm, as the current him passed by. Soon standing in front of Umbridge, he drew his wand and waited for inspiration to strike. The other me said it was something appropriate, but what could that be? I've already made her croak like a frog, and considering she's still yet to give out detentions or even take points, I'm fairly sure that compulsion is still in effect. Maybe a better question would be, appropriate for what? Is it in response to the newest educational decree? I suppose I could make her only talk about defense topics, but while that would make her a more effective professor, it would require more work on my part than I really want to put into this. The less time I have to spend in her head, the better. I need something simple, but something that I can leverage to great effect. A wicked grin made its way to his face as an idea sprang to mind. Oh, that works. That works quite well. Appropriate, indeed. His wand danced and swirled while he stared into Umbridge's eyes, his legilimency probe slipping deep. He finally stopped its burrowing when he felt the thin thread of his previous prank still lurking in the depths of her subconscious. Whispering the incantation, he cast the second compulsion. Time to sit back and enjoy the show. What was that, Phileas? I said. What? Are you even? Speak up, Phileas. I can't hear a word you're saying. The corpulent woman turned to look at the student body. Why is everyone so quiet? Dumbledore leaned towards her. Are you quite all right, Dolores? You need to talk louder. She tapped her ears with her tiny wand, and when that didn't work, wiggled a sausage-like finger into one ear. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. By Merlin, I've gone deaf. Now, my dear, there's no need to be alarmed, Dumbledore said, trying to comfort the distraught woman. Let's get you upstairs to Poppy, and I'm sure. Where's Pomfrey? She demanded, not realizing that was exactly what the old man had suggested. She's still up in the infirmary, right? Yes, she normally. Oh, never mind. I'll look for her myself. Umbridge dropped out of her chair and waddled to the doors, passing Harry by only a few inches. The rest of the students were roaring with laughter at the sight, and his eyes caught the future him supporting his lovers where they had collapsed from their giggles. He smiled, tempted to hustle her along with a stinging charm, but ultimately let her go. This was enough for now. Have to admit, that was a little more creative than I usually have the chance to be. A silencing charm or deafening hex would have been just as effective, but those can both be removed with a simple finite. A compulsion to ignore anything but her own voice except when she's in her classroom, though. Mind magic, particularly a spell set that deep into her mind, needs more effort to get rid of, not to mention that someone would have to realize it was a compulsion in the first place. I wonder how long it will take her to figure out a way around this one. Now, how am I going to pass the next hour? Keep it in. Keep it in. A stream of vapor poured from the tip of her wand, and Astoria lost control of her beaming smile as she watched it coalesce into a blob. The effect of filling herself up with her happiest thoughts, then casting what she was sure was about to become a corporeal Patronus at only 14 was just too much to hide behind a cold mask. I think I got it. I think I got it. Hold it together, Harry called, rushing over from where he had been giving Longbottom, Neville, some guidance. Almost there. Remember, it's all will and intent at this point. Don't get too excited, or it'll fall apart on you. She nodded, focusing even harder. This was the second week they had worked on this spell alone, and no one, not Susan, niece of the head of the DMLE, not Ernie, whom she had seen was a powerful wizard, not even Neville, Harry's pet project, in the same way she could be said to be Luna's, had yet managed more than a misty shield. She herself had not gotten even that the first day, prompting Harry to pull her to the side for a little one-on-one chat. It had been beyond embarrassing to explain that she could not come up with even a single happy memory, but to her surprise, he had confessed to having the same problem when he had first learned the spell. For those of us with shitty pasts, this can be a little difficult, he had said. Personally, I don't try to come up with anything good that happened to me so far back. Too many bad memories get in the way and make those times lose their luster. Instead I focus on something good I have right now, like my relationship with Luna and my own, the joy I feel when we're together. It needs to be something big that just picks you up inside. It had worked. Rather than sort through her life before now, when her parents and her brother had done their best to turn her into an emotionless golem just like them, she thought of this year. Her parents were too concerned with regaining their fortune to pay attention to her. Her friendship with Colin was kind of, maybe looking like it could turn into something more, and for the first time ever, she was surrounded by people who cared about her and kept her from being alone. Between that joy and her determination to prove to Luna that the buddy's faith in her had not been a mistake, was it any wonder she was about to succeed in this? The silver vapor stretched and settled onto the ground, forming a vaguely dog or fox-like shape. Darker gray covered the creature's back, more like smoke than mist, and it bounced around her on stubby legs a few times before settling at her side. He's beautiful, she muttered, stroking the spirit's ears and barely staving off a giggle when it nuzzled into her palm. What do you think he is? Harry, answering her smile with one of his own, just shook his head. No clue. Luna. What? Oh, he is gorgeous, the Ravenclaw commented upon catching sight of her Patronus. You're the animal expert. Any ideas? A jackal, I think. In folklore, they're said to be extremely cunning and adaptable, much like foxes. Appropriate traits for a Slytherin. The buddy walked closer and muttered so that only Astoria and Harry could hear, but unlike foxes, they are additionally associated with abandonment and desolation, which, while not as pleasant, also describe you. The younger girl grimaced at that reminder, but the boy, all 5 students had come to see as a leader and teacher, cleared his throat before she could sink too far into her misery. The meaning behind our patroni is rarely all good. They're you, both the good and the bad. I showed you mine last week. White stags are signs of nobility, true, but they're also harbingers of destruction for those that violate moral law. Not exactly a nice thing to consider, especially since I'd rather stay out of a certain conflict, let's say. Anyway, since you're the first one to get the spell down, can you give us a hand helping out the others? She nodded, her face flushed with pride. Even if her animal wasn't exactly what she would have wanted had she been given a choice, she still had one. How many adult witches could conjure a corporeal patronus? Not many. After another half hour of practice, Harry clapped his hands together to regain their attention. All right, everyone, that's it for today. Since next Saturday is a Hogsmeade weekend, we won't be meeting, but we can probably do it the week after that. In the meantime, keep practicing on your own. A patronus is of no value if it takes you 5 minutes to cast it. Or if you still can't do it yet, Susan groused, glaring in mild jealousy at the others. The Hufflepuff was the only one of them who had been unable to fully materialize her guardian. That did not mean she was the only one to have trouble. Ernie had only just managed to force his spell into a prancing stallion before Harry called time. To everyone's surprise, it had been Neville's bear that came out second, and 10 minutes later Colin had produced an animal that Luna called a mongoose. How it must burn her that 2 4th years have succeeded where she hasn't, Astoria thought with only a little preening. Yes, or if you haven't done it yet, but you have 2 weeks to work on it now. If you're still having trouble at that point, stick around afterwards and we'll see what we can do. The redhead nodded at Harry's offer, and he turned to them. Well, what are you waiting for? Scram. The quintet laughed and headed for the door, Neville opening it for them. He just as quickly slammed it shut, but not fast enough to block the entirety of the beep hex that flew at them from down the hall and barely missed hitting Ernie's cheek. Footsteps pounded on the floor as the mystery assailant tried to flee. Unfortunately for him, they weren't going to let him get away. Their little group was technically against Umbridge's precious educational decrees, and they were learning far too much to give it up, not to mention the risk of expulsion. Astoria, you're the fastest. Go in front and stall him, Susan ordered, her wand tip already glowing. The Slytherin nodded and sprinted down the corridor after the attacker, her companions, her friends, following but already falling behind by the time she rounded the first corner. In front of her, the corner of a rope taunted her as her quarry went down another hall, and she eked out yet more speed from her legs. Rather than actually enter the next passage, she slid along the floor and spotted not 1 but 3 boys, all of whom were very familiar. Malfoy and his cronies. The former prefect had made no secret of how angry he was at Slughorn for taking away his badge, and while she knew he had mentioned something about getting even, she had paid little attention to him. This was. Either way, there was no way she could let him escape and tell anyone what they were doing. She could not bear to lose all this now that she had it. Stupefy. Her whispered stunner flew true and slammed into Crabbe's back, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Of the blonde's bodyguards, her target was the one who had actual talent with magic, not to mention a well-known pyromanic streak. Malfoy and Goyle turned to their fallen comrade, giving her a precious second to hide behind the other corner of the intersection. Potter. Malfoy screamed, whirling around to face the hall. Come out and face me, you coward. So much for, ah. His rather high-pitched scream was well-deserved. The other 4 had raced over on silenced feet and had immediately gone on the offensive, 2 more stunners and a pair of conjured nets soaring through the air. The ropes both hit Goyle's bulk, tripping him and bringing him out of the way of one Stupefy only to bash his face against the stone floor, but Malfoy barely danced out of the way of the other hex. A second barrage, tripping jinxes and body binds, was more successful. Harry, followed by Luna and Hermione, casually strolled up to them and stared at their downed victims. Giving the group members a quick glance, he remarked, I guess we aren't needed, after all. We're going to be in so much trouble, Colin whimpered. Now that the adrenaline was fading, Astoria could also see how bad this could go for them. Even without Snape pandering to Malfoy's every demand, he could still accuse them of attacking him and running an unapproved club, both of which were true. No, we won't be in trouble. They looked at Neville, who stood the slightest bit straighter at the attention. Ernie and I are both prefects, and we all saw Malfoy throw the first spell. Everything after that was us trying to stop them so they couldn't do it again. It'll be they said we said, and the professors never do anything in those situations without some kind of physical proof. I should know, it happened often enough to me. Luna cleared her throat lightly. While that plan's all well and good, there are other options available. Everyone, be on your way and let us have a little private chat with Malfoy. If that doesn't work, Neville, we'll let you and Ernie know so you can inform Sprout and McGonagall. Her curiosity piqued, Astoria shifted her eyes among the three informal instructors. What could they be planning? If you're sure. At the Ravenclaw's nod, Ernie shrugged his shoulders and turned to go back the way they had come, Susan right behind him. Neville and Colin, on the other hand, continued along the hallway to a different staircase. Hermione raised one eyebrow and stared at her. You waiting for something? What are you really going to do to him? Astoria asked bluntly. I'm not even in your year, but I know how much Malfoy hates you. You're not going to convince him not to turn you in, and I'm pretty sure you know that already. The trio shared a glance. Smiling tightly, Harry began walking towards the petrified boy and waved for her to follow. How many ways can you think of to get someone to spill secrets they would rather keep quiet about? She blinked in surprise. That was not a question she would ever have expected to be asked. Veritaserum, bribery, blackmail, coercion, gulping, she hesitantly offered, torture and the imperious curse. Yes, all of those would work, but there's another, gentler way, the young man explained. He leveled a pale wand at Malfoy and intoned, compulso. Finite petrificus capitis. Tell me what you were doing here and why you attacked us. The older Slytherin's head had started thrashing around the instant Harry's compulsion charm hit him, as if he meant to fight off the spell. When he opened his mouth, however, he burst out, I was getting you back. For everything. You murdered Uncle Severus, forced Slughorn to take away my badge. It's all your fault. Silencio. You think I'm the one who killed Snape? Seriously. Harry shook his head, and the little bit of tightness that had built up in Astoria's chest at that accusation relaxed. She did not even know why she had panicked at all. It was not as if the boy who lived would ever murder anybody. And why would you ever think I could tell Slughorn what to do? Finite silencio, answer the question. Because you're his favorite. That's why he's giving you good scores, because he'll do anything to keep your favor. Stupefy. Harry lowered his wand and scrubbed his face. Idiot. And I earned those marks, thank you very much. Astoria crept closer and nudged Malfoy with her foot. What are you going to do about them now? That is an excellent question. He levitated Crabbe and Goyle's unconscious bodies, gesturing for her to do the same with Malfoy. Time for extra lesson number 2. Show me where they were hiding. She took the lead and set her burden down at the approximate spot. Here, I think. Good. He arranged the other two boys at Malfoy's sides and swept his wand over them. The best way to keep them from telling anyone what we were doing is to make sure they can't. Now, I know Susan and Ernie told you about the contract we tricked you into signing at our first meeting, so that's one thing we could do, but that required consent on your part. Malfoy would never go for it. So, we use our next option. He waved his wand over the trio. Obliviate. Wait, isn't that the standard memory charm? Yes. He shrugged. They can't talk about anything if they don't remember it. Funny thing about this spell, it leaves the edges of the memory you cut out a little fuzzy, for lack of a better word. Which means, tapping himself on his head with his wand, he faded out of sight, the other fifth years doing the same beside him. The air where he had stood shifted slightly, and she felt him putting her under the same spell. I can do this. Finite incantatum. Enervate. The three boys groaned as they roused from their stupor. Whu. What happened? Malfoy gasped as he looked around. Damn it, I told you two to stay awake and watch out for Potter. He got away. Astoria had to clap her hand over her mouth to muffle her giggles. An invisible hand grabbed her elbow, and she allowed Harry to guide her in the opposite direction from her retreating classmates. He whispered, and thus ends today's class. You know what I love most about time turners? Luna turned to her girlfriend. Having more time to read. Sleeping in. The lone boy in the relationship suggested. Taking a long shag break. Harry paused and then nodded rapidly. I'd like to change my vote to that, please. See, this is why McGonagall trusted me with a time-turner my 3rd year and not either of you, Hermione scoffed. And no, I was talking about how we could use it to create airtight alibis. The other thieves muttered reluctant agreements at that. Right this minute and a few hundred kilometers away, they were starting the day's Patronus lesson with their slimmed-down DA. An hour and a half of that, followed by another 30 minutes in the Gryffindor common room, 2 hours total. Probably more than they needed to rob the Carrows, but there was no harm in being careful. Especially with this latest obstacle. She's still there. Luna raised the omnioculars and peered into the manor's windows. Yep. Have I mentioned how much I hate it when the Death Eaters get a clue? 3rd time in as many minutes, Harry grunted, casting a finishing charm on the ward. Normally disrupting even a drained ward was more than that simple spell could handle, but it could be done if they used their ward tap to reduce the defense to nearly nothing. It was just easier and less time-consuming to drain it sufficiently that a blasting curse would shatter it. The way they were working this time did have an advantage, however. With a finishing charm, there was no flash of light to warn Alecto that they were there. Normally, they would have waited until both siblings were out of the house to make their move, but apparently someone had realized that they attacked when the manors were vacant or the inhabitants were asleep, McNair being the lone exception. Winky reported 2 days previously that the Carrows had taken steps to prevent themselves from becoming victims, including sleeping in shifts and only having one person leave the house at a time. Much as she detested them, Luna had to give credit where credit was due. It was a decent idea. At least they're being overconfident, too, Hermione remarked as she used a pick to nullify the last layer, a second anti-apparition ward. Only 5 wards up. They're taunting us. You'd think that if they figured out that we were waiting for everyone to leave, that they would also know we can see her sticking around. Thank goodness for small favors. Laying a disillusionment charm on all of them, Harry grabbed their hands and tugged them in the direction of the front door. You have the stone, Blue. She squeezed his hand in reply. Apparating around the entrance hall had been a fantastic strategy against McNair, but they would much rather not have that turned around on them, especially not when Amicus could arrive at any time and back his sister up. To prevent that from happening, they had created a small wardstone of their own. All it held was an unkeyed anti-apparition ward and a charging cluster, but that minimalist approach left it small enough to fit in a pocket and would allow it to go unnoticed should a fight spill out to the ground floor. A quick tug against Harry's pull caused him to stop once they were inside, and she fished the stone out of its pouch. Activating it, she rolled it along the floor into a corner. Separated from her, the disillusionment charm on the stone itself faded. Do we stay invisible and risk hitting each other, or let her see us? Close quarters like this, the risk of collateral damage is too high if she holds up against our first strike. They dispelled their charms and crept on silenced feet up the stairs to the dining room where she had spotted their target. Much to their displeasure, she was not seated with her back to the door, but was instead eating at the other end of the table. At least she still doesn't know we're here, she noted to herself. That would make things even more difficult. After checking the scene, Harry pulled back slightly and whispered, I guess we'll have to be messy. Blasting curses, just blow up everything inside. Confringo. Luna doubted Alecto heard Harry's quiet incantation, but she certainly noticed the bright yellow spell streaking through the air towards her. That gave her just enough time to throw herself out of her chair, the explosive spell hitting her left shoulder rather than her head, and a retaliatory scream of Avada Kedavra forced them to duck back behind the wall. Hermione dropped to the floor and hurled a second blasting curse low, connecting with the Death Eater's knee as she tried to scramble to her feet again. Slowed down by the pain and loss of limbs, she was unable to avoid Luna's coup de grace. That takes care of that, the brunette commented. The trio entered the room, wands lowered but still out. Killing the sister did not mean the brother would not ambush them. Hermione nudged the clenched fist still attached to what was left of Alecto's body with her boot and inhaled sharply when bits of dried clay slipped out. She had something in her hand. Blue, any ideas what? From just these pieces, there's no way to. 3 sharp cracks rang from outside, and the thieves peered downstairs to see an equal number of Death Eaters rushing into the house. I'm going to guess that it was a signal. One of the Death Eaters lifted his head and spotted them. There they are. Get them. Not even sharing a glance, the trio split, Harry and Hermione going one way while she ran in the other. There were 3 ways this could play out. First, the madmen could attack her together to bring her down quickly, leaving themselves open for her lover's counter. Second, they could present a united front against the others, which meant she could take them out from behind. One of the Death Eaters wheeled around and flung a jet of green light at her while his buddies did the same with her companions. Third, they take us on one, she groused, diving out of the way of the killing curse and retaliating with the flat gray of a bone-shattering curse. Her opponent jumped to one side and shielded himself from her. Follow-up reducto. She put a column between herself and the next unforgivable and checked on her partners. They had made some distance between themselves, each also using the indoor balcony's supports as bulwarks. As she watched, Hermione popped out for just a moment to send a blue spell of some sort at her own enemy and then hid again. The brunette had never been the strongest witch, but her intelligence and endless need for personal perfection meant she had mastered the art of guerrilla warfare, taking potshots at her opponent that almost never missed and could rarely be defended against with a simple protega. Harry, on the other hand, was switching from column to column, waving his wand in a ceaseless dance as he launched numerous shafts of color down to the ground floor. With power to burn, he did not have to conserve magic like Hermione did and so could afford to waste his energy with misses. Boosting their reserves with the ritual they had performed on her birthday just gave him an even greater edge. The column she was hiding behind splintered, recalling her attention from her lovers to her opponent. Daddy always did say that the best defense was an unstoppable offense, she remembered. Her father's style of dueling was all about point casting, a 7th-year skill where one worked on casting spells without the corresponding wand motions. By getting rid of those as well as the usual incantations, she could rapidly spurt curse after curse, whatever spell found its way to the forefront of her mind next, making her attacks wholly unpredictable. The Death Eater shielded himself against a barrage of minor jinxes before suffering a bone breaker to his offhand and a cutting charm to his leg. At that point, he conjured a brick wall between them in an attempt to regroup with his allies. Red, blue, Hermione's voice rang from her communication mirror earring, we don't have time to spare. Reinforcements could be apparating in at any moment. I hope you have a plan, then, snapped Harry. A chain-blasting curse, like the one you used at the Greengrasses, she suggested. At her lover's confirmation, she continued, on 3, right in the middle of their group. 1, 2, 3. Confringisimo. A bright yellow spiral leapt from her wand to the ground like a lightning bolt, her cry echoed by the others. The spells hit almost the exact same spot, and a loud string of cracks and screams erupted while a dust cloud billowed up from the area. She retreated behind her column just in case, but after a few seconds of silence Harry conjured a wind to blow the dust away. All 3 assailants lay unmoving on the ground. Yellow, check them out. We'll cover you. Hermione nodded and made her way to the stairs and down. She spent a moment kneeling beside each one before motioning them to join her. 2 dead, and the one who's still alive needs to get to St. Mungo's if he wants to stay that way. You can't treat him, Luna asked when she and Harry reached the ground floor. The eldest of the trio shook her head and weaved a spell over the presumably still living man's bloodied back. Some stone shards punctured his organs. I stopped the external bleeding, but for the internal damage I'd need potions or time to work on him, neither of which we have. I'm worried enough that a second team is going to appear on top of us as it is. Who is it, anyway? Harry asked, removing the other wizard's mask, then he sighed. Of course it would be him. Yellow's right, we don't have time to do anything else here. This heist is a bust. Someone grab him and bring him with us. Luna shot her boyfriend a look while he vanished their wardstone. Bring him with us. Yes. I have questions for him, and there's someone else who will want to talk to him once I'm done. Tonks sighed and took a seat in her boss's office. Just finished going through the last of the records you wanted me to look at, Madam Bones. Excellent. Any leads? Shacklebolt asked from the chair beside her. She shot the other witch a quick glance, which was answered with a nod. Her partner was in the loop. Good. I hated trying to keep all this a secret. Actually, yes. There were 3 Muggleborns whose parents died in a Death Eater raid and were subsequently mind-wiped. Taking a sheaf of parchment out of her robe's pocket, she passed him the first file. First up is Ellen Simmons, Hogwarts alumna of 88. Ravenclaw, exceptional newts in runes as well as potions. Moved to France following her graduation for an enchanting apprenticeship, finished 2 years ago. No records that she's come back to Britain, but she could have used a Muggle method. She's a possibility, Madame Bones allowed. I doubt an enchantress would have the skill or power to pull down wards, but I suppose she could have made something that would do it for her. Have you spoken with her? Sent an all day before yesterday, no reply yet. Very well, we'll keep her as an option until we know more. Next, Mark Evans, she read before sliding the relevant records to her boss. Far as I can tell, no relation to Lily Potter née Evans. Graduated in 90 from the Anthony College of Wizardry in Bristol, did fantastic in Transfiguration and fairly well in arithmancy. Took custody of his siblings, 4 of them, and returned to work in the Muggle world as a personal assistant. All 5 Evanses are magical and attended Anthony, kids 4 and 5 are currently enrolled. Madame Bones's eyebrows rose. Why include only the eldest Evans and not the next 2? He's the only one with the arithmancy to be our guy. Evans number 2 was into magical creatures and is a new dragon handler in the Hebrides, and number 3 dropped out middle of her 6th year and has been in the wind ever since. Tonks scoffed. I took a look at her school records, she's a powder puff. Passed her owls in astronomy, divination, and just barely charms. When she disappeared, she was failing those classes. Unless she was deliberately hiding her skills for more than 5 years, I think we can safely write her off. As for Mark, I sent him a letter asking for a meeting, which he declined. Said, if the DMLE wants to talk to me, get a warrant. Normally I'd say that's that, but he was too defensive. He may not be our guy, but he's hiding something. You have the reply? Shacklebolt asked. She handed it over so he could skim through it. I agree, something's up here. I'll do some more digging, see what I can find. With your permission, Madame Bones. Get on it when we're done here. You have the last one. The department head asked. She smiled tightly as she showed them the 3rd file. Bruce Kivlian. Clary School of Magic in Cork, class of 89. High newts in arithmancy, runes, and defense against the dark arts. Employed at Gringotts immediately after graduation as a Cursebreaker trainee, became a full Cursebreaker in late 93. His co-workers described him as driven and bitter, and he supposedly had a huge chip on his shoulder about the Death Eaters. Sounds like our guy, Shacklebolt said with relief. Now we just have to bring him in. Where is he now? Dead. The other 2 Aurors looked at her. From what I was told, he was working an Aztec tomb in Mexico when he got caught in a trap. His teammates tried to get him out, but a sliding panel tore off his leg and sealed him inside. They never found his body. Madame Bones's lips narrowed as she thought. A lost leg can be replaced, assuming he survived the blood loss and found another way out. When did this event happen? Last May, I think. Yes, May 15th, she answered after flipping through her notes again. Shortly before Mr. Fox showed up on the scene. His first raids were empty houses, maybe he wasn't figuring out what he was doing but instead was still adjusting to his prosthetic. The head of the DMLE nodded to herself. Shack, have a face-to-face with Evans, and Tonks, I want digging up everything you can on Kivlian. Pay extra attention to his extended family, close friends, old flames, professional associates, anyone who could have helped him when he re-entered the country. He's our best suspect. Madame Bones trailed off as a flashing paper airplane melted through the wood of the door as though it were intangible and landed on her desk. She unfolded the violet memo and paused for a moment after reading it. Well, that's interesting. Follow me. The witch lead the Aurors into a lift and down to the atrium, where a crowd of ministry workers had already gathered. DMLE, out of the way. She yelled, physically pushing some individuals when they did not move fast enough. Taylor, get these people away from the scene. Tonks slipped past a few of the harried MLEP officers and blinked at the sight before her. Slumped on the ground lay an unconscious wizard, Amicus Caro. What really caught her attention, however, was the silver mask pinned to his black robes and the snake and skull tattoo showing on his left forearm where the sleeve had been cut off. 3 guesses who did this. Indeed. Madame Bones shoved a sheet of parchment into her hand. Madame Bones, since you were so adamant about capturing these animals rather than immediately putting them down, I hereby put this one in your care. He needs medical attention, but you should be able to keep him alive long enough to answer your questions. At his house you will find 3 corpses, 2 of his Death Eater buddies in full regalia and the remains of his sister. You might want to bring a mop. Don't bother using the belongings in his house as bait to catch me. I've already written this job off as a loss. Mr. Fox. He's got balls, she eventually muttered. There were not many wizards who would freely confess to killing 3 people to the DMLE. And her boss thought she had a shot of luring the guy close enough to recruit him. A tiny shiver raced down her spine. How did Caro get here, do you think? The guard said he just appeared out of nowhere. I'm guessing something, probably that note, was spelled to be a portkey, answered Madame Bones. Another Auror will handle his interrogation. You get to work on the Kivlian angle. The sooner we know if it's him or not, the more time we have to either find him or continue the search elsewhere. Other than the Death Eaters interfering with their raid on the Caros and Susan finally conjuring her sheepdog Patronus, January passed fairly uneventfully. One morning in the middle of February, Hermione blinked her eyes open and looked blearily at the baskets of flowers that had appeared overnight and were now threatening to take over the dorms. Right, Valentine's Day. How could I forget? A shower had her feeling human again, and she quickly pulled some robes out of her trunk. The previous day, the trio had discussed having a private breakfast in the kitchens, and she knew Harry had likely already left to pick up Luna from the Ravenclaw's tower. That would also give him some alone time with the buddy, which she did not begrudge. It had been their way on this day for the past several years. The early morning was for him and Luna to spend time together as a couple, the late morning and early afternoon for Luna and her, and the late afternoon was for him and her. Come evening, they would celebrate their relationship as a ménage à trois, and at night. Well, that needed no explanation. Something on her nightstand caught her attention then. When did that plate get there? She wondered, approaching to get a better look at it. On the plate were 3 pink biscuits shaped like rose heads, and under them lay a note in Harry's messy scrawl. For the rose of my heart, that our love would ever bloom, she read aloud with a frown. This was suspicious to say the least. True, Harry normally cooked them something special on Valentine's Day, and it was one of the few days he baked, but he had never included sappy letters before. Was he just trying something new, or was the situation more dubious? They do look good, though. The biscuits were still warm and soft, and they were covered with shining dewdrops that could only be a sugary glaze. She doubted she would ever have a sweet tooth like Luna's, a benefit of being the daughter of 2 dentists, she supposed, but she did enjoy an occasional treat. Not to mention, if he did send these to me, I'd hate to tell him that I didn't at least try one. Turning away from the sweets, she dug through her trunk a second time, this search turning up a small purse charmed to be bigger on the inside than the outside. She summoned a vial from within and swallowed the contents. The neutralizing potions have been getting easier to take lately. That was almost like drinking water, she noted. A moment later, she shrugged and dismissed her concerns. I must just be getting accustomed to them. Now immune from the effects of any other potions for the rest of the day, she turned back to her surprise and nibbled off a small sample. Warmth suffused her body, and her thoughts immediately turned to her boyfriend. Finishing off the rest of the plate in record time, she positively bounced out of the dorm and down the hall to the common room, empty except for one other person. She beamed as she spotted the love of her life waiting for her. There you are. Yep, right here. Want to get some breakfast? Ron asked with a wide smile. Harry snorted with restrained laughter as Luna skipped ahead and spun in a picture-perfect pirouette. You've been waiting all month for this, haven't you? Yep. Lowering her raised foot back to the stone floor, the buddy nodded seriously, the motion completely at odds with the self-satisfied expression on her face. She looked like Crookshanks always did just before they stumbled upon his latest present. Don't you remember what we agreed on last Valentine's Day? You said we were going to have a baking contest, you and I am beyond sure that I'll win. You know, using recipes out of a fairy cookbook given to you by Santa Claus himself might be just a little outside the rules. Oh, pish posh. You're just upset because you know that you're going to lose, the buddy replied with a tiny chortle. Whatever, he muttered, not having a decent retort for the girl's quite accurate assessment. From her giggle, she knew it, too. Of course, when we agreed to this competition, we didn't exactly plan on having to throw the house elves out of the kitchens beforehand. She shrugged. So we wait till this evening, no big loss. Spinning again, she pointed down the corridor ahead of them. Onward. Our girlfriend awaits. Knowing her, she's probably enjoying some peace and quiet, Harry thought with a mental grin. Rolling his eyes at the buddy's childishness, he barely had enough time to stop before he bowled her over as she suddenly stopped in her tracks. What now? Luna did not seem to hear him, too preoccupied with staring down the intersecting hallway. What the bloody buggering hell? He blinked in surprise and turned his head to look down the corridor as well. What he saw caused his jaw to drop. It was Hermione, giggling and hanging on to another guy. A future him, he would have understood, maybe even Neville, who could be convinced that it was merely a joke at his and Luna's expense. There was no reason for her to be draped over Ron's arm. "Hermione, what's going on?" he called in a strangled voice, just loud enough to gain the pair's attention. The brunette cheerfully dragged the boy over. "Oh, Ron and I were just going to grab some breakfast. Do you and Luna want to join us? We could." "Hermie, I'm sure they want some alone time," Ron cut in. Then the redhead leaned over and keyed his lover. Harry felt like his heart had frozen and shattered into a million pieces when, rather than push the redhead away, Hermione responded eagerly. "Hermione, what the hell are you doing?" Luna screeched. "You love us, me and Harry." Hermione pulled away from Ron and gave the buddy a disgusted look. "You really are loony. Isn't it obvious? I love Ron. I always have. What the hell is going on? Why is Hermione doing this? Just remember, they love you. If they say they don't, it's a lie." The Winter Lady's words echoed in Harry's ears, and in direct counterpoint to the icy pain still in his chest, his blood immediately began to boil. The rage cut through his shock and gave him the clarity to realize exactly what had happened. Somehow, despite the potion regimen they were all on, Ron had managed to dose her again. Never had Harry expected to find anyone he could hate as much as he did Bellatrix Lestrange. "Now, however, Luna, deal with Ron," he ordered in a cold tone, the voice he had only used when they were still in the future and stumbled upon a particularly despicable Death Eater raid. The girl reacted instantly, reflexes still sharp from 2 wars allowing her to whip out a stunner before the redhead even had a chance to process his words. He, on the other hand, cast a nonverbal body bind. Hermione was normally just as quick as they were, but in her potion-addled state, she was too concerned with the fallen traitor to dodge. "What are you doing, Harry?" she demanded, struggling against the spell. No matter what she tried, however, she could not move more than her head. "Why would you attack my Ron? He's your best friend. Not just a love potion, it looks like," Luna remarked in a dead tone. Suddenly snarling in rage, she hopped forwards and let her foot fly into Ron's ribs. "She's been obliviated, too. Harry, she doesn't remember anything about us." He reached over and pulled his first girlfriend to his side, a silencing charm quieting the ranting brunette. Tears burned in his eyes. "No, she doesn't. What are we going to do?" Luna's heartbroken voice was too much to bear in addition to this new state of affairs, and he bent his head down to mutter into her hair, "I don't know." From the corner of his eye he noticed Hermione still struggling against his jinx as she tried to crawl to Ron's side. "But the least we can do is make sure that even if our Hermione is gone, this one isn't trapped by that bastard." "You're right," she agreed sadly. "Dobby." For a second, Harry thought the elf had not heard them, but then Dobby appeared with a sharp crack, a second house elf held in a tight grip. "Missy Looney, Dobby be finding Prinny peeking on Missy's and Master Harry. What should Dobby be doing with him? Prinny, was it?" he asked, to which the strange elf nodded fearfully. In a distant corner of his mind, Harry wondered how much of his fury was etched onto his face. "Why were you watching us? Prinny can't be saying. Headmaster says not to. Stupefy. Obliviate." He scrubbed his face with his left hand. "Of course this is Dumbledore's doing. Damn him. Dobby." His elf dropped Prinny's unconscious body and stood at attention. "Keep any elf other than yourself from coming here, dump him somewhere else for now, then go to the manor and bring me a vial of neutralizing potion." "One of Missy Hermie's potions, Master Harry?" Dobby asked in confusion. "Yes, one of those." Someone, Harry shot a glare at the boy he had once considered a friend, gave her a love potion and wiped her memory. "Missy Hermie. Poisoned." The house elf's face revealed his horrified shock, and following Harry's gaze, the expression quickly morphed into something ugly, something the wizard had never seen before. "Yes, Dobby be getting Missy Hermie's potion. Does Master want Dobby to take care of bad Wheezy?" He hit Ron with a bright blue irreversible memory charm, permanently destroying all the redhead's memory of the day since waking up, and nodded. Get him out of my sight before I kill him. Luna pouted when elf and boy disappeared, though the familiar visage held not a hint of her normal good humor. I wasn't done kicking him yet. He hadn't paid. Twin rivers of tears poured down her cheeks, and she immediately sank back into his offered embrace. I can't do this, Harry. It's my own, and she's just gone. I know, love, I know. Dobby popped back into the hallway, a vial of vibrant pink potion in his hand. If Master be allowing, how will Missy Hermy be taking her potion? He closed his eyes with a sigh. Because today wasn't already difficult enough. Hermione is the one who had healing training. I don't know how to give this to her when she's fighting me, at least not without. I'm going to take it from your question that you don't know the spell to vanish potions into somebody. Hearing the flapping of the elf's giant ears, he looked hopefully at Luna. Please tell me she taught you to do it. She didn't, the buddy answered quietly. Fine, I guess it's up to me. After pulling away from Luna and taking the potion, he approached Hermione's still struggling form and just looked into her eyes for a moment. The sheer depth of anger reflected back at him from those cinnamon orbs was indescribably painful. Hermione, I have no right to ask for forgiveness for what I'm going to do, but I hope that, one day, you can find it in your heart to at least understand why I did it. Finite incantatem. Imperio. Her eyes became cloudy as the unforgivable curse, fueled by the hatred he felt for Ron and Dumbledore as well as his bone-deep need to bend the girl before him to his wishes just this once, overwhelmed her free will and left her little more than his puppet. So great was his desire that he did not even have to give a verbal order. As soon as he placed the vial in her palm, she uncorked it and downed the contents. The next instant, he had to step back as she rolled over and threw up everything in her stomach. Oh, that is just awful, she complained when she was finally done. Sitting up to look at the pair of time travelers, she shot them a weak grin. Still, I guess it's a good thing they worked like they were supposed to. I was afraid I hadn't managed to add the purgative properties properly. Luna, disbelief obvious in her posture, gingerly stepped closer. My own. No, I'm the other girl willing to put up with you two every day. The one who complains when she wakes up and finds that you ate pudding in the bed when you wanted a midnight snack. My own. The buddy crashed into Hermione, neither girl caring how close they came to splashing around in the brunette's expelled fluids as they laughed in unrestrained joy. Harry shook his head in wonder and joy before dropping next to them. Merlin, don't scare us like that ever again. We thought you were, well. I noticed, the oldest of the trio replied with a dry voice. More thoughtfully, she continued, I have no idea what potion Dumbledore managed to cook up, but it was nothing I've ever heard of. It's fuzzy, dreamlike, but I know that while I was under its effects, I couldn't remember anything after the end of our 4th year. I can now, obviously, and I don't know if it was an intended effect of the potion, she shuddered, or if I was just too concerned with Weasley to care. Damned alchemists making potion equivalents to spells, Luna muttered harshly. Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter now. You're back. He leaned over to key her, but she pushed him away. Carefully, he tried to hide his hurt. After placing her under the imperious curse, he should not have expected anything different. My mouth tastes like vomit, she reminded him, causing his heart to float back up from where it had settled at his feet. And while I prefer that to what came immediately before it, it's still not pleasant. What I want to know is how Dumbledore managed to dose you. I doubt Ronald would have the ability to set all this up, commented the buddy at his questioning glance. He tampered with my neutralizing potions, probably through Prinny or one of the other elves last night. That's the only thing that makes sense. Hermione shook her head. The one I took this morning was much too thin. I noticed it but didn't pay it any attention. Also, there was a plate of biscuits on my table when I got out of the shower, and I remember thinking it strange but still eating them anyway. It's like I couldn't stop to consider what was actually going on. Compulsion charms, he growled. How else was he going to make sure you followed the script? We can't let him get away with this. And we won't, Luna. Gritting his teeth, he continued, looking back, I think I was subconsciously hoping Dumbledore wasn't as twisted in this timestream as he was in our own. Like how Slughorn was different, but this crosses a line that he should have stayed far, far away from. He's a dead man. Hermione prodded them, drawing their attention away from the plans of lethal revenge being drafted in their minds. Much as I want the bastard to pay, too, we can't afford to kill him yet. My own, what are you saying? I'm saying that he's too valuable. Think about it, Harry, if he dies today, who's going to take control over Hogwarts? Umbridge. Surely you remember how bad things got after Dumbledore was chased out of the castle last time. The inquisitorial squad strutting around, Muggleborns tortured with her blood quills at her whim, rumors of the Slytherin boys forcing themselves any girl they wanted. Harry grimaced at that reminder. He had only heard about that last point years after the fact, but both of his girls had been acutely aware of those particular allegations. Now consider how much worse she'd be this time because you've kept her from abusing her power as she expected to be able to do. And that's if the Ministry didn't decide to completely and blatantly take over, or Voldemort didn't attack the minute he heard that his chief adversary was dead. All right, I get it. As much as he deserves to be broken for this, he's too useful as a deterrent for our other enemies, he sighed. Too useful for now, the former apprentice healer corrected. Once Voldemort's out of the way and the Death Eaters are no longer in power, we can burn him alive and piss on his ashes without a care. We just have to do this in the right order. Luna interjected, and the first item of this, right order, is going home. Everything else can be dealt with later. While I hate dealing with the logic of time travel, I have to admit that the time turners themselves do come in handy, Harry commented to his girls as they walked down the corridors to the Great Hall. The three of them were much more relaxed than one might have expected considering the tragedy they had just barely escaped that very morning, but 6 hours spent cuddling together at their home had given them the necessary time to settle their worries, at least enough that they could use the aforementioned hourglasses to return to the time at which they had left the school, partake of a second breakfast, and then attend classes as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Also comforting was their resolution that, from now on, one of their elves would come to them each morning with the day's dose of neutralizing potion. Today's close call was quite enough. During their break, they had come to a disturbing conclusion. Over the preceding months, everything had gone their way. Dumbledore was more concerned with his ineffectual war strategy than prodding Harry, probably because the younger wizard was not blatantly acting against the old goat as much now as he had earlier in the year. Voldemort was holed up in Malfoy Manor, and Umbridge, seeing that Harry was not the up-and-coming rebellion leader she had expected and that he had been the first time around, was seemingly biding her time and waiting for something to happen. As a result of all that, they had become complacent, unconcerned. Sloppy. Just because they were keeping their heads down in a certain respect did not mean they were totally safe, and it definitely did not mean they could let down their guard. Ron's attack on them, in hindsight, had been a wake-up call they desperately needed. Harry frowned as he spotted the crowd gathered in front of the Great Hall. The congregated students were mostly silent, the loudest anyone was talking only a dull murmur as they stared into the room. He said quietly, "I wonder what's going on in there." "I don't know," Hermione answered. The brunette's voice was enough to draw the attention of the people on the outskirts of the crowd, and several teenagers drew away to make a path for the trio. That did little to assuage his concerns, merely causing him to enter the crushing mob first and finger the wand in his pocket. When he finally made it to the doorway, he gaped in astonishment and barely heard Hermione's whispered, "Dear Merlin." So that's where Ron disappeared to this morning, was his first, irreverent thought. The second was not much better. Note to self, do not make Dobby mad at me. Ron hung from the rafters, a rope tied to one sturdy beam and then wrapped around his wrists keeping him aloft. Above his unconscious body drifted the reason no one had yet tried to help him, 6 letters written in yellow smoke spelling out a damning accusation, rapist. The front of Ron's robes were soaked through just below his waist, and at first Harry thought the redhead had wet himself in fear. Then he watched a drop fall from the sodden robe and splash into the dark red puddle directly below the dangling boy. "What is going on here?" bellowed McGonagall as she pushed her way through the crowd. The Scotswoman's hand flew to her mouth when she finally laid eyes on the grisly scene. Her wand flashed out, severing the rope and gently floating Ron to the floor. "Does anyone know anything about this?" she demanded, her gaze shooting from one person to another. Her eyes alighted on Harry, and she asked, "Mr. Potter, do you know when this could have happened?" The students' mutterings grew louder now that they had a potential scapegoat, and Harry was hard-pressed not to snarl as he answered. The last thing he needed was for anyone to connect this to him and his lovers. I don't, he said in a deliberately distant voice. McGonagall's harsh gaze softened, and he continued, he wasn't here for breakfast, and he missed all his classes. I just thought he was having a lie-in. Very well. Quickly vanishing the pooled blood, she levitated Ron's body and turned to the rest of the assembled witnesses. I promise you all, we will get to the bottom of this. For now, however, classes for the rest of the day are cancelled. Please return to your common rooms, food will be provided for you there. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, do you wish to accompany me to the hospital wing? She asked in a quieter voice. Hermione shook her head and buried her face between his shoulder blades, and it was only 14 years of familiarity that let him know her body was not shaking because she was crying. She was hiding the fact that she was snickering. I can't exactly blame her for that. After all, being in BPD by someone slipping her a love potion is her worst fear. After Ron did it to her, again, her being a little more vindictive than usual about his fate is only to be expected. No, Professor, but thank you. I need to get Hermione back to the tower, and Luna will be staying with us if that's all right. The professor nodded, having bigger things on her mind than a lone Ravenclaw slumming it with the lions. Bundling the brunette in his arms so as to continue the charade, he guided both girls down the hallway after the rest of the departing students. After looking around to make sure no one was listening in on them, and even going so far as to use the Magicite charm to check for hidden spies, Luna whispered incredulously, and you thought house elves needed help. It looks like they can take care of themselves just fine all on their own. In hindsight, all I really needed to do was get them angry enough and then point them at their masters, Hermione said as she pulled away from him. She bared her teeth in a vicious mockery of a grin. Dobby really went above and beyond the call of duty this time, though. Remind me to give him something nice. Harry shook his head at his elder partner's attitude, recalling the discussion he had had the previous month with Astoria about how a Patronus represented both the good and bad of a person. Though commonly considered sweet and playful animals, otters could be extremely aggressive if they felt they were threatened. Hermione leading Umbridge into the Forbidden Forest and fully expecting the centaurs to kill her for her insults was when he realized that his beloved bookworm was far more dangerous than she first appeared. You aren't going to let this be the end of it, though, are you? He asked knowingly. She shot him a look. That bastard dosed me with a love potion and was waxing bloody poetic about all the great things that were going to happen now that I was, finally where I belonged. I won't be satisfied until I see him choke on his last breath. You know, my granddaddy had a saying, Luna commented in a seemingly idle fashion. He repeated it every time he saw me fail at some goal I had set myself. There's nothing you can't do with enough motivation, he'd tell me. I'd say our motivation in this regard is more than sufficient. Hermione glanced up from her book when McGonagall entered the common room. All conversation staggered to a halt, everyone watching as the professor made her way across the floor to the couch the trio had claimed. Mr. Potter, could you come with me, please? Professor Dumbledore wishes to speak with you. Let me guess, he returned without looking up, seeming to pay more attention to the essay he was nearly finished with. Hermione, however, knew that every iota of his focus was on the situation at hand, and she was starting to worry. While they were fighting in the future, he had proven that he was at his most dangerous when he was in this state. Our illustrious headmaster is also suffering under the delusion that I had a hand in the attack on Ron. Oh, that is perfect, she thought with a hidden grin. By putting McGonagall on the defensive like this, he's denying any rumors an opportunity to form, not to mention that calling such opinions crazy will keep anyone from publicly committing to them, at least for the moment. Without any evidence, all she can say is, what? The older woman glanced about the room at all the ears eagerly listening in. No, Mr. Potter, not at all. This is something unrelated, as far as I know. Harry nodded and stood, Hermione and Luna leaping to their feet at the same time. The professor blinked in surprise and hesitantly said, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, the headmaster wanted to see Mr. Potter specifically. You two were not invited. But Professor, after that ugliness with Ron, I don't feel safe without Harry next to me, Luna whimpered, putting on her best little girl look as she latched desperately to his arm. Won't you please let me come along? I'll stay out of the way, I promise. Hermione's scared, too. You did not just pull me into this, the eldest of the family thought hotly before turning to McGonagall. I wouldn't say scared, but one of my friends, she nearly spat the word out of her mouth, but barely managed to withhold her disgust and rage, was attacked this morning, and no one has any idea who did it. I can't be sure that the same won't happen to Harry, and Luna too if she's with him. Oh, very well. McGonagall ushered them out through the portrait hole and into the hallway. Taking a deep breath, she said, Mr. Potter, I didn't want to confirm your suspicions inside and risk rumors starting, but the answer to your question is actually, possibly. I know you had nothing to do with this, but Professor Dumbledore did not indicate his own opinions on the matter. That said, I was telling the truth when I said this was about a completely different matter. I'm sure it won't take 5 minutes of your time. I see. Would you be willing to stand with us in case the conversation turns down that road? The Scotswoman jerked at his question, or perhaps the way he had phrased it. I don't know that it would be appropriate. Professor, you are my head of house, not to mention the deputy headmistress. If there is anyone who has the right to sit in on a meeting between a student and the headmaster, it would be you. He paused. Not to mention, the last 2 times I met with Dumbledore, I had to declare blood feud and then defend myself when he accused me of killing Snape. I doubt this meeting will be in a different vein, especially in light of your earlier confession. He thought you murdered Severus. She repeated in disbelief. I wouldn't believe that for a moment. You don't have it in you to kill anyone. You'd be surprised. All 3 of the time travelers had blood on their hands, though Harry and Luna admittedly far more than Hermione. Part of that was that, as their medic, she had spent a greater proportion of the large battles they had fought in a support role, but another part was that she did not possess the same ability to shut her emotions off and act with pure, cold calculation that her lovers did. She expected that Harry spending his early childhood in the care of his abusive family, and Luna going through years of torment by practically everyone with nobody to turn to for help were major causes of their shared talent. She had told them before that she hated seeing them in that state, but no one, especially not they, knew that it was because they honestly scared her. At those times, Hermione could no longer see his innate goodness and nobility or her whimsy and childlike wonder. All that was left were the cold eyes and hard visages of embittered veterans. There was nothing she would love more than for the war to end that day so that she would never again have to see her partners pick up their wands with destruction and death as their purpose. In her introspection, she had been completely oblivious to their continued journey, so she was shocked to find that they had arrived at the stone gargoyle blocking the way to the headmaster's office. The guardian leapt out of their path, though whether it was because they were expected or McGonagall had already given the password, she did not know. The black-haired witch led the charge up the spiral staircase and barged into Dumbledore's room without waiting for an invitation. Why in heaven's name would you think that Mr. Potter was responsible for Severus's death? What? The old man spluttered, unprepared for this line of questioning, and Hermione could not help her smile. Never had she been as fond of McGonagall than at this moment. Whatever are you talking about, Minerva? The Transfiguration professor paused a moment to take a calming breath and explained, when you asked me to bring Mr. Potter here, you said it had to do with where he would stay for the summer holidays. I should have realized you were lying to me then. You never take care of things like this until the last possible minute, but then he told me that you had accused him of murdering Severus when we both know that is absurd. Now I can't help but wonder if you're going to do the same here with this attack. Mr. Potter, there is an implicit understanding that topics spoken of in this room are to be held in confidence, Dumbledore said, turning to the young man in question. Really? Harry asked in sharp tone, one eyebrow raised questioningly. You're seriously going to sit there and blame me because you didn't tell a member of your staff that you suspected one of her students was guilty of murder? Regardless, this is a private conversation, the old man continued as if Harry had not said a word. Minerva, would you please escort Miss Lovegood and Miss Granger back to their respective common rooms? Not a chance. McGonagall nodded in agreement at Hermione's instant rejection. If you think I'm leaving this room after finding out about that, you need to go to Poppy to have your head examined. I don't know what's gotten into you this year, but... Dumbledore slammed his hand on his desk and snapped, Minerva. There is a time and a place for such a conversation, but it is not right now. If you truly think we need to discuss that, we will, but after our current audience is no longer present. The older witch snorted but relented. Thank you. Straightening his obscenely bright orange robes, the headmaster turned his attention to the time travelers. Now, Harry, is there anything you'd like to tell me about how Mr. Weasley found himself hanging from the rafters in the Great Hall earlier this morning? Sure. Everyone stared in shock at his unexpected reply. First, I dearly hope you are putting your full efforts into finding out who did this and how he did it to make sure it doesn't happen again, and second, it would probably be a good idea to investigate the validity of this unknown assailant's claims. It is well known that Ron fancies Hermione, and if these allegations are true, you think Ronald, your friend, is a rapist. Unlike you, I saw the scene firsthand, Harry replied. It wasn't the work of someone acting on hearsay. Whoever staged that scene was angry, no, furious. That implies that our mystery attacker has some kind of evidence linking Ron to a beep. I don't want to believe it, but I am justifiably feeling somewhat cautious. Castration isn't something a normal person does with a clear head. Dumbledore jerked the tiniest amount at the last statement, and Hermione demanded curiously, he was castrated, right? With the location and amount of blood, I can't think of anything else that could have happened. Not exactly, the old man answered slowly. He was not castrated, per se. His manhood was, removed, for lack of a better phrase. I'm sorry, but let me get this straight, Luna interrupted. You're saying that not only was Ronald tied up and hung from the ceiling like a skinned rabbit, he also had his willy whacked off. Really need to do something nice for Dobby soon. When Dumbledore nodded hesitantly, she continued, all right, then. I'm with Harry on this one. Whoever did it was mad, and that means he thinks he was in the right. At the very least, investigating the claim could give you a lead on the culprit if he is indeed guilty or cause the attacker to reveal himself if you find that Ron is innocent. And that is exactly what I'm doing. Dumbledore glanced among the three of them. Harry, where were you this morning before classes? The fat lady informed me that you left the tower earlier than normal. Harry shrugged. I went to Ravenclaw Tower to pick up Luna, several other people were there and can verify. After that, we met with Hermione, snogged a little, worked up an appetite in a manner appropriate for Valentine's Day, here Dumbledore grimaced, and went down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Then we had classes, and of all our professors can testify we were present. I see. Strange that you said did not mention seeing Ronald in all that time considering Miss Granger was observed leaving Gryffindor Tower in his company. That you claim she was a participant in your indiscretions is likewise unusual, the fat lady said. They looked quite besotted with each other. You miserable old bastard, Hermione mentally snarled, glaring at the egotistical manipulator. Was the whole thing with the love potions just a setup to put pressure on us so we'd trip up, or is this you trying to salvage your failed operation? The fat lady obviously needs to stop twisting the facts to make for more titillating stories, then. Dumbledore spun to look at her in surprise. It is well known all over the school that Harry, Luna, and I are romantically involved. I left the tower with Ron, yes, and then we went our separate ways, I to meet with them and he presumably to go to breakfast. That was the last time I saw of him until this afternoon. McGonagall cut in hotly, I'd say that's it, then, Albus. Unless you have any evidence less circumstantial than the word of that vacuous portrait linking them to the attack on Mr. Weasley. Not at this time, no, the old wizard reluctantly allowed. Good. You three, please return to the common room. Should the current lockdown continue to curfew, I will personally escort Miss Lovegood back to her dormitory. Thank you, Professor. Ignoring Dumbledore completely, the trio walked down his stairs, Harry at the lead. Once at the bottom, he commented, that was odd. You mean McGonagall leaping to our defense? Hermione asked. Yes. I've never known her to do that, except, he whispered, except during my career counseling, when Umbridge said I would never be an Auror. Definitely not with Dumbledore, he said at a normal volume. Luna, rather than lower her voice, cast a silencing charm around them. Maybe some of his gilding is finally wearing off in her eyes. Much as she didn't like that he questioned you without telling her about it, that alone shouldn't have caused her to explode at him like she did. No telling what it was, but I have to say that I'm glad she's on our side more than Dumbledore's, Hermione added. Just think how that could have gone should she think you were guilty. Harry nodded. Regardless, we need to make sure we are very careful from here on out, more careful than we have been. He frowned and continued, that'd not leave Dobby in charge of administering punishments anymore. After keying both Luna and Hermione goodnight, despite McGonagall's weighty gaze when the woman came to take the buddy to the Ravenclaw Tower, Harry trudged up the stairs to the fifth-year boys' dorm. His good mood plummeted when he spotted an innocent white box sitting on his bed. "Hey, Neville, any idea who left this here?" "Not a clue," the boy answered. "You weren't the only one, though, all of us had a box just like it. Cream-filled chocolates, homemade I think. They weren't pretty enough to be honeydewcakes." "Good, though. I see." That did not fill him with any confidence, and he eyed the box warily as he sat on the mattress and closed the curtains around himself. Opening the package, he waved his wand and intoned, "Fader Salata." The candies glowed with golden light as Scarpin's Revelaspell went to work, and a second later ghostly writing appeared above them. He grit his teeth as he looked over the ingredients, some of them all too familiar. The last one was the clincher: human hair, added to key the potion's effect to a specific individual. Who should I pass this on to? Not Dobby, certainly, and Winky has turned her terrifying degree of devotion to the Crouches onto us, so, Silencio. Floppy. His newest elf appeared with a pop on his bed and hastily curtsied in her dark green toga. "Master Harry calls. Take this back to the manor, please," he requested, handing her the box. Deciding not to risk another elven vigilante attack, he said, "There's a chance these might have a potion in them, but I want to wait until my owns had a chance to double-check me before anyone does anything." Floppy understands. Does Master Harry want Floppy to give these to Missy Hermy now? She still be's awake. "No, we've had problems enough today. This can wait until tomorrow." The elf nodded and vanished. Alone again, he flopped onto the bed and covered his face with his hand. "Yes, that can wait until tomorrow, all right. And if my own confirms what I saw, I've had enough of love potions for 10 lifetimes. "Well, bugger," Harry muttered as he put down the omnioculars. "Pack it up, loves, this is a no-go." Hermione crept forwards and crouched next to him, the long grass of the hill they were stationed on blocking them from the sight of the people inside the house. So Dobby was right. The Bulstrodes have a couple of other Death Eaters with them. Oh, I'm sure he was right, but there aren't 2 extra people there anymore. There are 7 thanks to all the knots. "That's irritating," Luna commented from behind them. "That it is. I had hoped that after the Carrows misadventure, they'd assume safety in numbers didn't apply here, but it looks like they instead made the right call and decided there simply wasn't enough backup." "So what are we going to do?" the brunette asked. Winky noted the same thing about the Crobs. "What's to say the rest haven't done this, too? We're good, but I don't want to try laying siege to a warded house with 9 combatants lurking around inside." He shook his head. "No, that would just be plain suicidal. Maybe we can attack at night, like we did at the Knots place." "We could," Luna allowed, "but I'd feel better if we had him or Winky do surveillance tonight to make sure they aren't emulating the Carrows and sleeping in shifts. If they are, it'd be just as dangerous to attack at night as in the daylight. Of course, if they aren't, we'd have to use a time turner to go back long enough for us to get a full night's sleep. Either way, there's nothing we can do. Here and now, let's go." Tucking the binoculars back into the pouch on his belt, he spun on his heel and felt himself be squeezed through a too-tight tube before appearing in the refurbished study of Potter Manor. 2 sharp cracks heralded his lover's arrival. He did not bother looking at them at the moment, though, instead focusing his attention on the enlarged map of Britain hung on one wall. Scattered across the landmass were push pins correlating to the location of their future targets, each one connected by red string to a sheaf of paper and parchment tacked on the outer edges of the map. These assorted documents were the results of Dobby and Winky's periods of reconnaissance, the number of people present at their target's location, types of wards, further descriptions and arithmetic analyses of which were later added by Hermione and Luna, internal layouts when the elves could make them out, the residents' weekly schedules, and anything else the trio could think of that they felt could be helpful. Not for the first time, Harry was a little unnerved by just how much research they had done on these people. In addition to burglary and larceny, he was quite sure they had broken a few laws on stalking and invasion of privacy, too. Oh, well, if they didn't want us to spend so much time finding a way to get to them, they shouldn't have engaged in beat, torture, and murder. What goes around, comes around, and all that. His buddy partner sidled up beside him and stared at the map for a moment. I say we just burn them all out. They've nowhere to hide if their houses are ashen ciders. Luna. Hermione. She retorted with a broad grin. Come on, it isn't like we haven't made enough money already. Where are we? 400,000 galleons. Closer to 4, what with emptying their Gringotts accounts and pawning off all their belongings, he admitted. To be honest, they spent more time selling their accumulated possessions than they did procuring them. They had a bad habit of filling their pouches with everything that was not nailed down, and sometimes even a few things that were, and they did not have a reason or the space to keep all of it. With glamours to allow them to visit the same shops multiple times in a row without arousing suspicion, offloading their ill-gotten gains wasn't difficult, per se, but there was just so much of it that they could not drop it all off at one place. They had made it a habit to visit what felt like every pawnbroker in England, Scotland, and Wales, and they still had stockpiles of stolen junk lying around. See, we don't need any more gold, bloody hell, we have enough that we could live off of it for the rest of our lives and still be able to give each of our kids a hefty inheritance. At this point in the game, the rewards are rapidly being outweighed by the risks, Luna concluded. Hermione raised a pair of fingers. 2 things. First, we technically don't have 400,000 in the bank. I converted about 50 grand to cash and had Dad invest it, so we're down a little gold and up a lot of pounds sterling. Second, you'll have a hard time burning the Death Eaters out of their holes. They all have fireproof enchantments on their properties, remember? The buddy paused for a long moment. Oh, right, that would make things more difficult. Though he had kept an eye and ear on the girls back and forth, most of Harry's thoughts involved how to get around this newest hurdle. Suddenly, inspiration struck. That could work. What was that? The brunette asked. What could work where? One way to potentially deal with the more concentrated firepower. Dobby. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby said as he popped into the room. Harry indicated the map. You and Winky did an excellent job getting us all this information. The elf swelled with pride at the praise. But unfortunately, the Death Eaters caught onto our strategy and have moved more people into the houses we haven't hit yet. I need you two to go and get a more recent head count. Take Floppy with you if you need another pair of eyes. Check each property twice a day if you can, noon and dinner, and take note if they change out who's where. We'll look over your results next week. When the elf snapped his fingers and disappeared, Luna asked, Are you going to explain just what all that was about? I thought it was fairly obvious, he replied, a wide smile making its way onto his face. I just recalled that I was made an offer we could take advantage of. By the way, do you still have that book? Thunder rumbled overhead, and Hermione glanced up from her breakfast to again check the sky as seen through the great hall ceiling. All 3 of the trio had herbology that Thursday, Luna for first period, and she and Harry for fourth, and it looked like the storm overhead would not be moving on until after the day's classes were done. She sighed. Drowning on her way to and from the greenhouses was not how she wanted to spend the afternoon. Due to the downpour, most of the owls were hiding in the Ollery rather than work as couriers, so it was a bit of a surprise to see one of the very few flapping over the assembled students' head in her direction. It dropped heavily in front of Luna and shook like a dog to dry itself. Poor thing, who would be so mean as to send you out in this weather? The buddy cooed as she untied the letter the bird was carrying. Tearing the envelope open and reading the letter enclosed, she continued, This had better be, what? That's not, oh, Daddy. What is it? Hermione asked, beginning to worry as her girlfriend's face grew progressively paler. Your dad's not hurt, is he? No, he's fine. The rest of town, though, maybe not so much. Luna nibbled on her lip for a moment before asking, Do you recall the cuttlepuss you two saw this summer? From his place beside her, Harry shuddered. Do you mean the crime against nature and all that's decent in this world that you had trapped in your basement? Hermione winced as the memory threatened to rear its ugly head. The creature, monster, thing was terrifying in the most visceral sense, just so inherently wrong that a brief glance had caused her to have nightmares for 3 nights straight. Yes, that one. Apparently it might have, maybe, possibly, gotten loose. Harry gaped in disbelief, and she was not in much better shape. I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please? I could have sworn you said there's an eldritch abomination running loose around Ottery Street. Catchpole. Yes. What I'd like to know is how the damn thing got out in the first place, he muttered. Luna blushed. Well, according to Daddy, he spent last night visiting an old friend of his who only recently re-entered the country. He didn't come out and say it, but I'm pretty sure he spent the night with her, and when he went back home, he noticed the front door was smashed apart. At first he thought it was Death Eaters, but all the debris was outside our house, and the only other damage on the ground floor was to the trapdoor. All the bear traps we had set up had gone off, and the room we kept the cuttlepuss inside was empty, so now Daddy's trying to figure out where it went and wrote to say that he wouldn't mind me, and you too if you want, going back home for a bit to help. We could do that, right? No offense to you or Zeno, love, but I'm really not seeing a reason we need to take care of this ourselves, Harry commented. Call in the regulation of magical creatures to recapture the thing. That'd be easier than us worrying about it. Ah, yes, well, the youngest of the trio looked down at the table and muttered, we kind of can't do that. And why, pray tell, is that? Luna looked up at her question. Because Josephine Whately, the friend Daddy got the cuttlepuss from in the first place, has been a persona non grata in Britain ever since she was caught arranging the sale of a breeding pair of albino penguins a few years back. If they found out that he's in contact with her and that she's whom it belongs to, they'd label it a dark creature and then arrest him for keeping it. Not that anyone with any sense couldn't tell it's a dark creature all on his own, Harry muttered. How bad would things be if we didn't get involved and it took him a while longer to find the thing? Luna handed Zeno's letter over. Let's see, special wards in place, psychic emanations, night terrors, longer exposure leads to insanity and homicidal mania. His eyes shot up to stare at Luna. And you were keeping it in your house. Daddy knows what he's doing with creature-related wards, and we only learned about what all it could do during the Christmas holidays, the buddy huffed. He turned back to the letter. Carnivorous, predatory, main prey theorized to be humans, because why not, implicated in the disappearance of hikers who entered their territory. No, this thing most certainly needs to be studied and protected. Luna, I know your dad has a problem with the ministry, but in this instance I think they have a very valid point. This Whately woman sounds like a menace, and this thing is way too dangerous to be studying close to a town. Or near any living thing, really. All the more reason for us to take care of it quickly, don't you think? Luna glanced at Harry and Hermione for a few seconds. Please. I know Daddy agreeing to this was a bad idea in hindsight, but that doesn't do anything about the problem we have right now. The eldest of their little family grimaced as she weighed their available options, few of them that there were. How long is it supposed to take for the cuttlepuss to start having an effect on people nearby? We didn't test that, and according to Daddy, Whately was less than entirely forthcoming on that point. Luna shrugged weakly. Maybe a couple of days for the effects to start, a week before everyone starts hacking away at each other. And of course there'd be some hard time limit, Harry muttered. I'm going to help Daddy anyway, but would you two please come, too? Hermione looked up again at the sky. I suppose it'd be dry, at least. That's some benefit. Well, this is cheery, Harry muttered darkly as he and his lovers walked side by side through the path of broken limbs and crushed bushes that ran through the woods next to the little hamlet of Ottery Street. Catchpole. Classes at Hogwarts were boring, no mistake about that, but he would much rather sit in the castle being lectured about spells he already knew than traipse around a dark forest hunting some lethal monstrosity. Why does your dad need help if the cuttlepuss leaves tracks this wide? Luna shrugged. That is a very good question. With a very bad answer, came a voice from behind them. They leapt and whirled around, coming face to face with the very man they had been searching for. Why are we stopping? Come along. They shared unamused glances and followed the wizard in his tie-dyed robes as he led them to a small clearing. In the middle was a puddle of green goo, still glowing faintly. This is as far as I could manage to track it. If you look, he pointed to a number of wide trails running away from them, you can see why things got more difficult. I'm not sure which path the cuttlepuss took, or if it took. None or all of them. What do you mean, all of them? Hermione demanded. Zeno gestured again. None of these paths are as wide as the one we just walked down. Josephine mentioned to me that there was some debate over how a creature without noticeable organs would be capable of reproduction, and the idea that it could split apart into multiple entities that would then be capable of further growth cannot be ruled out. So there could now be lots of nightmare-inducing terrors running around. Harry summed up. Fantastic. Oh, I quite agree. A most fascinating species, Zeno said with a nod, totally oblivious to the sarcasm dripping from the time traveler's words. Unfortunately, it would just be unneighborly to let the cuttlepuses, Cuddlepie, prey on the muggles in town. Luna, did you bring your broom like I asked you? Suiting words to actions, he unshrunk a broom he pulled from his pocket and looked at her expectantly. Daddy, you know I don't own one. She removed a thin object from her own pocket and enlarged it into Harry's firebolt. So you should be very glad that my boyfriend doesn't mind me riding his broomstick whenever I want. The eccentric wizard nodded. Just so long as you're staying safe. Of course, Daddy. I talked with Madame Pomfrey, and she made sure I knew the appropriate charms. She doesn't like it when people come to her after a tumble because they weren't thinking ahead. Why, she told me one girl didn't listen to her and suffered the same accident 3 times before finally deciding to use protection. Most unfortunate, Zeno agreed before sighing wistfully. Oh, if only your mother were still alive. She would have made sure you knew everything she could teach you on the subject. Why, there was nothing she loved more than spending a lazy Sunday afternoon riding my broom. For some reason, I don't think they're talking about flying anymore. Harry coughed to regain the Lovegood's attention. While that information is good to know, we really should be getting on with the search, don't you think? Good point, Harry. Yes, we should. I'll take the path that leads towards town, Zeno said, pointing out the route in question. As the one who knows most about the cuttlepus, I'm the best equipped to deal with it should it go after other people. Luna showed you both the basement, yes. Harry and Hermione nodded. I took the portkey wards down for the day, so when you find it, just tag it with one and send it back home. Zeno, why would you think we know how to make portkeys? The brunette asked. All 3 of the time travelers did know, of course, but that was something they wanted to keep secret. Portkey creation was highly regulated by the Ministry, which was not a great surprise. Considering how seriously they took allegations that Dumbledore was building an army of underaged and undertrained wizards and witches with which to lay siege to the government, the idea that someone could move a force of dozens or even hundreds without any warning would be absolutely terrifying. All it would take was a single mole gaining access to a secure location, like, say, the minister's office, for an insurgent group to take full control. Which, now that I think about it, could be exactly how Voldemort took over during the Second War. Scrimgeour wouldn't have time to react if his enemy just suddenly appeared in front of him and hit him with a spell. The Lovegood patriarch blinked at Hermione's question. Well, I figured it was a safe assumption considering that you've done it before. Don't worry about a thing, as long as you do the same thing that you did last time, you'll be just fine. Without waiting for her reply, he leapt onto his broom and took to the skies. Hermione, in turn, looked at Luna. I know you love your dad, but there are times I have to wonder if he's all there. I know. He occasionally has trouble remembering what's when and when's where. He thinks it was due to dating a nymph when he was 20. Throwing one leg over the firebolt, she asked, well, aren't you coming? Sure, give us a minute, the elder of his girlfriends answered with a grimace. Harry had to bite back a laugh at that. Not everyone necessarily enjoyed his or her animagus form, and Hermione was most definitely a member of that group. She only transformed when she absolutely had to, and never stayed in her other shape for longer than it took to complete whatever task she set for herself. With a thought, his bones twisted and his flesh compressed as he assumed the guise of a peregrine falcon, and he turned to watch the end of her significantly slower shift. A few seconds later, where there once had been a woman in a 16-year-old body now stood an adult little owl. Only 9 inches tall and with a brown and white color scheme, she furrowed her eyebrows at him before puffing up at his no doubt amused gaze. He screeched gently at her and took wing. She hesitantly joined him in the air a few moments later. Someone who was afraid of heights having an avian animagus form was a bit of a waste, he had always thought, but the other connections Luna had noted more than made up for it. Both birds perched on the tip of the broomstick, and the buddy pointed at 2 of the remaining trails. Harry, you take the path on the left, Hermione, you on the right, and I'll go the middle route. If you find a cuttlepus, change back and let me know via your earrings, okay? They bobbed their heads and took off. How in the world am I supposed to find one of these things if it's hiding? Harry wondered after nearly 3 hours spent searching the forest. He was not soaring over the trees, which would have been easier, Falcons did not actively fly nearly as much as they glided, taking advantage of thermal updrafts to keep them aloft. Unfortunately, that would have forced him to peer through the canopy from a couple of 100 meters up, and though that was normally sufficient for noticing the movement of prey, he was doubtful that he could spot a motionless abomination with that method. That meant he was forced to expend a large amount of energy flapping around tree trunks as he stayed only a half dozen meters off the ground. Close enough to spot the monstrosity, far enough away to, hopefully, be out of its reach. He was seriously contemplating taking a quick break to catch a squirrel or rabbit. It would not be the first time he had had to hunt in the middle of a search to regain lost energy, and woodland animals would taste infinitely better than the rats in London, when a phosphorescent glow to his right caught his attention. Swerving towards the light, he was shocked when the cuttlepuss came into sight. Rather than the tree-like shape it had previously been in, it was now something not too dissimilar to a gigantic slug, albeit one still made of twisted bones and covered in slime. Corrosive slime, he amended as he saw the thin trails of smoke wafting up from the ground and the leaves and twigs on the forest floor wither away to nothing. I would not want to be caught by this thing. Flapping to a sturdy tree branch, he reverted to his human form. Luna Lovegood. Reading you loud and clear, darling. Did you find a cuttlepuss, or did you just need to hear the dulcet tones of my voice? Please remember that I've heard both you and Hermione singing, or at least trying to. It's not Umbridge bad, but you still sent Crookshanks fleeing like the kitty Grim Reaper was on his tail. Did you find the damn thing or not? He grinned at her frustrated tone. Luna was exceptionally good at sidestepping barbs, making poking fun at her less than entertaining, but the rare times he or Hermione could tag her always made him happy. She'd get him back, he knew, but that just made their game all the more fun. Yeah, I'm looking right at it. Turns out it actually looked better as a tree thing, hard as that is to believe. I wouldn't know, I'm still looking for mine. Daddy's helping since he spotted his a bit ago. Where was it? It hadn't gotten into the town, had it? He asked worriedly. Not that he could tell, she answered. Oh, there it is. Hermione already got hers a couple of minutes ago, so catch yours and head on to the house. Do you want to spin back a few hours or go straight back to Hogwarts? He narrowed his eyes at that question. Luna had placed just slightly more emphasis on the second option. That's right, you have herbology this morning, don't you? I'm quite sure you're mistaken. Considering the heat we still have on us from Ron's little surgery, it'd be best if we portrayed ourselves as model students for a while, he said with a smile. Indeed, the redhead had not been in the best of spirits when he finally returned from a week in St. Mungo's. While Harry was sure the healers had patched him up as best as they could, and with magic that was pretty well, someone who would remain nameless but had a planet-sized grudge against the little shit had revealed to Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, the gossip queens of Hogwarts, just what damage was done to the boy. The whole school had known by lunchtime the next day. That means not missing a class inexplicably. Damn it. Damn Dumbledore, damn Ron, damn Voldemort. All this because you want to skip herbology? He asked incredulously. Yes. Okay, that was a bit more vehement than I expected. Harry shook his head in surprise before noticing that the cuttlepuss was oozing away from him. Summoning a rock and visualizing the Lovegood's basement, he incanted Portus, and banished it at the fleeing abomination. As soon as the stone hit it, it let out a monstrous scream before vanishing as if it had never been. He shivered at the lingering echo of the scream before commenting, Luna, if your dad loses this creature again, I'm going to burn the blasted thing to ash. If he loses it again, I just might help you do that. Mr. Potter, thank you for making it to this meeting. I do apologize for cutting into your class time. Harry waved away McGonagall's apology. Not a problem, Professor. I am less enthusiastic about divination now than I was as a third year, so an excuse to skip it was quite welcome. The witch nodded in understanding and waved the door closed. Her distaste for divination as a subject was well known. He could not help but smile as he compared this career counseling session with the last. Thanks to the compulsion he had placed on Umbridge in January, she was quite useless outside of her classroom, which alongside her not taking over for Dumbledore in this timestream meant she could not squeeze her way into the meeting and throw out sycophantic comments while vowing that he would never become an Auror. Speaking of which, I really need to remove those spells at some point. Just because she doesn't know what's caused them doesn't mean someone else wouldn't. Then again, it's already late April and she still hasn't seen anyone about them, so I doubt I need to worry about it just yet. Now, this meeting is to talk over any career ideas you might have and to help you decide which subjects you should continue into 6th and 7th years, the Scotswoman said from behind her desk. Have you any thoughts about what you would like to do after you leave Hogwarts? He opened his mouth to respond, and then closed it as he actually considered the question. You know, there isn't much I really want to do, at least not that I would admit to her. Professional burglar isn't exactly a job that Hogwarts staff could condone even if they wanted to. And in all honesty, the only job I really care about, the same one I was more or less planning for before the Third War kicked off, is being a stay-at-home dad. Hermione was going to be a healer, and Luna was about through with her spellcrafter apprenticeship, so along with the rest of my family's money it wasn't like we were hurting for gold. That's doubly true this go-round thanks to all the money we stole from the Death Eaters. Is there anything else I could possibly see myself doing with my life? Mr. Potter. Sorry, Professor, he answered, stirring himself from his introspection. Your question caught me off guard. What I want to do after graduating isn't something I've spent a lot of time considering. She sighed and pulled a sheet of parchment in front of her. While that's disappointing to hear, I can't say I'm really surprised. This is probably the first, normal, year you've had here since you started. No possessed professors after immortality, no giant venomous snakes, no escaped mass murderers and soul-beeping demons, no deadly tournament. He nodded. Yes, normal took a bit of getting used to. Indeed, she replied, her lips pursed. Glancing at the parchment, she commented, now, Professor Lupin commented that you had great aptitude in defense against the dark arts, and your scores in that class have been consistently high with the exception of this year, though I think we both know that that is due to, shall we say, unexpected circumstances. Perhaps you would enjoy working in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Speaking confidentially, Moody and Tonks both had very good things to say about you following your stay at headquarters this Christmas. He smiled to himself. The idea of joining the Aurors and at the same time continuing their thievery did have a certain amusing irony to it. Even better would be if he was placed in charge of his own manhunt. Nevertheless, Professor, I've already spent the last 4 years fighting dark wizards. That isn't something I want to do any more than I absolutely have to. McGonagall winced the slightest amount at that retort. Obviously she had not looked at her suggestion from that point of view. I see. Professor Slughorn has praised your potions talent multiple times, but he also said that it was not a subject you enjoyed. He nodded, and she gave him a knowing gaze. Well, then, what about teaching? What? He demanded sharply. Mr. Potter, I do have eyes. When someone like Mr. Longbottom, who his entire time at this school has had significant problems with spell casting, steadily improves over a span of months until he is in the top quarter of his class, I naturally take a look to see what has changed. Imagine my surprise when, after following the pair of you in my animagus form and under a disillusionment charm, I discovered that you, along with Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood, were tutoring 5 students in defense, and doing it exceptionally well. She laughed at his shocked expression. It was a good thing I changed so no one would notice my form wavering as I moved around. You 3 were very thorough in making sure you would not be discovered. Mad Eye would have approved of your paranoia. Damn it, we never checked for animagi hiding in the room. Hominum Revelio works just fine on people, but she was a cat at the time. There was no way that spell would expose her. How long have you known? He finally asked. She shrugged. 2 months. It was just after that I added you to the group of students I asked to assist when others are struggling with a spell. I wanted to see if your ability to teach could extend to transfiguration, as well. I was quite happy when it did. There was not much he could say to that, really. In the old timeline, none of the professors had said anything to him about him teaching, and the idea had never entered his mind on its own. He had been too focused on qualifying to be an Auror to consider anything else, at least until his inevitable burnout following the Second War. After that, he had just been enjoying his relationship with his girls until the Third War broke out. Would I enjoy teaching? Actually leading the DA last time was fun, and this time even more so, though some of that is, or rather was, knowing that we were pulling it off without the risk of anyone else finding out about it. I doubt I'd do defense, Too many chances for someone to use what I taught to bully someone else, but I did fall in love with charms after we graduated. Eventually finding his voice, he said softly, I must admit that teaching is something I had never considered. Is there any way we can reschedule the rest of this meeting? I need some time to think on this. Of course, Mr. Potter, my door is always open. He nodded and rose from the chair. Halfway to the door, she added, but just in case you were curious, the requirement for teaching a subject at Hogwarts is having a mastery in that particular field, though some of the other schools in this country will accept an O in the relevant newt. Looking at your marks throughout your time here, I expect you would find attaining a mastery in defense, charms, or potentially transfiguration to be a challenging but rewarding experience. He twisted around to look back at the professor's smile. Do consider it, Mr. Potter. We always need good teachers. Glancing again at the note that had been waiting on her bedside table when she woke that morning, Luna turned to the portrait of 4 haughty witches playing bridge that hung just down the corridor from the Ravenclaw common room. Could one of you please tell Professor Flitwick that Luna Lovegood is here? He's expecting me. One of the women huffed silently and disappeared beyond the frame, and a moment later the portrait swung open to allow her entry. Miss Lovegood, come in, the quarter goblin said, waving to the chair in front of his desk, coincidentally the only item in the room that was sized for a normal human rather than his significantly shorter frame. I'm sure you're confused about why I asked to see you this morning. It was something I wondered about, yes. Well, quite simply it relates to a surprise I received last evening. The proctors from the Wizarding Examination Authority are scheduled to arrive here in a couple of days, but before they did, they wanted my opinion on something. He pulled a sheet of parchment out from the middle of a small stack and slid it across the desktop to her. Do you recognize this, perchance? A quick glance was all she needed to know what it said. I do indeed, Professor. It's the letter I wrote them requesting to be allowed to take the owls next week with the 5th years. I'm actually rather curious about why they decided to forward it to you, she continued with a raised eyebrow. Miss Lovegood, it is not a common occurrence that a student from a lower class asks to take the owl exams a year early, and even rarer is it that said student is truly ready, Flitwick answered shortly. He shook his head. When they sent it to me, I thought it was one of your housemates playing an ill-planned joke on you. Now, I'm not unaware that you are currently at the top of your year, and in every subject to boot, he added with a bright grin, but that does not mean that you are necessarily prepared for this. You can only take the owls once, and scoring poorly on them because you overreached would drastically reduce the opportunities a smart girl like yourself can expect once she graduates. The buddy could not withhold her smile upon hearing that. Her experience with her head of house had been practically non-existent in the first time stream. In fact, she could not recall him even being in the tower more than a handful of times each year, leaving the house in the hands of the prefects. She had started this year expecting it to be the same, even after making sure her housemates knew she was no longer someone to be trifled with, but her putting Chong, Edgecombe, and Desford in their places had instead caused him to sit up and take notice of exactly what was going on in his house. Ever since then, he had been much more attentive, approachable, to her and the other ravens. This meeting was just one example of how he had changed over the preceding 9 months. Had she not shaken things up, he probably would not have asked her what she was thinking, merely thrown her request in the rubbish bin and gone on his merry way. Or at least the old Flitwick would have, she reminded herself. It was hard, sometimes, to remember that she could not definitively conclude whether people's reactions to her this year was due to her and her lovers changing things right and left or them being slightly different from the people she had known in the former timeline. Redirecting her mind from its meandering musings, she nodded at the little man. I am fully aware of what should happen should I fail these exams, Professor. However, I have spent the past year practicing extensively with Harry and Hermione, even if what we're practicing isn't just owl-level magic, and they both assure me that I am more than ready to take them. She cocked her head. If I am capable of excelling, should I not do so? Or would I be better served pretending to be ashamed of my hard-earned skills? Miss Lovegood, I would never tell one of my students not to hold themselves to their highest standards, he replied in a sharp tone, though his voice softened as he continued, but the fact remains that looking after your best interests sometimes means keeping you from flying too high lest you lose your wings. So your response to my request is a no, then. I'm afraid so, the professor answered with a nod. You know, I can't exactly fault him for taking this position, Luna thought to herself. After all, he was completely unaware that she was actually 25 and not the 15-year-old that she appeared to be. If that were the case, he would have a valid point that she would almost certainly not be ready to take the exams. That he was taking the time to explain his reasoning, and even more that said reasoning was, at least on the surface, built upon his concern for her future prospects, was an encouraging thought. If only he could have been like this when I actually was a student, a caring Flitwick would have made my time here far more enjoyable. That's too bad. After a moment, she shrugged her shoulders. Oh, well, I suppose I'll just have to take them this summer, instead. Sorry about wasting your time, Professor. She moved to stand from the chair, but Flitwick's spluttering caused her to stop. What are you talking about, Miss Lovegood? Oh, I thought it was fairly obvious, the buddy answered airily. If I can't take the exams here, that just means I will need to reschedule them after school's dismissed. All it will take at that point is permission from my father, which he's already assured me he would give. I wanted to sit the owls here with the 5th years purely because it would be less of a hassle for everyone involved. You are truly this determined to take these exams a year early? Asked the wizard, and then he sighed at her nod. And nothing I say will convince you otherwise. I'm afraid not, Professor. I am not being separated from my lovers because the 3 months between my birthday and Harry's means I was placed in the class below theirs. Once someone has her owl scores, she is no longer required to attend school, and while the 3 of us have not read through the entire library, I'll be damned if I'm going to be forced to stay here for another year without them, or worse, force them to stick around and be bored for the same period. Besides, I've already taken these tests once before. If I can't breeze through them now, I have a major problem on my hands. Flitwick dropped his head for a few moments before sighing again. If you are dead set on doing this, I suppose I may as well help. I certainly can't think of a way to stop you. Pulling another form from the same stack as her letter and dipping his quill in an inkwell, he raised his eyes to meet hers. That said, I truly hope you're as prepared as you think you are. I don't know how I could possibly help should you not be. I thank you for your concern, Professor, but there's nothing to worry about, Luna said with a sweet smile. I promise you that I am more than ready. Amelia hummed a faint tune as she stepped into her office. Being the head of the DMLE was often a stressful and thankless job, but that did not mean that there could be no good days. Considering that just the previous night had seen the MLEP boys bringing in the wizard who had been burgling young witches' houses and the hit wizards arresting a contract killer suspected of the murder of a family of 4 in Ramsgate, she had a good reason to be happy this morning. Her jovial mood died as she stepped around her desk to set her purse down and her eyes fell on a book sitting on her desk. That's strange. I know I didn't put that there when I left last night. She was extremely cautious about her office security. Whenever she finished for the day, she laid a stone-touch charm on her desk and filing cabinet to temporarily paralyze anyone or anything that came in contact with the furniture. It had only taken 2 days for the elves kept by the ministry to learn to clean the room when she stepped out for lunch rather than wait until after the workday. She was therefore understandably curious and suspicious about who had managed to sneak this book in. Fater periculum, she intoned, aiming the jet of blue-white light at the black cover. The strange book glowed a healthy green, signifying that there were no dangerous spells or potions present, but she still flicked her wand to open it rather than reach out with her hand. In a past or present Auror's life, there was no such thing as being too careful. Disabling the charms and then leaning over to look at the text within, she quickly forgot her caution. The book was organized like an accountant's ledger, each page broken up into sections that detailed names, amounts, and reasons for what she could only guess was every bribe Fudge had accepted throughout his entire career in the ministry. Flipping further in, she was shocked at the sheer amount of information, as well as the prices the former minister had charged for his services. The more recent entries had another surprise, however. Scattered throughout were records that had been charmed a bright sunshine yellow, as well as a few where the name alone had been blackened to illegibility with a thick line. Did the person who left this try to edit out his own name so I couldn't catch him, she wondered. She picked the book up to show to Scrimgeour. Many of the names listed were people influential enough or violent enough. She would only feel confident arresting if she sent a full team of Aurors to their locations, when a sealed red envelope slipped out and fell back onto the desk. Before she could draw her wand to silence it, the howler opened itself, and a familiar metallic voice echoed in her office. "Good morning, Madam Bones, Mr. Fox said, thankfully quiet enough that it did not risk bursting her eardrums, and she took the opportunity to shoot a spell at the door to close and lock it. When last we spoke, you asked me to get in touch with my sources and see if they would allow me to share the information I had about how I was able to prove that all my targets were Death Eaters or supporters of the same. Unfortunately, that request was denied, but as someone reminded me recently, there is more than one way to skin an easel. On your desk, you have found a book filled with names and bribes. I borrowed this from our illustrious ex-minister. Say what you will about his fortitude and drive, but he truly is a meticulous note-taker. To make things easier for you, all the entries that have been highlighted belong to Death Eaters whose properties I have yet to rob." Amelia's smile returned at those words, and it shone even brighter than it had before. It was not proof that they were terrorists, but it would allow her to legally bring them in for questioning. If they happened to be handcuffed to a chair that was charmed to compel anyone sitting in it to tell the truth, they could certainly get some useful information out of the interrogations. It might even, if she were very lucky, get her approval to use Veritaserum on a few of them, whereupon carefully planned questions could give her enough information to implicate others who were otherwise politically untouchable. However, things are not quite as simple as they once were, the Master Thief continued. Possibly due in part to my recent activities, the Death Eaters whose houses are no longer secure have moved into the homes that I have not entered. Stuck to the back cover you will find a list. Amelia turned to the last page and found a folded sheet of parchment exactly where he had described, that describes who has taken refuge with whom. I felt it would greatly sour our working relationship if my information led your men to try barging into a house only to find 11 genocidal bigots rather than the 2 they expected. Now, there is one individual whose name I have redacted. I am sure that you will only need a minute or two to figure out who this person is. My reasons for removing this information were twofold. First, I bear this wizard a personal grudge and so do not want to pass up an opportunity to strip his house down to the bedrock. She rolled her eyes at that, though she supposed she should be glad that Mr. Fox was at least being honest about his intentions. Second, this person is hosting someone far more important than a few of his old war buddies. Do you recall that I mentioned believing the Death Eater's master had indeed returned? I now have incontrovertible proof that you know who does walk the earth once more. Her mouth thinned to a grim line. Of all the worst-case scenarios. This is not meant as a slight to your Aurors. I was rather impressed with most of those you brought with you to our last meeting, but my information indicates that they are not really trained to sneak in and assassinate a Dark Lord in his own throne room. My own particular skills, however, are far more suited to this task. I can handle you know who, you just need to keep him from calling in additional minions to back him up. I will be attacking his stronghold at 8 in the morning on June 12, which leaves you with more than 2 weeks to prepare your men for their part of the job. Though our prior discussion was brief, you struck me as a fair and honorable witch, Madam Bones. Do not make me regret trusting you. The howler burst into sudden flame and reduced itself to ash, leaving Amelia standing there in shock. A thief, even a powerful thief, going after Voldemort on his own. That wasn't courage, that was suicide. She almost tore the book in two as she opened it and flipped through the pages, searching for hints toward the identity of the unnamed Death Eater described within. Her movements slowed, however, as his voice played again in her mind. Do not make me regret trusting you. They are not really trained to sneak in and assassinate a Dark Lord. He had said he trusted her, but could she afford to trust him? No one had managed to do more than scratch Voldemort during the war, and Mr. Fox was claiming that he could slip inside and kill him. It was preposterous on many levels, and yet, he's not just an idiot with more power than is good for him. All of his robberies were not done by overwhelming everyone and everything that got in his way. With how he was able to break in while the owners were gone, he had to have spent a great deal of time surveilling them and planning the perfect time to strike, not to mention how he took out the portraits. Not just strength, but intelligence and skill as well. If he's not going to fight Voldemort head-to-head, he might actually be able to pull his part of the plan off. And even if he fails, at least he'll be drawing the heat away from my men, the cynical part of her could not help but throw in. Harry only flicked his eyes to the side when Luna, clad in her black bodysuit and blue mask, apparated beside him. "Everything's set up." "That's good," he replied, returning his gaze to the house and bringing the omnioculars back to his face. "Now let's just hope it works." "Oh, I have no doubt that it will work. The issue is, will it work too well? What are the criteria for working too well, in this situation, anyway?" Hermione asked from behind the pair. Though he did not look back, he knew she was sorting through the ward picks they had brought, some of them made specifically for today's mission. They now had a pick for each ward defending Malfoy Manor, which would not only dramatically reduce the amount of time needed to overload the wardstone but also do so without the flashes of light that were part and parcel of shattering the ward scheme. The less forewarning the Death Eaters inside had, the better. Luna shrugged. "I'd say as long as we don't get killed, it's not too much. If that's our working definition, I'm not sure we're as prepared for this as we should be." "Well, it isn't like we can back out now and try again," Harry reminded them. Dobby said Madame Bones was mobilizing the Aurors and hid wizards, and since that was 15 minutes ago and they still haven't shown up here, we can safely assume that she's on board with our plan. We are not going to fall through on our side. Yellow. Yes, red. He pocketed the omnioculars as well as the watch placed on the grass in front of him and stood. "It's 8 on the dot, time to get this show on the road. Bring down the wards." "On it." Hermione stepped up to the line he had carved in the ground to delineate where the wards extended. Taking each pick in turn, she swiped in front of her a few times before moving on to the next. It was only thanks to the magicite charm he had applied to his mask that Harry could see the wards, depicted as thin sheets of color, disappear one by one until there was nothing between them and the mansion but empty air. "Your turn, Blue. Send in the surprise to soften them up a bit." One surprise, coming right up. She pulled a palm-sized mirror from one of her pouches and chanted, "Ia, Ia, Cthulhu Fhtagn." A second later, the screaming started. Luna, what the hell was that?" Hermione asked nervously, her fear causing her to forget to use their code names. The buddy shrugged and winced when a particularly loud shriek came from inside the house. "I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something I'd say by accident." "I believe you succeeded in that goal admirably," Harry said with a small nod. "Just never do it again." They waited for a full 2 minutes, wincing with each fresh wail and scream. Their vigil was interrupted when the mirror in Luna's hand relayed a loud crunch and was silent. The girl shook it a couple of times before looking to him and Hermione. "Well, that's probably not good. What now? You remember how you said you wanted to make sure we could get it back out when we were ready to storm the gates?" The youngest of the trio asked her girlfriend. "I thought the best way to do that was to make sure the other mirror was placed right next to the portkey. Apparently, though, it's not anymore." Harry sighed. "So, long story short, we just portkeyed in a human-eating eldritch abomination and can't send it back to your house unless we go in and yell the return phrase in person." "Yes. Wonderful. And the worst part, I can't even blame her for this. It was all my idea." Not for the first time since he had come up with this plan, he regretted bringing it up with his lovers. Yes, sending the Cuddlepus in ahead of them to soften the Death Eaters up, that was, rend them limb from limb so that all the time travelers had to do afterwards was put the terrorists out of their misery, was certainly an effective plan, but that apparently did not mean that it was necessarily a good one. "I guess I'm the one who has to go in and send it back to the Rook, then, aren't I?" Hermione gulped loudly. "Well, we could always let it finish them all off first and just not rob the house. But then how are we going to get it back out? Or do you really want it sitting around, breeding?" A loud explosion erupted from the manor, destroying large chunks of the walls and scattering brick over a 50-yard span. Almost echoing the blast, 1,000 inhuman voices shrieking in anger and pain rent the sky for a long moment before blessed silence returned. Harry drew his wand and spun on one heel, shouting the instant before he disapparated, "Go, go." He reappeared in the midst of the devastation, smoke cutting his visibility down to only a few feet, and he did not wait a moment before aiming his acacia focus at one staggering Death Eater. "Compulso!" he screamed, diving to the floor and rolling away from a Cruciatus curse thrown at him seemingly reflexively. The compulsion charm he had cast on the other man immediately set to work, and the terrorist turned on his fellows and quickly unleashed 3 jets of pale green light. In most combat situations, Harry did not have time to think of an elaborate compulsion like those he had been able to inflict on Umbridge, but kill the other Death Eaters was simple enough. His patsies generally did not last long. His current puppet was just that moment falling to the ground, several curses ending the wizard's life, but when all he needed were disposable soldiers, this strategy worked perfectly. 2 more cracks signified the girls appearing, and they sprinted to cover, flinging spells of their own as they slid through the wide pools of blood and slime on the floor. Hermione's reductor curse hit someone from the splattering sound that followed, and a number of multicolored spells shot from Luna's wand into the lingering dust, though whether they were effective he was unsure. A volley of killing curses flying at them in response proved that there were at least a few enemies still standing. Using his ritual-enhanced power to his advantage, Harry rose from behind the chunk of wall he was using as cover and flung his arm in a wide arc at what should have been waist height. Diffindo. His spell lashed out in a pale red crescent, slicing through the smoke and the Death Eaters hidden inside it. A few more unforgivables flew his way, but after a silent repetition of the spell, there was nothing. Ventus, Hermione muttered from the other side of the hallway, and a brisk wind sprung up from nowhere to blow away the smoke. Their vision now unimpeded, the trio could see the fallen before them, what few were not already dead well on their way. Standing from their crouched positions, they walked through the killing ground, unmasking the dead as they went. One Death Eater, body sliced in half at the waist, was revealed to be Narcissa Malfoy, and a quick search of the rest of the remains eventually had the oldest of the thieves hesitantly levitating over to them the half of a face and some blonde locks that were all that was left of Lucius. She dropped it with a shudder and said, "Let's deal with Voldemort and get out of here." Harry nodded. "Yes, let's finish this. And this time, there will be no coming back for him." Their path through the rest of the manor was almost too quiet. Clearly their use of the cuttlepuss to attract all the Death Eaters to one spot had been successful. Walking down the stairs to the manor's basement, the same place Voldemort had been holed up in the previous timestream, he held up a fist to tell the girls to stop. "Are you two ready?" They looked to each other for a moment before turning back to him. "We're ready," Luna answered. "Blasting curses on 3, he said, aiming his wand at the door. In his peripheral vision, he could see the girls' wands over either shoulder. 1, 2, 3, Confringo. The yellow spells crashed into the door, shredding it and hurling the fragments into the room. At the other end, several chunks of debris bounced off a shield, and the incantation for the bone-breaking hex was already on the tip of his tongue when Harry noticed just who it was who had cast the shield charm. It was not Voldemort, as he expected. It was not a Death Eater, either. Instead, a man in a black leather bodysuit and a red fox mask lowered his wand. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," Hermione muttered from his right as she took in the wizard's 2 companions, each dressed the same as the man except for their yellow and blue masks. Those attires were extremely familiar. After all, the trio were just that moment wearing the exact same thing. The Luna at the other side of the room waved them closer from where she was sitting on the floor. "Thank goodness you're here. We were getting tired of waiting." "Sorry we took so long," present Luna replied in an all too chipper voice. She nodded at the table their future selves sat around, the cards and chips indicating that they had interrupted their other version's blackjack game. "At least you weren't too bored." "Who's winning?" "Hermione, of course. She's cheating, like she always does," answered future Harry. "I do not. Just because Vegas casinos don't allow card counting does not mean that it's cheating, just that it loses the money. And that's also why we don't play this game with you too often," present Harry retorted, getting nods from the future him and both Lunas. "I have to ask, though, where'd you stash Voldemort?" Future Luna snickered and waved her wand at the wooden table, and it transformed back into the unconscious Dark Lord. "We figured we could at least get some use out of him. Anyway, we better head out. We need clean this place out and turn back time again if we want to be at Hogwarts for breakfast and an alibi. Toodles." With a series of loud cracks, the 3 thieves and their prisoner vanished, the cards and chips falling to the ground. Hermione sighed and vanished the detritus. "Harry, why do we always have to clean up after you?" "Hardy har har." He shook his head. "Dobby, we need a time turner, please." The little golden hourglass appeared in front of them, and he wasted no time in picking it up and stretching the chain until it went around the 3 of them. He flipped the glass once, colors swirling around them in an unruly storm before solidifying again. 5 feet away, Voldemort looked up from his seat on his throne and barely had the time to widen his eyes in surprise before their simultaneous stunners smashed into him. Hermione stepped closer and looked down at the slumped wizard. This really should not have been this easy. Shish. Don't jinx us now, Luna hissed. No, seriously. This should have been a lot harder. I mean, coming back in time to take him out I can understand, but the only reason that plan actually worked was because we had already done it. We're talking about a self-sustained causality loop, which is supposed to be impossible. It opens the door for all kinds of paradoxes. Both of you, please be quiet, Harry begged as he rubbed his temples in a futile attempt to stave off the headache building behind his eyes. I bloody hate time travel. They were silent for a long moment before the buddy asked, so, what are we going to do with him now? I have no clue. Harry. Beats me. He paused as a wonderful, terrible idea unfolded in his mind. Oh, that could work. What? Smiling viciously behind his mask, he explained the plan to them, and Luna shook her head once he was finished. Oh, Harry. That's just cruel. She laughed. I like it. Tonks took her position beside Shacklebolt as the large wizard stopped and aimed his wand. Salutator, he intoned, a spark of bright white leaping from the tip of his wand and making the large dome of the Bulstrode's wards flash. The squad of Aurors, half a dozen strong even if 4 of them were disillusioned, waited impatiently until the head of the household exited his front door and trudged over to them. Marcus Bulstrode was a large man, both tall and broad, and as he approached, Tonks could not help but wonder if he perhaps had troll or giant blood in him. It would certainly explain why the top of even Shaq's head did not reach the level of the man's shoulders. Looking down at them with disdain, Bulstrode grunted, "What does the DMLE want with me now?" "We actually came to ask for your help," the senior Auror replied calmly. "You've heard about this fox thief, who's been going around and robbing large manors, I take it." Bulstrode nodded, an angry sneer growing on his face. "Well, we've been tracking him down for a few months now, and we wondered if you'd heard anything that could possibly be of use to our investigation." "Maybe I have," the large wizard answered slowly. "Just the other day, in F.A. Tonks huffed loudly, interrupting Bulstrode. "Do you think we could maybe take this inside? It's rude to talk to your guests on the lawn, you know." "Or Tonks." Shacklebolt barked. "What? It's hot out here." Fine, you can come in," the other wizard growled, turning away to return to the house. "Give me a second to let you through." Once Bulstrode was out of earshot, the African wizard gave her an amused glance from the corner of his eye. "Not bad. Hey, when I was a kid my mum forced me to learn all the purebloods, rules of hospitality. Said I'd never know when I'd need them. If she hears about this, she's never gonna let me live it down." The grass rustled as the other 4 Aurors stepped to their sides, and a few moments later, the air wavered with a multitude of colors before returning to normal. She and Shaq hesitated a second longer to let the rest of the team through before stepping over the boundary. Immediately after they did, the wards slammed back down. "Now comes the hard part," she thought, tightening the grip on her wand in her pocket. Bulstrode opened the door for them, scowling that he had to accept them in at all, and that expression was frozen on his face when a beak stunner shot out of thin air and threw him to the ground. 8 more to go, Shacklebolt reminded them. "Move out and bring down the rest of the Bulstrodes and the knots." She jogged down the hallway, the thudding of her squad echoing behind them. Taking a left while the rest continued straight, she just barely caught a glance of a shocked face before the other which spun around to run away. "Stupefy, incarcerus, petrificus totalis," Tonks yelled, the lights and net hurtling into the suspect. Her eyes flicked over the room the woman was trying to escape into when the screams of hexes and curses came from behind her. Slipping inside the room to make sure it was empty, she levitated the woman she had brought down and held the witch in front of her just in case one of their targets slipped past the rest. "Sound off," her partner called half a minute later. "Shacklebolt, 2. Grinning, she replied, "Tonks, 1. Daniels, 1. Jacobson, 2. O'Brien, 2. Rupert, 1. "That's all of them," Shaq said, leading the rest of the team from deeper in the house. "Now let's knock out the wardstone and get these bastards back to the ministry." 9 Death Eaters taken down, the rest of the Aurors are already attacking their targets, and Madame Bones said she had someone especially skilled hitting you-know-who's hiding spot itself, she thought with a fierce smile. "Now that's what I call a good day on the job." A snickering, dark-clad figure slipped silently out of Amelia Bones's office, a file folder clasped tightly in hand. Left behind by this individual was a sheet of parchment on the witch's desk where she could easily find it the next morning. Madam Bones, I was quite pleased when I saw in the Daily Prophet that you had arrested the remaining Death Eaters. I do not trust easily, and you cannot imagine how happy I am that you proved yourself deserving of that trust. As for my own end of our deal, you know who is not a threat to anyone any longer. Britain can at long last heal from the scars his reign of terror left behind. Speaking of threats, now that my task is done, I have no reason to stay in this country. You have no need to fear any further crimes from me, at least not in the foreseeable future, and much as I have enjoyed our little game of cat and mouse, all good things must come to an end. I have to admit to being disappointed that we did not have the chance to interact more. Of all the law enforcement officers and directors I have dealt with, you are by far the most honest and honorable. But who knows? Perhaps we will have a chance to see each other again, and in more friendly circumstances. Your neighborhood burglar, the Hooded Fox, aka Mr. Fox. P.S. I hope you don't mind, but I'm taking your file about me with me. Partly it's because you don't need it anymore, mostly it's because I'm curious who you think I am. P.P.S. I just read the file. You were nowhere close. End time. Please give your exams to me and exit the room in an orderly fashion. Harry stood from the desk and made his way to the front of the Great Hall, handing the parchment to the elderly examiner. With History of Magic over, and possibly with a passing grade this time, he and his girlfriends were now officially done with their owls and only had a few days to kill before they could leave the castle and return to their respective homes. He rejoined his girls where they waited for him just outside the hall, and together they found, entered, and barricaded an empty classroom. Turning back to them, he said, "So, decision time. Now that we no longer have to attend Hogwarts, are we going to return for a repeat of our 6th year?" Merlin, no. This year was bad enough, I'd go insane if I had to do that all over again, Hermione snarled in distaste. Luna shrugged. Since I learned all the 6th year material from you two, it would be a new experience for me, but I very much doubt that I'd actually learn anything. You wouldn't, trust me. Honestly, I just want to take my newts and restart my healing training. The bushy brunette hummed for a moment. In fact, if we take them the summer after next year, which would give us time to study, it would probably make getting into our apprenticeships easier. They'd love us for acing the exams a year early. And I might actually take them this time around. In the previous timeline, he had only sat for the defense against the dark arts newt, but it would not hurt him to take a few more. After all, he still was undecided about what he wanted to do to occupy his time while his girlfriends were busy studying for their careers. He exchanged a weighty look with both girls. If we aren't staying for classes, and I doubt we'll have much to do with anyone at this school ever again, then I guess it's time we got rid of the dead weight, isn't it? Their sharp grins were answer enough. Panting for breath, Voldemort shot a quick glance over his shoulder and leapt over a fallen tree trunk to crouch behind it. How long had they been chasing him? Days, weeks, months. It was impossible to tell anymore, if he ever could at all. A horn blasted to one side rather than behind him, and he cursed harshly before running again. He had not slept in 3 days, nor eaten in 5, and it was beginning to show. His endurance was running out, he needed to find someplace to rest, even if for a few hours, but there was nowhere for him to hide in this damnable forest. "Potter, when I get out of here, I'm going to mutilate you," he hissed through his teeth. "You and everyone you know and love, starting with those slags of yours. I'll make you regret ever doing this to me. Enervate." Voldemort groaned as awareness flooded back into him, and a moment later his memory returned as well. The intruders. He tried to stand, only to find thick metal rings binding his wrists and ankles and bands of leather wrapped around him to hold his legs together and his arms to his torso. The only part of his body that he could still move freely was his head, and he twisted that around to glance at his captor. "You," he growled upon seeing the black-clad figure looking down at him, the red fox mask displaying its eternal smirk. "Me." The wizard laughed in his metallic voice. "You know, I thought taking you out was going to be hard. We spent an entire year working to bring you down, and it turns out that getting rid of your Death Eaters was actually the hardest part. You were laughably easy." He gnashed his teeth silently at that. Finally, he demanded, how did you sneak into my lair? The red-masked intruder rubbed his chin for a moment. You know, I don't really want to tell you. Chuckling again, he pulled out a pale wand and pointed it at the Dark Lord. Voldemort was sure that he was about to be on the wrong side of a killing curse, again, but all the other wizard did was levitate him to an upright position. Besides, I think you should be more concerned with where you are now. What is he talking about? Voldemort looked away from the man, and his eyes widened at what he saw. Right in front of him, not 10 feet away, was a raised dais, and on top of that was a floating arch with a thin curtain falling to the floor. The intruders had brought him to the Vale of Death. Evanesco. He suddenly felt a breeze on his skin and heard a series of clinking on the ground, and from behind him appeared the blue-masked thief. A witch, judging by her voice, though the distortion made him the slightest bit unsure. There, that's better. I have to admit, I knew you kept iron on you at all times, but I was not expecting you to have quite this much. She giggled then, and he cursed silently. This was bad. In all of his robes he had sewn 40 or 50 iron slivers, and in his pockets he kept small balls of the same metal. Iron was the only thing that could keep one safe from the Fae, and now, thanks to these fools, he was defenseless. Accio bits of iron. As if he weren't vulnerable enough, the last intruder summoned the scraps across the room before making her way to them. There, that should do it. Time for the next act, love. I do believe it is. With a snarl, Voldemort demanded, who are you? The trio shared a long glance before the Red One shrugged. The witches removed their masks first, revealing themselves to be substantially younger than he had expected. The blue intruder was Buddy with protruding silver eyes, and the one with the yellow mask was a rather plain-looking brunette. Then the leader of their little group removed his disguise, and Voldemort's vision grew as red as the mask in the boy's hand. No, this isn't possible. It can't be. I wouldn't say it's impossible, Potter replied with a sharp grin. Just very, very unlikely. The boy who just wouldn't bloody die laughed a third time, his voice unaltered now. It just struck me. Your organization is dismantled, your followers are either dead or in the DMLE's custody, and you're disarmed and helpless, all of which is the work of 3 kids who haven't even finished taking their owls. Are you sure you're really Dark Lord material? No, this could not be true. It had to be a trick of some sort. A glamour, or polyjuice potion, or something. Potter clapped his hands together. So, let's get this party started, shall we? I'm sure by now you're just dying to know why we kidnapped you and brought you here. You do know where we are, right? The Department of Mysteries. The Death Room. Close enough. You're wrong on one part, but since your informant didn't know what he was talking about either, I can't exactly blame you for that. Do you know why we brought you here? The boy continued cheerfully. Staring at the veil, there was only one answer that made any sense. You're going to kill me. Kill you. The teenagers looked at each other and laughed merrily. After a few moments, Potter calmed down enough to continue, oh, not at all, Tommy boy. Voldemort bared his teeth at his filthy muggle name being spoken. You see, death is too easy, too gentle. I needed something worse for you. Worse, he scoffed. There is nothing worse than death. Potter shook his head, that blasted grin still on his face. For all your knowledge and power, you're still just a foolish child who's scared of the dark, aren't you? At his snarl, the brat continued, having those you love die in your arms, though you, of course, wouldn't know about that, is a fate worse than death. Watching your world tear itself apart at the behest of a madman and knowing there is nothing you can do to stop it is a fate worse than death. Having your mind twisted until what's left is no longer you is a fate worse than death. In front of him, the veil stirred, and Potter smiled. And being given to your worst enemies to be tortured until they grow bored of you. I'd say that's a fate worse than death, too. Who are you? Voldemort repeated in confusion. This did not sound like the bleating of the child who had run from him a year ago. Who are you really? I'm Harry Potter, the boy replied with a wide grin. But, and this is the important part, I'm not the Harry Potter native to this timestream. You see, I'm 25 years old. I fought against you in not only the Second War, but the Third as well. Some of your enemies offered me and my loves a chance to come back in time, and, well, Potter shrugged. Our world was more or less about to end, anyway, so we didn't exactly have much to lose, now did we? The Dark Lord blinked. Either Potter had completely lost it, or he was, hard as it was to believe, telling the truth. He was not exactly sure which option he wanted to be right. But we've spent enough time chatting, Potter said, jerking his thumb at the veil. I said before that you were only half right about where we are. You see, the veil isn't actually a portal to death. A breeze ruffled the ragged edges of the curtain, despite there being no wind in the room. It's a portal to the realm of Lilith, the fairy queen. With a tremendous howl, the veil was whipped away from the floor, and in the space it had covered was a rippling view of a lush forest. In the middle stood a woman, her blue hair a strange counterpoint to her emerald dress, and she offered Voldemort a cold, cruel smile before turning to Potter. Greetings, my champion. I must know, is that for me? It is, your majesty, the supposed man in a boy's skin answered with a low bow. I know that your command was to kill him, but I thought it would only be polite to offer you the chance to show him your displeasure in your own way. Considering the crimes he and his counterpart committed against you and yours. Such a thoughtful gift you present to me, the fairy queen purred, and Voldemort swallowed fearfully. Yes, choosing you as my champion was a wise decision indeed. Your task is complete, your debt is paid. Go now and live your life with my blessing. Daughter's mine. From beyond the borders of the rip in reality, a little girl with blue skin in a glittering bathing suit and a nude, golden young woman stepped into view. It seems we will soon have a guest. Tell the Kelpies to assemble at the stable, I feel like taking a ride today. And prepare my hounds. The wind abruptly changed direction, rushing into the portal, and Voldemort was flung to the ground. After no more than a heartbeat, he felt himself being pulled toward the veil. No, this can't happen, Potter, he screamed, his terror obvious in his voice. I'll give you whatever you want. Gold, power, your parents back from the dead. Anything. Just get me away from here. The boy buffed his fingernails against the leather of his clothing for a moment before answering. I'm afraid I just can't do that. In case you forgot, your plans to steal the Phi magic you envied for so long angered the fairy queen. I can't even begin to explain just how bad a move that was, the buddy cut in. The brunette nodded. But you know what they say. You reap what you sow. True enough. Potter raised one hand, his green eyes glittering, and waggled his fingers in a mockery of a wave. Bye-bye, Tom. Oh, where are you? The mocking call jerked Voldemort back from his reverie with a fresh wave of panic. Where are you hiding, my dear Tom Marvolo Riddle? Come back. We just want to play. Play with my intestines, more like. He shuddered and then winced as the motion disturbed the deep slice on his left shoulder blade that the golden girl had left the last time she nearly caught him. Since they could not bear even the mere presence of iron, the fairies had apparently gotten very, very good at working with bronze. Between the armed and mounted warriors and the giant beeping dogs, he felt like he was looking at a hunting scene from ancient times. A scene where he was the quarry. He moved to rub his brow and just barely stopped before again smacking himself in the face with the brown furred hoof that had taken the place of his right hand, its counterparts on his other three limbs. If that were not bad enough, he had been dealing with an itch on his forehead for 2 days that, as he had discovered when looking at his reflection in a puddle, was due to a pair of antlers growing out of his skull. If I had known this would happen, I never would. He stopped and crossed his eyes to stare at the lower half of his face, where his mouth and nasal slits were now protruding a good 2 inches farther than they had a minute ago. That was not good. He had to find a place to rest soon. He could not come up with a way to reverse this hellish transfiguration if he was being chased from one side of the forest to the other. The baying of the hounds came from his left, and he cursed before resuming his run. He needed rest to think of a way out of this place, but escaping those dogs so they couldn't tear him into little pieces was even more important at the moment. Ron shoveled a forkful of potatoes into his mouth and glared at the empty seats around him. Ever since February, he had not had a single person sit next to him. If beside him was the only empty spot, they would squeeze in between 2 other people, and if he sat down next to someone, that person would get up and move elsewhere. Those that would take the time to look at him only did so with glares and scowls. Not even his own brothers would speak to him if they could find a way to get out of it. It was like he was considered an outcast by everyone in the school. It's not my fault, he thought angrily. Someone hung me from the ceiling and called me a rapist, but I didn't do anything. And because they ambushed me in bed, I didn't get the chance to make Hermione fall in love with me before the love potion wore off. Professor Dumbledore won't even give me a second chance at it. Either, he said I was a bad investment, whatever that means. Why is everyone treating me like I'm a slimy snake or something? He took another bite, but then it jostled on its way down. Suddenly he felt a sharp jab in his throat, and though the pain made him gasp, he could not get any air. Just a few seconds later his lungs started to burn. Trying to cough and wheeze just made the pain worse. He turned to his side to get someone's attention, but every single person refused to look at him. Not even waving his hand right in front of their faces could make them notice that he was in trouble. His vision blurred, and he tripped as he tried to stand, falling painfully to the stone floor in the middle of the great hall. The room was packed with students getting breakfast, but not a single person so much as glanced his way. Why were they ignoring him? Why weren't they helping him? His sight faded to black. Oh my! Professor Flitwick squeaked several minutes later as his eyes suddenly found the redhead laying motionless on the ground. It was at that moment that everyone else noticed him, too, and several girls screamed as they scrambled away from the blue-faced boy. Everyone, calm down, the diminutive teacher yelled, rushing from his chair to Ron's side. Wadawasi. With the sound of plunger being pulled out of a toilet, something yellow and black flew up out of Ron's throat and onto his unmoving chest. Egg, muttered the quarter goblin as he stared at the bit of food. And it's already rotten. Shaking himself from his thoughts, he levitated Ron's disturbingly still body and ran out of the room, presumably to get the boy to Pomfrey for all the good it would do. Leaning against one of the tall doors and under a second notice me not charm, Luna bared her teeth in a grim parody of a smile. Justice is good, and proportionate justice is even better. She moved one arm in front of her abdomen, as if to protect her womb. But it's poetic justice that is the best kind. Draco's hands shook as he looked again at the letter in front of him. The Daily Prophet had gone on and on all week about notable purebloods being arrested for bribery and corruption, and then charges of murder, terrorism, and treason being added because they were Death Eaters. The first of the trials was slated to start the following week, but there was already talk about them being sentenced to life in Azkaban. Other people's fates were not what concerned him, however. What he cared about was that, while many purebloods he knew socially had been arrested, his parents were not mentioned even once. That would ordinarily be a good thing, but when he asked them for information on what was going on, they had not replied. 3 more letters he had sent, but still nothing. Then today, he got the news he had been dreading. Dear Mr. Draco Malfoy, it is my unfortunate duty to inform you that both of your parents, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, were found murdered in your family home yesterday morning. As of this point in time, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement does not have any solid leads as to the perpetrator of this ghastly crime, but they maintain that their investigation is still ongoing. As you are still a minor, and your listed godfather, Severus Snape, is also deceased, you have hereby been named a ward of the Ministry until such time as you reach your majority. A member of the WCS will be waiting for you upon your arrival at platform 9 3/4 to escort you to our office so that we can discuss your future housing options as well as the execution of your parents' wills. With much sympathy, Martin Shy, head of Wizarding Child Services. He crumpled the slip of parchment in his fist. His parents gone, murdered, and the DMLE was wasting their time prosecuting purebloods for getting rid of a few mudbloods. How is this fair? How is it right? They should be out looking for the scum who would dare kill a proper pureblood couple. Were their priorities really so screwed up? Voices from down the hall caught his attention, and his scowl morphed into something even darker. Potter and his slags. All year he had been looking for a chance to deal with the Scarhead. First Potter killed Severus, then he spent time waiting outside the Slytherin common room to curse him. He would not be surprised to find that Potter had a hand in his parents' deaths, too, at this rate. Unfortunately, the perfect Gryffindor golden boy being Dumbledore's pet meant no one would dare punish him. Well, Draco would. He would make Potter pay for what he had done. Hearing the half-blood coming closer, he let his hate fill him. Severus had taught him just the spell for this situation. His godfather had said it was only for his enemies, and if anyone was an enemy right now, it was Potter. He took a deep breath and jumped out of the alcove. Sectumsum. Defindo. The arc of light shot through the air before he could finish the incantation, and he watched in horror as his hand and most of his forearm drooped before falling to the floor, blood gushing out of the remaining stump. He opened his mouth to scream, but then Granger whispered something and he collapsed bonelessly. Really? Potter muttered, not even seeming to care that his spell had caused Draco to lose a hand. This was not how Dumbledore's pet Gryffindor was supposed to act. With both your parents dead, I thought you'd slink into the woodwork and leave us alone, but no, you just had to brass me off. Using Sectum Sempra on us. The lion shook his head before squatting to put his head closer to Draco's and meeting his gray eyes. Let me guess, Snape taught that to you. When, though he could not feel his mouth, or any other part of his body, really, he heard his own voice answer, summer before last. How had that happened, he wondered in a panic. Did Potter have some way to make him answer questions despite him not wanting to? Yes, I do, in fact. It's called compulsion charms. The scarred boy grinned nastily as Draco paled. As for how I know what you're thinking right now, that is called legilimency. Mind magic is a useful thing, isn't it? What are we going to do with him? The crazy Lovegood girl asked, looking down at him as if he were nothing more than an interesting bug. I suppose we could just kill him. His eyes widened in fear, and Potter continued, but then we'd have to get rid of the body, and since you murdered Ron just this morning, I'm hesitant to leave yet another corpse laying around. Granger glared at him. He's a genocidal sociopath, has wished me and those like me dead since he was a child, and if we leave him alive, even with erasing his memory of this encounter, he's just going to become a problem again. Killing him now would be doing the world a favor. True, but I think I could come up with a better use for him, nonetheless. How about we let him answer an age-old question for us? Oh, Lovegood prompted. Potter smiled, and if Draco could, he would already be running away from that cruel expression. You see, this is the perfect opportunity to test the effects of nature versus nurture. After all, we know exactly what he turned out to be like after being raised by his parents. Now we have the chance to find out what kind of person he would be without them. I think I see where you're going, Granger allowed tentatively, but wouldn't a true test of nature versus nurture also require de-aging him so that he could actually be raised by someone else? That would work better. Do you have any shrinking solution at the house? When the brunette mudblood shook her head, Potter sighed. Then I guess we're stuck with my original plan. Go ahead and get behind him. We don't want to leave any clues for Dumbledore if he decides to check Malfoy's memories. Though shocked at the scathing tone Potter was using towards his supposed mentor, Draco knew he had to get away from the Scarhead before he did something else to him. He flung his numbed arms ahead of him, idly noting that his severed hand had somehow been reattached without him noticing, and tried to pull himself forward when his hated enemy spoke again. Oh, don't be like that, Malfoy. It will all be fine. I learned this spell from Lockhart, after all. You learned this from who? Finite Incantatem. Obliviate. He blinked, staring at the stone floor he was laying on. Why was he laying on the floor? Pushing himself up, he glanced around. Worn tapestries, gray stone as far as the eye could see, a chill draft drifting in from ahead of him. Was he in a castle? Why would he be in a castle? Where was he? And for that matter, who was he? Ginny primped her hair for a moment as she stood outside an otherwise random door in the castle. Harry's note said he wanted to talk with her inside, and there was only one reason for him wanting a private meeting. He had finally figured out that they were meant to be together. Perhaps he was even willing to get rid of Hermione and Luna now, too, but if not, that would not be a deal breaker. She was sure she could convince him to drop them sooner or later. Adjustments made, she opened the door and stepped inside. Like she had halfway expected, there were the girls who had tried to steal her Harry on a couch, but between them sat her knight in shining armor. He shot her a small smile that made her knees weak and indicated the lone chair in front of the trio. Have a seat, Ginny. We have a few matters we wanted to discuss with you. Okay, she said in a fluster. As soon as she noted her breathy voice, she gave herself a mental slap. She had finally gotten the attention of the boy of her dreams by acting confident and self-assured, and she was not going to risk scaring him off for another couple of years by acting like a ditzy slag. Settling herself in the chair, she asked, "What did you want to talk about?" "Well, we've been talking it over, and we decided to give you an opportunity." Harry waved his hand at the girls beside him. "As you can tell, I'm not entirely adverse to the idea of unusual relationships, and I couldn't help but notice that you still have an enormous crush on me. Did you perhaps want to join our little circle? You want me to be your girlfriend, just as much as Hermione and Luna." She clarified. She had to make sure she understood what was going on. Ginevra Weasley would not play second string to any girl in the quest for Harry's heart. The boy shot her another grin. "Wasn't that what I said?" Standing from the couch, he stepped towards her, but before she could jump up and embrace him he had already circled around behind her. "However, before we get to the fun stuff, there were a few questions we would really appreciate the answers to. You don't mind telling us that, do you?" "I guess not," she replied in a nonchalant tone. Anything that got her in a better position to snag her Harry, she was willing to do. "Good," Hermione said. Smiling sweetly, she continued, "Did you give Harry, along with the other boys in his dorm, chocolates on Valentine's Day?" She nodded. "Well, yeah. And did you know that Harry's were spiked with love potion?" "Yes." As that traitorous admission passed her lips, her eyes grew wide. Why had she admitted that? She tried to stand, reach her wand, anything, but she found that she could not move any part of her body below her neck. Who brewed the potion? And what was the overall plan? Luna asked then, giving her a stern look. Though she tried to keep her mouth shut this time, she found herself saying, "Mum made it. She told me it would finally get Harry to notice me, like he should have already. The other candies were so no one would get suspicious. What would you have done once I was drugged up and unable to escape your clutches?" Harry asked. He was still behind her, and the paralysis meant she could not turn around and look at his expression, but the tone in which he spoke was angry enough that she did not need to. "Once you were mine, I'd make you get rid of Hermione and Luna so we could be together without anyone interfering." Tears streaming from her eyes, she added, "I love you, Harry, and I know you love me. I won't let anyone come between us." Luna shook her head in disappointment. "Oh, Ginny, you little fool. I'm starting to wonder if you even know what love really is. I think you can guess that we aren't exactly thrilled about what you've done, can't you?" At Ginny's hesitant nod, the buddy continued, "But good for you, we're rather forgiving. You just have to make it up to us. It's a simple thing, really," Hermione said as she picked up a small cup that had been sitting on a table beside her seat. She reached over and wrapped Ginny's slack fingers around the stem. "All you have to do is drink this, and all will be forgiven. We'll never mention what you tried to do to anyone. It's a promise." Feeling her control of that arm returning, Ginny looked at the cup fearfully. A rather plain item for all that it was made of gold, only a pair of badger heads decorating the sides. Something about it, or perhaps the pink liquid it held, made her want to fling the goblet down and run out the door. What is it?" "Oh, just a little potion. It won't harm you, you could even consider it a prank of sorts," Luna responded with a cold grin. "Drink up, Ginny. Or don't you want us to forgive you? I can deal with a prank. Fred and George play pranks on people all the time." Her hand shaking, she lifted the cup to her lips and drank. The taste was strange, apples and honey and salt all at once, and it only took 2 gulps to empty the whole thing. "You know, you should be more excited," Harry said, walking around the chair and plucking the goblet from her fingers. "You're probably the first person in 1,000 years to drink from Hufflepuff's enchanted chalice. Extraordinary thing, really. From our research, it seems Helga had it made so that it would enhance any potion placed within it. The longer it was there, the stronger it would get, until eventually some potions could even become permanent." Ginny's eyes bugged out at his comments and the fire she now felt roiling in her belly. "What did you do to me?" "Rather than answer that, let me tell you a quick story," Hermione said with a self-satisfied expression. "Long ago, there was a nymph named Echo, who was a favored servant of Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt. Echo loved to talk to anyone and everyone, and often Zeus would use her to distract his wife Hera so he could sneak down from Mt. Olympus and entertain himself with the women of Earth. Eventually Hera realized what was happening, and in her anger she cursed Echo so that the nymph could no longer speak any words of her own." A light haze encroached over Ginny's sight, and the heat inside her began to spread. She could feel her body shake, and sweat started trickling down her face. Why were they doing this to her? She just wanted Harry to recognize that he loved her. Morose at her loss, Echo wandered the lands, only able to repeat what others had said. One day on her travels, she encountered a young man who was very beautiful to behold. She longed to tell him how she felt, but unless he spoke to her first, she could only follow him in silence. Eventually the man heard the sound of her footsteps, and he called out, "Who's there?" Echo repeated his words, and again he tried, why do you run from me?" But again she could only repeat what he had said. One more time he spoke, "Let us meet here together." Overjoyed at his invitation, Echo leapt from the woods to embrace him, but as soon as he saw whom he had been talking to, the young man rejected her. Never would she have him or his love, he said before running away. The heartbroken nymph was again alone, and as she grieved she withered away, until eventually all that was left was her voice. "Is she planning to talk me to death?" She jerked her head, trying to force her body to move, when the shift caused her to glance to the right. Her mouth dropped open as she spotted an absolute angel looking back at her. Artemis was furious at the callousness with which the young man had treated the nymph, and so she cursed him that he might know the same pain he had so casually inflicted. Red hair like flames spilling down her shoulders, soft brown eyes, lots of cute little freckles sprinkled over her cheeks. Ginny licked her lips as she looked the girl up and down. She never thought she would be attracted to other witches, but for this darling, she would gladly make an exception. Not even Harry was as tantalizing and inviting as this vision of beauty. And to make things even better, the other girl seemed just as interested in her. The young man soon came upon a still pool, and as he bent down to take a drink, he gazed upon a handsome man. He reached out to his newfound love, but no matter how he tried, he could not manage to touch him. She tried to move again, to go to the girl she had fallen so hard and so suddenly for, and this time her body responded. Standing from the chair, she wandered over and offered the other witch a sultry smile, which she was happy to see returned. Her hand stretched out, almost as if it had a mind of its own, and pressed gently against the glass separating her from her love. His mind cleared then, and he realized that he had fallen deeply, irrevocably in love with his own reflection in the water. With a cry of anguish, the young man pulled out his knife and stabbed himself in the heart, and he bled out as he looked at himself. Where his blood touched the shore, flowers sprang up, flowers that even today share that young man's name. Narcissus. Ignoring Hermione's babbling, Ginny shot her beloved a heated look and started toying with the buttons of her shirt as she swayed back and forth. The other girl was enraptured with her dance and immediately began to mimic her. "I think we'll give you some alone time now," Harry said as he, along with Hermione and Luna, walked to the door. Ginny just waved back absently before she continued her little striptease in front of the mirror. A splash of water woke Dolores from her sleep, and she spluttered and shivered in her thin nightgown. A quick glance around showed her that she had been kidnapped from her soft bed and dragged to the edge of a forest just outside of a little hamlet. What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. "I am." An enormously irritating, overgrown toad, a metallic voice interrupted. She whipped her head around to find three black-clad figures, only the colors of their vulpine masks let her tell the difference between them. "I am truly regretting removing the spells I put on you this past year. I'm sure people would have thanked me for making you croak or leaving you incapable of hearing what people were saying around you." "You," she snarled. "You were the one responsible for that. I'll have your head." Those spells had been the bane of her existence, and inexplicably they had vanished the very day the students left to ride the Hogwarts Express home 3 weeks ago. Try as she might, Dumbledore had refused to let her hold the little brats back so she could determine who it was who had done it, and with the new minister being no friend of hers and even firing her, she had no weight to bring to bear against the old goat. She had suspected that he had a hand in it, and now with these criminals standing here in front of her, she was more sure of it than ever. "No, I don't think you will," replied the person with the yellow mask. "If anyone is going to have someone's head, I think we will soon have yours." Dolores balked at that, and the blue-masked individual pointed to something behind her. "Ah, and here come the Aurors. Right on time. Is Dawlish one of them?" "I don't know," the speaker said to the wizard in the red mask. "They're too far away. If you're going to attack me, do it now," the squat witch taunted. "Once the Aurors spot you, they'll throw you in Azkaban where you belong." "Nope, wrong again." The wizard laughed. "In fact, they aren't even here for us. They're here for you. Because you kidnapped. They don't care about a ministry has been going missing. Maybe if you had kept your job as the minister's senior undersecretary, it would be different, but once Fudge went, you think anyone cared about you? Merlin, they were probably glad to be rid of you once and for all." The red-masked villain shook his head. "No, why they're here is actually rather funny. Have you looked at the sky tonight?" Dolores glanced up and scowled at the full moon beaming down upon them. "You see, Someone sent the DMLE an anonymous tip that there was a werewolf running around town tonight, and it only took them a few minutes to get a couple of people out here. Oh, don't you worry your little head off, he jeered as she shivered in fear. There isn't really a werewolf, but I would feel really bad if they spent their time walking around in the middle of the night with nothing to show for it. They want a werewolf, so we're going to be helpful citizens and give them one, and even better, you get to help. Won't that be fun? What are you talk? Her complaints were cut off when the blue-masked figure blasted her with a spell, and she shrieked as her flesh writhed underneath her skin. After only a few seconds, that human scream morphed into the call of an enormous wolf, and she stumbled as she tried to regain her balance now that her body had been changed into this ungainly form. The kidnappers snickered a moment before fading from sight, and just as she reared back to attack them with the sharp claws they had so generously provided her, a red mist colored her vision. She howled her wrath and her hate for all the world to hear, but then her ears picked up the cracks and thumps of rapidly approaching footsteps. Whirling around, she snarled before charging, planning to tear the red-robed wizards apart in an attempt to soothe her sudden surge of rage. There. Defindo. Dolores had only a moment to curse the two men in her mind before her head slid off her shoulders and tumbled to the ground. Knock, knock. Just a minute, Molly called, then she turned back and placed the bowl of soup on the bedside table. Let me take care of this, and I'll be right back. Mum, please let me go, her baby girl begged, tugging uselessly against the leather strips tying her to the bed. Why are you doing this to me? I love her. Why won't you let me see her? She needs me. Tears pricked at her eyes as she patted Ginny's head. Minerva had Flo called her that morning dreadful morning a month ago, saying that she had terrible news, and it was only shortly after she arrived at the hospital wing to pick up Ronnie's body that Professor Sprout barged into the hospital wing. She had nearly let the dumpy witch have it before Sprout had dragged her to the room where her darling daughter was holed up, completely BPD and rubbing up against a floor-length mirror like a cat in heat. What am I going to do? She wondered sadly as she tromped down the stairs. 2 of her babies taken from her in a single day, Ron murdered at breakfast without a single witness, because there was just no way he could have really choked on some food, and her daughter obsessed with her own reflection. She knew she could not watch over Ginny in Grimmauld Place, so she had therefore moved her family back to the borough where Ginny could at least be around familiar sights. Her thinking had been that she would not be alone in these trying circumstances, but her hopes were for naught. Fred and George had vanished not a day after returning from Hogwarts, and with Arthur and Bill working all day and Percy still not talking to them, it had been left to her to care for her youngest child. I've tried everything I can think of, but nothing, no spell, no potion, no amount of talking, has gotten through to her. I don't want to take her to St. Mungo's, we don't have the money, and they probably can't help her anyway. Besides, Professor Dumbledore said he would look for a cure, and I'm sure it won't be too much longer before he finds something. Knock, knock. Yes, just a minute. Reaching the door, she yanked it open. What? Molly Weasley? The first wizard asked. She nodded and then noticed that they both wore navy robes, the DMLE crest emblazoned on the left side of their chests. I'm Investigator Whittaker from the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, and this is Investigator Adams. The other wizard nodded sharply. May we come in? I'm not letting anyone in until I know what you're doing here. Whittaker nodded. Very well. We recently received a tip that you brewed a love potion and attempted to use it to imbeat the will and mind of one Neville Longbottom. Her eyes widened. Wasn't that the name of one of Ron's housemates? Why would anyone think she would use potions on some boy she had never met? The MLEP wizard's gaze sharpened at her expression, and he continued, now, we take claims of line theft very seriously. Line theft? I would never do such a thing. She had planned to slip Harry a love potion to make him interested in Ginny, of course, but that wasn't line theft. Everyone knew that boys his age needed a little push to get them to notice girls. Why, Arthur was completely oblivious to me until I used a little potion, and look how happy he is now. But surely that's not a crime. Adams narrowed his eyes and pulled a small, round stone out of his pocket. So for the record, you have never administered a love potion to any pureblood individual with the intent of forcing them into a relationship with someone. Most certainly I haven't. The stone glowed a baleful red at her words, and she did not even have time to slam the door before the wizards cast their spells. She fell heavily to the floor, Her legs stuck together and her wand ripped out of her pocket to land in Adams's hand. No, you can't do this to me. I've done nothing wrong. Silencio. Between your words and a lie detection charm, I'll trust the charm, Whitaker snorted. Adams, bag any potion ingredients you find, then we'll take Mrs. Weasley here back to London. Our boss will want to speak to you, maybe you'll even get really lucky and Madame Bones will want a piece of the action. She hates people who trap others with love potions. No, why are they doing this? Molly thought as she watched the MLEP officer summon all of her ingredients into a sack. The two wizards then levitated her from the floor and led her towards the edges of the burrow's wards. I haven't done anything wrong. It was just a harmless love potion. It's not a big deal. His breath coming in short pants, Albus looked back down the road he had just walked. He could swear that the road had actually lengthened as he traveled, so that what would otherwise have been maybe 100 feet had become a hike of nearly 2 miles. His suspicions were confirmed when his gaze found the hole he had cut in the hedges hiding the property just a short distance away. Not a bad way to deter casual visitors, Tom, I'll grant you that, he admitted as he approached the ramshackle shack. But I am here for a reason, and such a simple trick won't dissuade me. I hope you have something better in store. Reaching out to grab hold of the doorknob of the only door, he hesitated a moment and reached out with his magical sense, honed by decades of practice and being surrounded at all times by highly magical items. Sure enough, there was a compulsion charm laid upon the door, one that would probably cause a would-be intruder to kill himself or something equally nasty. A subtle defense, but one that relied on its victim to be either oblivious or horrendously unskilled. Tom. This was the first Horcrux you truly tried to hide, isn't it? Your inexperience shows. A swirl of his wand then vanished the door. The inside of the Gaunt's house was just as decrepit as the outside, and he transfigured all the waiting vipers into leaves. So far, nothing truly surprising. For better or worse, you were one of the most brilliant students I ever had the fortune of teaching. I expected more out of you. The leader of the light peered about the single room, seeking any spot that stuck out to his senses. The walls were suffused with magic, which was only to be expected, and the next densest concentration of magic was one particular spot on the floor. You truly did make this too easy. Reducto. The wooden floor shattered, revealing a shallow hole, and inside it a simple stone box. Levitating it out of its hiding spot, he swiftly vanished the lid and beheld the second of Tom's Horcruxes. It was a gaudy gold ring, just as Bob Ogden's memory had indicated, and set in the middle was a black stone. Albus's eyes widened as he looked closer. The stone was scuffed, the scratches forming a vertical line inside a circle inside a triangle. The sign of the Deathly Hallows. It can't be. Is this truly the resurrection stone? His hand shook as he reached out and plucked the ring from the box. Taking a deep breath, he slid it onto the fourth finger of his right hand. Just 3 turns to see Arian, Og. It had been a trap. He collapsed to the ground, his hand on fire even as he watched pitch black lines following the veins of his hand and arms. He likely had only minutes to get help, a bazaar or one of Horace's broad-spectrum antidotes or something. Finite incantatum. The walls of the shack rippled and twisted for a moment before disappearing entirely, and he stared in disbelief as the house he thought he had entered turned out to be nothing more than a flat stretch of ground and a freestanding doorframe. It was all a setup. Slow, mocking clapping dragged his attention to his audience, and he gasped at who it was. No, Harry. The boy was supposed to be at Grimmauld Place with Sirius and the rest of the Order. Dumbledore had planned to speak with him the next day about the letter he sent Minerva regarding his withdrawal from Hogwarts. What was Harry doing here? Yep. The young man smiled down at his elder, similar expressions worn by the 2 girls standing at his sides. I have to say, I didn't expect that you'd fall for our trap quite that easily. I was prepared to have to fight you in an epic duel with grand speeches and posturing. And that ultimately ended up with Luna or me cursing him in the back while his attention was focused on you. Harry blushed at Hermione's dry tone. Something like that, yeah. Looks like Dumbledore isn't the only prideful one around here, the Lovegood girl observed. And speaking of pride, Accio Elder Wand. Before he could tighten his grip on the first Hallow to come into his possession, the buddy's spell had it soaring out of his hand to smack loudly in her palm, and he shuddered in sudden fear. For 50 years he had possessed the most powerful wand ever created, but now he had been disarmed, and he could almost feel his mastery over it slip away. Even more troubling was that she realized what it was. He had thought the identity of his wand had been safe with him. "How long have you known?" he asked desperately. "That you were the master of the Elder Wand, or that you were also after the Deathly Hallows?" The girl, Luna, he recalled, asked. "Though I suppose it doesn't really matter, considering the answer is the same." A while. Several clues clicked into place. "Your father. He's a quester, too." "That he is, and he'll be so happy to hear that one family now possesses all of them." "What?" He glanced over the three in confusion. Harry, of course, pointed to the cloak of invisibility draped carelessly over his shoulder, but the real surprise was when Hermione fished a golden locket out from under her blouse and opened it to reveal a round, black stone. His eyes drifted down to the ring on his finger. "But this, a very convincing fake. I spent all yesterday making it look exactly right," Harry boasted. A sharp jab of pain in his shoulder reminded Albus that he was racing against the clock, and he gave a mental call to Fawkes. The phoenix appeared in a flash of flame above him, but rather than swoop down to grab him, the firebird looked about in confusion. Chuckling slightly, Harry tossed over a ripe plum. Fawkes caught the fruit with a joyful trill and vanished once again. "Fawkes, have you, too, abandoned me?" Harry turned to a smirking Luna. "All right, I'll say it. I was wrong, and you were right. I never should have doubted that your Phoenix-specific Confundus charm would work exactly as advertised." "At least you're admitting the awesomeness of my plan," she said with a grin. Her smile faded after a moment, and she added, "Then again, Fawkes seemed a little too lucid at the end there. He might have just decided that it was time for him to move on and look for another wizard to follow. There's no way to tell, and it's not like we'll be able to find him again once Dumbledore kicks the bucket." "I'd give him 30 more seconds, 45 at most," Hermione announced. "Harry, listen to me," Albus panted, the curse on the ring making his lungs feel like they were dissolving in his chest. For all he knew, that was exactly what was happening. Voldemort left pieces of his soul scattered about Britain, 6 of them in total, blah blah blah, the boy cut in. "Yeah, we already know. The Horcruxes are all destroyed, the Death Eaters who weren't arrested are dead, and we personally chucked old Tommy Boy through the veil. The war's over." Albus gasped in disbelief. How does he know all this? Then he realized what the second half of Harry's statement was. "You what?" "No, Harry, you were supposed to redeem Voldemort, not kill him. Our world needs a strong—" A coughing fit interrupted him, and when he pulled his hand back, it was covered in blood and what looked like tar. "A strong leader once I'm gone. And there's one more Horcrux. Your scar. You were a Horcrux, too, my boy." "Oh, Dumbledore, you old idiot," Harry replied with a mocking laugh. "When I said all the Horcruxes, I meant it. My scar's been taken care of for over a year now. As for redeeming Voldemort of all people, I only give second chances to those who deserve them. He most certainly is not one of them." "Then you truly have gone dark," he whispered sadly. If Harry could no longer find forgiveness in his heart and Voldemort was no longer around to put him down, the world was lost. "May I make one last request?" "No." He gaped at the audacity of the boy in front of him even as the vice grip around his chest tightened. "You would not even do something for me, in my last moments?" Harry laughed darkly, his grin more of a vicious snarl. "You set my parents up to be murdered. You knowing left me with abusive relatives. You used me as bait to lure Voldemort to Hogwarts, not once but twice. You dosed Hermione with a love potion in an attempt to regain control of me. And you just tried to make me kill myself because I rejected your stupid plan." The boy took a few steps closer and growled, "I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire." "Please," he gasped, his heart thudding painfully in his chest. "At least take my remains back to the castle." A shake of Harry's head was all his plea earned. "Nope, can't do that. I'm not going to make you a martyr. You'll simply disappear, and from there, you'll fade from memory. No grand funeral, no shining white tomb. Just a pitiful death in a forest and your body vanished to who knows where. Bah dump, bah dump, bah." As darkness encroached on his sight, he had time for one last question. "Why?" "Because no one mourns the wicked." Epilogue. 19 years later. Waves lapped at Harry's toes as he refolded the letter in his hands. He grinned and muttered, which would be better? letting them bumble about all on their own, or helping them. Decisions. Oh, you using that tone is never a good sign. He turned his eyes to the buddy coming his way and allowed himself a moment to simply enjoy the view. Even after giving birth to 3 children, Luna loved proving that she could still rock that skimpy blue bikini, and neither he nor Hermione would dare try convincing her otherwise. Offering him one of the fruity drinks in her hands, she asked, "Who's that from, and why are you plotting to embarrass them?" Tonks sent it. She wanted to know if we would mind her and Teddy visiting for a week or so. Considering how he and Helen look at each other, Luna nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. The only ones who didn't see the crushes Tonks's only child and his and Hermione's eldest were nursing for each other were the kids in question. And I wasn't going to embarrass them, necessarily, but Merlin, they need help. Well, she is your daughter. She comes by it honestly. He sighed and nodded at that jab. Much to Luna's amusement, Helen could be said to be a perfect mix of Hermione and him. She had her mother's brains and obsessive need for organization, his eyes and penchant for being found by trouble, and the worst head of hair the world had ever seen. Thankfully for the trio, none of her siblings, full or half, brought nearly so much drama to their lives as his 15-year-old. And come to think of it, you're the closest thing Teddy has to a father figure since Tonks never married her mysterious baby daddy, so you are partially to blame for his obliviousness, too. Hardy har har. I guess it's a good thing Mark takes after you, then, or I'd have drawn the line at 2. And is Tonks wanting to bring sweet little Draki with her, She continued in a sugary voice. Don't even go there, Harry answered with a shudder. I know he's been a whole different person ever since the Tonkses took him in after we erased his memory, but having what looks like a younger Lucius be nice to us is just too weird for me. She snickered and sat down on the sand beside him. Staring over the water surrounding their home in the British Islands, she sighed and said, hard to believe sometimes that it's already been 20 years, isn't it? That it is, he agreed. And you know what? I still don't regret coming back in the slightest. Luna clinked her glass against his. Neither do I. They sat in silence for a moment, just watching the waves, before she spoke again. I'm thinking about writing a book. Oh, about us and our adventures. He blinked once, twice, but unfortunately it still did not make sense. Sweetie, are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, the Argentinian ministry still has a kill on-sight order out on us, and I don't think the Saudis would exactly pass up an opportunity to get even for that job we pulled for the Swiss dwarves. Oh, it wouldn't be anything that incriminating. Just what we did during our first year back. So just 30-some counts of breaking and entering, the same for larceny, and a few murder charges thrown in for flavor. Yes, that's much better. She scoffed at his comment. Besides, I wasn't going to publish it in the wizarding world, anyway. The Muggles have a thriving market for fantasy literature. Still might be a good idea to publish it anonymously, he muttered. Fine, I'll give it some more thought. Oh, you missed it today since you had that staff meeting, but Neville sent us an owl. Apparently he's taking a year's sabbatical to travel the world and give a series of lectures about his research. You mean his experiments with cross-breeding devil's snare and puffapods? I guess herbology professors have an easier time with research, he said with a chuckle. Just stick it in the dirt and leave it alone. Luna rolled her eyes. Jealousy doesn't become you, Harry. Years ago, the three of them had had a hearty laugh when Neville, who, along with most of the new DA, had exchanged the occasional letter with them over the years, had sent a letter announcing that he had been chosen as Sprout's successor at Hogwarts. Who could have predicted that both of Trelawney's potential chosen ones would go on to teach the next generation? A year later, Harry had been forced to turn down McGonagall's offer to take over Flitwick's place after the Quarter Goblin's retirement. One of the best aspects about teaching charms at Tortola Magical Academy, and a big reason they had made their home in the islands, was that it was a day school, which allowed him and his kids to come home at the end of each day. There would be no spending 10 months away from their family in a drafty old castle for the 5 youngest Potters. Let me guess, you want to attend his talk? Harry asked in a knowing voice. Of course. I don't care about the plants, necessarily, but it would be good to see him again. The hospital's already scheduled my own for a couple of days off, too, so we could all go and maybe invite him and Hannah to stay for dinner. It would be nice to see him again, he admitted. Though they had kept in touch with their students from the DA, only Astoria had regular contact with them, being an widely renowned warding and home security consultant, a lingering result of their raid on her parents' house decades earlier. She could come enjoy the Caribbean sun basically any time she wanted to. They could not count the number of times she had spent between a few days to a week borrowing their guest room and basically just lounging around. Colin was now a big-shot journalist for the Daily Prophet and spent quite a bit of time mingling with Susan, who rather than go into law enforcement like her aunt had instead carved out a place for herself in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The trio suspected that their relationship was not strictly business in nature. Ernie, however, made the most surprising decision by making his way into the Muggle world and setting himself up as a professional investor. Apparently he actually had a touch of the sight, which he freely used to guide his trading and rake in money by the barrow load. Letting him handle their own investments, for an appropriate fee, of course, was probably the best financial decision they had ever made. See, even you like this plan. He's giving a talk in Nassau in 3 weeks, so, she cut herself off when a loud pop preceded a house elf appearing in front of them. Dobby, we weren't expecting you back for another few days. The only slightly older-looking elf gave her a wide smile. Dobby knows, but Dobby knows Master and Mistresses would wants to know that the bad Russian minister's advisor and advisor's wife left their house. Dobby followed them and heard they be's going on vacation now. Excellent, Harry said with a grin. You have the notes. Dobby shoved the sheaf of mixed parchment and paper depicting the house's defenses into his hands, and he could not help but turn his mind to the 3 well-cared-for bodysuits behind a false back in their closet. Thanks to his and Hermione's jobs, his inheritance, and the interest off their earlier ill-gotten gains, they did not need or even want the extra money. This was purely to weaken the blood purity cause around the globe, and if those people's sizable fortunes then found their ways to orphanages and soup kitchens and charities, well, who would really hold that against them? Other than the people they robbed, obviously. Should I tell the kids that Grandpappy Sirius will be responsible for them tonight? Luna asked facetiously. You mean tell Helen and Mark that they'll be in charge of 3 kids and an overgrown man-child? He shot back with a grin. Once the Death Eaters were taken care of, Sirius had communicated with Madame Bones through Tonks to get an official pardon, though he had eventually decided to hang around Jake and Miranda while the trio were doing their self-study, rather than get a real job, and even came with them to the islands when they moved. Late one night, and having drunk not a few beers beforehand, he had explained to Harry that after missing 14 years with his godson, he was not going to chance it again. Might as well. You know, I keep expecting them to confront us one of these days about just where we run off to late at night without warning. She laughed. Oh, Myone and I already took care of that. Gave them a few details about what goes on in swinger clubs, and strangely enough, they never asked again. He gaped for a moment before laughing heartily. If traumatizing his children alongside the loves of his life wasn't the greatest reward of a life well lived, he didn't know what was. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.